Roar! A colossal fox-like monster emerged at the outskirts of Konoha village, atop which stood a figure cloaked in black and adorned with a swirling mask. No one knew how he had appeared or how he had evaded the security systems. Yet, there he was, perched upon the fox's head, surveying the anxious townsfolk and ninjas with an air of disdain. A hoarse voice issued from beneath the mask. No one could decipher his words, but the Nine Tails understood them all too well. It thrashed its nine tails and writhed in agony, yet remained defiant. Its eyes opened, but they were not the eyes of a mere fox. A circle composed of a black line encircled three black tomo, evenly spaced. Others might not grasp the significance of this eye, but as villagers and ninjas of Konoha, they were all too aware. This was unmistakably the Sharingan, a potent symbol of strength. A handsome but stern-faced man stepped forward, grasping a shuriken shaped like a maple leaf, draped in the robes of the Hokage. His golden hair marked him as the fourth Hokage, renowned in the ninja world as the Yellow Flash. Yet he found himself powerless against the Nine Tails. Suddenly, he sprang into action. A shuriken flew from his hand, soaring towards the back of the Nine Tails in an instant. He teleported behind the beast, leaving a flying thunder god mark, and together they vanished to a location outside the village. In a mere moment of contact, he had extracted the Nine Tails from Konoha. The third Hokage followed closely, and the ninjas breathed a sigh of relief as the evacuation began to unfold in an orderly fashion. "Ah, you're just going to leave me here?" The black-clad figure's mocking voice echoed as he began to plummet. The sudden disappearance of the Nine Tails had startled him. Yet, in an instant, his singular eye caught sight of the creature's trajectory, and he relaxed, entering a state of nonchalance. Not good, there's still someone. The fourth Hokage, Minato, suddenly realized, but it was too late to act. The one who could control the Nine Tails was surely formidable. He turned and hurled a shuriken towards the black-clad man. They were 300 to 400 meters apart, but for a seasoned ninja of his caliber, it was a mere flick of the wrist. The shuriken flew forth. It passed through. Let the shuriken fly a bit longer. Ha 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 ha. The black-clad figure had already touched down, now leaning on his mask, laughing uproariously. Minato's expression hardened. Even he had never witnessed such an occurrence. The shuriken had passed through him without leaving a trace, while he remained completely unscathed. What? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a grave expression. Even the master of ninjutsu could not fathom the technique employed by this young man. After living for over 60 years, he had never encountered such a jutsu, and the pressure it exerted was immense. You will never know what abilities your opponent possesses that you are unaware of, his teacher, the second Hokage, had once told him. And now, this enigmatic adversary had unleashed a bewildering power from the outset, striking a deep chord of shock within the hearts of ninjas. Yet the black-clad man was not finished. He raised the iron fan in his hand, pointing it at Hiruzen, taunting, "Oh man, this fox belongs to me today. That I see the fourth is doing quite well. You no longer have any purpose in living." Kikikik. Purpose in living? The third Hokage pondered for a moment, and upon lifting his gaze once more, his eyes burned with combativeness. Indeed, he had aged, but he was far from devoid of purpose. A dignified Hokage could not succumb to humiliation. He moved with a speed unbefitting of his years. Summoning technique. He bit his finger, drawing blood, and formed four hand seals. A talisman materialized in midair, followed by a billowing cloud of white smoke. Here it comes. This is the third Hokage's summoning beast, revered as the strongest summoning beast. Enmaku. Transform. The third Hokage bellowed, and in an instant, the Enmaku that had stood beside him morphed into a stout iron staff. Rui Jingu Bang. This was the third Hokage's ultimate weapon. The Rui Jingu Bang, a weapon evolved from the indestructible body of Enmaku, boasted a resilience akin to a divine artifact, with the added ability to extend its length. It had once allowed the third to dominate in battle, earning him the title of the ninja hero. Perhaps due to his advancing years, he had not revealed his true prowess in recent years, instead embodying the role of a kind old man, diligently assisting Minato in managing all affairs of Konoha. Konoha was his home, and everything he did was for its peace and the stability of its villagers. Yet, In that moment, the black-clad man's derision ignited a fervent love for Konoha within him. No one could harm Konoha. Shadow Clone Technique. 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, charged towards the black-clad figure. Fire Release. Great Fireball. Technique. The original launched the first attack, determined to force back this enigmatic foe. Shortly thereafter, the 4 Shadow clones joined the fray, surrounding the black-clad man. The 4 launched their assaults simultaneously. Water Release. Water Surge. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. Lightning Release. Earth Walk. Wind Release. Void Slash. 5 Natures. Great Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. The old man has so much chakra. How is he still alive? From the heart of the onslaught came the peculiar voice. As the effect of the ninjutsu faded, the ground lay in ruins, yet the black-clad man merely pretended to cough and feign pain, remaining utterly unharmed. Old man, you can't hit me, ha 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 ha. With your abilities, how can you hope to protect Konoha? I assure you, peace will never come to Konoha, ha 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 ha. How is this possible at that moment? The 3rd Hokage stood in shock. How could there be such a person? Those who had endured the 5 natures, great multi-shadow clone technique were left either dead or gravely injured. Yet this one remained unscathed, bouncing around with enough energy to mock him. It was crucial to note that this attack had consumed half of the 3rd's chakra. The 3rd charged forward again, attempting to gather chakra, only to find a wave of fatigue washing over him. After all, I am getting old, a sigh escaped him, and the black-clad man seized upon it. How's it going, old man? Feeling weak. Just give up, you can't beat me. Ha 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 ha. As long as my teacher isn't here, no, as long as the 4th isn't here, you can never catch me. Ha. He let slip a secret, yet no one paid it any mind. Everyone was astonished by his peculiar abilities. However, upon hearing those words, a fearless young ninja shouted from behind, impossible. The 3rd grandpa is the strongest. Were you faceless coward? Right. Exactly. In an instant, the ninja's fervor was reignited by these words. They rallied to support the 3rd Hokage while also racing towards the 9 Tails, only just now recalling that it was still wreaking havoc outside the village. The 3rd glanced back. You all hurry to assist Minato. A mere nameless ninja cannot challenge me, the illustrious ninja hero. Upon hearing this, the ninjas quickened their pace, keeping up with the 9 Tails. Hey, don't run off, leave a few for me to play with. Hey, why is everyone so rude? Listen well. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shall slay you here today, and I will safeguard the peace of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage erupted. A height he had never before reached was now breached. He unleashed an unprecedented fighting spirit and a thirst for battle. Shadow Clone Technique. Once more, 4 shadow clones surged forward, but this time the original did not follow. He was weary. No, it was more than that. He began to form seals. Slowly, one by one, the hand seals were completed, chakra gradually building up, an overwhelming aura spreading forth. Lord 3rd, a medical ninja, exclaimed, her concern for the 3rd Hokage palpable. He was the spiritual pillar of the villagers, a paragon for the shinobi, and an object of admiration for countless students. He could not perish. The 3rd was still forming hand signs, his movements slow yet imbued with a subtle transformation. The amassed chakra emanated warmth, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had devoted his life to protect Konoha, which stood resolutely behind him. This was his final gambit. That he was indeed aging, no longer suited for this world of youth. Perhaps bestowing the last semblance of peace upon Konoha was his destined mission. The shadow clones continued their struggle against the cloaked figure, 5 elemental chakra attributes crashing upon the illusory form. Yet the dark figure remained unscathed, exuding arrogance. Ha 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 ha. You cannot touch me. You can't touch me. Ha 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 you. For the first time, a flicker of seriousness crossed the black-clad individual's countenance. Though imperceptible to others, the face hidden behind the mask twisted in a moment of grotesque fear. Meanwhile, the 3rd's tears flowed freely as he completed the final hand sign. Forbidden Technique. Reaper Death Seal. A spectral figure of the grim Reaper emerged, solemn and terrifying, hovering behind the 3rd. Bound to a cross was an elderly man, his own soul. Alas, my spirit has long since withered, losing its former glory. With a resolute shake of his head, he commanded the Reaper to seize the cloaked figure. The dark figure momentarily faded, escaping the Reaper's grasp. But at that moment, the third unleashed an even greater surge of chakra. This was his ultimate eruption, his indomitable will to fight. The Reaper accelerated instantaneously, ensnaring the cloaked figure. "What are you doing, you old fool?" Panic surged within him. A flawless plan, executed to perfection, was thwarted by an old man. "Konoha, it is my nurturing homeland, and the place I have devoted my life to protect. You speak true. My life should have ended long ago. Now, I shall offer it to Konoha. The younger generation will inherit my will of fire. Wherever the leaves dance in the wind, the fire shall continue. The blaze, stay here." The third unleashed his final chakra, forcibly extracting the soul of the cloaked figure from his body. This tug-of-war concluded almost as swiftly as it began. The dark figure's soul was likewise bound to the cross, and the Reaper gazed for a moment before striking. Down with the blade. "Stop, executor of life." A middle-aged man in white stood upon the cross, 3 black orbs floating behind him. With great effort, the third lifted his head, gasping for breath as he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Otsutsuki Yue." "You." The third Hokage, weakly kneel on one leg, one arm struggling to support the other half of your frail body. Your voice, already feeble, utters a name unfamiliar to the Otsutsuki. "Why are you here?" As soon as the words leave your lips, the arm that bears the weight of your aging form can no longer hold its burden, and with a soft thud, it collapses to the side. "Return the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen to him," a resounding voice declares, belonging to the man in white who calls himself Ujetsu, who has instantaneously completed a movement. An arm emerges from a pixelated void, grasping the third's arm with great force. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Speak no further. Konoha is safe now." For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels an overwhelming sense of security, reliable, warm, even though the power emanating from the man in white carries an aura of coldness. Yet, the warmth within cannot be obscured by outward appearances. Although Ujetsu himself wonders why he arrived at such a critical moment. Having only come to Konoha to fulfill a family duty, he fortuitously encounters the invasion of the village. Sensing the urgency of his family's summons, he hastens to intervene, ultimately saving the third at the last moment. Upon feeling the deep desire to protect Konoha, the third's lips curl into a faint smile as he succumbs to a peaceful unconsciousness. Resolute in his commitment to aid others, Ujetsu utilizes his unique spatial abilities to transport the third to the medical unit. "Impudent child, though I know not from whence you come, nor your intentions, today, as you invade Konoha, you shall surely meet your demise. I am the 32nd envoy of the Otsutsuki clan. Those who stand against me shall be annihilated." This is a formidable warrior. Despite his family living in obscurity for millennia, their ancestral bloodline and ninjutsu are not to be underestimated by outsiders. In an instant, his aura surges, causing the Nine Tails, 1,000 meters away, to tremble in fear, turning to gaze at Ujetsu's position. That chakra is familiar. It belongs to the Otsutsuki. The Nine Tails is all too familiar with the origins of the Otsutsuki. Its sole acknowledged master, the first head of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is the legendary figure who birthed the shinobi world. The vow made long ago was to have the tailed beasts as guardians across the lands, preserving world peace, while the Otsutsuki would act as a hidden force, intervening only in times of dire straits. Is the shinobi world in peril now? The Nine Tails cannot help but ponder. And then it leaps away from the encircling ninjas, charging towards the white-clad man radiating Otsutsuki energy. Meanwhile, the dark-clad adversary facing Ujetsu begins to fret about the unfolding plan, contemplating how to extricate himself. In truth, as long as he desires, no one can capture him. Indeed, such arrogance prevails. Yet, confronted by a ninja even more extraordinary than himself, the turmoil and anxiety beneath his mask are unmistakable. Nevertheless, in a bid to maintain his bravado, he sneers. "Do you seek my life? Can you catch me? Come, come. It has been long since I had company." However, a tremor betrays his bravado. Sharingan, activate. No need for superfluous words. Ujetsu opens his eyes. As a direct descendant of the Otsutsuki, how could he lack a Dojutsu? Though he possesses only the Sharingan, it suffices for an envoy of his caliber. As a smile graced his lips, the shape of a shuriken materialized, swirling within his eye sockets before gradually coming to a halt. No, not yet. Suddenly, stripes emerged alongside it. The Sharingan spun at high speed, transforming in mere moments. This pair of eyes had only been possessed by the legendary Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan. This was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Merely through this eye, the Ninetales felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. In the next instant, he found himself kneeling reverently at Yuue's feet. He believed in the rules of the feather garment and willingly obeyed the commands of the Otsutsuki. He was a product of the Otsutsuki. Witnessing the Ninetales switch sides, the figure in black continued to struggle. Ninetales, come back. Didn't we agree to cause chaos together? Why have you fled? You are truly a source of worry. Oh, please, I beg you return. Enough. Be silent, you buffoon. Do you think you can control me just because of your impure Sharingan? Leading the tailed beasts does not require eyes. You lack the heart for it. Therefore, prepare to pay for your transgressions. The Ninetales, already furious from manipulation, now acted like a fox relying on human might, viciously cursing at the figure in black. All right, Lord Kurama, we need your cooperation for the Otsutsuki's endeavors. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales fell silent in an instant. For thousands of years, no one had ever addressed him by name in such a manner. Finally, the time had come for him, Kurama, to rise once more. At this moment, the figure in black was utterly disregarded by Yuya. After all, no elephant would concern itself with an ant about to be crushed beneath its foot. Indeed, a foe that even the third Hokage could do nothing against was merely an ant to the Otsutsuki. Your Excellency, if there is nothing else, please return to your estate. Yuya said with a pleasant demeanor as he turned to address the towering figure of death. The ninjas behind him, upon hearing this, looked up at the figure of death, only to discover that he donned a similar white robe and held in his hand a substance akin to the three floating orbs. He too was of the Otsutsuki clan. Such ninjutsu might indeed serve as proof of the Otsutsuki's continued presence in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Minato had also arrived. Witnessing the Ninetales bowing submissively before the white-clad man and the trembling figure in black, for a ninja who had just been at a loss, this scene was an immense blow. A formidable monster, which he had exhausted all his chakra and collaborated with numerous ninjas to confront, surrendered in an instant at the feet of a stranger due to what seemed like an ordinary introduction. What use is cultivation? Perhaps, in the presence of true lineage, all efforts are rendered futile. Perhaps. Very well, you are now the Hokage, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. The head of the Otsutsuki family has informed me that today is the birthday of your child, and I have been specially dispatched to extend our congratulations. After watching the steward head towards the family estate, Yuya conveyed the purpose of his visit to the recently arrived Minato. Of course, Minato was still in a state of bewilderment. No one would believe that a powerful family, previously unknown to him, would send an equally formidable envoy to offer congratulations while simultaneously saving Konoha. Nevertheless, the weight of his formidable spirit compelled him to utter a reluctant thank you. Similarly, who had just endured battle, felt utterly drained. Hey, no one seems to take me seriously. Engaged in a frivolous conversation, I remained present, the one who unleashed the Ninetales. What are you all up to? I yearn to dance, ha ha ha. At this moment, the figure clad in black is merely bolstering their own courage. Yet, as the old adage goes, one who courts danger invites demise. Yuya detests troublesome matters, and upon hearing the raucous voice, she couldn't resist casting a glance through her eternal kaleidoscope at the black-clad individual. Her eyes remained unchanged, still possessing the power of her ocular technique. She shot a fleeting glance at the still clamorous figure. You all are quite something. No one knew what transpired, save for the Uchiha clan members present who sensed the fluctuations of her ocular power. In that fleeting moment, Yuya unleashed her eye technique, directing it towards the singular eye cavity, infusing a surge of irate ocular energy into the black-clad man's gaze. Such brutishness, devoid of reason, was undeniably fierce. The black-clad man was no mere victim. Upon sensing the oppressive force, he broke free from the control of her technique and resumed his incessant chatter. However, this time he heightened his vigilance, refraining from gazing outward and only casting furtive glances at the opposing ninja. Upon realizing that no one was truly focused on him, he executed an astonishing maneuver. Fire release, great fire annihilation. With 4 hand seals formed in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames, interrupting Yuyue's discourse. Such an act undeniably provoked her ire. Heavenly deity, Yuue's form gradually faded, vanishing into a void, silently and undetected even by perceptive ninjas, only to reappear behind the black-clad man. Bone-crushing, high-density bone spikes, refined within her body, erupted from her palm, hurtling toward the black-clad individual at breakneck speed. Nevertheless, this black-clad man was no stranger to challenging the elite of Konoha. His battle-honed instincts allowed his muscles to react faster than his mind could process. In an instant, he leaned back, evading the impending threat. He was not one to ignore the shifting tides of battle, witnessing his carefully set stage being disrupted by an unexpected presence. And his plans unraveling, he decisively concealed himself and distanced himself from the fray. However, his comical demeanor seemed impervious to change. As he departed with a parting quip, "Don't forget about me, dear friends of Konoha. I shall return." Before his words could fully fade, a vortex materialized around him, and in the blink of an eye, he was drawn into it, vanishing without a trace. Yuue paid little heed to the pursuit, for the Otsutsuki clan would not concern themselves with a mere ninja. As long as they remained, the ninja world would not face tumultuous upheaval. All members of the Otsutsuki clan firmly believed in this, striving tirelessly for this cause. While Yuue drifted in her thoughts, Minato, supported by Kakashi, gradually stood up, dragging his legs as he made his way towards her. "Otsutsuki Yuue, I express my gratitude for your monumental rescue of Konoha. From this day forth, Konoha shall regard you and your entire clan as esteemed guests, forever welcoming you." Minato, astutely aware of the situation, recognized the opportunity to forge alliances with powerful allies. As Hokage, he could not afford to let this chance slip away. Thus, he promptly extended his assurance to Yuue. While this was to be expected, Yuue found herself pleasantly surprised. He did not anticipate that a Hokage would place such trust in a stranger whose allegiance was yet unclear. However, the subsequent scene taught him a new skill, face-palming in speechless disbelief. With a beaming smile, Minato suddenly looked up and candidly remarked, "I think your attire is quite clean. You don't seem like a bad person." Who would have thought that could serve as a rationale? "Thankfully, my clothes are clean," Yujetsu mused to himself. Let us return to the matter at hand. Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, whispers erupted from behind. "So handsome, the angel in white." Indeed, apart from the Hokage, no one in Konoha possessed such a pure and pristine visage. Truly, a divine figure descended from the heavens. Once again, the newly acquired skill of facepalming proved useful. "Quiet down, my companions. Lord Yujetsu has something to convey." Observing the commotion, Minato felt compelled to intervene and quell the infatuated crowd of young women. With this, Yujetsu's admiration for Minato deepened, and he proceeded to relay the task entrusted to him by his clan. "We, the Otsutsuki, are a formidable clan that has long operated behind the scenes in the ninja world. We have come to entrust the prodigious child of our family to Konoha, desiring that you house the Nine Tails within your child using your methods. Such power is essential to us." Minato was momentarily taken aback. A messenger from a powerful clan had come simply to abandon a child, and to inform him of something they were already meant to do? This was utterly unfathomable. Yet Minato had no choice but to comply. However, having recently endured a fierce battle, Minato was left with scant chakra. After a brief respite, he concentrated to gather his chakra, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God technique once more to bring Kushina and Naruto to Yujetsu. "Minato, do not overexert yourself. If it proves too difficult, I can assist you." Yujetsu's gentle voice resonated in Minato's ears. Nevertheless, how could Minato impose upon his savior once again? He mustered his injured body to stand, glancing back at Yujetsu. "I leave the Nine Tails in your care for the time being. I shall return shortly." With a light cough, Minato vanished. At home, Kushina remained unconscious, having succumbed to the overwhelming pain of childbirth compounded by the tailed beast's escape from its seal, rendering her insensible. Watching her frail form, Minato felt a pang of sorrow, yet he was powerless to change the situation. Nonetheless, he believed that as long as the one calling himself Yujetsu remained, Kushina would be safe from peril. His intuition proved correct. Cough. The Nine Tails is indeed formidable. Even the Yellow Flash suffers injury in the face of a tailed beast. The myriad of scars adorning his body were a testament to the Nine Tails' ferocity. Yet, he remained unfazed, his attention captivated by the inconsolable cries of the infant beside him. "You are my son, are you not? I look forward to your guidance. I shall name you Naruto, and I hope you will astonish the world with the Nine Tails by your side." With that, He placed a gentle kiss upon the infant's forehead, then once more concentrated his chakra, preparing to transport them to Ujetsu. Flying Thunder God. No, failure. Transporting another via the Flying Thunder God technique required 3 times the usual chakra, an insurmountable burden for Minato, who had just faced a formidable foe. Even for a short distance transfer within the village, this tripling of consumption was beyond what Minato could currently bear. There is no way to delay this matter any longer. The 9 tails must be sealed. He once again gathered his chakra, this time amounting to 5 times that of the previous instance. This was his final reservoir of chakra. For a ninja who exhausts their chakra ultimately faces the peril of losing their life. Yet, Watergate remained unconcerned. The village, his wife, and his children were all that truly mattered to him, the very essence he sought to protect. After all, as long as his will endured, he need not heed the fragility of his own existence. With deep affection, Watergate turned to gaze at Kushina. I am sorry, Kushina. This child is our legacy. I entrust his care to you. His heart ached with unfulfilled desires, wishing to hear Naruto call him father just once more, yet their encounter was cut short. Beads of perspiration trickled down his cheeks, and unbeknownst to him, Naruto's cries grew louder, more heart-wrenching. A warm azure chakra enveloped Kushina and Naruto. A flash of yellow light illuminated the scene. Perhaps this was to be their final moment. With a thud, he entered the fray. Watergate could no longer maintain his dashing entrance. He was bereft of strength. When he appeared before the onlookers, he collapsed to the ground, lying silently beside Kushina. Perhaps this was deliberate. Who could say? Hizuki observed the scene, muttering to himself, what is this? It feels like a farewell from life. With me around, there's no need to fear for this life. After mumbling, he released 2 strands of white chakra, infusing them into Watergate and Kushina's bodies. However, even with this aid, their physical injuries were too severe for them to awaken. Upon witnessing this, Hizuki resolved to assist until the end. Divine intervention, activate. In an instant, a black hole materialized beneath Kushina and Watergate, and they fell into it, motionless. Simultaneously, a black hole appeared on the other side, leading to the medical ninja squad. The 2 emerged from the void, and the ninjas of Konoha rushed to cradle these pivotal figures, entrusting them to the medical team for further care. At this juncture, the ninjas felt a sense of relief. The safety of their steadfast leader was assured, alleviating their concerns for the future. Most of Konoha's ninjas shared this sentiment. Hizuki recognized that sealing the tailed beast could not be delayed any further, and thus he commenced the chakra sealing process. This chakra, though also blue, radiated with immense power. A pale blue sphere enveloped Hizuki, the chakra trembling with energy. Under Hizuki's masterful manipulation, the chakra began to take form. It whirled around him at high speed, constantly shifting its shape, resembling a flurry of graceful butterflies dancing in the air. Yet, it was more than that. It simultaneously altered its sequence and position. While some ordinary ninjas could not discern the nature of this technique, those in the sealing class recognized it as a formidable sealing jutsu. How could it be that a sealing technique was performed without a tangible medium? It appeared to possess even greater sealing capabilities than our 4 purple flames formation. Among Konoha's known sealing arts, only the 8 trigram sealing technique was revered as the strongest. Yet from their perspective, it merely appeared as a ribbon of chakra encircling the caster. However, the situation changes dramatically from a bird's-eye view. It is unmistakably the 8 trigram seal. Qian, Kuan, Kan, Jin, Zhan, Sun, Li Dui. As the seal manifests, Yue gestures with her fingers, causing the sealing formation to glide gently towards the infant, vibrating softly as it moves. The 9 tails, perceiving Yue's intent, strides towards the baby. Kagaya, we rely on your assistance. Please cooperate with us. As you command. I am bound to Kagaya. I pledge my unwavering loyalty. The solemn voice of the 9 tails resonates, dispelling all prior defiance in that moment. Who could have imagined that the fearless 9 tails would show such obedience to a mere family? It gingerly lifts the infant, facing Yue, and murmurs indistinctly, let us begin. Your name is Naruto, right? I look forward to our time together. Yue raises her hands, elegantly orchestrating the floating seal, her empty palms conjuring a gust of wind. Under her deft control, the 8 trigram seal resumes its rotation, gradually accelerating until, in an instant, it materializes above the 9 tails, settling down obediently to cradle Naruto, who is enveloped by the immense chakra. Slowly, the 9 tails begins to dissipate, its crimson chakra absorbed into the seal, starting from Dui and culminating in Qian. The hexagrams gradually shift to a vibrant red. Ultimately, the entire seal transforms from blue to red, and the nine tails vanishes. The absorption process is complete. In the wake of the infant's cries, the seal affixes itself to his small abdomen, miraculously silencing his wails. Naruto smiles. For the first time in his life. On the very day of his birth, this extraordinary infant beams joyfully. The seal begins to meld with his body, revealing a complete 8 trigrams symbol on Naruto's abdomen, only to vanish in the next moment. The surrounding ninjas collectively exhale in relief, fully aware that the sealing process has concluded. Amidst the jubilant cheers and celebrations, Yue is escorted through the village, though a few remain preoccupied with the safety of Kushina and the 4th and 3rd Hokage. Medical ninjas are still diligently attending to emergencies. After more than 2 hours, Kushina, possessing the strongest physical constitution, is the first to awaken. What is this? Where's the nine tails? I remember it emerging on its own. What has happened to the nine tails? A barrage of questions leaves the medical ninjas at a loss for answers. The upheaval is so profound that it cannot be succinctly explained. Where's my child? My child. Kushina suddenly realizes the gravity of her situation. She was in labor. The memory of her firstborn is indelible. Where's my child? She demands loudly of the surrounding ninjas, simultaneously activating her sensory abilities to search for the chakra that resonates with her own. She finds it, but not because it shares her origin. Rather, it is the remarkable, immense chakra of the nine tails. Why has my son become a Jinchūriki? What on earth has transpired? Speak. Will you? Kushina, in a frenzy, rushes towards the infant. The title Blood Red Pepper cannot be bestowed lightly. Minato also awakens, and in an instant, having regained his composure, he uses the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Kushina's side. It's a boy, healthy and strong. I wish to name him Naruto. With a gentle smile, Watergate addressed Kushina, declaring, "What a splendid surprise. Let us settle on this." Kushina's temper, known for its swift volatility, dissipated entirely in the presence of the amiable Watergate. "Very well, I shall take you to meet someone. He is the one who saved us and Konoha." Watergate effortlessly cradled Naruto in one arm, guiding Kushina towards Hayazuki. Just as they arrived, Hayazuki concluded his parade and returned to seek the 4th Hokage. "Hayazuki," Watergate began, "allow me to discuss the matter of the Otsutsuki legacy we wish to preserve in Konoha." The tasks were complete, yet the Otsutsuki elders had granted him little time. "I must return promptly." Hayazuki, unyielding, interrupted Watergate's expression of gratitude. He was well aware of Watergate's intentions and spared him the trouble of further thanks. "Indeed. You wish to leave an Otsutsuki member in our Konoha?" Watergate remained composed, understanding that respect and comprehension were due to a benefactor, even as Hokage. "Yes. This is our newborn Otsutsuki, a direct descendant of the previous clan leader, regarded by our elders as a beacon of hope for the new generation. Given the current tumultuous state of the ninja world, rife with unending wars, we must resort to our own means to quell these conflicts. He, Yuling, embodies our strategy and serves as the seed for a peaceful world. I trust you will nurture him well, should he fail to guide the ninja world towards tranquility. The Otsutsuki clan will mobilize in full force to eradicate the instigators of strife and establish a new order. Before we proceed, might you elucidate the reasoning behind your family's actions? The ninja world has endured 3 extensive wars since the founding of Konoha by the 1st Hokage, and yet your clan refrained from intervening. Why, in this relatively peaceful era, do you prepare for another conflict? Despite his faith in Hayazuki, Watergate, as Hokage, bore the responsibility of safeguarding his village. He was determined to manage any threats that could jeopardize the lives and livelihoods of the villagers. And he regarded the Otsutsuki as a potentially uncontrollable variable. Your skepticism is understandable. We have remained absent until now. However, the current situation is dire. Do you not perceive that the chaos within the ninja world has significantly diminished? Even the smaller nations, typically rife with petty squabbles, have found stability. Although our Otsutsuki clan lacks intimate knowledge of the intricacies concerning these minor nations, our family seer recently foretold that within 20 years, the upheavals in the ninja world will surpass what you ninjas can endure. Thus, the elders resolved to employ the gentlest approach to influence and save this world, Hayazuki replied, his expression unwavering. He had anticipated their mistrust. hence sought the truth from the elders to arm himself with this knowledge. As I expected, it has proven useful. Hayazuki mused silently. Upon hearing this, Watergate recalled the intelligence from recent months, noting a pervasive tranquility, which led him to trust the individual before him. So, according to your assertion, this child is the key to saving our world? Watergate inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. He reasoned that should a ninja village breach the peace treaty, it would merely lead to a skirmish among ninjas, rather than an apocalyptic scenario. As Yugetsu remarked, the ninjas are unable to withstand the impending conflict, which clearly transcends mere skirmishes among the ninja villages. It can be interpreted in various ways. Yet the crux lies in its purpose. I shall reiterate. Yuling is a seed favored by the elders, and a promising seed requires quality nourishment to flourish. My responsibility concludes with delivering him. The rest is solely your concern. The fate of the world rests in your hands. Realizing that time was of the essence, Yugetsu hastily articulated the points he deemed crucial and subsequently invoked the heavenly descent, preparing to depart from Konoha. Thank you, Yu. By the way, inform this child that he is merely an orphan rescued by Konoha amidst the chaos of war. Until we meet again. Yugetsu's voice echoed from the void, once again interrupting Minato's gratitude. It seems he is quite the impetuous one. Hey, in such a hurry? When till you stay for a meal? My culinary skills have yet to be appreciated by many. Kushina lamented, her lips slightly pouting in disappointment. She had hoped to capture a little test subject to sample her cooking. Alas, that plan has once again fallen through. I appreciate it. I truly do, Minato reassured Kushina, who appeared somewhat disheartened, as he gently pulled her closer, wearing a resigned yet still cheerful expression to console her. Humph, Kushina, unable to remain angry at Minato's congenial face, feigned annoyance and turned her head away. Minato, the third Hokage, had also awakened, his aged voice seemingly devoid of some vitality. Following this latest blow, the once mighty Sarutobi Hiruzen would never return. What do you intend to do with this child? He is favored by the Otsutsuki clan and must possess unique qualities. Moreover, given the formidable strength of the Otsutsuki, I fear that Konoha may not stand a chance against them. Therefore, it is prudent to allow this child to believe he is an orphan, yet ensure he is well cared for. Lord Third, would you be willing to look after this child? Minato, having regained his composure, contemplated the best course of action regarding the boy named Yuling while organizing his thoughts. Let us provide him with the highest standard of care befitting a child of war, placing him near my home. If you are willing, Lord Third, you may take on this responsibility. After a moment of reflection, Minato devised a plan and began inquiring of the third Hokage. After all, the villagers might harbor some resistance towards an outsider, and who better than a former Hokage to undertake this potentially thankless task? Very well. It just so happens that I could use something to occupy my time. Combat is no longer suitable for me. The third Hokage chuckled self-deprecatingly, fully aware of Minato's intentions. Yet, it was a pity for a Hokage to find himself tending to a child, as he lamented his own lack of vigor. The spirit may refuse to age, but the body does not keep pace with that resolve. By the way, this child's name is Yuling, Minato added warmly, observing the third's sorrowful demeanor. Yuling, I shall ensure that you are nurtured into a formidable warrior. Yet, he shook his head subtly once more. Oh, his name is Yuling. Please take good care of him. You must become good friends with Naruto. The exuberant Kushina chimed in, cheerfully smiling at Yuling with her characteristic exuberance. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed since the day the Nine Tails caused chaos, and the once crying Naruto has blossomed into an adorable little boy. Yuling, shall we play a ninja game? No. What about Sasuke? No. The three young boys lay upon the grassy banks of a lake within the Uchiha territory, a vast expanse, filled only with the sound of one boy's exuberant shouts. Indeed, that was Naruto. To his left was a silver-haired boy, appearing somewhat more mature. Even at such a tender age, clad in a white robe and toying with a genuine kunai. Remarkably, this boy was merely 3 years old. To his right was a black-haired boy, hailing from the Uchiha clan, skillfully juggling actual shuriken. These two were Yuling and Sasuke. Yuling and Naruto had grown up together, their families maintaining a close bond. While Sasuke's story was different, he was a friend discovered by Naruto in a tree. Hey, the person in the tree. What is your name? While walking down the street, Naruto suddenly spotted a small child sleeping atop a tree. Uchiha Sasuke. The boy in the tree did not even open his eyes as he revealed his name. Hey Sasuke, come play with us. Naruto, ever the extrovert, immediately sought to include the new acquaintance in their games. You big fool. You. Sasuke, you big dummy. Sasuke, you big idiot. However, both Yuling and Sasuke shared a notable trait. They both paid Naruto little heed. Hey, aren't you guys bored? You've been lying around all day. Come play with me. Observing their indifference, Naruto began to act up in front of them once more. Naruto, stop messing around. It's only been 20 minutes. Yuling's languid voice drifted from his left, causing Naruto to wilt slightly. His obedience to Yuling was evident. Perhaps demeanor truly does wield great influence. 20 minutes? I feel like it has been nearly a day. Naruto protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. With his naturally restless spirit, how could he possibly lie still on the grass and rest? Besides, with the vitality of the Uzumaki clan and the enhancement from the Nine Tails within him, the concept of rest seemed unnecessary. He had someone assisting him in recovering his energy all day long. You big fool. Just then, the calm voice from the right reignited Naruto's spirited nature. He instantly sprang to his feet and began to circle around Sasuke, chanting, Sasuke, you big fool. Sasuke, you big idiot. For some reason, Naruto had an innate tendency to oppose Sasuke, yet he disregarded Yuling's admonitions entirely. Thus, one could often witness Yuling walking alone, flanked by two squabbling little boys. Sasuke, you big fool. Sasuke, you big idiot. Naruto, if you enjoy being a ninja so much, why don't we secretly practice? At this moment, even Yuling, with his typically good-natured demeanor, could no longer refrain from making such a suggestion. Great, great. But what is training? Upon hearing this, Naruto perceived it as something quite extraordinary. Yet he strained to comprehend what exactly training entailed. Although Naruto is curious about many things and often asks questions, his forgetfulness renders his efforts futile. A simpleton. Sasuke's timely intervention causes Naruto to lose track of his thoughts once more, and he happily embarks on another round of his legendary verbal antics. Sasuke, you big fool. Sasuke, you absolute imbecile. Alright, Naruto. Training is all about practicing the skills necessary to become a ninja, understand? Let us give it a try. Yuling, ever composed, continues to instruct Naruto with unwavering patience, having explained the essence of training no less than 10 times. Just as he and Sasuke stride towards the nearby training ground, Naruto remains stationary, deep in contemplation. What exactly is a skill? No, that's not right. It should be something like this. Suddenly, he appears to grasp the concept, raising his head and chasing after the two. In just a few minutes, they arrive at practice ground 31, where they find 3 sturdy wooden stumps standing in the center. With these stumps, let us practice some taijutsu, Yuling suggests. Sasuke glances at him and silently nods, moving toward one of the stumps. However, just as he begins, he halts abruptly. Naruto is already frantically punching at the 3 wooden posts. But the next moment is filled with a cry of pain. Ah, darn wood, that hurts. Naruto's bare fists against the stumps are no match for his small, 3-year-old frame, resulting in a painful lump on his hand. Naruto, let us start by practicing kicks. It'll be less harmful for us, Yuling calmly explains. What does harm mean? This time, no one responds to him. The other two, wary of Naruto suddenly seizing a stump, hurry off to practice kicking. Hey, wait for me. With that, Naruto rises and dashes toward a nearby stump. Sasuke and Naruto mimic Yuling, trying their best to emulate his kicking stance. Yuling, having observed ninjas trained due to his lack of family, has picked up a few basics of taijutsu. Yet, even this rudimentary knowledge is sufficient to keep these 3-year-old children thoroughly engaged. The trio kicks at the stumps, the faint sound of impact echoing around them. Starting training at such a young age, it seems that Naruto's enthusiasm needs Yuling's wisdom, and perhaps a bit of pressure from that Uchiha brat, to truly succeed. It appears that allowing them to grow together was indeed a wise decision. Wouldn't you agree, Fugaku? In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage stands beside Minato, observing the 3 children through a crystal ball, while he queries the Uchiha clan's current leader seated opposite him, finally breaking into a warm smile. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I need a break. You all continue. Naruto is the first to flop down, even with a body gifted with extraordinary potential. His limited spirit cannot bear the weight of such painful perseverance. Now, 2 years have passed since the 3 of them first trained together. These 5-year-olds display remarkable skill in their punches and kicks. Over the past 2 years, under the guidance of their respective parents, they have each learned to harness chakra, with Yuling even mastering some D-rank ninjutsu under the 3rd Hokage's mentorship. A 5-year-old child capable of mastering ninjutsu is a rare phenomenon, even amidst the tumultuous era of war that engulfs the ninja world. Setting aside the innate talents of each ninja, the quantity of chakra serves as a crucial threshold. Without an ample reservoir of chakra, it is inconceivable to execute any substantial ninjutsu. For instance, even Naruto, at this juncture, can only perform the shadow clone technique. And even then, he is limited to creating merely 3 clones at most. Observing Sasuke's progress, he too has only managed to master the shadow clone technique. Such accomplishments are indeed commendable for a child who has yet to attend the ninja academy. However, in the presence of a prodigy like Yuling, both Naruto and Sasuke find themselves humbled. Despite their numerous battles over the past 2 years, they have yet to claim victory over Yuling. Yet they have gleaned a wealth of skills from their encounters. Lord Third, your disciple is truly remarkable, Fugaku praised Sarutobi Hiruzen, unaware that the third Hokage's guidance to Yuling was limited to merely providing pointers. The majority of Yuling's progress stemmed from his own explorations. He too recognized his shortcomings and engaged in focused practice. He is an extraordinary talent, possessing a mature intellect within a youthful frame. It is no wonder that the Otsutsuki clan refers to him as a seed of potential. As he gazed at the vibrant scenes within the crystal ball, the third Hokage reflected on certain moments from the past 2 years. Grandpa Hiruzen, could you teach me some ninjutsu? At that time, Yuling was only 4 years old. Of course. What would you like to learn? The third Hokage replied kindly, doubting that Yuling would comprehend which ninjutsu would suit him or which he could effectively wield. Grandpa, I wish to learn a small range, yet highly penetrating water release technique, a wide range, low chakra-consuming fire release technique, a defensive earth release technique, a small range, low power wind release technique, and a dispersive lightning release technique, Yuling stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon the third Hokage. The third Hokage, seemingly amused, responded, Yuling, you must understand that a person typically possesses only 1 type of chakra by birth. Having 2 is termed a bloodline limit, and 3 would constitute a bloodline elimination. Furthermore, no individual has ever been documented to possess more than 3 types. As a master of ninjutsu, he was well versed in the intricacies of its composition and had conducted extensive research on unique techniques such as bloodline limits. To him, the request of this child, who had yet to attend school, for 5 different chakra-natured ninjutsu, seemed nothing short of naive. Grandpa, my choices are certainly underpinned by reason. If you doubt me, you can use chakra paper to test me, Yuling asserted with confidence. This confidence was well-founded. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he was acutely aware of his chakra's properties and proportions. Haha, very well. Since young Yuling is so eager, I shall grant you a test. Remember, if the paper crinkles, it denotes lightning release. If it becomes damp, water release. If it tears, wind release. If it ignites, fire release. And if it shatters, that signifies earth release. Come, let us go purchase some paper for the test, the third Hokage said, still skeptical of Yuling's claims as they proceeded to discern the properties of his chakra. They strolled along the street until they reached the ninja tool shop, where acquiring the test paper proved to be an effortless task. Regardless of his maturity, Yuling was still merely a child, and his inner desire for self-validation could not be concealed. As soon as he obtained the test paper, he eagerly pressed his hands upon it, a moment that remained vividly etched in Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory. With palms pressed together, the paper nestled between them, chakra was transmitted. Upon opening his hands, nothing transpired. However, before the third Hokage could finish his sentence, the test paper indeed began to transform. Gradually, it crinkled and became damp, only to be scorched by flames in an instant, ultimately splitting down the middle and disintegrating into powder. Grandfather, I told you so. I truly possess 5 types of chakra. At that moment, Yuling's youthful exuberance erupted, an air of pride radiating from him as he stood tall. The third Hokage, already astonished, was left speechless. Having lived for over 70 years and survived 2 ninja world wars, he had never encountered such a legendary bloodline, now manifesting before him, with himself as a witness to this historic moment. Yet, being the third Hokage, he quickly regained his composure after a brief lapse, leading Yuling out of the ninja tool shop in silence, which Yuling wisely chose not to disrupt. Upon returning home, the third Hokage, brimming with excitement, clasped Yuling's hands. Your chakra inherently encompasses 5 attributes. This is the rarest bloodline in a millennium. My dear Yuling, you must strive diligently and not squander such exceptional talent. I shall teach you all that you need to learn. Keep it up, child, and you shall become the first of your kind in history. The third Hokage's exuberance left Yuling somewhat taken aback. He had never witnessed his usually gentle and composed grandfather in such a state of excitement. Nevertheless, he felt elated, for it was the first time someone had such high hopes for him. With that thought in mind, he nodded vigorously and led the third Hokage to the training ground to embark on his ninjutsu practice. At that time, I could understand his need for other ninjutsu. It was evident he possessed unique insights into the arts and their nature. However, I could never quite fathom the purpose behind his choice of such a wind technique. The third Hokage reclined on the sofa, reminiscing about the scene, a smile unable to be suppressed. Dear Yuling, there are countless powerful and useful wind techniques available. Why choose one like this? Wouldn't a wind technique with strong penetration and wide range be more effective? Grandfather, efficacy depends on the context. I chose this wind technique not for its lethality, but to complement other ninjutsu. For instance, the fire technique I selected can be adjusted in range and intensity using this wind technique, and when paired with the shadow clone technique, it can significantly enhance the main body's speed. Yuling calmly elucidated, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Speed enhancement, you say? What a genius! The third Hokage murmured. Historically, wind techniques have always been associated with lethality. Never had anyone utilized such difficult-to-control chakra to play with fire in this manner. Perhaps Yuling's choice of a less damaging technique stemmed from this very consideration. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that this child's thoughts are remarkably intricate, unmatched by any other. Naruto, Sasuke, how about the two of you join me for a challenge today? Yuling stood atop a wooden stump, gazing down at Sasuke and Naruto, who was sprawled on the ground. However, upon hearing the challenge, Naruto sprang to life, scrambling to his feet with a raucous shout, only to abruptly halt. Yuling, isn't that unfair? 2 against 1. Are you alright, you big dummy? Sasuke, you big dummy. Alright. Are you two going to fight or not? If not, I'll continue my practice. With that, Yuling leaped down from the stump and took steps into the distance. Wait, Yuling. Let's start now. I'm ready. Naruto exclaimed eagerly, his newfound taijutsu techniques bubbling with anticipation. As for Sasuke, his indomitable spirit was unmistakable, though he remained silent. His movements betrayed a fervent desire for battle. Humph, I refuse to believe I cannot best this Yuling. Then let the match begin. Be careful, you two. Shadow clone technique. Yuling executed the technique, conjuring 3 clones. Without hesitation, Naruto and Sasuke followed suit, summoning 3 clones of their own. Naruto's whirlwind. Naruto bellowed, seizing the initiative with his original technique. 2 of his shadow clones seized another clone and the original, forcefully spinning them into the air before the airborne clone hurled the original towards the enemy, delivering a powerful strike, albeit one formidable only to children. Like a projectile, Naruto barreled towards the seemingly unprepared Yuling. You big dummy. Even at this moment, Sasuke couldn't resist taunting Naruto. With that, he too enveloped Yuling with his shadow clones, executing the taijutsu he had acquired. Shadow Dance, Leaf. In an instant, all of Sasuke's forms vanished from sight, launching an attack from below. One clone engaged with another, while the original bore down on its counterpart. Meanwhile, Naruto remained airborne, heading straight for Yuling's original form. Clearly, Sasuke excelled in coordination. Shadow Dance, Leaf, commence. Yuling's original was kicked towards the incoming Naruto, resulting in a collision that elicited a cry of distress from Yuling. Yuling? Are you alright? Barely touching the ground, Naruto rushed towards Yuling, his concern palpable. Sasuke hurried over as well. Earth Release, Heart-Cutting Technique. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground, dragging the unsuspecting Naruto underground, and in a seamless motion, Yuling sprang forth from below, launching immediately into the next technique. Earth Release, Rock Ceiling. A spherical rock formation materialized in an instant, ensnaring the equally unsuspecting Sasuke within. In this unassuming manner, Yuling dispatched both opponents within 3 seconds. Subsequently, the previously airborne Yuling transformed into a puff of white smoke, dissipating quietly. Yuling, you scoundrel! Naruto, undeterred by his predicament, shouted from beneath the earth, utterly disregarding his image. When did Sasuke become trapped in that rock? He muttered to himself, just as he pondered. The rock was released, and Yuling heard his every word clearly. As I leaped off the wooden post, Yuling smiled and addressed Sasuke's inquiry. It turned out that he wished to engage in another round. Very well, Since Sasuke desires another match, Naruto, you shall extricate yourself. Yuling chuckled, retreating over 30 meters to assume his martial arts stance. Both Naruto and Sasuke had their own unique combat techniques, while Yuling, with the assistance of the third Hokage, had developed an entire martial arts style, which he named Tianling style. His arms hung naturally at his sides, but in the next moment, he shifted his posture. His left arm crossed defensively in front of his body, legs spreading into a natural stance, while his right arm rested behind him. Yuling, do not go easy on us. Use both your hands. Sasuke, who despised being underestimated, perceived Yuling's withdrawn right arm as a signal that he intended to challenge both him and Naruto with one hand. Sasuke, do not misunderstand. This is my original martial arts style. If I were to confront you both head-on, I would not hold back. Rest assured, I shall defeat you fairly. Yuling retained his confidence, even revealing his technique, firmly believing he could vanquish his opponents once more. Yuling, I won't allow you to resort to tricks this time. With that, Naruto summoned his shadow clones, charging directly at Yuling. However, this time he exhibited some caution, refraining from recklessly employing the Naruto whirlwind. Perhaps he would still use it. 2 shadow clones propelled another clone and the original into the air. The sound of air being sliced echoed incessantly. Following a 720-degree rotation in midair, the airborne clone hurled the original towards Yuling with tremendous force. The speed was threefold that of the previous attempt. At this moment, Naruto unleashed his most formidable attack. Yuling's expression grew serious. He understood that such a collision would undoubtedly inflict severe injury or even render him unconscious. Even if he mitigated the impact, it was then that he made his move. Wind release, gale palm. Faced with such a direct assault, he could not afford to take it head-on. Yuling's strategy was to minimize damage while controlling Naruto, thereby significantly increasing his chances of victory. A concentrated gust of wind struck Naruto's projectile, instantly halving its velocity. Recognizing the effectiveness of this approach, Yuling prepared to unleash another gale palm to eliminate Naruto's threat entirely. However, Sasuke was determined not to allow Yuling to complete his seals so easily. Shadow clone technique. Sasuke charged at Yuling with remarkable speed. With no shadow clones to defend himself, for Sasuke simultaneously executed shadow dance leaves, effectively blocking Yuling's avenues of escape. Yet, Yuling's adaptability surpassed that of Sasuke. In an instant, he formed the seals. Shadow clone technique. Yuling once again summoned his shadow clones, this time employing a method akin to Naruto's. 2 clones formed seals on the ground while the original and another clone leaped into the air. Wind release, gale palm. This was the acceleration Yuling had spoken of. After concluding the wind technique, the 2 shadow clones were swiftly dispatched by Sasuke. Empowered by the wind release, Yuling surged forth with quintuple the speed of Naruto's whirlwind, charging directly at Naruto. However, suspended in midair, Naruto found himself unable to alter his trajectory to evade the impending collision. He could only resort once more to the shadow clone technique, propelling himself towards the ground. Yet, in the air, Yuling had another shadow clone by his side. Wind release, gale palm. In an instant, Yuling deftly changed direction, swiftly catching up to the newly turned Naruto. Gazing skyward, Naruto could only sigh. Confronted by the descending Yuling, he found himself helpless, resignedly spreading his limbs and closing his eyes. It wasn't until he was nearly grounded that he felt no pain from the impending impact, prompting him to open his eyes, only to discover the air before him devoid of any presence, as though he had merely imagined the encounter. Subsequently, he landed softly. Earth release, heart's decapitation technique. Once again, Naruto unleashed the same ninjutsu, yielding identical results against the same target. Such a straightforward and unyielding method had resolved one challenge without harm. Next, a duel commenced between 2 children endowed with both strength and intellect. Hey, could you let me out? Am I not allowed to interfere? Yuling, help. Big fool. After a brief exchange of trivial dialogue, the confrontation began in earnest. Yuling assumed his starting stance, his eyes fixated intently on Sasuke's lower body. Movement begins with the hips, and Yuling was poised to counter Sasuke's self-developed martial arts. Shadow clone technique. Employing his usual strategy, Sasuke initiated with a shadow clone to probe Yuling's defenses, unleashing a torrent of Leaf Village-style jutsu aimed at Yuling's flank. Indeed, it was merely at his side. With an unusual gait, Yuling remained unflustered, deftly evading the punches of the shadow clone, maintaining his stance, forever ready to exploit any opening for a counterattack. The Leaf Village-style technique was not without its pauses, and each interval presented a prime opportunity to disrupt the rhythm and launch an assault. The moment had arrived. Skyflow, first form, needle through the gap. Yuling unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, accurately targeting the vulnerable areas of the shadow clone. The waist, the hips, the elbows, the thighs, the nape, the shoulder, the knees, the ankles. Because it was merely a shadow clone, Yuling struck mercilessly. However, his right hand remained poised, yet inactive. Yuling, why aren't you using your right hand? I told you not to hold back. Sasuke could not bear to witness such a scenario. He could not allow himself to be bested by another using only one hand. All right, you fight well. It's simply not the right moment yet. Yuling replied leisurely as he continued to punch. Just before the shadow clone was sent flying, the earth at Yuling's feet shifted. Shadow Dance, Leaf. Two shadow clones erupted from the ground simultaneously, executing Shadow Dance, Leaf, intent on interrupting Yuling's assault and regaining control of the battlefield. However, Yuling merely smiled, and simultaneously his right hand moved. Skyflow, first form, finishing technique. Horizontal whip. His right hand swiftly emerged from behind, sweeping horizontally to repel the two shadow clones, forcing them back as they attempted to execute Shadow Dance, Leaf. His legs pressed firmly into the ground, fissures slowly spreading as he gathered strength, both calves embedding into the earth. Subsequently, a surge of power coursed through his entire body, concentrating in his right arm, and he struck out once more. The two shadow clones dissipated in response. Perhaps this was the limit of a 5-year-old child, achieving such remarkable potential and perfectly unlocking the capabilities of the human body. Now, Sasuke finally comprehended that Yuling had indeed not held back. It was merely his own weakness that had prevented him from eliciting such a decisive move. However, how could he abandon his assault after such a blow? Shadow Clone Technique. This time, the original joined the fray, closely following the three shadow clones while continuously shifting positions. With Yuling's lethal move revealed, he had no reason to remain stationary and passively endure attacks. He too dashed toward Sasuke. Even Yuling had only unlocked the first form of his own style, as true combat experience was essential for developing effective offensive strategies. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, soon becoming entangled, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, this time, Sasuke's punching stance had changed. This was no longer the Leaf Village style. It was the authentic Uchiha style. Indeed, one could not help but admire the Uchiha clan. At merely 5 years of age, he had practiced the entire Uchiha fluid techniques, launching a series of precise attacks utilizing every joint in his body. Such a seamless barrage, if not for the absence of the Sharingan, would have further enhanced his accuracy, and it was likely that Yuling would face defeat today. Nonetheless, it must be said, ninjutsu was currently Yuling's forte. After interrupting Sasuke's offensive with a sweeping kick, Yuling decisively retreated, leaping back to create a distance of several dozen meters. This distance was ample for Yuling to focus on forming seals. In a mere second, he completed 5 seals, and just as Sasuke reached halfway, the ninjutsu was unleashed. Oh no, Sasuke thought, realizing the danger, and rolled behind a rock to evade. It was fire release. The fire element chakra surged forth. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yuling, when did you master a C-rank ninjutsu? Sasuke instantly recognized the signs. Such a powerful fire release could not be matched by a D-rank ninjutsu that merely increased chakra. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he could naturally distinguish between various fire techniques. You figured it out. Fire release was my first advancement to C-rank ninjutsu. After all, the extensive range of D-rank techniques lacked sufficient power, so I requested this from the third Hokage. How does it feel? Yuling stood in place, observing the circle of scorched grass around him, excitedly inquiring of Sasuke. Naturally, showing off was also a trait of children. However, even after witnessing such prowess, Sasuke had no intention of conceding. He leaped from behind the rock, clearly forming seals with his hands. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Likewise, a C-rank ninjutsu. 2 small fireballs, freely manipulable, appeared before Sasuke, then shot toward Yuling, who stood at the center of the fiery circle. Oh, so you can use ninjutsu too? Yuling remarked, watching the incoming fireballs without averting his gaze. Of course. How could I possibly fall behind you? Sasuke shouted, controlling the fireballs as they flew toward Yuling. He believed that Yuling must have exhausted his chakra by now and would be unable to defend effectively. However, The subsequent scene shattered his confidence. The Earth Release, Rock's Sealing Technique. This very technique, once employed to confine Sasuke, now encircled him as a formidable defense against the swiftly approaching fireball. The jutsu required but a single hand sign, allowing for instantaneous execution, leaving Sasuke astonished by Yuling's strategic prowess. Such a meticulously crafted countermeasure, dominating the rhythm of the entire match, was beyond Sasuke's reach. Just as he was engulfed in disbelief, he found himself ensnared and momentarily paralyzed by a surge of lightning. Shadow Clone Technique. Water Release, Water Whip. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. While his true self remained within the protective embrace of the rock ceiling, two shadow clones had already closed in on Sasuke, launching a combination of jutsu to subdue him. "You are incredibly strong," Sasuke gasped, kneeling on the ground, straining to keep one eye open as he quietly spoke to Yuling. He had exhausted his chakra with the earlier fire technique, clearly underestimating his opponent's strength. In his 5 years of life, even Sasuke had never openly expressed such sentiments to his elder brother. Yuling was the first he genuinely praised. Perhaps Yuling truly surpassed Uchiha Itachi in strength. This match concluded with Yuling's effortless victory. Effortless. Perhaps only Yuling truly understood the weight of that victory. "Hey, are we done yet? Hurry up and let me out. I'm suffocating in here," Naruto exclaimed, his impatience palpable. "In half a year, you'll be attending ninja school. Are you excited?" Minato, returning home, watched Naruto devour his meal with concern for his future. After all, ninja school was a rite of passage for everyone, varying only in terms of duration. "Dad, will there be ramen at ninja school?" Naruto asked, his words muffled as he hastily devoured his food. "Ramen? What kind of ramen? That's unhealthy. Your mother will prepare you bento," Kushina interjected, her maternal instincts surging forth, eager to speak before Minato could. "All right." Naruto knew that any further protest would lead to a scolding from his mother, prompting him to fall silent. A similar scene unfolded at the Uchiha clan leader's home. "Sasuke, in half a year, you'll be able to attend ninja school. Are you looking forward to it?" Itachi inquired gently, and in his presence, Sasuke exhibited an uncharacteristic softness. "Yes, I've been training with Yuling and have learned so much. I will surely bring honor to our clan at ninja school." Young Sasuke understood the pride of the Uchiha, working diligently to enhance his family's reputation. "Haha, splendid. Truly, you are my child." Fugaka laughed heartily as he observed Sasuke. He had witnessed Sasuke's performance through the crystal ball, alongside the 4th and 3rd Hokages, clearly aware of how adeptly his merely 5-year-old son executed a C-rank fire technique. While chakra levels would naturally rise with age and training, to Fugaku, the two fireballs were hardly concerning. What mattered more was the control. Sasuke proudly gazed at his father, the current Uchiha clan leader, declaring, "Father, I can use Phoenix Fire now." He, of course, remained oblivious, while his father comprehended his circumstances far more profoundly than he did. "Indeed, that is quite commendable. Keep up the good work. Will you accompany me in my training, brother?" As he spoke, Sasuke could not forget to tug at Itachi, yearning for his brother's guidance and practice. He could never erase the memory of his brother's exceptional shuriken techniques, such deftness and skill that had captivated him since childhood, making him aspire to master such abilities one day. "Sasuke, come here." "Okay. Ah, that hurts." Upon hearing his brother's call, Sasuke excitedly dashed over, only to be met with the usual playful flick of Itachi's fingers against his forehead. "Forgive me, Sasuke. I have a mission tomorrow, so I must rest early." "Perhaps next time," Itachi said, a gentle smile gracing his face as he observed Sasuke's pout. "You can practice chakra on your own. It's time to prepare for school," suggested Sasuke's mother, Mikoto Uchiha, who watched the two brothers with warmth. "Let your brother be. He is quite a busy person." "Fine, then I shall go practice." With that, Sasuke trudged reluctantly towards his room, muttering under his breath, reminiscent of Naruto, "Brother is such a big liar." Meanwhile, in another household, the scene was quite different. Little Yuling. "In 6 months, you will reach the age for school," his grandfather remarked. "Yes, Grandpa. What will they teach us in school?" As usual, Yuling eagerly initiated the inquiry. He was always keen to explore the future, having learned much from the 3rd Hokage. "Haha, are you in such a hurry, Yuling?" The 3rd Hokage's kind smile crinkled the lines on his face, yet when he smiled, he appeared remarkably youthful. Yuling was like a beacon of hope for him. He wished to prove that his own skills had not dulled with age through Yuling's achievements. "Grandpa?" Yuling inquired softly, lifting his gaze. "Yes? In school?" They will teach you the rules of being a ninja, ethics, and some strategies that will prove useful. These are all very important. So be sure to pay attention in class, the third Hokage replied, momentarily lost in thought until Yuling's voice brought him back to focus. No, I meant the techniques for combat, Grandpa, Yuling corrected, slightly anxious. He had little patience for theoretical knowledge, though mastering it would be child's play for him. What truly intrigued him was ninjutsu. Oh, you mean ninjutsu. In school, you will only learn 3 E-rank techniques, but they are quite practical on the battlefield. E-rank ninjutsu? What exactly are they? If they are useful, they must have practical applications, Yuling pondered, arriving at this conclusion after a brief moment of contemplation. Indeed, these 3 techniques are collectively referred to as the 3 body techniques, the clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. Each of these can be immensely effective in various situations, the third Hokage explained. However, before he could elaborate further, Yuling independently grasped the applications of these techniques. The art of shadow clones may serve to tantalize adversaries during combat, while transformation techniques prove invaluable for intelligence gathering, and the substitution technique is primarily a means of self-preservation. However, my dear grandfather, what distinguishes the shadow clone technique from the regular clone technique? Yuling mused aloud, incisively addressing the crux of the matter. You've uncovered that. To clarify, the shadow clone technique I previously taught you is classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. The clones summoned by this technique possess physical forms and can engage in attacks. In contrast, the basic clone technique resembles an illusion, conjuring mere projections devoid of offensive or defensive capabilities. The third Hokage meticulously explained, anxious that his sole disciple might stray from the path and forfeit the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet, this was an unfounded worry. Yuling's talent transcended mere intellect and ninjutsu. I understand now. I shall proceed with my training. I am certain there are many formidable peers at the academy. After absorbing this information, Yuling hurried off to practice. Growing up in solitude, he had not had close encounters with others besides the third Hokage, and thus remained unaware of the village dynamics. Nevertheless, as a child imbued with a strong sense of urgency, he prioritized training above all else. Before the third Hokage could organize his thoughts, Yuling had already dashed out. Alas, among his contemporaries, who could possibly rival young Yuling? The third Hokage sighed, watching as he realized he could not catch up, only able to stand within the house and chuckle ruefully. Undoubtedly, no one in Yuling's age group could match his prowess. Even Naruto, who had fallen victim to Yuling's techniques, had few contenders in the village. It seemed impractical to place Yuling alongside other children. It was time to consult Minato. The third Hokage contemplated this, determined to cultivate the finest conditions for young Yuling, conditions truly befitting a prodigy. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, stuffed his pipe with fresh tobacco, and ambled out of Yuling's home, making his way towards Minato's residence. Meanwhile, Naruto stared intently at his father's unique shuriken, a design he had only ever seen in the possession of his father. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, jolting Naruto from his reverie. The only visitors likely to come to their home were Yuling or Sasuke, both of whom he eagerly wished to play with. However, this time, disappointment awaited him. Cough, cough. Puff. What an overwhelming cloud of smoke. Who might you be, old man? As Naruto rushed to open the door, he collided with a thick fog of smoke. Oh, little Naruto has grown so much. The elderly gentleman outside wore a benevolent smile, but Naruto squinted at the bearded figure, tilting his head in confusion, unable to recall who he was. This was understandable. After the Nine-Tails incident 5 years prior, the third Hokage had seemingly vanished from the villagers' sight. He had retired, and Naruto had never encountered the frail-looking elder before. Naruto, do not be rude. Invite the gentleman in. This is none other than the third Hokage. Upon hearing Naruto's call, Kushina peered out to ascertain the source, quickly recognizing the iconic features of the third Hokage. Ah, Kushina, he greeted with a warm smile. How are you? I have come to speak with Minato. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the third Hokage shifted his focus to the fourth Hokage. I'm here, Minato exclaimed, instantly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to materialize atop the kunai that Naruto had been gazing at moments prior. What brings you here in person, third Hokage? Haha. It's nothing of great consequence, merely a matter concerning this year's Ninja Academy, the third Hokage replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor while nonetheless addressing the core issue at hand. Grandfather, I'm about to attend Ninja Academy too. I'm really strong, Naruto exuberantly declared, bouncing around in front of the third Hokage, eager to showcase his prowess. All right, Naruto. Why don't you go play for a bit? Your father has serious matters to discuss, Minato urged, turning to gently restrain the exuberant Naruto and directing him to his own room. Kushina, understanding the intent, accompanied Naruto back to his quarters. Third Hokage, are you referring to Yuling? Minato ventured once he and the third Hokage were alone. Indeed, but in my humble opinion, both Sasuke from the Uchiha clan and your child also require special consideration. A regular ninja academy would only stifle their potential, the third Hokage remarked with a weighty tone, his words laced with significance. I see. So, you mean to say that the three of them should attend school, albeit with a different curriculum? Minato pondered for a moment, finding this approach feasible. Yes, moreover, the duration of their schooling could be shortened, allowing them to develop their abilities more effectively, the third Hokage elaborated. However, third Hokage, we are not in a time of war. Such accelerated progress could not only jeopardize their health, but could also lead to significant issues if other villages were to become aware, Minato expressed. Recalling the ominous words spoken by Otsutsuki 5 years prior, it was imperative that war not be instigated before Yuling matured. This concern was not born from fear of adversaries, but rather from the dread that Otsutsuki could indeed bring about the end of the world. Haha, you need not worry so much. I no longer possess the fervor of my youth, and such stringent measures will not be implemented. I merely intend to establish a special class at the Ninja Academy, where they can delve deeper into ninjutsu. As for other theoretical knowledge, I trust they will grasp it in a short time. Of course, the duration is only to be shortened by 2 years. Allowing them to become genin a bit earlier might not be a detriment. The third Hokage articulated his plan, hoping for Minato's acquiescence. Very well, third Hokage. I will arrange for such a class, initially allowing the 3 of them to participate. However, who do you think would be suitable to serve as their instructor? Minato mused, recognizing the potential opportunity to lay a foundation for formidable combat prowess in the future, and thus agreed to the third Hokage's proposal. Kakashi Hitaki, the third Hokage suggested. Half a year passed, and at last, it was time for Yuling's generation to commence their education, under the guidance of their respective parents. Some children bounced joyfully, unable to contain their excitement at the prospect of meeting their friends, while others complained incessantly, dragging their feet until pulled along by their parents. Among them was Yuling, who, with a determined spirit, insisted, "Grandpa, I can go by myself. There's no need for you to make the trip for me. Once I'm at school, you can rest." He graciously declined the well-intentioned offer from the 3 generations of his family and set off alone towards the forthcoming opening ceremony of the school year. For him, the paths within the village were as familiar as the back of his hand, rendering the possibility of getting lost utterly inconceivable. Preferring solitude, he leapt onto the rooftops of neighboring houses, embarking on a quiet stroll above the ground. Will I end up being the last to succeed? He pondered, still uncertain of the abilities of the other children in the village. Consistently, his thoughts gravitated toward the prowess of his peers as the school year approached. While most would argue that the personalities of classmates should be the primary focus, Yuling remained true to himself. Without such a mindset, he would not have achieved his current level of excellence. Over the past 6 months, he had made significant strides, without even mentioning his physical skills. He had transformed all previously learned D-rank ninjutsu into corresponding C-rank techniques, tailored to his own desires. His mastery of the fire release, great fireball technique had also seen considerable refinement. The evolution of ninjutsu from D to C is no trivial task. It entails altering chakra transmission, enhancing chakra release, and even completely transforming the release method itself. For a child not yet 6 years old to accomplish the improvement of 5 ninjutsu within a mere 6 months is nothing short of remarkable. Meanwhile, Naruto was not idle during this period either. He, too, had seemingly awakened to his potential, learning to tap into chakra, which allowed him to utilize his inherent Uzumaki clan physique to its fullest. As a result, he gained substantial capacity for chakra storage. It is no exaggeration to say that his chakra now surpassed Yuling's by more than 5-fold, enabling him to summon as many as 100 shadow clones at once. This transformation allowed what would have been a one-on-one confrontation to become a chaotic brawl. In a time when students lacked mastery of ninjutsu, sheer numbers became a decisive advantage. Many ants can indeed take down an elephant, and with Naruto's strength, It was akin to a herd of elephants trampling ants. Conversely, Sasuke, endowed with both fire and lightning chakra, specialized in fire release. Mastering multiple C-rank fire ninjutsu at such a tender age, an achievement that even the legendary Uchiha Itachi had not attained at his age. During this time, he had successfully persuaded Itachi to practice shuriken techniques with him on several occasions. Under Itachi's dazzling and intricate tutelage, Sasuke absorbed much, managing to replicate some of his skills. At the very least, he could now strike targets hidden behind obstacles with greater accuracy. Unlike Yuling, these two were not oblivious to the capabilities of their peers. Their parents, being influential figures, were well aware of the general levels of the village's children. Every day, Fuyue and Mizumon are tasked with the responsibility of gently reminding Sasuke and Naruto not to become so engrossed in their training that they lose their youthful innocence. At their age, play should be a priority. They shouldn't act like old men, solely fixated on training. What child does not cherish the joy of play? However, remarkably, both boys respond in unison. If we do not train diligently, we risk being left behind by Yuling. At that point, I would feel too ashamed to approach him for play. Does Yuling truly exert such pressure? It is worth noting that the 31st training ground has become akin to Yuling's private training arena. Whenever a ninja wishes to train there, they invariably encounter Yuling's diligent figure. Naturally, there are those who wish to claim the practice ground for themselves, yet they are merely low-ranking ninjas. Currently, in the village, there are no more than 3 teams capable of matching Yuling's prowess, and those who challenge him are invariably defeated soundly. For those ranked Chunin and above, each has their own familiar training grounds, not confined to Konoha's designated areas. Thus, over the past 6 months, aside from Yuling, only Sasuke and Naruto have occasionally frequented the 31st training ground. As Yuling pondered the best way to assess his classmates' abilities, he unknowingly ascended to the rooftop of the school. Upon realizing this, he leaped from the rooftop, landing in a distant corner of the podium. It seemed as if no one had noticed him. Yuling, why are you so late? Without fail, it was Naruto whose enthusiasm welcomed him. As Yuling looked up, he also spotted Sasuke beside Naruto. Good morning. Hey, good morning. Has it started? Yuling inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. Shouldn't they still be with their parents? His speculation was confirmed. The speech has already begun. The parents have all left. The speaker is an old man who has visited my home before. It seems everyone calls him the third Hokage. Without needing to ask further, Naruto eagerly divulged all he knew. Such innocent exuberance is indeed unparalleled. Ah, I see, Yuling mused. Let us listen attentively. Otherwise, the third Hokage might become displeased. All right. Sasuke remained as aloof as ever, as if reluctant to utter another word. However, had Itachi been present, he would surely recognize that Sasuke was still sulking. After all, the proud young Sasuke could not easily swallow the defeat he had suffered at Yuling's hands. The scene below was chaotic. Most of the children had fallen asleep against their parents, while the speech on stage approached its conclusion. No one knew how the third Hokage could speak for such an extended duration. It was almost reminiscent of a ninjutsu. Wherever leaves flutter, fire will ignite. Children, carry forth the will of fire. All right. Naruto was instantly moved by the fervent rhetoric. Even upon hearing just those words, he found himself weeping and crying out in affirmation. A multitude of gazes converged on Naruto, while Sasuke swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby tree. He could not withstand the scrutiny of unfamiliar eyes. Oh dear, this is troublesome. At that moment, Yuling could only silently lament his predicament. Any further action might draw even more attention to himself. Thus, one had to directly cover Naruto's mouth, grasp his throat, and forcibly drag him aside. After the commotion had subsided, they anxiously removed their hand from Naruto's mouth, vigorously rubbing it against his clothing. All right, little ones. Awaken. It's time to prepare for school, announced Irika-sensei, who had appeared just in time. He was a seasoned educator at this ninja academy. Although his combat skills were not particularly formidable on the battlefield, his gentle demeanor and profound theoretical knowledge, akin to that of Minato, rendered him perfectly suited for the role of a teacher. Upon hearing such a warm voice, the newly enrolled students lowered their guard, leaving their parents behind, and began to walk towards the school on their own. Let us go as well, Yuling said, pulling Naruto and Sasuke along with the crowd. However, the hand that was being held was quickly withdrawn. Sasuke, being naturally averse to physical contact, resisted. As for Naruto, he was already far ahead. having dashed off without needing to be urged by Yuling Naruto. Yuling called out, but Naruto, who was leading the charge, was too engrossed in his own loud shouts to hear her. In just a few strides, they arrived at the schoolyard, ready for their first assembly. The students had heard that the teachers would randomly assign classes and initiate activities to help everyone get acquainted. However, this year was evidently different. Various equipment had already been set up on the playground. All right, children, quiet down. Our first order of business is a test. This year's class division is unlike any previous ones. Exceptional talents will have the opportunity to engage in advanced teaching. Therefore, each of you needs to complete all the tasks on the field one by one. Those who rank high in average scores or demonstrate outstanding individual achievements will qualify for the advanced class. Warm up on your own. The testing will commence in half an hour. Standing on the platform was the imposing figure of Ibiki Marino, distinguished by his signature scarred face, black headband, and a long black coat. Upon hearing such a serious and authoritative voice, the students naturally divided into two groups. One group, like Naruto, exclaimed, "Wow, who is that? So cool. He is way more formidable than my dad." The other group, however, was too frightened to utter a word. Yet, in the next moment, they all became one group. Noticing that the children remained motionless, utterly oblivious to the need for warm-up exercises, Ibiki withdrew his ever-present whip, striking the ground forcefully while shouting, "What are you all doing? Hurry up!" The students screamed and scattered. "Ibiki, isn't that a bit too much?" Irika observed with a wry smile, trusting Ibiki, who was in the criminal investigation department, yet unable to condone his excessive methods. Without allowing the children to heed some advice, they might encounter chaos on the battlefield later on. Ibiki was truly a master of stoicism. No matter the effort, his face, aside from his eyelids and lips, remained utterly expressionless. In a secluded mountain area of the ninja world, a voice inquired, "How is the seed progressing?" "Quite well, as expected from our Otsutsuki lineage." "Truly a genius. Is there someone nearby?" "Yes." The Minister of Scouts, Yuefei, personally monitored the situation, ready to report any issues directly. "This is satisfactory. I have been buried for long enough. It is time for the world to once again witness the absolute authority of the Otsutsuki clan. Long live the clan leader. Prepare well. There are surely some formidable children in the village. The final challenge is a duel, and it is imperative to emerge victorious." Yuling remarked to Sasuke and Naruto. It seems Yuling is perhaps the only child untouched by intimidation. This child is indeed a promising talent. Standing on the platform, Ibiki noticed this as well, and thus spoke to Irika. Indeed, this child was personally nurtured by the third Hokage. Last time, when Asuma mentioned him, there was a hint of envy in his tone. Haha. Irika also held high hopes for this child, and naturally shared all he knew with Ibiki. "Soon, we will discern whether it is straw or solid substance." "Yes, but hey, if you decide to take action, please be gentle." Irika was genuinely concerned about his future students. He was well aware of Ibiki's methods. Once he strikes, it would either result in death or severe injury. "Rest assured, he is a child from my own village. I know how to handle it." However, this statement lacked persuasiveness, as Irika had practically memorized it. "Well, since you've said that, I have little else to add. Let us go and observe." Sighing and rubbing his forehead, Irika made his decision. It was indeed unsettling to leave Ibiki to supervise alone. Half an hour passed. "Everyone assemble." The whip cracked mercilessly against the ground nearby, causing even Irika to flinch. A gentle person would not easily adapt to such strictness. With an awkward smile, he announced to the students, "Listen closely, children. You may now form 3 lines. The order does not matter, just stand properly. Then, begin counting from 1. When you reach 5, start over. After counting, the student numbered 1 will wait on the left straight path. Number 2 will go to the left curve. Number 3 to the central playground, and numbers 4 and 3 will go to the same location, but must delineate their boundaries. Number 5 will head to the lakeside outside the school. After completing 1 test, proceed clockwise to the next. Once all tests are finished, gather at the school practice field, where instructors will guide you. Is that clear?" After Irika's detailed explanation, the students remained silent. No matter how gentle Irika was, a fierce teacher was present nearby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each student counted off, while Naruto and Sasuke separated from Yuling. Naruto was number 1, Sasuke was number 2, and Yuling was number 3. However, none of this mattered. As Yuling was unaware of the other's strengths, he would naturally give his all in this test. Although he found it curious why he so ardently desired to become stronger, he simply followed his heart. To grow stronger, and then stronger still. The test commenced. Yuling's first test, number 3, concerned strength. The 5 instructors held sandbags, and the students were required to strike the bags so that the instructors could gauge their power. These instructors were well versed in the grading of strength for such examinations, rendering this a fair test. What level do you think Yuling can achieve? The Watergate stood amidst the trees, inquiring about the performance of the third Hokage, who was similarly observing the test below. It would surely astonish you. I estimate he could at least compel that sandbag carrier to retreat. What? Watergate was taken aback by such an estimation. He was well aware that the third Hokage would never jest about matters of this nature. However, those instructors were all formidable men, selected from the elite close combat forces of Konoha. How could such a physique be repelled by someone as seemingly frail as Yuling? Just wait and see. I cannot predict Yuling's growth either. Nevertheless, he is undoubtedly a prodigy. The third Hokage felt a swell of pride. Even geniuses require a commendable mentor. And he prided himself on being that mentor. A brilliant student brought glory to the teacher. The test commenced. Confronted with the sandbag, Yuling exhibited a moment of uncertainty. Such a sandbag could be easily shattered. Yet, time did not permit hesitation. He prepared his initial stance, ready to deliver his utmost strength in a decisive strike. At the sound of the examiner's whistle, Yuling launched into action. With his right hand clasped behind his back, he stepped forward into a bow stance. His left hand raised defensively, executing a reverse spin. What was this posture? The children who had never witnessed Yuling's unique martial arts style were baffled. However, before they could discuss it, Yuling's upper body began to rotate. The first technique of the Tianling style, the finishing move, horizontal whip. Whack crack. The first sound was the impact of his arm against the sandbag. The second was the sound of the sandbag shattering. The third was the heavy retreat of the instructor. The students in the same venue were already wide-eyed with astonishment. At merely 6 years of age, Yuling could deliver a sweeping blow powerful enough to push back a genin, or perhaps even a chunin, through the sandbag. How terrifying that was. Shattering the sandbag earned him 30 points. Repelling the instructor garnered an additional 20 points. And the instructor's score was 50 points. A perfect score of 100. As expected of Yuling. Watergate, perched in the tree, could not suppress his exclamation. He recognized that martial arts style, but had not anticipated that such a technique could accumulate such immense energy instantaneously. Meanwhile, the third Hokage beamed with delight, as though he had regained some of his youth. The test continued. The other students concluded their evaluations and gathered to rest. Among the remaining students, none had managed to repel the instructor, and only a few had even managed to cause a tremor in him. Among this group was a plump boy who, upon seeing Yuling alone, approached him willingly, sensing Yuling's kindness. Hey, young man, would you like some chips? Sharing chips makes us friends. The rotund hand extended a newly opened bag of chips. Although Yuling did not know him, he amiably accepted a few pieces. Since the other party was there to make friends, why not forge a new bond? I am Yuling. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yuling smiled warmly at the chubby boy. The boy, with a somewhat raspy voice, replied, I am Akimichi Choji. I look forward to our friendship. Even when he smiled, it perfectly concealed his eyes. The two companions made their way toward the next test, where they would evaluate their defensive capabilities. 3 instructors donned boxing gloves stood ready on the field. Although their physiques differ and their methods of attack as well as the damage they inflict vary, they have devised a common scoring standard. A more slender instructor assigns 1 point for 3 punches. A slightly more robust one awards 1 point for a punch and a kick, while the strongest of them grants 1 point for a single punch. Yuling and Ding Xiai entered the arena simultaneously. Observing Yuling's frail frame, Ding Xiai, in a considerate gesture, graciously vacated the position of the strongest instructor. Recognizing Ding Xi's goodwill, Yuling smiled in appreciation and proceeded towards the central instructor. Naturally, he would not choose the opponent with the lowest damage threshold. In this arena, all defensive maneuvers are permissible, yet proactive attacks on the instructor are prohibited, and evading attacks does not accrue points. If one can no longer endure, they may call for a halt, and the instructor will cease the engagement. Calling for a halt or being knocked away or down will be regarded as the conclusion of the assessment, after which the points will be tallied in whole numbers. The person in charge of the arena addressed the group of students. As before, Yuling confidently stepped forward first. The other students either had yet to recover from the recoil of the previous attacks or were curious to see just how capable this young man in white truly was. Ding Xiai followed closely behind Yuling, accompanying him in this scrutiny. "Little student, I am about to begin," announced the instructor facing Yuling, as he launched a straight punch towards him. "Yes, I look forward to your guidance," Yuling responded, taking a stance and calmly confronting the instructor's fist. The Tianling style currently lacks techniques for deflecting force, so Yuling could only rely on finding openings for defense. Clearly, this was not conducive to a defensive strategy. Engaging directly with such formidable fists was not his style. Third Hokage, he cannot endure for long this time, can he? After all, he is still young and has limited techniques. Watergate expressed his concern. Such a promising talent must not be extinguished by a single blow due to overconfidence. Such a fate would have repercussions for the entire ninja world. Alas, this is indeed not young Yuling's forte. I hope he can manage it well. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, intently watching Yuling, anxious for his safety. These fists are indiscriminate, after all. However, such worry proved unnecessary. While Yuling could not effectively defend himself nor launch an attack, passive counterattacks remained an option. Thus, a scene unfolded where he countered the instructor's moves. Tianling first style. Finding the gap. As the straight punch approached, Yuling slightly crouched, lifting his left arm with finesse. "Little student, if you evade, it won't count for points," the instructor kindly reminded him, believing Yuling was preparing to dodge the attack. "Rest assured, uncle, I will not evade," Yuling declared as the fist drew near, and at that moment, he unleashed his own strike. His left fist accurately struck the instructor's wrist, causing the fist to deflect upward, away from Yuling's body. Not bad. This time it's with the leg. The instructor, witnessing such a counter for the first time, was filled with exhilaration and launched a direct kick towards Yuling. Once more, Yuling's left fist connected with the instructor's ankle. What remarkable foresight and reflexes. This kick was effectively redirected to the ground, the offense thwarted once more. On the right, Ding Xiai, after employing a portion of the multiplication technique, found himself relentlessly besieged. While Yuling, on the other hand, engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, neither side gaining the upper hand. Not once did the instructor manage to strike Yuling. As Yuling began to gasp for air, groups of competitors had already cycled through, with the final group poised to enter the fray. However, the man opposing Yuling, as an instructor, maintained his breath with remarkable steadiness. After all, it was an adult battling a child. If he were to tire, it would be quite unreasonable. "Now, let me test my limits," Yuling requested, feeling a surge of curiosity about his current capabilities. "Very well, but do let me know if it becomes too much. There are 3 more tests ahead," the instructor remarked, his concern evident yet his movements unceasing. "Accelerate. Charge." A straight punch. This time, as Yuling attempted to exploit an opening, he sensed a twinge of numbness. His left arm had evidently been overexerted. Thus, he withdrew his right arm. Horizontal whip. He forcefully deflected the straight punch. "Instructor, let us have one final blow." Crack. This straight kick was sent flying by the horizontally executed whip once more. Yuling could no longer endure. "Well done, young man. Go check your score. Don't rush back. Make sure to rest properly." The instructor, now aware he might have encountered a genuine prodigy, watched Yuling with heightened interest. "That lad you just faced was impressive. Go find out his score for me. I'm utterly exhausted." With that, the instructor plopped down onto the ground. Shortly after, the other 2 instructors returned with the results. The young man you just faced exceeded the scoring limit. He endured 126 punches and 126 kicks. Another perfect score in a single category. "Yuling, what was your score?" "I managed to withstand 82 heavy punches." "I haven't checked yet. I'll look later." "Well done. Congratulations, Ding Xiai." "Haha. Defense is indeed our Akimichi clan's forte. Let us move on to the next." Yuling arrived at the 5th testing area, which was his forte, ninjutsu. The requirements for this exam were straightforward. Mindlessly release 1's ninjutsu, with each attribute restricted to a single technique, including non-attribute ninjutsu, with the goal being to shatter a stone block 10 meters away. Each ninjutsu that made contact with the stone earned 10 points, while shattering it awarded 20. This simplicity, however, confounded numerous students. The optimal age for learning ninjutsu is around 8, approximately 2 years after enrollment. At this point, most students lacked any formidable techniques, and many from the preceding 2 groups received 0 points. "Yuling, the instructor mentioned you should rest well. I'll be back shortly. With that, Ding Xiai headed off to Q. Yuling, understanding his good intentions, followed suit and joined the line. In front of the line stood an unassuming boy, sporting sunglasses and a high-collared jacket. Previously, he had scored 3 points in offense while outright forfeiting defense. Now he was at the front. This left many classmates perplexed about the situation. At first glance, this child appeared to possess no remarkable abilities. One might wonder why he would come to this place to seek amusement, yet, undeterred by the scornful jests of others. The boy adjusted his collar and promptly began to unleash his ninjutsu. Tiny insects emerged from within him, gradually coalescing into a tangible form outside his body. He was a pestilence controller, wielding the cursed insects. A swarm of these cursed creatures, under the boy's control, slowly advanced towards a stone. The moment the cursed insects made contact with the stone, it shattered silently into pieces. None could discern how this transpired, yet the evidence lay before them. Oil Woman Shino. 20 points, announced the instructor, revealing the score of this unassuming boy. So he belonged to the Oil Woman clan. Indeed, his earlier withdrawal had been quite strategic. This child exhibited commendable intelligence and could be placed in a special class. Watergate held great admiration for this quiet child. How wonderful it would be if his own Naruto could exhibit such composure. It was no wonder that the Oil Woman had given up earlier. Yuling, pondering thoughtfully, deduced the rationale behind that decision. The Oil Woman clan was notably weak in close combat. Soon, it was Ding Xi's turn. The previous children had failed to execute any noteworthy ninjutsu, and thus, they were swiftly eliminated. Ding Xiai utilized the multiplication technique, extending his arm 10 meters to effortlessly smash the stone. Then it was Yuling's turn. However, Yuling felt a twinge of anxiety. This concern stemmed not from the number of attempts, but rather from the inadequacy of his fire-style techniques to break through, while other fire techniques remained unlearned, and the D-rank techniques lacked sufficient power. This predicament left him momentarily dazed, standing still at the 10-meter mark. Yuling, please commence your performance, the instructor urged, growing impatient. Oh, right. Yuling snapped back to attention, yet struggled to devise a strategy. In a moment of reverie, he recalled Sasuke's fire techniques. Memories surfaced, and his hands instinctively formed seals. After a somewhat unfamiliar sequence, he completed the jutsu. With a quick exhale, he exclaimed, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." Although he only released a small fireball, it accurately struck the stone, which shattered upon impact from 10 meters away. Phew! A blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. To his surprise, it had worked. Yuling breathed a huge sigh of relief. If he could achieve full marks with the technique he was most apprehensive about, the remaining challenges would undoubtedly pose no issue. All right, 20 points. Next, water style, water whip. A precise strike. Break. Earth style, rock ceiling. A forceful compression. Break. Lightning style, earth walk. A swift penetration. Break. Wind style, gale palm. A miniature tempest. Break. Yuling, full marks. The instructor was utterly astonished. Even as a chunin, he had only mastered one chakra attribute, and witnessing such nimble hand seals and speed clearly indicated years of diligent practice. This young boy, Yuling, must possess all 5 chakra types. This was nothing short of miraculous. The first bloodline collector of Konoha. Yuling, you're incredible. 5 chakra attributes. Ding Xiai exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face. It was his first time witnessing such a plethora of ninjutsu. The skillful execution filled Ding Xiai with envy. Let us proceed to measure speed. Yuling composed himself and called for Ding Xiai to join him for the next round. However, Ding Xiai replied, I think I'll sit this one out. I'm opting out of the next 2 matches and will wait for the final showdown. Best of luck. This was to be expected, as the Akimichi clan had never produced ninjas known for speed and agility, which were indeed their weaknesses, making it difficult for them to improve in those areas. Forcing Ding Xiai to compete would only put him in a difficult position. Thus, Yuling proceeded to the first division alone. Here, it was all about pure speed. The 100-meter sprint was to be conducted without the use of ninjutsu or any tools, relying solely on physical prowess. If ninjutsu were permitted, Yuling would have no worries. A single fierce air palm could propel him across the distance. However, he had no choice but to run earnestly. Standing at the starting line, there were 10 participants, 9 of whom, including Yuling, had their hands clasped behind their backs, leaning forward, ready to spring at the sound of the whistle. The 10th, however, was positioned on all fours, head raised, eyes fixed on the ground ahead, limbs spread out, his fingertips gripping the earth. His name was Inazuka Kiba, a member of the Inazuka clan and naturally a skilled ninja dog user. He was well versed in various canine techniques and could execute combination moves with his ninja dog. His stance was emblematic of a ninja dog user. The whistle blew. The 10 students surged forward, and it was immediately clear who was in the lead. Inazuka Kiba? His speed was honed through years of training alongside his ninja dog, and there was no way he could be outpaced by these children who had never ventured beyond their village. Following closely was Yuling. His training since the age of 3 had endowed him with a physique superior to others, making running a trivial pursuit. Ah, the Inazuka kid. He surely needs to be placed in a special class. Such speed combined with reconnaissance skills. He could potentially collaborate with the child from the Yamanaka clan. Minato was keenly aware of talent, and this speed was certainly something he would value. Indeed, this cohort was brimming with hidden talents. Observing the array of gifted children, the third Hokage felt a renewed hope for the future of Konoha, easing his concerns about his legacy. This approach was truly commendable. It would be beneficial to allow students to specialize in their strengths earlier, proving far more effective than traditional teaching methods. The third Hokage added, in the 100 meters, Inazuka Kiba finished in 9:58 seconds, with 10 seconds being the perfect score. Yuling closely followed, achieving a time of 10:02 seconds, earning himself a high score of 98. Hey, not bad, kid. You're almost keeping up with me. I'm Inazuka Kiba. Would you like to be my little brother? Kiba boisterously declared, looking at his defeated rival. Yuling, hearing this, turned with a friendly demeanor and replied, I'm Yuling. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh. So what do you say about me being your big brother? I'll look out for you. Kiba continued to press, evidently unsatisfied with Yuling's response, eager to recruit him as a subordinate. No thanks, I'm heading to the next test. Until we meet again. With that, Yuling turned his head and walked away. He certainly had no interest in being someone else's subordinate. Merely being swift did not qualify him to be the leader of Yuling, which was quite a fanciful notion. Yuling deemed it too childish and thus distanced himself early on. However, I am Inazuka. Would you care to be my subordinate? The final test commenced. Focusing on agility, the students were required to evade various obstacles and navigate a winding path. Reaching the finish line would earn them 50 points, while completing it in under 20 seconds would yield a perfect score. Yuling's condition had nearly returned to its peak, ready to surge through the obstacles. But he noticed a girl had already begun her test. Her lithe form moved gracefully among the flying barriers with a steady pace. While others might not perceive anything unusual, Yuling's keen eye discerned a striking difference. Her eyes were pure white, the pristine orbs, with veins protruding near her temples, reminded Yuling of tales he had heard from the third Hokage, for she belonged to the renowned Hyuga clan, famed for their Byakugan, an ocular ability rivaling the Sharingan. With a 360-degree field of vision, she could detect object movements and visualize chakra flow, allowing her to navigate the obstacles with ease. This girl must be Hinata Hyuga, the esteemed heiress of her clan. Unbeknownst to him, Yuri emerged, though this time, he refrained from clamoring to recruit subordinates. Perhaps he had simply forgotten. The reconnaissance team was now at full capacity. I nearly overlooked the Hyuga clan. Upon seeing her distinctive Byakugan, Minato instantly felt elated. With a bug manipulator, a ninja dog user, and the Byakugan combined, they formed the quintessential detection team, endowed with auditory, olfactory, and visual prowess. Standing beside him, Yuling, while marveling at her adept movements and envying her graceful technique, was preoccupied with devising his own strategy. Clearly, he would need to rely solely on his reflexes to tackle such intricate obstacles. After a few minutes, it was Yuling's turn. At this moment, he had not yet formulated a plan. However, where there's a will, there's a way. Having reached this juncture, he could only plunge in and give it a try. Tianling style, first form, needle in a haystack. He activated his martial arts technique, preparing to deftly maneuver through the barriers and reach the endpoint. However, it was evident that these obstacles were not to be underestimated. They were layered and timed meticulously. Among them were boulders, flying arrows, gravel, and sharp spikes. As Yuling perceived he could not evade them all, he executed the shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 sharp sounds, 3 shadow clones emerged, encircling Yuling as they faced outward. Then, wind release, gale palm. The 3 miniature gusts of wind struck the obstacles, sending small projectiles flying. Even the boulders were halted in their tracks by Yuling's forceful intervention. He could not afford to delay, fearing the next wave of obstacles would come crashing down, jeopardizing his perfect score. Yuling replicated Naruto's technique, having two shadow clones launch his body, along with another clone, into the air. Yet, matters were not so straightforward. Some of those projectiles were manually controlled. The launchers aimed skyward, anticipating Yuling's position, and fired another barrage of projectiles. The utility of the shadow clones became apparent at this moment. Relay activation, wind release, gale palm. The entity struggled to execute a perfect 90-degree rotation in midair, landing its feet precisely on the palm of its shadow clone. Following that, propelled by the currents of air, it soared forth. Meanwhile, the shadow clone left suspended in the sky was instantaneously perforated and dissipated into nothingness. When we turn our gaze to Yuling, they landed steadily on the finish line, clocking a time of 1999 seconds, yet another perfect score. At this moment, with an average score of 99, Yuling led the rankings by a considerable margin. The second place was claimed by Uchiha Sasuke, with an average score of 66, while the ever-determined Uzumaki Naruto followed closely behind with an average of 63. The rest of the competitors were not far behind, though many displayed remarkable prowess in specific categories. Choji achieved a defense score of 82. Inuzuka Kiba reached a speed of 100, and Hinata showcased agility with a score of 93, among others. Now that everyone had completed their individual assessments, the time had come for the final one-on-one battles. Those exhibiting exceptional prowess would earn a direct entry into the special class, as some secret techniques could not be evaluated through mere tests. Congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the preliminary assessments. I trust you all have gained a relatively clear understanding of yourselves and your classmates, Irika announced warmly, capturing the students' attention. Who wouldn't desire a gentle and attentive teacher? Some of the girls even gazed at the smiling Irika with hearts in their eyes. I will personally oversee the examinations, intoned the cold, dry, and unfeeling voice of Ibiki Marino. His mere presence dampened the spirits of the students, as if a heavy pressure had descended upon them, extinguishing the lightness that had filled the air moments before. The girls who had recently been starry-eyed were now trembling in fear. All right. Teacher Ibiki will ensure your safety during the written exam. He is quite formidable. Irika hurriedly interjected, attempting to alleviate the tension. Yet, Ibiki remained unyielding. Should anyone attempt to cheat, I will personally apprehend them, he stated in his characteristic tone, cold and somber. Ibiki, perhaps you should temper your words a bit, Irika suggested, realizing he could not sway Ibiki's nature. Everyone, take some time to rest. We will draw lots in 30 minutes, so be prepared. With that, Irika issued a command. Recognizing that one's temperament cannot be easily altered, those, like Ibiki, who had undergone significant trauma in their youth, often exhibited unchangeable dispositions. To ensure that the newly enrolled students would perform well, Irika felt compelled to endure Ibiki's demeanor. My apologies, Ibiki. I fear the children may hesitate to act, Irika said with a wry smile, scratching his head and casting a slightly apologetic glance at Ibiki. It is of no concern to me, came the icy response, as chilling as a winter's gale sweeping past Irika, leaving him momentarily unnerved. His timid nature could scarcely withstand such a soul-piercing gaze. Yuling, how did you score so high? I only managed 20 points in the ninjutsu segment. Upon catching sight of Yuling, Naruto dashed over without hesitation. I utilized 5 ninjutsu techniques and scored 5 20s. He exclaimed, Oh, you possess offensive ninjutsu? And earned 10 points? Yuling was taken aback by Naruto's prowess, for her recollection of him did not include any offensive techniques. Indeed, I employed the Naruto bridge technique to crush the stones, Naruto declared with exuberance, relishing the moment to flaunt his skills before Yuling, oblivious to the collective eye rolls of those around him. The Naruto bridge technique is, as the name suggests, a method employing Naruto to construct a bridge. The steps are quite simple, a combination of the shadow clone technique and a stack of bodies, which ultimately leads to the stones being shattered. At this thought, Yuling could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the stones. Dying in such a comical manner truly rendered their existence tragically farcical. What a splendid technique. Even the instructor is left speechless, surely in awe of my talent. Naruto continued to recount the scene, completely unaware that his audience had long dissipated. Perhaps only someone with a personality as carefree as his could remain so unfazed. Fool, what did you say? Sasuke, you big idiot. Classmates, assemble. When your name is called, please stand in order to my left. The order you report is also the sequence of your matches. Naruto Uzumaki, Kiba Inuzuka, Ten, Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno. Following the instructor's directives, the students lined up obediently under Ibiki's watchful gaze. Even a well-trained army would struggle to achieve such tranquility, orderliness, and unwavering compliance. Next, stand in order to my right. Choji Akimichi, Yuling, Shikamaru Nara, Sasuke Uchiha, and Ino Yamanaka. Are you prepared? The first match is about to commence. Naruto Uzumaki versus Choji Akimichi. Let the duel begin. With Irika's command, he swiftly exited the arena, leaving behind an ominous voice echoing. I specifically requested to oversee this. Yes, my apologies. I forgot. Irika stammered, shivering at the eerie tone of Ibiki. Meanwhile, on stage, Naruto appeared utterly unfazed. Hey, Chubby, I'm really strong, you know? I'm going to defeat you right away. Naruto underestimated his opponent, yet Choji did not reciprocate that sentiment. Without any hesitation, Choji lumbered towards Naruto, forming his family's unique hand seals. With a single seal, he unleashed his chakra, proclaiming, secret technique, partial expansion jutsu. Just as Naruto was caught up in laughter, a massive hand lunged directly toward him. Before the giant hand could make contact, the wind from its swipe reached him. Within Naruto, the fox spirit stirred, urgently warning him as it surged through his body, forcing him to dodge and narrowly escape the devastating blow. Wow, Chubby, you're quite strong. You scared me, Naruto admitted. Now serious. The previous encounter had left him rattled. Losing like this would be far too embarrassing. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, he formed hand seals, summoning 10 clones that materialized beside him, and thus commenced a chaotic brawl. In this moment, Ding Xi's colossal arms, far from being a burden, resembled a stationary target encircled by Naruto, who struck here and kicked there. The pressure was mounting, and Ding Xi felt a twinge of anxiety as beads of cold sweat trickled down his chubby cheeks. Even with his formidable defenses, passively enduring blows did not exhibit his true prowess. His hands retracted to their original form, and the Naruto shadow clones, suddenly bereft of a target, fell one by one to the ground. Secret technique, multiplication technique, feet. Bang, 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 bang. His feet swelled dramatically, and before Naruto could react, he obliterated the shadow clones beneath him, leaving none unscathed as they dissipated simultaneously into nothingness. This won't do. I must counter. Seeing his initial wave of tactics yield no results while his opponent seemed to bolster their offensive, Naruto had no choice but to amplify his chakra output. Multiple shadow clone technique. This time, it was not merely 10 clones, but an entire multitude that filled the arena. Who could fathom how a 6-year-old possessed such an abundance of chakra? Perhaps this was Naruto's inherent advantage. Multiple Narutos, rapid fire. Naruto shouted as he led his shadow clones in a relentless assault, sending Ding Xi soaring into the sky. Each clone vanished after delivering a punch, their chakra control still lacking finesse. Amidst this torrential onslaught, Naruto recognized Ding Xi's formidable defensive capabilities, for even in midair, Ding Xi wore a smile. Realizing that dragging the battle into a prolonged engagement could be detrimental, Naruto acknowledged, Ding Xi, your defense is remarkably formidable. However, I must bring this contest to a close. Brace yourself for this strike. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Naruto leapt into action. The clones on the ground grasped his legs, spinning him like a shot put to gain momentum, centrifugal force reaching its zenith. His body released from their grip, hurtling directly toward the descending Ding Xi. Ding Xi, sensing no opportunity to evade, prepared to withstand the impending collision, convinced that Naruto's singular weight at such speed would not harm him. Thus, he invoked the secret technique, multiplication technique. His hands expanded, shielding the half of himself facing Naruto. However, Naruto anticipated this response. In midair, he continuously executed the shadow clone technique, releasing one clone at a time solely to serve as stepping stones. Carefully maneuvering his trajectory as he stepped upon the shoulders of the clones. Shadow clone aerial walk. He drew nearer. Ding Xi maintained his defensive stance, finding it cumbersome to launch a counteroffensive. 1 meter. Half a meter. I've got him. Naruto stood atop Ding Xi, once more employing the shadow clone technique, but this time conjuring 2 clones. They grasped Ding Xi's body tightly, simultaneously correcting his falling posture. They adjusted him to land headfirst, while Naruto himself poised to leap away just before impact, evading the backlash of his own assault. At this moment, Naruto displayed a modicum of strategy. It's time to land. The shadow clone shielded Denji's head at the last moment, adhering to the prior agreement against lethal combat. Naruto executed this directive flawlessly. This should resolve the situation, shouldn't it? Even for Naruto, expending such an immense amount of chakra is quite exhausting. However, what truly drained him was devising that tactical maneuver. For someone not particularly known for his intellect, formulating a strategy independently posed a significant challenge. Subsequently, Naruto dispelled the shadow clone, revealing Denji, who lay unconscious with spirals in his eyes, yet still breathing normally. It seemed he had fainted just before landing. As for the landing itself, Naruto had been clutching his stomach and shouting in distress. Thus, the painful memories of the shadow clone were transferred into Naruto's consciousness, ensuring he would endure some discomfort for a while. In the first match, Uzumaki Naruto emerged victorious. Yes, Yuling, did you see that? I won. Haha, I finally triumphed. It was no wonder, considering that from the tender age of 3, Naruto had never achieved a single victory. In every aspect, he consistently fell slightly short compared to Sasuke, and Yuling was even further ahead. This victory, however, was the culmination of 3 years of relentless effort, a testament to his childhood sweat, and proof of his potential to shine. It was indeed an unexpected revelation. Naruto exhibited such brilliance. Yuling was somewhat speechless. If Naruto had possessed such acumen regularly, he wouldn't have lagged behind them both in learning. Inuzuka Kiba, Yuling, your turn. The atmosphere remained as indifferent as ever. The second match commenced. Hey, Yuling, want to be my little brother? Kiba inquired, even before the match began. I must decline, Yuling replied calmly, then assumed his starting stance, with his right hand still behind his back. All right, but even if you allow me to use one hand, I will give it my all. Upon seeing this posture, Kiba naturally assumed Yuling intended to engage him with one hand. However, before he could finish speaking, Kiba unleashed his signature technique, Beast Mimicry Technique, Beast Clone. With a sharp crack, Kiba's small white dog, Akamaru, transformed into a human form, resembling Kiba perfectly. This is the jutsu of our ninja dog users. So, what do you say? Will you be my little brother? Clearly, Kiba was fixated on this question, but he remained active on the ground. Both he and his beast were poised, their arms interlocked, hind legs extended, ready to charge at any moment. Come on, if I lose, I will become your little brother. Conversely, you will be mine. Yuling thought it impossible to escape the brotherly hierarchy this time, yet he reasoned that having a little brother wouldn't be such a burden. All right, I'm coming for you. Speed was Kiba's forte, especially at such a young age, where his physical prowess was unmistakable. He was incredibly fast. His little dog was equally swift. Beast Mimicry Technique, Simultaneous Strike. Kiba surged forward, racing alongside Akamaru. After shouting this command, both he and Akamaru abruptly flipped, propelling themselves sideways with a powerful kick. Such exquisite control of timing is unattainable without prolonged collaboration. However, who could deny that you resides with Akamaru daily? At last, one person and one beast, positioned on opposite sides, launched a simultaneous assault on Yuling. You targeted the upper section, while Akamaru aimed for the lower. In that fleeting moment, they effectively obstructed Yuling's escape route. A sense of tension enveloped him. Should he falter now, it would likely seal his fate in this round. He harbored no illusions that you would spare him, as the latter was exceedingly eager to assert dominance. Just as Ya's claws were about to graze Yuling, he sprang into action, suddenly crouching low and pivoting to face the right. In his assessment, this little dog possessed superior combat prowess compared to Ya, albeit merely acting under Ya's command. Thus, he aimed to incapacitate the more formidable opponent first, confident in his ability to outsmart Ya. The first technique of the Tianling flow, finding the gap. Without hesitation, Yuling struck at the charging Akamaru. His left hand thrust forward, aimed directly at Akamaru's forehead. Observing from above, you could not contain his impatience, bellowing, Akamaru, dodge. Clearly, Akamaru heeded the warning, executing a roll to evade the incoming attack, then swiftly sweeping his leg towards Yuling's calf. At this juncture, the length of an arm paled in comparison to a leg, and lacking any leg-based techniques in his current repertoire, Yuling found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Yuling possessed remarkably quick reflexes. Aware of Akamaru below and Yu soaring past him, he recognized the opening behind him and executed 3 consecutive backflips, distancing himself from the fray to prepare for a counteroffensive. Yet this also granted Yu the opportunity to regroup. Beast Mimicry Ninja Technique, Beastman Fusion. Akamaru lay flat on the ground while Yu positioned himself atop Akamaru. No one had ever witnessed such a formation, and Yuling could not fathom what kind of ninjutsu could emerge from it. He could not afford to wait any longer. Who knew what bizarre effects this peculiar arrangement might yield? He did not wish to be defeated by an inexplicable technique due to complacency. His hands began to weave seals at remarkable speed, reaching 4 seals per second. A ninjutsu was prepared within mere moments. Water release, water whip. With his right hand wielding the whip, he leaped towards the still-fused Yu and Akamaru. Time was of the essence. Akamaru. Ninja art, tracking technique. Realizing that their combined technique could not be completed in time, Yu swiftly transitioned to a simpler ninjutsu. This move bore semblance to Naruto's tornado, as it too involved flinging a person away. However, Yu first reverted Akamaru to his original form before spinning and launching him towards Yuling. As Akamaru approached, he transformed back into his human shape, unleashing a series of rapid, spinning attacks. Success! Yu beamed as he observed the human form of Akamaru whirling rapidly beside Yuling. He understood that Akamaru's claws could inflict considerable pain. Yet, after a few moments, he noticed something amiss. Logically, Akamaru's spinning speed should have been diminishing, yet it appeared to be gradually accelerating. This ninjutsu has been practiced by Yu for over a year. Yet he had never encountered such a situation until now, leaving him utterly astonished. Akamaru, Yu called out anxiously, but received no response. Haha. This child Yuling is truly a genius, Watergate remarked from his perch in the tree, unable to suppress a laugh as he clearly witnessed the unfolding events. Upon seeing Akamaru flying towards him, Yuling's first instinct was to bind the creature. However, after launching his water whip, Akamaru grew larger, which posed a significant challenge for him. Yet, his adaptability was not to be underestimated. With a sudden shift in strategy, he cleverly followed the rotational direction of Akamaru, striking with the water whip in a rhythmic manner reminiscent of playing with a spinning top during childhood. The sound of the whip echoed, crack, crack, crack. After approximately 10 seconds, Yuling sensed that the spinning had reached its limit and wisely refrained from continuing, fearing that he might be drawn into the whirl himself. Once the external force was removed, Akamaru lost its balance and flew off in a graceful arc, tumbling out of the arena. Yu rushed over, only to find Akamaru unconscious, tongue lolling out upon reverting to its canine form. Oh, my Akamaru. I must win this match. You have harmed my brother. Yu, unable to bear the sight of Akamaru in distress, felt a surge of anger. With a furious shout of Yuling, he charged towards him alone. At that moment, Yuling, still wielding the water whip, was already forming seals for his next jutsu. Within a second, the seals were complete. Lightning release, body flicker. This was an enhanced version of the lightning release, designed to augment the control of his water whip, now infused with lightning chakra, possessing the ability to paralyze opponents instantly. Yu, charging headlong, was the perfect target for this technique. Alone, Yu could not unleash a jutsu, so he attempted to close the gap and wear Yuling down with his speed before delivering a fatal blow. However, his plan was rather crude and lacked feasibility. With less than 10 meters between them, Yuling suddenly leaned forward, propelled himself with his legs, and charged at Yu. The range of the water whip was 2 meters, temporarily. The distance between the two was now 5 meters. 4 meters. 3. No, they would not advance any further. At a distance of 4 meters, they froze in place. Yuling suddenly increased his chakra output, doubling the reach of the water whip, which ensnared Yu's ankle, followed by a powerful throw that slammed him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yuling utilized the extended water whip to bind Yu securely. What do you think, little brother? Yuling has emerged victorious. Throughout the match, Yu barely touched him, suffering a humiliating defeat. Perhaps it was the disparity in effort or merely a matter of lineage. Yes, big brother, Yu replied, though internally he felt immense dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, Yu was a man of his word and would honor the wager he had made. Thus, Yuling gained a new little brother. Round 2 concluded with Yuling's victory. The next pair is known to themselves. Step forward, please. The voice, devoid of humanity, rang out once more. This time, it was the battle between Tianfu Xiaochun and Nara Shikamaru, the first genius of the Konoha Nara clan. I am Tianfu Xiaochun, I look forward to your guidance. Xiaochun politely stepped forward to bow, and Shikamaru returned the gesture. Ah, what a hassle, he sighed as the match commenced. I'll make the first move then. Xiaochun, being rather impetuous, had secured a commendable position in the recent test, ranking among the top 20 students. However, the ninjutsu he displayed was not particularly noteworthy. After all, it was his own creation, an environmental ninjutsu. Among his more renowned techniques were the chaotic manipulation of stones and the erratic splashing of water, a perfect blend of confusion and offense. Ah, environmental dust storm, Xiaochun exclaimed, energetically stomping the ground, sending the accumulated dust soaring into the air. He then waved his sleeves, attempting to direct the dust as a smokescreen towards Shikamaru's face. Yet, given Shikamaru's temperament, he was unwilling to wait idly. He despised troublesome matters. Who knew whether the approaching dust would pose any inconvenience? Thus, he formed a series of hand signs, adopting a horse stance, and slightly crouched down. Shadow mimicry technique. The shadow beneath Shikamaru began to morph, its movements growing increasingly exaggerated, as if striving to break free from his body. It emerged. The shadow transformed into a straight line, hurtling towards the oblivious Xiaochun, who continued to wave his sleeves, believing Shikamaru posed no threat. Success. The shadow mimicry technique, Shikamaru declared, as the dust around Xiaochun settled, revealing him brandishing a kunai against his own neck, while Shikamaru stood empty-handed, poised at his throat. This is Nara Shikamaru. No wonder, murmured Ibiki to himself. Having discerned the situation, the Nara clan was renowned in Konoha for their ability to control the movements of their foes through shadows, forming the famed Ino-Shikicho trio alongside the Akimichi and Yamanaka families, which echoed throughout the ninja world. Observing the shadow beneath Shikamaru, Ibiki recognized that Xiaochun stood no chance and promptly announced the outcome. Nara Shikamaru, commendable abilities indeed. It would be worthwhile to forge a connection, thought Yuling. The pursuit of powerful allies and the aspiration to surpass them seemed to be a profound ambition of his. Next match, step forward. Uchiha Sasuke leapt onto the stage while Aburame Shino approached slowly, step by step. Teacher, Shino began, intending to forfeit, but Ibiki, seemingly unperturbed, initiated the duel without hesitation. Ibiki, why did you not allow Shino to finish? Irika questioned, puzzled, as a mentor is typically expected to heed the reasonable requests of their students. However, Ibiki's actions suggested he had his reasons. I surmise he intends to forfeit, as the insect jutsu is countered by fire release. However, I wish to make him aware that the adversaries on the battlefield are not of one's choosing. Pay close attention. Ah, you rarely speak so extensively. Hearing such a detailed explanation brings joy to Irika, for the usually reticent Ibiki is indeed a man of few words. Meanwhile, Shino on stage exhibits no discernible reaction. His original intention was to forfeit, but since the instructor has ignored him, he must proceed despite his reservations. Yet, he is far from being an easy target. In terms of intellect, he ranks just below Yuling and Shikamaru among this group of students. Now, it is time to demonstrate his prowess in ninjutsu before everyone. Uchiha Sasuke, your fire techniques counter my insect manipulation, inflicting severe damage upon my creatures. Nonetheless, since forfeiture is not an option, I shall exert my utmost effort. I appreciate your guidance. Shino maintains his characteristic calm demeanor, although internally he is fraught with anxiety, deeply concerned for the safety of his insects. Yet, outwardly he remains unperturbed. Very well. Let me witness your secret techniques. However, I shall prevail. Sasuke's arrogance is unmatched, a true testament to his unparalleled confidence. Compared to before, Sasuke has now mastered fire techniques with greater finesse, his hand seals matching Yuling's swiftness. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Sasuke initiates the attack, unleashing a colossal fireball that compresses Shino's space. This is a C-rank fire technique, effortlessly wielded by a 6-year-old child. It seems the Uchiha's mastery of fire is truly unrivaled. This is going to be difficult, Shino mutters beneath his collar. The situation is highly unfavorable for him. Lacking the ability for instantaneous movement and not particularly adept at physical combat, he feels utterly helpless against such a fireball. But how will he know unless he tries? Insect sphere technique. To minimize the casualties among his insects, Shino opts for the insect sphere. The insects gather to form a small orb, swiftly advancing toward the fireball. Attempting to breach it forcibly, the diminutive insect sphere strikes the heart of the fireball, astonishingly dispersing the massive orb infused with chakra. Seizing this opportunity, Shino swiftly emerges from the breach. TCH, impressive utilization. Sasuke, witnessing his ninjutsu being countered, feels a twinge of discontent. Yet he can only temporarily retreat from the approaching swarm of insects. However, as he steps back, his hands remain in motion. Hand seals, another C-rank fire technique. Against a small swarm of insects, the most prudent choice is undoubtedly a smaller fireball. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. He can actually perform this as well. My insects certainly cannot fly that fast. Shino internally laments. From the outset, he has been on the defensive. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. However, Shino possesses a wealth of tactical reserves. He summons his insects back to his side, reintegrating them into his body, utilizing his physical form to approach and evade each fireball. Whenever evasion proves impossible, he releases a few insects as distractions, diverting the chakra fireballs away, thus drawing nearer to Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke felt it was time to engage in close combat, and coincidentally, Shino shared the same sentiment. Within 3 seconds, the two were entangled, exchanging blows with no discernible advantage for either side. Even Sasuke's Uchiha-style taijutsu could not inflict any significant damage against Shino, who frequently unleashed insects to disrupt his efforts. The third Hokage observed that this generation of children had evidently begun their training at an early age, with even the Aburame clan's techniques being honed for physical combat. Indeed, it was surprising to witness such strength in this unassuming child. Perhaps Konoha was on the verge of another resurgence. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed a depletion of chakra within him and instinctively leaped away from Shino, only to discover insects crawling on his arm. These tiny creatures were truly elusive. Consequently, Sasuke dared not approach any closer. Seizing the opportunity, Shino pursued him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. With a mere small fireball, Sasuke accurately struck at Shino's feet, which momentarily obscured Shino from his view. As the smoke dissipated, 2 figures of Shino emerged, clearly a technique involving insect clones. This revelation made Sasuke even more hesitant to engage, for striking a clone would surely diminish his chakra reserves significantly. In a moment of inspiration, Sasuke recalled the C-rank ninjutsu he had learned from Yuling 6 months prior. Fire style, great fire destruction. A vast expanse of flames enveloped Shino and his clones, leaving no room for escape on the platform. Even if Shino possessed additional methods, he could not shield his insects from this assault. Realizing the futility of the situation, Shino resolutely leaped off the stage, declaring, "I concede." His calm voice reached Ibiki, who could no longer compel Shino to remain, and thus announced Sasuke's victory. Haha, what an amusing child. Minato chuckled, entertained by the presence of so many spirited students with their own ideas. It seemed that this batch of students would present quite the challenge for their teachers. The subsequent matches proved to be rather lackluster, devoid of any remarkable ninjutsu or taijutsu. Most children engaged in brawls that resembled typical street fights, leading to mutual injuries until their instructors forcibly separated them. It was not until the penultimate match that the heiress of the Hyuga clan took the stage, garnering Minato's attention. I recall this child has awakened her Byakugan. She is quite the prodigy. Her performance in the agility test was impressive. I must observe closely. Indeed, the child of Hisashi will not disappoint. All right, the winner is Ping Shueijiro. Next pair. I am Hyuga Hinata. I look forward to your guidance. Hinata's demeanor was notably shy, revealing her reluctance to meet the gaze of strangers, a trait clearly exhibited in this moment. Hey, little sister, if you're afraid of getting hurt, you might as well concede. I'm quite strong. I've never lost a brawl in my childhood. The boy known as Zhong Taiwan exuded an air of rebelliousness, clearly having been a mischievous child from a young age, showing little regard for the words of adults. His audacious spirit, combined with the fearless boldness of youth, instilled within him a profound confidence, leading him to believe that no one here could rival him, a true frog at the bottom of a well. Yuling held no interest in such a character, even feeling a tinge of disdain, and casually remarked, "Hey, you in the white clothes, what did you say? Are you asking for a beating?" Once again, he began to boast, his temper flaring, unaccustomed to hardship. Zhong Taiwan, your opponent is Hinata. Indeed. However, I do not strike girls. Even at this juncture, Zhong Taiwan maintained his belief in his invincibility, spouting such lofty declarations. Hinata, somewhat irritated by his tone, resolutely stated, "Well then, I shall make my move. Please be gentle. What? You intend to strike first? Very well. Since you are a girl, I shall concede. You are the first to challenge me. With a swift motion, bang, crack, boom, Zhong Taiwan was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The earlier shock had evidently inflicted significant harm upon him. You coward! How dare you actually hit me? Zhong Taiwan roared, springing back to his feet and lunging at Hinata with flailing arms, as if he intended to devour her whole. Having exchanged those initial blows, Hinata felt her initial embarrassment dissipate, replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. Apologies, but your chatter is excessive. Having never faced such provocation before, Hinata could no longer endure, and thus decided to teach this young man, named Zhong Taiwan, a lesson. Do you take issue with me? Allow me to educate you properly. Still unheeding of the lesson, he could no longer contain his impatience and launched an aggressive assault. One must admit, his speed was commendable. Yet, Hinata matched it with equal swiftness, their hands intertwining as they exchanged blows. As time passed in fierce combat, Hinata took a step back, temporarily withdrawing from the fray. What is the matter, little girl? Are you scared of my power? Surrender now, and you shall avoid injury. Ha ha ha. Zhong Taiwan remained blissfully unaware of the shift, still arrogantly believing Hinata was intimidated. I now truly believe you have never faced defeat. However, you shall not triumph today. Hinata's anger ignited. Even if someone like her cousin Niji belittled her, she felt she had not performed adequately. Now, having endured unwarranted humiliation, how could the heiress of the most powerful clan in Konoha withstand such indignity? Gradually, a deep azure chakra emanated from Hinata's palms, veins bulging around her eyes. Byakugan, activate. Assuming the stance of the gentle fist, with her legs in a bow stance, she stood as if at the center of a bagua formation, which spread out like a spider's web towards Zhong Taiwan's feet. In Hinata's vision, the chakra points on Zhong Taiwan's body illuminated, locking onto her target. What's wrong? Are you still going to fight? Hurry up, I wish to rest. 8 trigrams, 18 palms. Hinata let out a delicate shout, completely disregarding Zhong Taibaru's provocation. She accelerated to her utmost speed and charged at him. Before he could react, she struck. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 swift blows landed on the vital points of Zhong Taibaru's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of dark blood. 5, 6, 7, 8. The pace of her strikes gradually intensified. Crack. This time, she hit the vital point on the side of Zhong Taibaru's body, one of them landing on a rib. A faint sound of a fracture was heard. 9, 10, 11, 12. The speed surged once more. This time, she struck from below upwards, hitting him thoroughly, from the back of his knees to his neck. After this barrage, Zhong Taibaru knelt down, utterly defenseless. 13. After this final strike, she halted. Ibiki grasped Hinata's hand, forcibly stopping her momentum. I'm sorry, Ibiki-sensei. Hinata realized that her actions could have severely injured or even killed him, acknowledging her mistake and apologizing sincerely. No need to blame yourself. With those words, Ibiki instantly used the body flicker technique to return to the viewing platform. Hinata emerged victorious. Now for the final match. Who would have thought? This girl from the Hyuga clan is gentle yet strong-willed, a commendable character, Minato remarked, recognizing her as a promising individual, similar to himself. Hey, Ibiki. Comforting others isn't your usual style. Do you perhaps fancy her? Irika joked, having witnessed Ibiki's unusual behavior for the second time that day. Come on. Don't go silent again, he added, knowing that Ibiki would likely retreat into silence once more. You'll get used to it. The final match commenced, with Yamanaka Ino facing Haruno Sakura. Thus, this pair of formidable rivals took to the stage. Though their figures were unseen, their voices echoed. Wide forehead. Ino Pig. You too. Are you considering a collective forfeit? Instantly, the arena fell silent. Ibiki's intimidating presence proved effective. Then here I come. Ino Pig. Bring it on. You wide forehead. Though their words were filled with insults, their movements were somewhat lackluster, both engaging in a lackadaisical exchange of blows. Regrettably, these two were evenly matched, resulting in a rather dull spectacle. Much like a typical scuffle among ordinary girls, their punches were few, while hair-pulling and knee strikes proliferated. Minato found himself bemused. Even with a bitter rivalry, their method of fighting was rather peculiar. Wide forehead. Watch me win with one move. Ino Pig. Dream on. Only I can win. The tedious battle lacked any excitement, causing the students to sit back and begin to rest. Even the instructors lost interest in this match. However, one individual remained an exception, Ibiki. Perhaps he foresaw a turning point, and indeed, it appeared now. Sakura grabbed Ino's hair, but unlike before, Ino did not curse and attempt to shake her off. Instead, she decisively pulled out the kunai her father had gifted her and swiftly severed the hair that was held captive. Oh, this is becoming interesting. Iruka was also captivated by the scene unfolding before him. In that fleeting moment, Sakura lost her grip and fell backward, her hair cascading through the air, obscuring her vision, rendering her immobile. All these circumstances fulfilled the conditions necessary for the execution of the Yamashiro clan's secret technique. The heart-turn technique was initiated. The years of practice made the hand seals instinctive, and in an instant, the ninjutsu was successfully activated. In a twist of fate, Ino collapsed. Yet her spirit found its way into Sakura's body. The voice that emerged from Sakura, "I relinquish," sounded so dissonant, clearly indicating a struggle for control over their shared form. A powerful shout erupted, signaling that this spiritual tug-of-war had reached a conclusion. Sakura's body succumbed, and both individuals lay unconscious on the ground. This marked the first tie in the entire examination, a sight that momentarily caused Ibiki to forget his role in the proceedings. The final surge of will was so unexpected and peculiar that even the fourth and third Hokage were taken aback by such a resolution. In the end, it was a draw between Yamashiro Ino and Haruno Sakura. The attendees dispersed freely. Unbeknownst to them, this examination extended until dusk, with parents anxiously awaiting outside, fearing that on the very first day of school, their children might suffer undue harm. Particularly, the parents of the Yamashiro and Haruno families were overwhelmed with anxiety upon witnessing their children being carried out in unconscious states, rushing to their sides with palpable concern before hastily taking them home. "Have you finalized your selections, Minato?" The third Hokage inquired as the students began to disperse. "Yes, I have chosen 10 from this cohort. However, I was also considering bringing a few from the previous class," Minato replied, clearly having given the matter considerable thought. "Oh, who are your candidates?" The third Hokage's interest was piqued. Minato's mention of the previous batch suggested he had his eye on some promising talents. 3 prodigies in physical combat, Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. "Hey, Yuling, do you think you can make it into the special class?" Naruto exclaimed, completely oblivious to the fact that Yuling had already surpassed them in skill. "I believe I will definitely qualify," she replied, her confidence stemming from a deep-seated conviction. Yet, at that moment, Naruto was distracted, his gaze wandering along the roadside. "Naruto?" Yuling asked, her curiosity piqued, especially since the normally clingy Naruto seemed lost in thought. "You blockhead," Sasuke remarked, noticing Naruto's daze. "Uh-huh. Sasuke, could you repeat that?" Suddenly, Naruto appeared to regain his awareness, turning to Sasuke with an outburst, while whispers floated from behind them. "Wow, that's Yuling. She's so cool. Yes, and that one called Sasuke is quite handsome as well." They heard these remarks, and Naruto quickly realized that the girls had not included him in their admiration. The impetuous Naruto was eager to rush over and defend himself, for the girl he admired was nearby. How could he allow himself to lose face? Just as you turned your upper bodies, Naruto's mouth was abruptly covered, and he was forcefully pulled back. "Yuling, what are you doing?" Naruto asked, displaying an unexpected submissiveness towards Yuling, not daring to voice any opposition. Yuling, while rubbing her hand firmly against Naruto, gently informed him, "We must let our strength speak. We are destined to become future ninjas. What use is beauty? Indeed, I aspire to be the strongest Hokage." Naruto's attention was swiftly diverted. Naturally, ninjas rely on their prowess. Good looks would not grant one any favors on the battlefield. "If you aren't attractive, you won't have a girlfriend." Sasuke's jab sent Naruto crashing down from his pedestal of confidence. "Sasuke, you big fool. Sasuke, you complete idiot." Their daily banter seemed unlikely to change for the rest of their lives. "We have arrived." Yuling made no effort to halt the exchange between Naruto and Sasuke. She simply stated the fact calmly, yet the effect was markedly different on the two. Naruto dashed away once more, while Sasuke, filled with youthful bravado, turned back and, with unwavering focus, raised his fist towards Yuling, declaring, "The Uchiha clan is invincible. Yuling, I shall defeat you here." "Huh." Yuling was momentarily taken aback, her steps faltering slightly. On the very first day of school, Sasuke had already issued a challenge. What could possibly have inspired such animosity? Sasuke, calm down. Words must be backed by action. Otherwise, wouldn't you be bringing shame upon the Uchiha name? You are aware of this, so I offer you a chance to withdraw. Yuling exhibited an extraordinary level of composure, far beyond that expected of a 6-year-old. Such reasoning was clearly beyond Sasuke's contemplation, and he responded defiantly, I don't care. I must defeat you. With that, he found himself at an impasse. You may attempt to defeat me, but do not bring shame upon the Uchiha. You cannot afford to lose. She lightly brushed her hand against Sasuke's clothing before seeking out Naruto, who had run too far ahead. I can't afford to lose. Although Sasuke had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, he paid no mind to the drool on his shirt as he pondered Yuling's words. What did she mean by saying he could not bear the weight of the Uchiha name? Was his strength truly unworthy of such a legacy? Perhaps. For he was just a naive child. No one would care about him. Or perhaps he truly was unworthy. He was nowhere near as exceptional as his older brother. Thinking of his brother brought a flicker of happiness to Sasuke. After all, his gentle brother was his ultimate goal and the driving force behind his determination to train. With thoughts of his brother in mind, Sasuke raised his head and confidently walked towards the school. Irika-sensei stood at the entrance of the teaching building, announcing class assignments to the incoming students. It's Sasuke. Second in rank, special class. Please proceed inside. Naruto and Yuling are waiting for you. You are in the same class. How warm. Sasuke thought to himself, convinced that Irika-sensei's teaching would surely be remarkable. Beneath Sasuke's seemingly aloof demeanor lies a tumultuous inner world, perhaps replaying myriad narratives that reality has only brushed against once. Sasuke has arrived. Let us seek out our instructor, Yuling declared, leading the way ahead, albeit unaware of the classroom's location or who the instructor might be. Yuling, your class is already at the training grounds. Some students are present. Came Irika's warm reminder from behind, causing Yuling to exhale heavily in relief, as if liberated from a heavy burden. Feigning understanding is indeed no simple task. From a distance, a voice called out, Yuling, brother, I could smell you from afar. Come over. With such keen olfactory senses, and addressing Yuling as brother. It was undoubtedly Inuzuka Kiba. True to his word, he was an earnest little brother. Hey, Yuling, care for some chips? Ding Ci continued munching on chips, never parting with them. Here, those who had excelled the previous day were gathered, including Sakura and Ino, totaling not 10 but 3 additional figures who had not been seen the day before. Could it be that even the Ninja Academy has its backdoor entries? Though the answer was evident, Yuling began to harbor doubts. I am Yuling. I look forward to your guidance. He extended an olive branch first. And among the 3, a boy with notably thick eyebrows stood up, executing a perfect 90-degree bow, presenting his watermelon hairstyle to Yuling. Just a handshake, please. I am Rock Lee. Please, do guide me. Yuling felt somewhat flustered. He merely wished to shake hands and get acquainted with these 3, not to seek discipleship or mentorship. The boy, appearing a year or 2 his senior, seemed overly reactive in Yuling's eyes. Are you questioning our identities? We are the geniuses of the previous class, specially recruited into this one. The boy from the corner spoke, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Hinata, seated in another corner, trembled, her eyes twitching as if she were a child caught in wrongdoing. This boy's eyes were similarly pale. Yuling began to piece things together. He had heard tales of the Hyuga clan's main and branch families. However, this boy before him, so disdainful of fate, it seemed he belonged to the branch family. Yet, such arrogance and self-proclaimed genius left Yuling puzzled. No need for guidance. I am Hyuga Niji. I shall send each of you back to the regular class in due time. In the face of fate, you are powerless. Niji exuded confidence, convinced that no one here matched his worth. Yuling, possessing strength beyond his years, could not help but let his own pride surface. Hyuga Niji, I await your challenge. With that, he turned to leave. You arrogant little brat. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Naruto could hardly endure such indignation. After all, he ranked 3rd among the newcomers. Yet now he found himself belittled by a senior whom he had never met, a person of uncertain caliber. The presence of the girl he was interested in made the situation all the more intolerable. Naruto, don't embarrass yourself, Sasuke reflected at the school entrance. Having gained a clearer understanding of the circumstances, he realized that he was not strong enough, at least not as strong as Yuling. And he could sense the pressure emanating from that prodigious boy of the Hyuga clan. Thus, he naturally supported Yuling's decision. What? You think I would embarrass myself? Naruto exclaimed, his mouth abruptly covered as he was forcibly dragged away. Yuling, quite intriguing, Niji thought, still seated with his arms crossed. slightly preoccupied with the boy's earlier words. Despite his calm demeanor, in stark contrast to the irritable blonde boy nearby, such composure from a young age was indeed rare. Perhaps this was fate, the insurmountable barrier Neji faced, a destiny of being a caged bird confined for life by the main branch of his clan. Half an hour had passed since class was scheduled to begin, yet the instructor had yet to arrive. Inuyasha and Naruto, with their impetuous natures, could hardly contain their impatience. Eagerly setting up a series of traps for the younger students in various locations such as the entrance and the hallway. After another half hour, a white-haired figure clad in shinobi attire, wearing a black mask and a Leaf Village forehead protector obscuring his left eye, finally approached. "You must be our instructor. Why are you late?" Sakura was the first to voice her complaint, pointing an accusatory finger at the newcomer, her anger palpable. "Apologies, success of the blackboard eraser technique." Ha ha ha. A wave of laughter erupted from Naruto, who was now rolling on the ground. A Jounin couldn't evade such a trap. Ha ha. Now, prepare for the floor collapse technique. Ha ha. It was Inuzuka Kiba's trap this time, as a large wooden board suddenly gave way, ensnaring the instructor's leg with the surrounding debris. "You little brats," he muttered under his breath, "it seems I must teach you a lesson for you to listen properly." With a lifeless gaze sweeping over all present, he vanished in an instant. Shadow clone technique. Multiple heart decapitation technique. 12 shadow clones along with the original swiftly subdued all 13 students, sealing them into the ground. On my way to school, I encountered a stray cat and returned it to its mother after searching for quite a while. I apologize for my tardiness. This was the instructor's formal apology, an unusually peculiar introduction. At this moment, all the students were utterly subdued. For even Yuling and the two pairs of Byakugan from the Hyuga clan had not anticipated such an onslaught. This was indeed a jounin, showcasing formidable prowess. I am Kakashi Hatake, well-versed in ninjutsu, with a modicum of knowledge in taijutsu and jinjutsu, commonly known as the copy ninja. Over the next 4 years, you will undergo a transformation, and I shall be your guide. Remember, you have 2 years less than the ordinary class. Hence there is reason for you to master your skills with greater proficiency. Thus, I humbly seek your guidance. Your studies are divided into 3 phases. The first phase encompasses theoretical knowledge, during which we shall devote an entire year to focused learning, devoid of any practical sessions. Following this year, the second phase will involve practical combat and ninjutsu instruction, lasting another year. The final 2 years will be dedicated to the development of your individual specialties, allowing you the freedom to innovate and refine your skills. Before we proceed, let us begin with self-introductions, for I do not yet know any of you. Kakashi initiated the introductions with a brief overview of the teaching plan. I am Rock Lee. I look forward to your guidance. He performed a perfect 90-degree bow, displaying his relentless enthusiasm. A commendable child. He must be the prodigy in taijutsu, Kakashi mused internally. Aware of a child who lacked proficiency in ninjutsu, yet excelled in physical arts, possessing speed and agility that far surpassed his peers. Hello, I am Ten, skilled in the use of ninja tools. I look forward to your guidance. I am Hyuga Neji. I shall return all of you to the general class. With his arms crossed over his chest, Neji spoke without even opening his eyes. I hear this child is a genius, yet with such an attitude, he requires considerable refinement. Kakashi thought, though his musings were interrupted. I am Uzumaki Naruto. To speak plainly is my ninja way. I will personally defeat Neji and undoubtedly become Hokage. You dare aspire to be Hokage? That has been Naruto's dream since childhood, likely a case of inheriting one's father's legacy. Exposed to the greatness of the Hokage, he has developed a desire to protect others. He will not stand idly by as another claims the position. I have been overlooked again. I am Aburame Shino. I look forward to your guidance. I am Hyuga Hinata. Please guide me. Her voice was exceptionally soft, yet Neji caught her words and disdainfully turned away. His voice drifting back. I did not expect the timid heiress to enter the special class. This provides even more reason to exclude you. Well, these children certainly possess distinct personalities, making their names easier to remember. It seems they each specialize in different fields, which warrants careful attention to ensure they do not stray off course. All right then, let us commence the first lesson on theoretical knowledge by introducing them to chakra. Kakashi, relying on his seasoned intuition, began to assess each child's chakra and areas of expertise. However, in his focused evaluation, he overlooked one individual. I am Yuling. I look forward to your guidance. Oh, is this the child with the bloodline limit? It truly eludes me what he excels in. But why does my left eye feel slightly unusual? Kakashi turned towards the voice, beginning to observe Yuling. The child before him remained an enigma. And just as he was engulfed in confusion, his concealed left eye suddenly twitched, as if sensing a familiar aura. This sensation had not occurred even while he was observing Sasuke moments ago. This child is truly extraordinary. It appears he must be meticulously cared for in the future. Now, let us commence today's lesson. I shall begin with an explanation of chakra. There are 7 fundamental attributes of chakra: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and the 2 polarities of yin and yang. Every individual possesses a trace amount of yin-yang chakra, which corresponds to the spirit and the body. However, certain clans with secret techniques are exceptions. For instance, the Nara clan possesses an abundance of yin chakra, which facilitates shadow-based attacks, while the Akimichi clan thrives on yang chakra, enabling their multiplication techniques. As for the other 5 attributes, an ordinary person typically possesses only 1 chakra attribute, while the others can be cultivated over time. Those who possess 2 chakra types have the potential to fuse and create new ninjutsu, known as bloodline limits. Should one possess 3 types and develop ninjutsu, it is referred to as bloodline elimination. Those who are innately endowed with all chakra types are known as bloodline gatherers. Historically, only 2 ninjas have been recognized as such, one of whom is Yuling. As Kakashi elucidated the combinations of chakra, he could not help but mention Yuling. A bloodline gatherer is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. This child has a significant chance of becoming the second sage. Wow, Yuling, you are a rare breed. Perhaps you should consider being my little brother. Inuzuka Kiba listened with wide eyes, astonished that such a prodigy was now his elder brother. TCH, fate, Niji scoffed, dismissing the notion. He believed that genius was merely a matter of destiny, unalterable by effort. Possessing a specific chakra attribute allows one to utilize that particular chakra's ninjutsu. Of course, ordinary ninjas typically do not employ pure yin-yang ninjutsu, as the yin-yang attributes constitute merely 5% of their total chakra. However, incorporating yin-yang into other ninjutsu is quite common, significantly enhancing their lethality. After all, yin-yang represents the essence of humanity. If one's body is harmed by such attributes, the recovery time doubles. Kakashi continued his discourse, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Indeed, he possessed a rather agreeable temperament. Now, does anyone wish to test their chakra attributes? This could be immensely beneficial in determining your direction. With that, Kakashi produced 10 sheets of chakra testing paper. However, only 3 individuals required the testing paper: Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. The others were indifferent to the attributes of their chakra, as long as they could perform ninjutsu or possessed family secret techniques. Me, Naruto exclaimed, exuberantly leaping forward to seize the testing paper. Sasuke, reluctant to accept that he possessed only 1 type of chakra, also stepped forward to take a sheet. Sakura, like Naruto, was completely unaware of her chakra attributes. With hands clasped together, she placed the testing paper in between and began to channel chakra into it. The result will astound you. Naruto, in a moment of exuberance, transmitted a substantial amount of chakra all at once, and with a swift cut, the paper was torn asunder. To speak candidly, Kakashi had never witnessed such a violent outcome. Nevertheless, he surmised that these gashes were the handiwork of wind release, evidently a rare and exquisite form of wind chakra. Naruto, your wind affinity is remarkably strong. I shall teach you well, he declared before preparing to assess the results of the other 2. Oh, Sasuke, you have 2 responses here. Naruto, full of vitality, was elated upon realizing that he possessed a rare wind affinity and formidable chakra, exuberantly circling Sasuke, only to catch sight of a crumpled, burning test paper. Sasuke has dual attributes, lightning and fire, though it seems there has been no change. As for Sakura, she possessed a singular affinity for water. Now that we have discerned your chakra attributes, let us discuss the characteristics and applications of various chakra types, Kakashi continued. Chakra is utilized in this manner. We do not require an abundance of it, as long as we can perform ninjutsu. In response, Inuzuka Kiba expressed his dissatisfaction. It is worth noting that most individuals here simply needed to release chakra and utilize ninjutsu, without concern for chakra attributes or their applications. Then, when confronted with certain ninjutsu, do you know how to counter them? Kakashi's deadpan gaze flicked towards Kiba, posing a rhetorical question. Indeed, This theoretical knowledge was not merely to instruct the students in performing ninjutsu. It was far more crucial to learn the techniques to counter various ninjutsu. Such skills could conserve chakra on the battlefield, proving to be an incredibly effective strategy. In the face of destiny, everything is but a fleeting cloud. No matter how hard one tries, it is futile. If fate does not choose you, you shall not grow strong. Niji, you seem to possess considerable insight at such a tender age. Do you believe I am one of fate's chosen? Kakashi, interrupted multiple times by Niji's retorts, felt his patience wearing thin and was prepared to impart a lesson to him. Certainly not. You have not yet earned that privilege. Niji was the first to speak so boldly to the copy ninja, Kakashi. His renown was unparalleled in the ninja world, consistently ranking high on the bounty lists across nations. After all, he was merely in his 20s, having wreaked havoc during the last Shinobi World War, particularly after the incident at the Kanabi Bridge, where he, having implanted the Sharingan, had instilled fear with his unique lightning release techniques. Now he found himself ridiculed by a mere 7- or 8-year-old child. Since you deem me unworthy, allow me to demonstrate the extent of what diligence can achieve. I shall allow you to use one hand, and you need not employ ninjutsu. Come, strike me. As he spoke, Kakashi withdrew a novel entitled Ica Paradise, holding it in his left hand as he began to read. Come on, why do you hesitate to strike? You dare. Niji, still brimming with pride, could not abide Kakashi's nonchalant reading while challenging him. He assumed a gentle fist stance, activating his Byakugan, swiftly approaching Kakashi, and then struck towards the novel. The surrounding classmates could not perceive Niji's speed, but Kakashi was not like those classmates. While still engrossed in his reading, a sudden movement allowed him to step back, seizing Niji's wrist and effortlessly slamming him against a tree. Niji was taken aback. He had just unleashed a full-speed assault, only to have it so easily neutralized and turned against him. The humiliation was profound. With a fierce roar, Niji sprang from the tree he had just shattered. Kakashi, you shall surely die today. Niji's pride had been wounded, and Kakashi understood that provoking Niji further would only yield negative repercussions for his future teaching. It was essential to instill a sense of accomplishment in him. However, it seemed he had perhaps gone a bit too far. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The relentless barrage of strikes saw Niji executing a flawless 64-hit combo, and once initiated, this technique could not be interrupted by the attacker. Oh, this poses quite a challenge, Kakashi mused, lowering his eyelids, his expression appearing serious. In truth, he was merely concerned that Niji would continue to resist him in future training. Alas, there's no helping it. Let us address the immediate issue and defer future matters for later. First palm. Smack. Contrary to Niji's expectation of sending Kakashi flying, he felt another strike against his back. The force of his momentum drove him into the ground. Then, a foot grasped him and yanked him back to his original position. Are you satisfied? This is the extent of what effort can achieve. Your current mindset will render you the weakest among these students. Humph. As expected, Niji remained defiant. However, acknowledging defeat without further protest, he held his tongue. Very well, let us continue discussing the characteristics of chakra, Kakashi declared, retrieving his book to elaborate on the various forms of chakra. First, the 5 elemental chakra types are interdependent. Wind overcomes lightning, lightning overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes wind. When the corresponding ninjutsu is employed correctly, one can achieve exponential results. For instance, the effectiveness of wind release, gale palm against fire release, phoenix fire technique is vastly different from that of water release, water barrier. I hope you remember this relationship of counteraction and apply it flexibly on the battlefield or when coordinating with your teammates. With that, Kakashi began to set up a demonstration. Shadow clone technique. 3 shadow clones appeared, with the original and 1 clone simultaneously executing fire release, phoenix fire technique, while the opposing clone utilized wind release, gale palm, and water release, water barrier. The outcome was evident. The shadow clone employing wind release was swiftly obliterated. The other students were left in a state of enlightened clarity, yet Yuling remained perplexed. He inexplicably sensed the chakra, discerning that the amounts contained within the recent water and wind releases were disparate. Consequently, he developed a bold hypothesis. With sufficiently potent chakra or a unique form, even wind release could potentially obliterate fire release. Although he could not yet put this theory into practice, the notion took root in Yuling's mind. He had long believed that each chakra type possessed an optimal physical form, and once this form was identified, the ninjutsu could be executed to its fullest potential. However, it is evident that with his current reservoir of knowledge and chakra, he can scarcely support research in this domain. Is everyone clear on this? Allow me to elucidate the concept of bloodline limits. A select few ninjas possess unique ninjutsu, which, by integrating a modicum of yin or yang chakra into the conventional 5 elemental techniques, engenders a transformation in their nature. The precise quantity of yin and yang chakra utilized is often nebulous, perhaps a manifestation of innate talent, as they are born with formidable ninjutsu abilities. Nevertheless, nearly all bloodline limits are afflicted by a corresponding bloodline illness, with its severity increasing in tandem with the potency of the bloodline limit. To my knowledge, the Uchiha clan risks blindness from excessive use of their ocular prowess. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression turned somber. Indeed, the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan incurs side effects. Each activation results in bleeding and, over time, culminates in blindness. To preserve one's vision, one must rely on the Mangekyo Sharingan of a close blood relative. This is the rationale behind the Uchiha clan's designation as a cursed lineage. Sasuke aspires to grow stronger, yet he is loath to witness harm befall his beloved brother, which contributes to his melancholy. Is there truly no foolproof remedy? Though ordinary ninjas lack the capability to independently fuse bloodline limits, they can, through specific ninjutsu, initiate combination techniques. For instance, wind and fire release can coalesce into a more potent fire release, while water and lightning release can enhance control, and earth and wind release can yield rapid and lethal assaults. Thus, through such explanations and demonstrations, a year slipped by. The students adeptly mastered the properties of chakra and their applications, and under Kakashi's guidance, they devised various strategies and hypothetical scenarios employing their own ninjutsu. Their independent training also fostered significant growth in their abilities. Now, the time for practical application has arrived. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura formed a team to battle Neji, Lee, and Tenten. In contrast, Ino, Hinata, Kiba, and Haku engaged in combat against Shino. They dispersed to experiment with suitable ninjutsu and tactics. The first team to capture their opponents would emerge victorious. After one round, they would rotate, and Haku would reassign teams. Begin. This year's instruction has led Neji to reassess his view of Kakashi. Although he resented Kakashi's tardiness, he genuinely admired his dedication, a sentiment rooted in his acknowledgement of Kakashi's prowess. Kakashi's efforts, are they truly effective? This question marked the first crack in Neji's steadfast beliefs after studying under Kakashi for half a year. Oh, why the sudden inquiry? Is fate not irreversible? Taken aback, Kakashi sought to regain his lost dignity by presenting a mild challenge. I apologize. Born into the Hyuga's branch family, I harbor a profound aversion to my constrained vision and the life of subjugation, which has fostered this notion of an irreversible fate. Allow me to clarify, you, the caged bird upon your brow, are the true cage. What does that mean? Is not the branch family akin to a bird imprisoned for life? Ningxi was hearing Kakashi's words for the first time. Throughout history, the branch family of the Hyuga clan has always perceived itself as being under the control of the main family. Not only are the abilities of the Byakugan restricted, but this caged bird seal can also obliterate the minds of the branch family members at a moment's notice under the main family's command, serving as a constant deterrent to ensure the safety of the Hyuga main house. Ningxi's resentment towards this seal and his fate intensified after witnessing his father sacrifice himself for the main family to prevent the Byakugan from being passed on through Hinata's father. Indeed, but what if you are the cage? The original purpose of all branch families was to protect their main family. Yet, there will always be those who resist, inciting the branch family, leading to the narrative of the branch being akin to birds. Imagine yourself as a cage, embracing the duty of protecting Hinata and the main family as your destiny, and striving for it. Might this perspective bring you solace? Furthermore, effort is undoubtedly fruitful. If you doubt this, seek out Rock Lee for a spar. He was often subdued by you, but that was due to the restraint of gentle fist against strong fist. What if he, through perseverance, transcends the limitations of the strong fist? If you continue to espouse the notions of talent and fate, then first consider yourself a prodigy through hard work. From this moment onward, your objective is Lee. Kakashi perceived a shift in Ningxi's foundational beliefs regarding fate and the branch family, seizing the opportunity to challenge his preconceived notions. Naturally, these insights were accessible to him as a high-ranking technician of Konoha. Following this, while Ningxi still harbored some disdain for Kakashi, he ceased his cold mockery towards his classmates, instead opting to train fervently alongside the devoted Lee, running around Konoha daily. After a year of learning and playing together, despite never having engaged in a true battle, the 13 of them had grown familiar with one another, none eager to strike first, except for two individuals. Naruto and Kiba charged in unison. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Beast Mimicry, Beast Clone. The two impetuous souls, bolstered by their respective clones, rushed towards their opponents. However, Naruto's speed appeared sluggish in comparison to Lee and his specialized taijutsu class, akin to that of a grandmother leisurely strolling down the street. Lee crouched slightly, positioning his right leg forward in a bow stance. His right hand stood erect before him while his left rested behind. With a powerful push from his foot, he propelled himself at an astonishing speed into the sea of Naruto's clones. Mere breaths later, the once boisterous clamor of the shadow clones was drowned out by a series of resounding thuds. Naruto, come back! Sakura's anxious cry echoed. If Naruto were to be eliminated first, their team would undoubtedly face defeat given her strength. Fortunately, as Naruto sensed his clones being dispatched one by one, he recognized the impending danger and executed a series of flips to return to Sasuke's side. When he glanced back at the multitude of clones he had summoned with great expenditure of chakra, he was met with nothing but dissipating white smoke. Idiot! Can you refrain from making snide remarks right now, Sasuke, you big fool? Humph. Then you take your turn. Nevertheless, despite these words, Sasuke chose to follow Naruto, rushing towards the billowing white smoke. After all, during the past year, every moment of leisure had been spent training under the guidance of Yuling. In the course of their 2-on-1 practice, the duo had developed their own combination ninjutsu. Naruto, let's begin, Sasuke commanded, and Naruto, promptly responding, prepared alongside him. Sasuke swiftly pinpointed Lee amidst the smoke and suddenly accelerated, unleashing his newly devised C-rank technique under Kakashi's guidance, Fire Release, Fire Flame Foot. This technique serves as both an auxiliary skill for acceleration and a means to enhance the damage of physical attacks, making it perfectly suited for a surprise assault. Lee, be careful. Outside the smoke, Neji kept a vigilant watch with his Byakugan. However, when he noticed Sasuke closing in at high speed and alerted Lee, it was already too late. Shadow Dance Leaf. Lee possessed no sensory abilities and was utterly oblivious to the fluctuations of chakra. In the face of such a sudden attack, he merely heard a sound and instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, failing to take any further action. The Shadow Dance Leaf launched an upward strike, sending Lee flying helplessly into the air, where he was met by a flurry of physical attacks from Naruto. Neji could not stand by and watch his teammate lose the ability to fight. His target was Uchiha Sasuke. Whether it was due to a desire to prevent further attacks or his own pride, his decision was evidently the right one. Meanwhile, two girls surged forward to protect their team's main attacker. Sakura leaped high from behind Sasuke, launching her ninjutsu at the charging Neji, Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. Although the damage was minimal, the intention was to disrupt Neji's advance. Behind Neji, Tintin swiftly produced her ninja tool pouch, launching a barrage of shuriken and kunai. Though their trajectory appeared chaotic, they encircled Sasuke from all directions. This was troublesome. Sasuke realized he could no longer seize the opportunity to take down Lee. Disappointment washed over him as this promising cooperative moment was abruptly interrupted. With no other choice, he shouted to the sky, "Naruto, retreat," and quickly withdrew with Sakura, distancing themselves from the storm of ninja tools. Understood. In midair, Naruto, upon hearing this, decisively abandoned his pursuit of Lee, merely stepping on him before leaping back to his team. It was a wasted opportunity for a Rasengan, as the use of such a technique could cause the shadow clone to suffer dislocation, a pain that would undoubtedly be felt by Naruto as well. "Lee, how are you?" Tintin expressed her concern for her teammate, rushing to check on Lee as he landed. Neji promptly positioned himself in front of Lee, adopting a defensive stance, ready to counter any imminent attacks from the trio. Meanwhile, in another area, a significant commotion was unfolding. Beast Mimicry Technique, Four-Legged Technique. Kiba dropped to the ground, accompanied by the transformed Akamaru, having made his move the moment Naruto launched his assault. Yet, standing before them is the formidable Choji, possessing the most robust defense among the group. With his enlarged arms, he positions himself protectively in front of Ino and Shikamaru. swinging his colossal limbs to fend off the incessant harassment from Kiba. Meanwhile, on the ground, a shadow eerily trails behind Kiba. A single misstep could lead to his capture by the opposing side, a scenario that even Yuling could scarcely react to in time. Thus, he instinctively retreats. Addressing his leader, "Boss, how should we proceed?" It appears he has not forgotten his subordinate status. Recognizing that he cannot contend with the adversary alone, and turns to Yuling for guidance. Undoubtedly, Shikamaru stands on the opposing side, while Yuling represents their team. Both individuals possess intellects that are equally matched. It seems that this time, Choji is serving as support. Despite his imposing stature, he primarily focuses on defense. Having utilized his expansion technique on his arms, which restricts his mobility yet offers substantial protection for offensive maneuvers. Shino. Manipulate your insects to obscure Choji's line of sight. Though this is not the crux of our strategy, Shikamaru will likely anticipate this move. You must discreetly deploy a few of your insects to influence Ino through Choji. I sense she is the ace in this confrontation. Hinata will act as the primary attacker, attempting to bypass Choji while Kiba distracts Shikamaru, using your speed to disrupt his thought process. I will draw Choji's attention. With this comprehensive battle plan laid out, the four of them brimmed with confidence. After all, it was 4 against 3, even if the opposing team, comprising Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, displayed remarkable synergy. Their collaborative effectiveness at this age could not yet be fully realized. Yuling was confident in securing victory. Conversely, Shikamaru was meticulously devising his counter-strategy. I suspect Yuling will feign an attack, while Hinata will serve as the main offensive force to scatter us. Kiba will aim to thwart my shadow. Choji, ensure you protect your eyes. When they charge, Ino will initiate control over the nearest target, preferably Kiba, and I will maneuver to coordinate with Choji. Choji, remember to unleash broader area attacks. Clearly, Shikamaru's strategy clashed with Yuling's intentions. And then they moved. Everyone except Shino advanced towards their predetermined positions. Choji took a slight step back, while Ino surged forward. Utilize an S-shaped maneuver. Beware of being controlled. Scatter. Yuling discerned Ino's intention and issued commands before she could complete her hand signs. Body flicker technique. A miss. This disruption unraveled Shikamaru's plans. Yet Yuling adhered to the original strategy. Hinata enveloped her hands in chakra, first striking Choji's waist, momentarily slowing his movements, which allowed her to glide past him. Oh no, Ino has fallen into a trap. Shikamaru sighed inwardly, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Yuling, leading to Ino's isolation and his own precarious situation. Kiba had already closed in. One person and one beast, with sharp claws, relentlessly suppressed Shikamaru. In terms of physical prowess, Kiba vastly outmatched Shikamaru. And with a beastly clone by his side, Shikamaru struggled to even perform a single hand sign. It seemed defeat was inevitable. What a hassle. Meanwhile, Choji, having let Hinata pass, now faced the daunting challenge posed by Yuling. Using her celestial fluid technique, Yuling ensnared Dingxi, leaving him with no opportunity to escape or retaliate. I cannot afford to lose so easily, Dingxi exclaimed, clutching his head. In an instant, he let out a furious roar and thrust his hands apart. Accompanied by a surge of chakra. Secret technique, multiplication. Dingxi amplified his chakra output, causing his limbs to swell in size. And this sudden growth left Yuling at a loss for how to counter. Everyone, restrain your opponents. I will hold the line. His words provided a semblance of relief to Hinata and Kiba, as they no longer had to worry about their backs. Yuling performed a series of somersaults, retreating to Shino's side. The mid-range ninjas in their squad must be adequately protected, otherwise, they would lose a crucial asset. Shino, is it possible for you to absorb Dingxi's chakra? Yuling pondered, believing that even with his enlarged form, Dingxi's skin was still composed of chakra. All right, I will give it a try. With that, Shino raised his hands, directing his insects to envelop Dingxi. I'll go provide cover. Yuling dashed forward again, anxious that Dingxi might interfere with the insect's absorption of chakra. They have been studying for a year now. What do you think? The effectiveness of this class is yet to be seen, but even theoretically, they have acquired a wealth of practical experience that they would not have learned in school. Very well, shall we begin assembling the next batch of students? Certainly, third Hokage. Dealing with such a colossal opponent was proving somewhat beyond Yuling's capabilities. With the assistance of the parasitic insects, her water whip had indeed entangled Dingxi, yet despite the electric currents coursing through it, Dingxi remained steadfast, neither toppled nor incapacitated, which left Yuling in a state of frustration. His skin is remarkably tough. This marked Yuling's first encounter with an adversary possessing such formidable defenses. Observing Hinata and Kiba ahead, the two were effectively suppressing Ino and Shikamaru, preventing the trio from coordinating, while Dingxi was left with nothing but his oversized form. Of course, even if Yuling was unable to directly breach Dingxi's defenses, the primary offensive position was not his to command. Shino's insects had been strategically positioned the moment Yuling charged in. By now, approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. Logically, Dingxi's chakra should have been largely depleted. Chakra Insect Technique. Insect Sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Shino activated his jutsu. The parasitic insects that had infiltrated Dingxi's body suddenly congregated, effectively obstructing the flow of chakra. With a thud, it became evident that before Dingxi could even realize it, the chakra within him had dwindled significantly due to both his own expenditure and the insect's absorption. As Shino forcibly disrupted it from within, Dingxi's body collapsed under the strain, followed by a rapid reduction in size. Sorry, Shikamaru. Even as he succumbed to unnatural exhaustion, Dingxi did not forget to apologize to his comrades. Perhaps he felt that this defeat was entirely his fault. Dingxi, no, we can still fight, Ino. Shikamaru, unwilling to witness his closest friend Dingxi suffer such a needless defeat, rushed to regroup with Ino after a decisive blow that repelled Kiba's shadow clone. Upon hearing the signal, Ino promptly retreated to stand back-to-back with Shikamaru, each confronting their respective adversaries. Ino, begin. Quickly, commanded Shikamaru, who first assumed a horse stance, swiftly forming hand seals, while the shadow beneath him unexpectedly surged toward Kiba. Ino followed suit, suddenly pivoting to form a heart shape with her hands directed at Inuzuka Kiba. Secret technique. Heart-turning technique. It was a success. Ino's body collapsed, while Kiba's spirit fell into a deep slumber. Akamaru, unable to discern the change in Kiba, continued to crowd around him. At that moment, Ino manipulated Kiba's body, propelling it swiftly towards Hinata, while Shikamaru's shadow ensnared the darting Hinata. Gradually, a pincer movement involving Akamaru, Ino, and Shikamaru closed in on Hinata. If this continued, the tide of battle might very well turn. Yudo made his move, reaching his utmost speed. In that fleeting moment, he surpassed Kiba's velocity. Just before Shikamaru could ensnare Hinata, Yudo leapt in, striking down the airborne Akamaru with a powerful palm. Following this, his hands danced in the air, forming seals in the blink of an eye. Water release, water whip. Against the amplified ninjutsu of Choji, this technique proved exceedingly effective, allowing him to manipulate objects from a distance. Yudo maximized his chakra output, sending a slender whip towards Ino's body, positioned near a tree. He had ensnared her. Over 6 meters away, Yudo had managed to bind Ino. Although Ino's lifeless body was of little use, it prevented Kiba, controlled by Ino, from launching further attacks. Miscalculation. All right, Yudo, we concede. Shikamaru's languid voice echoed once more. Having recognized his lack of chances for victory, Shikamaru lost his fighting spirit. After all, this was merely a friendly spar among classmates. There was no need for excessive seriousness. He was not inherently a highly motivated individual. Ugh, Ino. Controlling me is unbearable. Do you even know how to use my body? How am I supposed to fight like this? You're wasting such a fine physique. Once Kiba regained control over his body, he began to complain to Ino. However, it seemed that the focus had shifted somewhat. Instead of being concerned about being controlled, he was more preoccupied with Ino's handling of his body. Well, let us observe Naruto and the others' match for now. They will soon be battling one of the groups, Yudo remarked, not joining in the banter with the other classmates, but instead turning his attention to the nearby match. Beside him stood only Shino, who was also watching the contest intently. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle raged on fervently. Naruto once more. The command was succinct, though there was little time for anything extraneous. Shadow Clone Technique. Sasuke was the first to execute the Shadow Clone Technique, while Naruto, aided by his clones, took to the sky, awaiting Sasuke's offensive. In this standoff, should either side secure a single opponent, the scales of victory would tip fatally. Before my Byakugan, all your illusions are rendered ineffective. Neji assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist, his palms poised upright, Byakugan wide open, searching for Sasuke's true form. Found you. Neji detected a faint but familiar chakra fluctuation and rushed forward, striking a decisive blow to the vital point. With chakra reserves dwindling, He could not afford any waste. However, it turned out to be merely an ordinary shadow clone, while the chakra surge was a deliberate maneuver by Sasuke. The real Sasuke, meanwhile, was rapidly closing in on Niji from the side. He arrived. Shadow Dance Leaf. It hit its mark. Now, suspended in midair, Niji found himself truly isolated and defenseless. His long-range support, Tenten, was entangled with Sakura, and the injured Lee was unable to mount an effective assault against Sasuke. The outcome of this battle would soon be determined. Oh no, Niji thought to himself, yet he felt utterly helpless. To be frank, his mobility in the air was significantly inferior to that of Lee. Success. For consecutive strikes from Naruto's shadow clones. 3 clones and the original struck Niji's abdomen with their combined force, sending him crashing toward the ground like a cannonball. Yet the assault was far from over. Naruto. Here it comes. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, vacuum sphere. One attack from above, another from below, fire and wind. Offense and support. In midair, a small fire dragon collided with the descending gust, resulting in an explosive reaction that tore at Niji, who was caught in the center. Oh, these 2 little brats are merciless, Kakashi thought, his brow furrowing. Even he found it challenging to devise a solution to this grave crisis facing Niji. However, it seemed there was no need for his intervention. The uncontrollable wind and fire chakra began to pull in the same direction. What was happening? The students could not discern any clues, but Kakashi, renowned in the ninja world for his keen perception, was all too aware. He hastened toward the scene. Oh dear. These kids are indeed troublesome, but thankfully the young master remains unscathed. Ah, someone is approaching. It seems I must vanish for a moment. The peculiar voice of Ine and Yang completely faded as Kakashi arrived. Being discovered would be quite unfortunate in this vibrant realm, he mused. Niji, even the injured Lee, still kneeling with an outstretched arm, grew concerned for Niji. After all, Niji was the genius he aspired to surpass. He could not possibly fall before being defeated by him. Thud. Niji hit the ground. Moments later, a coughing sound emerged, and through the dust, a hazy figure shakily rose. After standing upright, he stumbled and nearly fell again. We concede. Upon seeing this, Tenten immediately declared their surrender. The well-being of her comrades was far more important than the battle itself, especially since both of her teammates were grievously injured. She had no capacity to face 3 opponents alone. Kakashi-sensei? This time, Kakashi was genuinely focused, diligently investigating the source of the mysterious ninjutsu, and was naturally oblivious to the quiet conversation of his students 100 meters away. Then let us refine our chakra first. As it is quite an exhausting endeavor, Yuling suggested. Naturally, a session of sparring within the class left most of them utterly drained of chakra and stamina. Not to mention those who were injured. Ningxi and Shaoli could only lie still for the time being, treating it as a chance to recuperate. Apologies. Have you finished? Kakashi surveyed the area, even summoning his familiar, the 8 ninja dogs, yet found no results and was compelled to concede defeat. To his surprise, it seemed his students had indeed concluded their bout. Kakashi-sensei, why are you daydreaming during class again? With such diligent students like us, how can you not be attentive? Does Konoha not value us? Ino was the first to voice her complaint, having just endured a rather severe beating herself. Despite this, their instructor failed to provide any constructive feedback, and more astonishingly, he had arrived late to class. Ino could no longer contain her frustration and launched into a tirade. Apologies. Apologies. That old lady was lost, Kakashi explained, his tone light. Ah, so that's how it is. Kakashi-sensei, you truly have a way with elders. Ino quipped, with a hint of sarcasm, an area in which Kiba had considerable expertise. Is that what they call a way with elders? Kakashi-sensei, you're impressive. Naruto never could discern whether such remarks were compliments or jests, and others were too apathetic to clarify. All right, I, too, wish to learn from Kakashi-sensei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li, motivated by the newfound quality, was ready to dash out in search of the elder, only to be restrained by Kakashi. Yes. Now, let us discuss your battles, Kakashi said, wearing an awkward smile, but he promptly steered the conversation back on track. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. With my abilities, this man should be easily capable of subduing me. A man clad in a white robe stepped forth from the void. He was Yu Fei, the head of the Otsutsuki clan's reconnaissance division. Let us proceed. I have a report on the current situation. In summary, your performance during this session was commendable. Each of you showcased your strengths and demonstrated collaboration under certain circumstances, which is vital for group combat. In my assigned groups, except for Yuling, everyone's trio possessed unique strengths. Ningxi's team excelled in taijutsu. You effectively utilized your mobility. However, Tian must be vigilant about the timing of releasing ninja tools to avoid friendly fire and seize opportunities to inflict serious damage on the enemy. As for Sasuke's team, your coordination with Naruto was overly targeted, lacking the ability to adapt your strategies flexibly. Additionally, your aerial maneuvers hindered Haruno Sakura's effective support. Next time, consider more adaptable approaches. Though your ideas for combination techniques are promising, you might explore combinations of wind, water, and lightning. Despite Kakashi's seemingly lethargic demeanor, he was indeed a formidable force, capable of discerning the strengths and weaknesses of these children's battles with acute precision. Next, we have the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka trio. Your strengths lie in synergy and control, yet be cautious of being divided by the enemy. I hope Shikamaru can develop a broad-range ninjutsu, while Ino should improve her mobility. Choji should aim for instantaneous execution, altering the mass of a specific body part in an instant, preferably without hand seals. Lastly, Inuzuka Kiba's team. Your tactics were altered effectively due to Yuling's presence, which proved to be quite effective. However, when you are engaged in battle independently, I wish for each of you to fully utilize your strengths. Merely attacking from the side is insufficient, as your speed allows you to maneuver behind the enemy. At that moment, Hinata's swift and composed gentle fist must stand firm at the forefront. Shino's parasitic insects serve as a covert tactic, primarily aimed at draining chakra and controlling vision. That is the gist of it. Now, let each group discuss and absorb this information. Kakashi's astute analysis meticulously delineated each individual's strengths, allowing the students to perceive the disparity and gain motivation. Consequently, they diligently engaged in discussions about tactics and knowledge within their trio. Yuling, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. This declaration momentarily stunned everyone. It was, after all, a reasonable proposition, as the previous discussion had only pertained to the three-man team, excluding Yuling. The previous combat would not significantly benefit you. Now, it is time to test your skills in earnest. With that, Kakashi formed hand seals, summoning a water clone that inherited 10% of his abilities. Come on. Do not hold back. He introduced the clone, named Kakato, before leaping to a nearby tree to read. All right, Yuling, let us engage in a proper battle. That lazy Kakashi always summons me. The water clone, Kakato, possessed its own consciousness and immediately began to chatter. Since Kakashi-sensei has asked me to practice, I cannot afford to be negligent. I am ready to go. Yuling, undeterred by the challenge, eagerly welcomed this opportunity for training. Although he often held back during battles with his classmates, resulting in a stalemate, the circumstances were now different. His opponent was a clone of a Jonin, formidable and unafraid of inflicting harm, a perfect target for honing his skills. Yuling, give him a good beating. Kakashi, perched on the tree branch, yawned while mischievously encouraging the fight. Kakashi, you scoundrel, one day I will become the master of my own body. The clone, clearly displeased, felt undermined by this sentiment. Enough talk, sensei. I am about to make my move. Yuling was determined not to squander such an excellent opportunity and reminded Kakashi's clone to engage seriously in the battle to truly benefit from the experience. Very well. Let us disregard Kakashi for now. I am ready. For some reason, this clone seemed far more reliable than Kakashi himself. Dismissing any distractions, Yuling launched into action. Shadow Clone Technique. A clone must be mindful of the original. Kakato had an inkling of Yuling's intentions, as the purpose of a clone is to deceive the opponent. Generally speaking, the original lies in wait until the end. With that, Kakato swiftly formed hand seals. Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Technique. Kakato suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind Yuling, seizing hold of his ankle. Success! Yuling was taken aback, his expression turning grave as he glanced down at Kakato, who effortlessly pulled him into the earth. However, the anticipated scenario of the clone's diminutive form did not materialize as expected. Earth Release, Rock Ceiling. Teacher, please take this seriously. Do not make the mistake of underestimating your enemy. Yuling felt a tinge of helplessness. Such a simple strategy could capture this clone, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Yuling who was buried in the earth had dissipated into white smoke. Oh, do you now understand why I have always regarded you as mere cannon fodder? truly insufferable. Kakashi, once I deal with this little brat, I shall come for you. Just wait. Never mind. Never mind. You are far too unreliable. Come back. Yuling, let me summon a more astute individual for you. Water clone technique. Then, Kakashi transformed into a puddle of water, which soon morphed back into a humanoid form, revealing yet another individual identical to Kakashi. Kakashi, is there something you need? Yes. Eliminate the little imp before you. Very well. I am Kakashi Bey. I look forward to your guidance. I am about to strike. Yuling was somewhat speechless. It turned out Kakashi was a clone nurturer. Yet, amidst his sighs, he began forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Once again, he executed the versatile shadow clone jutsu. This time summoning for clones. This was the standard number for unleashing explosive speed. Yuling had yet to name this ninjutsu, merely employing it as a typical combination of techniques. He had no time to devise an appealing name, unlike Naruto, who was so casual. It sufficed that the shadow clones would take care of the situation. Kakashi Bey erupted into action, swiftly forming seals. Shinmoucho. This was the lightning release, lightning cutter. Kakashi's signature self-created jutsu. In an instant, a hand imbued with blue lightning was upon Yuling. Wind release, gale palm. Seeing that Yuling's shadow clones could not evade, one forcibly propelled Yuling and another shadow clone into the sky, while he himself was swiftly dispatched by Kakashi Bey within a second. Observing that Yuling remained unharmed, Kakashi said calmly, "Ah, Kakashi Bey, he is my student. Do not use lethal force. You must understand, he was quite frightened just now. If such a prodigy were to perish at the hands of his clone, the consequences would be dire. Phew, now that is commendable." Yuling was ignited with the spirit of battle. This was indeed the first time in his life he felt such a significant threat. "Send me out." Yuling commanded his shadow clone, which promptly began forming hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. Yuling swiftly launched towards Kakashi Bey, who stood on the ground, hoping to seize the initiative with this offensive maneuver. Harnessing the momentum of his rapid descent, Yuling executed a newly learned C-rank ninjutsu. Earth release, heavy rock technique. Suddenly, the weight of his entire body surged, while his falling speed doubled. This technique was both offensive and defensive. The earth element chakra floated at the surface of his body, enhancing both his defensive and destructive capabilities. Although it significantly reduced agility, given Yuling's current position, it was the most suitable technique to employ. Boom. In midair, Yuling adjusted himself, feet downward, slightly bent, crouching towards the ground. Just as he was about to impact the earth, he released the heavy rock technique's enhancement and performed a backflip, evading the large cloud of dust raised by his landing. He sensed Kakashi Bey's movements. As expected, a hand shot forth from where Yuling had been just a second prior, unmistakably another attempt at a decisive strike. However, the same moves yield identical outcomes. And once again, failure ensued. "You are quite formidable," Kakashi remarked as he leaped from the ground, commending Yuling. The combat intuition of this child is akin to that of a seasoned ninja, possessing a profound understanding of danger, a remarkable synergy with ninjutsu, and an astute grasp of tactics. Kakashi's face, concealed beneath his mask, reflected admiration for Yuling. Truly, he is a prodigy. Even he, as well as Itachi Uchiha and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could not have achieved such prowess at the tender age of 7. Indeed, he emerged unscathed. Yuling's plan to seize the initiative had faltered, alerting this formidable clone of Kakashi, making victory seem increasingly elusive. Nevertheless, considering Kakashi-sensei's chakra levels, this tenth of his chakra should not surpass my own. Moreover, given his reckless attempt to swiftly subdue the enemy, he would soon exhaust his chakra reserves. Thus, a strategy of attrition it shall be. Seizing the opportunity while Kakashi adjusted, Yuling meticulously organized his thoughts and devised a plan tailored to counter Kakashi's clone. He remained indifferent to whether he could withstand his opponent's strength. His sole concern was the prospect of triumph. What did it matter if he were to be injured? He did not care. Defeating the strong was his ultimate goal. Since the strategy relied on delaying tactics, he could no longer afford to squander unnecessary chakra. Thus, the shadow clone technique was deemed a liability and was not employed this time. "Oh, no shadow clones. It seems he is prepared to go all out," Kakashi observed, interpreting Yuling's seriousness. In deference, Kakashi's clone intensified his chakra output. Alas, Kakashi's clone was quite the straightforward individual, devoid of subtlety. Understanding Yuling's intentions, Kakashi began to lecture his clone once more. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. Kakashi's clone produced a kunai, channeling lightning chakra into it, greatly enhancing its sharpness. Is that really necessary? How ruthless! Naruto exclaimed, his scalp tingling at the sight of the sizzling kunai, unable to suppress his concern for Yuling. Excellent. He has fallen into my trap. Let us continue the charade. Yuling smirked subtly. Water release. Water whip. The water whip was maintained at its shortest form, merely 1 meter in length. In ordinary circumstances, such a length would be of little consequence, yet it proved effective in close quarters against the kunai. Empowered by the lightning chakra, Kakashi's clone surged forward, appearing before Yuling. Aware that he could not withstand a direct confrontation, Yuling executed a front flip, soaring over Kakashi's clone, and in midair, ensnared his wrist wielding the kunai with the water whip, yanking it forcefully. This maneuver disrupted Kakashi's clone's balance, allowing Yuling to land safely. Wow, so cool. Ino gazed at the recently landed Yuling with starry eyes. Indeed, Yuling's physique, appearance, and movements distinguished him among his peers, and his exceptional maturity, coupled with an air of aloofness, incited cheers from many girls. However, Yuling had no time to indulge in such distractions, for a blade of energy, imbued with numbness, was already approaching from behind. The body of a seasoned ninja is not something that a mere 7-year-old can easily disturb. Even with all his weight, Yuling found it challenging to topple Kekkai. Kekkai, seizing the momentum of the turn, raised his kunai and struck downwards. Yuling felt a surge of tension. There was no escaping this. Yet, he adeptly rolled onto the ground, leveraging his weight to divert the descending kunai's trajectory. A shallow trench suddenly appeared on the ground 10 meters away, and a nearby tree was severed in half. This was the formidable power of a kunai enhanced by lightning technique. After 2 rolls, Yuling stood up and executed another backflip, distancing himself from Kekkai, who, having been pulled down twice, was only now rising to his feet. Phew, how surprisingly heavy this child is. It is worth noting that Yuling had started training at an early age, and his physique was predominantly muscular, far surpassing that of an ordinary child. Kekkai gathered chakra once more and initiated the lightning blade. After all, this was the most suitable offensive ninjutsu for limited chakra and flat terrain. Once again, he charged forward. Kekkai bent low and sprinted, his left hand raised to protect his head, racing close to the ground. The crackling sound of lightning echoed, and in less than 3 breaths, he reached Yuling once more. It seemed that the output of chakra had increased. Indeed, this would shorten the duration of the encounter, Yuling thought to himself, unperturbed by the flickering lightning in his periphery. Wind release, gale palm. Yuling harnessed the characteristic of wind to counter lightning, skillfully employing his most proficient wind technique to weaken Kekkai's lightning-enhanced attack, while using the wind's recoil to retreat once more. Why hasn't he engaged me yet? This will not do. I must end this swiftly. Half of my chakra remains. Kekkai pondered, noticing that Yuling had been solely evading or using his own momentum, never making a proactive strike, which was rather peculiar. The timing is not yet right. Yuling fixed his gaze on Kekkai and muttered to himself. He could sense the chakra of Kekkai's water clone, and at that moment, he had a clear grasp of its chakra levels. If he remains inactive, I could cleave him in 2. No, Kakashi instructed me not to use lethal force. I shall wait to deplete the chakra from the kunai instead. Kekkai began to worry for Yuling's safety. After all, he was charging with an electrified kunai, and such force was not something a student of the Ninja Academy could simply evade or withstand. However, Yuling was far from an ordinary ninja student. Zzz. At the last moment, Kekkai dissipated the lightning chakra on his kunai, which then grazed Yuling's body. Yet, the sensation of penetration felt oddly solid. A puff of white smoke enveloped the scene. Another shadow clone? No, this is the body replacement technique. When did you manage to do this? Oh, when you severed the tree. Seeing that his ruse had succeeded and he had reached the distant tree, Yuling felt a sense of joy. After all, aside from requiring preparation time, the body replacement technique had no significant drawbacks. As an E-level ninjutsu, its chakra consumption is remarkably low, allowing for instantaneous activation after preparation. Truly a divine technique for close combat. At this moment, Yuling glanced at Kakashi, who was now at a distance. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. The recent high-speed dash of nearly 50 meters, coupled with the formidable chakra attached to his shuriken, had drained his energy significantly. Now, The distance between Kakashi and Yuling had been forcibly extended to 100 meters due to the substitution technique. Kakashi could only approach Yuling at a normal pace now, but even if he managed to close the gap, he lacked sufficient chakra to unleash an effective ninjutsu. Could it be that this young lad's strategy is to exhaust me? It appears I have underestimated him. Kakashi sighed softly, realizing that the rhythm of this battle was entirely in Yuling's control, a fact he had failed to recognize. What a remarkable child he is. With this thought, he resumed his attempt to close the distance to Yuling. However, Yuling would not allow Kakashi to approach so easily. With a vastly superior chakra reserve, even haphazardly casting ninjutsu seemed far more rational than engaging in a physical confrontation. Teacher, it's time to end this, Yuling murmured, lowering his head slightly, and began forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Water release, water chaos wave. Lightning release, body flicker. After summoning a shadow clone, he immediately formed seals again to execute a combination ninjutsu of water release and lightning release. This technique was perfect for restricting the enemy's movement. Kakashi found himself within the confines of this jutsu's domain, momentarily paralyzed by the lightning release, though he did not disappear just yet. Yuling's offensive was far from over. Shadow clone technique. This time, he created 2 additional shadow clones. Earth release, heavy rock fall. Wind release, gale palm. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Wind release, wind cutter. Yuling leaped high into the air, forming seals once more, augmenting his right arm with heavy rock, and then crashed down onto the ground, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. The 2 shadow clones also leaped into the air, while the previously summoned clone below used its remaining chakra to unleash a massive gale palm, propelling the other 2 clones skyward. In the air, one shadow clone initiated the phoenix fire technique, directing fireballs with precision onto larger stones. Shortly after, the wind release accelerated the assault over a wide area. TSK. There's no escaping this. Kakashi, still in a paralyzed state, realized he was doomed this time, shaking his head in resignation. Technique complete. Wind, fire. Earth combination ninjutsu, celestial falling star. Wow, that's incredibly powerful. Yuling, teach me that later. Naruto exclaimed, rushing towards Yuling before the match could conclude. The dazzling display held immense allure for a young boy. My apologies, Kakashi. I've embarrassed you. The shadow clones dissipated, yet their memories returned to Kakashi's original form. Haha. It's quite all right. In front of this group of children, I've long lost my pride. Let's go. I'll teach them, Kakashi replied with a smile, feeling a sense of pride, for such strength belonged to his students. The group of children remained entirely oblivious to Kakashi's approach, engrossed in a flurry of questions directed at Yuling. Such a grand display of ninjutsu must surely have been a novel experience for them. Yuling executed his tactics with remarkable precision, and his ninjutsu was nothing short of stunning. Kakashi's typically deadpan gaze transformed into a rare squint of delight as he addressed Yuling. Thank you for your affirmation, Sensei. I shall continue to strive for excellence. Yuling felt a surge of joy at the praise from his teacher, prompting a sweet response. You just employed 5 different ninjutsu techniques in one go, demonstrating a profound understanding of their characteristics. You've even developed your own variant of Earth Release, which you executed with great finesse. Have you considered bestowing a name upon your unique Earth Release technique prior to its combination with other ninjutsu? Though it is merely an application, I believe it possesses its own distinct utility and could stand alone as a technique. Must ninjutsu really have names? Yuling replied, somewhat bemused. He felt indifferent towards such nomenclature. As long as the technique was effective, what need was there for a name? Yuling, every formidable ninja possesses a signature technique. Though I cannot fathom the reason, consider the first Hokage's Sage Art, Wood Release, the Divine Tree, the second Hokage's Water Release, Water Dragon Bite, and the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. These renowned ninjas in the shinobi world each have their iconic skills. If you neglect to name your ninjutsu, how will you be described in the future? Kakashi articulated his point with conviction, albeit lacking persuasive power. Nevertheless, Yuling resolved to heed Kakashi's advice. So this is to make it easier for the pursuit teams to identify you, he mused. Then I shall name it Earth Release, Shattered Stone Dance, with a playful spirit. He conceived this name. Very well. Let it be Earth Release, Shattered Stone Dance. Kakashi had initially harbored concerns that Yuling's indifference towards naming might result in a protracted and tedious title akin to his own teacher's spiral flash, super rotation technique, given your current capabilities. I sense that merely these C-rank techniques, even in combination, may not suffice for your prowess. Why not attempt to modify existing techniques or develop new ones? Kakashi, possessing a certain understanding of Yuling, had long felt that such techniques lacked sufficient challenge. Although he had sought higher-level ninjutsu from the third Hokage, his request was declined due to chakra constraints. However, now that Kakashi had broached the topic, he was keen to seize the opportunity. Very well. I shall give it a try. However, could you kindly demonstrate? Yuling responded, recalling his scant knowledge of high-level ninjutsu. Yes. Sensei, please show us advanced ninjutsu. The other students, particularly Naruto, immediately gathered around at the mention of powerful techniques. Sasuke, too, was no exception. His thirst for ninjutsu was no less than Naruto's. My shadow clone employed a lightning-based technique during my duel with Yuling, known as lightning cutter, which is classified as an A-rank technique. The amount of chakra consumed by each level of ninjutsu increases progressively. Beyond the Raikiri, I possess a technique known as Chidori, classified as S-rank ninjutsu. Generally speaking, ninjutsu of A rank and below typically exhibit either a change in form or a change in nature, while S-rank techniques embody both. Therefore, mastering an S-rank ninjutsu is exceedingly challenging. As he spoke, Kakashi began to weave hand signs. Zi Wu Shun Wu Mao Zi. The signs completed, he declared, lightning release. Chidori. Kakashi raised his right palm, gradually channeling chakra. In mere moments, a sharply defined lightning bird materialized, its electrifying essence flickering and dancing, as if it would burst forth from Kakashi's hand at any moment. The lightning attribute is known for its ferocity, making it particularly difficult to control, and achieving a change in form is a formidable task. The wind attribute, lacking a tangible medium, also presents challenges in transformation. In the next instant, Kakashi propelled himself off the ground, and when he landed, he was already 100 meters away, having shattered a massive rock into fragments with that singular strike. Is this the might of lightning release? It seems I can directly seek Kakashi's guidance. Sasuke, too, possesses lightning chakra. However, to his knowledge, there are currently no surviving lightning attribute ninjas within the Uchiha clan, as they predominantly exhibit fire attributes. Alright, everyone. Let us continue to group according to our capabilities and focus on the development and enhancement of our respective ninjutsu. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me. Yuling was placed in the same group as Sasuke. You all are utilizing basic ninjutsu. Alright, Yuling, come here quickly and teach me some ninjutsu. Upon hearing this arrangement, Naruto eagerly rushed over to Yuling, eager to learn the expansive wind release he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Sasuke walked in the opposite direction. Kakashi, I wish to learn your Chidori, he stated directly as he approached. Oh, that is an S-rank technique. I can teach you once you graduate, but not at this moment. Kakashi promptly declined Sasuke's request without hesitation. Why not? I possess lightning attributes. Well, as I mentioned before, S-rank ninjutsu requires an immense reservoir of chakra to support it. The consumption of a single S-rank technique is roughly equivalent to that of 4 A-rank techniques, and each A-rank technique requires the chakra of 4 B-rank techniques, and so forth. If I am not mistaken, your current limit should allow you to consecutively unleash approximately 3 B-rank techniques. Thus, it is impossible for you to master Chidori at this juncture. Not even Raikiri. Kakashi patiently elaborated on the reasoning, knowing that he could not let the young Sasuke take such risks. It is essential to recognize that in the profession of a ninja, pushing oneself prematurely can lead to significant physical detriment. When you grow a bit more, I will first teach you Raikiri. For now, focus on refining your B-rank techniques. Understood. Although reluctant, Sasuke complied and walked away, acknowledging that he indeed lacked the necessary chakra. Even mastering the hand signs and chakra flow would be futile. Naruto, pay close attention. See Mao In Shun. Wind release. Wind cutter. Yuling instructed, demonstrating the hand signs and the method of execution. You simply need to bring your hands together like this, and then separate them as you unleash the technique. Give it a try. After meticulously demonstrating the wind release, wind cutter, Yuling then departed to further enhance her existing ninjutsu. In his view, the current ninjutsu possesses significant limitations, particularly with the lightning release, which is yet to be effectively utilized in isolation. The essence of lightning release is heavily influenced by the surrounding environment. rendering it rather ineffective unless complemented by water release. What if he were to utilize a shadow clone as a tangible entity? With this notion taking root, Yuling promptly commenced his experimentation. Lightning shadow clone technique. Bang! A puff of smoke erupted, yet within it, there was nothing but emptiness. Clearly, this initial attempt resulted in failure. Yuling endeavored to infuse a greater quantity of lightning chakra into the ordinary chakra while employing the shadow clone technique, yet he struggled to achieve the necessary balance, leading to another unsuccessful attempt. What if he were to increase the input of lightning chakra? He mused, his hands once more in motion. Lightning shadow clone technique. This time, he added a touch more lightning chakra to the existing base. Bang! Once again, only white smoke emerged, devoid of any clone. Is 30% of lightning chakra still insufficient? This already constituted 1/10 of my chakra. Perhaps I should begin with a substantial quantity of lightning chakra. Observing the continued lack of success, Yuling felt a tinge of confusion, yet he persisted in his endeavors. Bang! This time, it was not merely white smoke. A significant surge of lightning coursed through it. It seemed Yuling had stumbled upon a glimmer of insight and continued his attempts. 80%, 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%. Bang, 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 bang. Yet again, he faced failure, with not even a trace of lightning appearing this time. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the earlier lightning was merely a byproduct of excess rather than the clone's dissipation? Yuling felt a pang of uncertainty. Was his approach flawed? Based on the foundational principles of the shadow clone technique, he ought to be on the right track. Hey Yuling, why does your chakra reaction seem so intense? What ninjutsu are you refining? Naruto, having heard the crackling sounds, rushed over, sensing that Yuling had paused his experiment. I'm attempting to create a lightning-based shadow clone. But despite infusing a substantial amount of lightning chakra, I failed each time. Oh, a lightning clone? Then why not just use pure lightning? You have plenty of it. After uttering this, Naruto, finding little amusement in the endeavor, returned to his own practice of wind release. Using entirely lightning chakra might indeed be viable. Naruto's offhand comment proved immensely helpful to Yuling. Perhaps the focus should not be on the quantity of chakra, but rather its concentration. When the lightning chakra reached its zenith, the lightning manifested. Thus, perhaps eliminating other chakra types was the key. Without hesitation, Yuling formed hand seals, and a humanoid figure suddenly materialized beside him, only to explode within a second. This time, the surge of lightning was several times more potent than before. This is genuinely feasible. However, this time the chakra input was excessive. Let us try reducing it by half. Lightning shadow clone technique. Bang. No, once more. Lightning shadow clone technique. Boom. Success. Yuling's eyes narrowed as he focused on the white smoke, where it appeared as though a humanoid figure stood intact, unharmed. This time, he expended merely 1% of the lightning attribute chakra within him. Such a minimal amount is negligible in the heat of battle. Moreover, this particular ninjutsu barely qualifies as an E-rank technique in terms of chakra consumption. The lightning clone emerged, appearing no different from a shadow clone. Yet Yuling could sense the chaotic lightning chakra surging within it. Indeed, it is the most difficult chakra to control. During the previous experiment, Yuling decreased the amount in 10% increments. Now, he intended to increase it by 1%, employing the lightning clone as a reservoir for chakra, or rather, a sealing space. Utilizing clones as vessels for sealing techniques is advantageous due to their robustness and low consumption. Kakashi lacked suitable ninjutsu for him, so Sasuke decided to seek out Yuling instead. After encountering obstacles with Kakashi, Sasuke practiced fire release for a while, but found no progress, which led him to think of Yuling. Given that Yuling possessed a fair number of B-rank ninjutsu, there might be an appropriate lightning release technique for him. As he approached, he found Yuling just rising to his feet, as if he had recently concluded the development of a ninjutsu. Yuling, do you have any lightning release techniques you could teach me? Sasuke inquired, focused solely on his own learning. Let me think. For you, a ranged lightning attack would be best, as it can complement your fire release. How about the lightning release, lightning arrow? It is a technique with strong penetration and persistence, allowing you to control the timing and distance of the shot based on your chakra input. However, it is a C-rank technique, so you may need to develop it further, as its current damage output is limited. Alright, I'll learn that then. Sasuke was desperate to learn, having only mastered lightning release, land walk. while having neither seen nor learned any other techniques. Since Yuling had a ready-made technique available, he couldn't afford to hesitate over its rank. Lightning Release, Lightning Arrow. I believe you can learn it faster than Naruto. Thank you. After acquiring the technique, Sasuke departed, confident in his ability to master it without further assistance from Yuling. No sooner had Sasuke left than another Yuling emerged from concealment. Phew, I can finally maintain this for so long. Lightning Release, Heavenly Thunder Seal. Bang. This time, there was no white smoke, only pure lightning surging wildly within a confined space, creating a tumultuous disturbance. With this, he should have a life-saving ninjutsu at his disposal. Such lightning flows would surely cause anyone to hesitate. Yuling felt a wave of relief. After all, this technique would prove highly effective in practical combat. It could serve as a decoy for the clone, and after sustaining an attack, it could trigger a sealing technique to control the enemy's movements. Consequently, the lightning attribute chakra could be utilized independently, minimizing waste. Perhaps, other attributes could also be transformed into clones. If so, the execution of ninjutsu would become even more versatile. He decided to start with the simplest, the tangible chakra earth. Phew, I wonder how Yuling is faring. I have successfully learned his wind release. 3 days later, Naruto succeeded and, upon stopping, rushed off to find Yuling to learn yet another technique. What a foolish child. Sasuke also came to an abrupt halt. Just moments ago, he had completely mastered the technique of lightning release, light arrow, developing 2 distinct forms of this attack by combining varying concentrations of lightning and fire chakra. The variant with a predominance of fire is enhanced for offense and is dubbed the Thunderfire Explosive Arrow, while the one leaning towards lightning is specialized for penetration and is referred to as the Thunderfire Piercing Arrow. Sasuke contemplated showcasing this ninjutsu to his benchmark, Yuling, with a sense of pride. However, it was evident that there was no need for them to seek out Yuling, as he had already returned, accompanied by 5 of his shadow clones. Yuling, why are you summoning shadow clones for no reason? Naruto inquired with a bemused expression, gazing at the 6 Yulings. To him, they seemed no different from ordinary shadow clones, completely oblivious to the fact that just 2 days prior, he had witnessed Yuling's experiment firsthand. Naruto, do you remember my experiment? Yuling asked with a smile. What are you talking about? All I recall is you teaching me wind release before you vanished. What experiment? Naruto had clearly forgotten entirely. That's a rather peculiar chakra. Why do these 5 clones possess such chaotic and volatile chakra? Neji, activating his Byakugan, observed and was taken aback. Neji, what do you see? Please share. Inuzuka Kiba, curious about his brother's actions, urged Neji with excitement. Typically, shadow clones share the same muscular and chakra distribution as ordinary individuals. However, these clones exhibit an exceptionally dense and unique chakra, appearing quite unusual. Furthermore, their chakra seems to permeate throughout their bodies, unlike the usual confinement within the blood vessels of a human. Neji furrowed his brow and conveyed his observations to everyone, intrigued as it was his first encounter with such oddities. Well, Yuling, it seems you have succeeded. I can sense an extraordinarily high purity of various elemental chakras. Kakashi arrived, having overheard the conversation, and upon witnessing Yuling and his 5 clones, he utilized his Sharingan from a distance to observe the rich elemental chakra coursing within the clones, astonished yet immensely curious. The shadow clone technique had been employed by ninja villages for years, but never had anyone delved into its intricacies. Yuling was the first to do so. Kakashi-sensei, could I trouble you to release your water clone? Yuling requested as Kakashi approached, presumably to make a comparison. Water clone technique. Oh, Kakashi, are you not using me as cannon fodder this time? Sensei, please release it. I need this effect. Boom. Hey, Kakashi, you unreasonable person. Next time you release me, I swear I'll take you down. The indignant voice of Kaka echoed in Kakashi's mind, but he paid it no mind. A rather ordinary puddle of water splashed onto the ground. Please observe. Water clone technique, release. Boom. Splash. This time, the release effect was entirely different. Water release, hidden mist technique. Remarkably, there is no need for hand seals. Merely relying on the water clone can achieve such a level of mastery. One cannot help but ponder the intellectual prowess of this child, who appears to manipulate clones as if they were sealing scrolls. Alas, I find myself feeling inadequate. Kakashi, feeling a twinge of insecurity, reflected on his years of experience in the ninja world. Realizing that he has been outclassed by Yuling in the realm of water clones by several magnitudes, The disparity between these two water clones is incomparable, with a vast difference in functionality and practical application in combat. Wow, that is astonishing. What other abilities do the clones possess? The crowd marveled. Their curiosity piqued regarding the techniques housed within the other clones. Yuling, how long does it take for you to create such a clone? Kakashi, as a teacher, astutely hit upon the crux of the matter. Indeed, the preparation time for a jutsu is closely tied to its potency. If the activation time is excessively long, it results in diminished combat efficiency, whereas a swift activation transforms it into a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Bang! In an instant, a water clone fell to the ground. Bang! Once again, as it dissipated, a thick fog began to spread. Kakashi was genuinely taken aback by the instantaneous nature of the jutsu. The activation time of such a technique was indistinguishable from that of a conventional clone. This surpassed the limits of Kakashi's comprehension. Perhaps Yuling's talent transcends what he is suited to teach. Please, showcase your other clones. Though somewhat at a loss for words, there was a persistent urging for Yuling to continue displaying his creations. Lightning release, heavenly thunder seal, Yuling declared, dispelling the lightning clone stationed at the farthest edge. Initially, there was no reaction, but then, in a sudden surge, lightning erupted, illuminating the nearby wind clone, which faltered and was swiftly penetrated, leading to its dissolution and the release of the jutsu within. Wind release, Eye of the Storm. Recognizing the opportune moment, Yuling formed a hand sign with one hand, triggering the wind release. This was a high-purity sphere of wind chakra concentrated within the clone. As the surrounding pressure dissipated, the sphere expanded dramatically, creating an eye of the storm that drew in all objects within a 10-meter radius. Undoubtedly, the nearest fire clone was the first to be ensnared, and under the slicing winds, it could not withstand the onslaught. Fire release, Black Smoke Blast. This fire technique served as a contingency, triggered by 5 talismans randomly scattered upon the clone's demise. The enemy would need to contact the talisman left on the ground to activate it, showcasing exceptional single-target capability that impeded the enemy's movement. Conveniently, one was positioned beneath the remaining Earth clone, which promptly detonated. With its body part missing, the clone could no longer maintain its form and thus dissipated. Earth release, Great Rift. No sooner had he spoken than 2 chasms appeared on the surface. Though narrow enough for only one person to traverse, they were unfathomably deep. Clearly, this was yet another technique targeting the feet. Yuling, these must be survival skills. Quite practical indeed, Kakashi recognized the intent and offered his commendation. The entire sequence of interlinked jutsu left the other students wide-eyed and slack-jawed, utterly captivated. With no one caring about their appearances, this was truly a feast for the eyes. Teacher, their potential extends far beyond this. In my previous experiments, I discovered that the techniques they unleashed were far superior to the ordinary shadow clone jutsu, being both more potent and efficient in chakra consumption, with a greater specificity towards chakra attributes, allowing for a more precise control. This alleviated the frustration I often faced, where I would wish to utilize wind release, but was limited to lightning release instead. Here, it seems no one can truly comprehend the struggles of Yuling. For aside from Sasuke and Kakashi, the others possess but a single chakra attribute, and even those two only wield 2. Typically, one operates under the assumption that having chakra is sufficient, with little regard for its attributes, let alone meticulously calculating the expenditure of various chakra types. Yet, Yuling found himself murmuring about fate, an idea he had previously dismissed. Despite his usual envy towards ninjutsu, he had vowed to elevate taijutsu, aspiring for it to be regarded as equally vital and powerful as ninjutsu within the realm of ninja arts. However, at this moment, he was astounded. Yuling's ninjutsu had transcended normalcy, evolving beyond their capacity to keep pace. Though these concepts may not be overwhelmingly powerful or exceptionally innovative, the ability to achieve such a synthesis and conduct experiments with 5 different attributes in merely 3 days is beyond mere talent. Perhaps it is fair to say, he is indeed a seed of the Otsutsuki clan. Now, let us test the strength of your clones. Naruto, engage in a duel with your wind release clone, while Sasuke, choose between your fire and lightning attributes. Push the limits of your clones. Kakashi, intrigued, pondered how much enhancement a single clone could bring to ninjutsu, recalling that his own water clone could not unleash formidable techniques. Thus, he encouraged his 2 students, each possessing distinct chakra attributes, to explore this potential. Alright, I will dispatch you swiftly. It's merely a clone, certainly not as formidable as Yuling. Naruto, brimming with confidence, leapt forward eagerly to confront the clone. Foolish one. I shall select the fire attribute. After careful consideration, Sasuke, though tempted to gauge the strength of his lightning release, decided to prioritize his pride, believing that choosing fire would ensure his victory and thus opted against the lightning clone. Wind clone jutsu. Fire clone jutsu. With a resounding boom, the clones manifested, and Naruto and Sasuke moved to opposite sides, followed closely by their respective clones. By the way, you only have about 10 minutes. After this time elapses, the clones will automatically dissipate, resulting in a forceful explosion. Do remember to heed this warning. Once both sides were prepared, Yuling reminded them, concerned that they might still be entangled in battle when the clones disbanded, which could cause significant damage at close range. Only 10 minutes? Kakashi noted this with interest, understanding that the duration of existence greatly impacts a clone's combat efficacy. However, it seemed Yuling had devised such clones primarily for escape, rendering an extended duration unnecessary. 10 minutes should suffice to evade a few adversaries. Indeed, their chakra had become excessively chaotic due to the residual techniques, leaving them unable to regulate it. As time elapses, the internal pressure may become unbalanced, leading to the automatic release of chakra, explained Yuling. He had indeed attempted to extend the duration of his shadow clones, with the longest lasting an entire day. However, such clones lacked the final ninjutsu and were indistinguishable from ordinary shadow clones. Thus he abandoned this notion. All right, I shall resolve this within 5 minutes, Naruto declared, already forming hand seals. Wind release, wind cutter. He was not one to bide his time, launching his most powerful wind technique right away, partly to showcase the fruits of his training. A fierce gust sliced through the air, hurtling towards the wind clone. Yet, the clone responded swiftly. Earthly branches, wind release, wind wall. The voice emanating from the clone was surprisingly deep, unlike Yuling's. Upon completing the seals, he raised both hands before him, steadily facing the advancing gale. Chakra surged from his palms, spreading laterally across a vast area. And this sudden eruption successfully intercepted Naruto's wind cutter. What is this? When did you acquire a new ninjutsu? Kakashi inquired, astonished by Yuling's unexpected display. This is merely an application of wind release, gale palm. I typically employ it for acceleration, but by amplifying the chakra and relinquishing control, it can autonomously cover a large area, thereby blocking non-penetrative damage. I had contemplated this technique while considering the capabilities of the wind clone, Yuling explained. Its limitation is that it can only obstruct ninjutsu and has no effect on the ninja themselves, which is why I ultimately discarded this technique. You mentioned naming my ninjutsu, so I have done so. Truly, I feel your knowledge is worthy of graduation, Kakashi remarked, genuine admiration etched on his face. He himself had been a prodigy who graduated early from the Ninja Academy, but this specialized class had already shortened the program by 2 years, making any further early graduation seem unreasonable, especially in a time of relative peace that did not necessitate urgent conscription. Damn it, just a mere clone. Behold my wind release, vacuum sphere, Naruto exclaimed, witnessing his strongest technique easily countered, prompting him to unleash his more adept vacuum sphere. The clone assessed the penetrating nature of this jutsu and did not remain stationary. Instead, it charged forward. Naruto manipulated 3 small whirlwinds, chasing after the clone and striking along its path. Are you trying to evade? I'll crush you with a single punch. Unfortunately, all 3 strikes missed their target. Naruto ceased his ranged tactics and approached the clone, preparing for close combat to determine the victor. Shadow clone technique. For shadow clones materialized beside Naruto, all racing towards the wind clone. The nearest shadow clone struck first, swinging a punch towards the head of the wind clone. But Yuling's clone was no mere match for Naruto's. Wind release, gale palm. A tempest coalesced in the palm of the wind clone, which lowered its head, extended its arm, and sent the shadow clone flying. It then crouched low, sweeping a leg towards another shadow clone that had circled behind, and with a powerful thrust, it returned to its original position, slamming the stormy palm against the back of yet another clone. In a single encounter, it dispatched 3 shadow clones effortlessly. Just now, did your clone fail to perform the hand seals? Kakashi was confident in his observation, certain that the wind clone did not undergo the sealing process. The ability to release jutsu without hand seals is indeed the aspiration of every ninja, as it allows for more time to adapt to various changes during combat. Oh, for techniques that demand little chakra, all my clones can bypass the need for hand seals. Their chakra is not confined within the chakra points. Hence, there is no requirement for seals to unlock the chakra limits. They can instantaneously draw upon the chakra that permeates their bodies to execute the jutsu directly. However, for techniques that require a substantial amount of chakra, it becomes necessary to unbind the limitations of the dantian to access a significant reserve of chakra. This characteristic serves as one of the criteria for superior clones, a feature discovered rather serendipitously. How vexing it is to be unable to conceive a proper host jutsu. Yuling felt a surge of agitation after failing for the 42nd time to imbue the fire attribute clone with a jutsu. Such emotions inevitably affected his control over the clone, causing the still existent fire clone to throw a punch, and that was merely the beginning. A small fireball was launched. Though diminutive and lacking in power, it signified that this clone could release more chakra unarmed than an average ninja without the need for hand seals. Perhaps it could indeed unleash jutsu? Bang, 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 bang. Yuling summoned 4 clones of different elemental attributes, each throwing punches. In an instant, the area erupted with thunderous sounds, as the 5 elemental chakras surged wildly. 10 minutes. Let us commence. Meanwhile, Sasuke began his confrontation with his clone. He was unwilling to wait for the clone to dissipate on its own. He intended to forcefully shatter it. Perhaps he still did not deserve to gamble with the name of Uchiha. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Sasuke initiated a preemptive strike, launching 5 smaller fireballs towards the fire clone. The clone sprang into action, attempting to evade. The fireballs soared through the air, altering their trajectories, targeting the clone, all under Sasuke's precise control that anticipated the clone's movements. Nonetheless, fire is the most suitable attribute for aggressive assaults. Suddenly, the clone's fists ignited with flames. Its feet as well. With a sudden burst of speed, it pivoted and halted abruptly. After breaking through the encirclement of 5 fireballs, it leapt into the air, twirling gracefully, aligning its limbs perfectly with 4 of the fireballs. Before Sasuke could react, the clone shattered those 4 fireballs, leaving only scattered chakra in the air. Seeing his fireballs dissipate, Sasuke hastily directed the remaining fireballs to strike the just-landed clone, then hastily began forming hand seals. He could not afford to lose to a mere clone. Fire style, Dragon Fire Technique. This fire jutsu ranks among the more potent B-rank techniques. A dragon's head spiraled upward, howling as flames crackled and blazed. In the next moment, it plummeted downward at an unparalleled speed, defying the laws of physics, charging straight towards the fire clone. Fire style, Dragon Fire Technique. The fire clone also executed this technique. However, the dragon it summoned was still ascending. Its power and inertia could not possibly match Sasuke's dragon, and upon collision, it dispersed. Feasible. It appears an aggressive approach is necessary. As Sasuke observed the outcome of this clash, he felt a surge of confidence, prompting him to relinquish control over the fire dragon and instead begin forming seals to execute his next jutsu. Fire Release, Fireball Technique. This was a C-rank fire jutsu, characterized by its minimal chakra consumption and swift execution. Although its power was relatively modest, it sufficed to obliterate a mere shadow clone. Yuling, your fire clone seems to be in a precarious situation, Kakashi remarked, his concern for Yuling mounting as he witnessed the clone being besieged from both sides. Not to worry. The fire clone possesses some explosive chakra techniques that I cannot execute, Yuling replied nonchalantly. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of these clones. Indeed, while there were certain jutsu beyond his reach, that did not imply the clones were equally limited. A ninja must conserve chakra, but a clone had no such constraints. The A-rank jutsu, which Yuling himself was incapable of performing, was already within the grasp of his clone. Fire Release, Fire Arrow Technique. 3 arrows of fire surged forth at high velocity. One managed to shatter the fireball before dissipating, while the remaining 2 pierced through, targeting Uchiha Sasuke directly. However, the price of utilizing an A-rank jutsu was the immediate disappearance of the clone. Yet again, I have failed to vanquish this clone. How embarrassing, Sasuke muttered, having narrowly evaded the fire arrows, feeling a tinge of frustration. He, who considered himself quite formidable, found himself unable to eliminate a mere clone in the presence of Yuling. But the cost of this A-rank jutsu is rather steep, Kakashi mused. Teacher, Do you not think that unleashing an A-rank jutsu just before one's demise, along with a backup jutsu, could significantly aid in prolonging the battle? Yuling sensed Kakashi's regret and offered this explanation. He had indeed contemplated this issue, but upon reflecting on the clone's role, he chose to abandon further consideration. After all, being able to unleash jutsu that the original could not, thereby intimidating the enemy and effectively creating distance, was already a tremendous advantage. It seems to possess considerable capability, Kakashi acknowledged, understanding from Yuling's retort. It is merely a clone. What more could one expect? Too cunning. You rogue. Wind release. Gale palm. Meanwhile, the scene with Naruto was entirely different. A tempest swirled around the two, their hands moving in concert. They were clearly engaged in a physical confrontation. Yet it was predominantly a clash of wind chakra emanating from their palms. The clone gradually retreated, while Naruto advanced steadily. Evidently, Naruto's chakra reserves far exceeded those of the clone. Boom. In a sudden explosion of chakra from his palm, Naruto forced the clone back, swiftly retreating to form seals. Wind release. Wind cutter. This time, the clone lacked sufficient chakra to counter the assault, relying solely on movement to mitigate the damage. However, with Naruto's exceptional wind affinity combined with his abundant chakra, the area affected by the wind cutter was not something that could be evaded merely by agile footwork. Indeed, this clone is in peril. Yuling glanced over and immediately discerned that evading the wind attribute was futile. A moment later, a tempest erupted unexpectedly, signaling the disappearance of the clone. It appeared that these clones had indeed been resolved. Their strength seemed commendable, yet they could not rival the specialized abilities of a true ninja. Nonetheless, as clones go, they exhibited a significant distinction from ordinary ones. There was no choice but to persevere. As he witnessed the two clones being vanquished, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. If the two most exceptional students from the class were unable to overcome even a single clone, it would cast doubt on Yuling's prowess, potentially surpassing even Kakashi himself. However, it seemed that Yuling was merely at the level of a chunin, adeptly utilizing his abundant chakra attributes and unique ninjutsu, which assured his qualification as a chunin. Thus, Kakashi could continue to mentor Yuling. Fortunately, he had not exceeded my capabilities. Yet, to my surprise, my Sharingan failed to replicate the usage of this clone. There was certainly something peculiar at play. It might be prudent to consult my teacher. This prodigy is bound to develop beyond my teaching capacity sooner rather than later. Kakashi pondered to himself. Such a remarkable ability might well be best suited for the Umbu. The young master is advancing at an astonishing rate. He may well be capable of contending with those elder statesmen in the future. Regardless, I must ensure his protection, as I cannot betray the trust bestowed upon me by the previous clan leader. The future of the young master is intrinsically linked to my own. Harui leaned against a tree, observing the rapidly evolving Yuling, gradually gaining confidence. He was uncertain just how formidable Yuling's abilities would become. But the only master he acknowledged was the previous leader of the Otsutsuki clan, renowned as the strongest in history. Thus, he believed this child would not disappoint. It was time to draft a report to keep those elders at bay. Teacher, what are your thoughts on this student Yuling? After declaring a break, Kakashi ventured alone to the Hokage's office, eager to discuss Yuling's future. Though he had only attended half the school term, Yuling's exhibited talents had surpassed those of his peers. Could a special class truly balance out his progress? Minato stood by the window, gazing at the already slanting sunset. Having a genius is indeed a blessing, yet this child was sent from the enigmatic Otsutsuki clan, leaving him in a conundrum. Nurturing him seemed essential, yet fraught with uncertainty. The unique dilemma faced by the Hokage was laid bare at this moment. Teacher? Kakashi, noticing Minato's prolonged silence, gently urged him. Kakashi, do not fret. Minato, you too. I can assure you that Yuling will only bring us benefits. When he arrived, he was merely an infant, haha? Must we be so wary of a child who has grown up in Konoha? At that moment, the third Hokage entered. Yuling no longer required a caretaker, having been nurtured into a prodigy by the third, who was now enjoying a leisurely time, roaming the village. Third Hokage, Kakashi respectfully bowed to him. Very well. There is no need for further formalities. Let us discuss the child Yuling. He perceives himself as a war orphan, nurtured by our Konoha, and he harbors a sense of gratitude towards us, at least towards me, though he seldom expresses it openly. As the third Hokage spoke these words, he wore a cheerful demeanor, naturally proud of the child he had raised. When it came to Yuling, His confidence was palpable. Indeed, while this may be true, my concern extends beyond Yuling alone. It lies with the Otsutsuki clan lurking behind him. The current state of the shinobi world may appear tranquil on the surface. Yet beneath it, turbulent waves churn. In such circumstances, we have already suffered several losses among our scouts, failing to acquire intelligence from other ninja villages. If this continues, it will be detrimental to us. Must we truly rely on Yuling for salvation? As Minato expressed these thoughts, his face clouded with worry and his brow furrowed deeply. At last, he poured out the tension and pressure that had accumulated in his heart over the past 2 years onto his sole student and his master. Little Minato. Everything follows its own rhythm. The shinobi world does too, as does each village. Let us allow things to unfold naturally. This genius sent by the Otsutsuki deserves our careful cultivation. Besides, he is still unaware of the true nature of the Otsutsuki family. Indeed, that is a fair point. All in all, there is no immediate threat. This reassurance eased Minato's furrowed brow slightly, and he straightened his previously hunched posture. Then, Sensei, I would like to propose that Yuling graduate now, Kakashi interjected at this opportune moment. Excuse me? Minato initially did not pay close attention. Preoccupied with concerns for Konoha's future, and casually responded, why should he graduate now? Is he already? Minato halted abruptly, realizing the implications of Kakashi's suggestion. It seemed he could no longer impart any useful knowledge to Yuling. It had been half a year since Yuling had developed his various elemental clones, and his strength continued to advance by leaps and bounds. His practical experiences had evolved from his main body battling 2 of Kakashi's water clones to utilizing his clones to combat Kakashi's clones. This indicated that Yuling's clones now possessed power comparable to that of elite Jonin, while his main body had not undergone further evaluation. Isn't this a bit premature? Minato hesitated, his previously relaxed brow furrowing once more. After all, we are in an era of peace. If other ninja villages were to learn of his early graduation, it might incite conflict, as it would appear we are preparing for war. The third Hokage, too, regarded this suggestion with caution. He did not wish for war to erupt in this period of recuperation. Konoha's future was still in the process of growth, and the older generation had already suffered significant losses. Konoha currently lacked the strength to stand against 4 villages. What I mean is, we should assign Yuling to the Umbu. His abilities are suitable, and his combat prowess is formidable, alleviating concerns about information leaks, Kakashi added. Minato's eyelids drooped, and he raised his right hand to his forehead, rubbing his temples with vigor. It is not entirely out of the question for the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, to take in a prodigy like Yuling. After all, Itachi Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha clan, graduated at the tender age of 7 and joined the Umbu at 11, showcasing remarkable talent. Clearly, this Yuling surpasses even Itachi in his aptitude for genius. Thus, graduating at 8 and entering the Umbu is entirely justifiable. Bring me this child. I shall train him to become the protector of Konoha. Suddenly, a low voice resonated from outside, and the door to the Hokage's office was thrust open, revealing an elderly man, propped up by a cane, his body wrapped in bandages, with a cross-shaped scar adorning his chin. Danzo, you know this child cannot be given to you. The third Hokage felt a surge of anger welling up within him upon seeing this man, yet he forcibly suppressed it. This man was none other than his former teammate, Shimura Danzo, known for his cunning and unscrupulous methods. During his tenure, the third had indulged Danzo, inadvertently allowing him to fortify his own dark organization, Root. However, with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, now in office, there would be no more tolerance for Danzo's selfish demands. Yet, Danzo, relying on his old ties with Hiruzen Sarutobi, continued to wield his influence, securing numerous privileges for his Root organization, akin to cultivating a private army, thus corroding the foundation of Konoha. From this moment onwards, Yuling is an official member of my Umbu, Minato declared. Kakashi, ensure he reports to me tomorrow. Understanding that Danzo's presence could complicate matters, Minato acted decisively, fearing that Hiruzen might relent under Danzo's incessant pressure. Hello, Konoha will ultimately fall into your hands, Danzo retorted, his frustration palpable. This round of talent acquisition had ended in utter defeat for him. With that, he stomped out, slamming the door behind him. Sighing, the third Hokage remarked with a hint of regret. Danzo's intentions were, after all, for the sake of Konoha. He was acutely aware of Danzo's mindset, both past and present. Though once ambitious, Danzo had genuinely aimed to benefit Konoha. However, after numerous setbacks, his ambitions had grown increasingly self-serving. The pursuit of power now overshadowed his original intent. All right, Kakashi, make note of this. You must bring Yuling to see me tomorrow. Sir, you must understand that Danzo no longer holds any value for Konoha. Once the village has developed further, I will impose restrictions on his authority. Kakashi-sensei, isn't today a holiday? What brings you here? Upon awakening early, Yuling noticed Kakashi perched on a tree across from his home, engrossed in a book, immediately discerning that Kakashi was there to seek him out. Your vacation has come to an end. Accompany me, Kakashi replied, half-jokingly, without lifting his gaze. Have I graduated? Yuling quickly deduced the situation. The Ninja Academy would never commence earlier than scheduled, maintaining a consistent academic calendar. Kakashi's explicit reference to you confirmed Yuling's suspicions. Well, splendid. Let us proceed to the Hokage's office. Kakashi leaped down from the tree, tucking his book away, and slowly approached Yuling. Very well. Do I need to bring anything? Yuling felt a twinge of anxiety, as it was her first time meeting Hokage Minato Namikaze alone. Despite being the father of her good friend Naruto, the stature of the fourth Hokage could not be overlooked. You need not worry. Today is merely a reporting session. There shouldn't be any tasks assigned yet. I will introduce you to a few individuals shortly. With that, Kakashi turned towards the Hokage's office without glancing back, prompting Yuling to suppress her surprise and follow closely behind. Hokage-sama, Kakashi gently knocked on the door and addressed respectfully. He would not directly call Minato-sensei in the presence of others. Come in, Minato replied. Upon entering, Yuling noticed not only Minato and his aide, Nara Shikaku, but also two unfamiliar figures adorned with peculiar red animal masks. Hokage-sama. Yuling offered a slight bow towards Minato and refrained from further comment, as the attire of the two enigmatic individuals was unlike anything she had ever seen. In this moment of silence, there was no harm. Yuling, do you understand why I called you here? Minato asked with a gentle smile. I do. Kakashi-sensei informed me. She replied. However, she noticed Kakashi subtly signaling to Minato, clearly indicating that this was Yuling's own deduction. That is good. Have you ever heard of the Umbu? Minato inquired, slightly nodding, having comprehended Kakashi's gestures. Umbu? No, I haven't. Yuling admitted, as she truly had no knowledge of this organization, which remained a secret to the ordinary populace, often dealing with perilous and unsavory matters. The third Hokage had never mentioned it to her either. Very well. The Umbu is a clandestine unit dedicated to protecting Konoha. They are all elite individuals personally selected by me, executing my direct orders. The taller of the two is the current captain of the Umbu, and the other is the squad leader of one of the divisions. Does Hokage-sama wish for me to join this organization known as the Umbu? Yuling blurted out, sensing the implication. Indeed, she found it somewhat difficult to accept the notion of graduating and joining a clandestine organization she had just learned about. It would be perplexing for anyone to feel otherwise. Precisely. Your abilities are well recognized, and after discussions among the higher-ups yesterday, I have decided to recruit you into the Umbu. This department is the most suitable for you. It possesses extensive ninjutsu resources and allows for the customization of ninja tools, along with high-risk missions that will better cultivate your personal skills. Given your current level, it would be inappropriate for you to serve as a genin resolving D-rank missions. Minato explained patiently, anticipating Yuling's reluctance. After all, children often prefer the company of friends, and Yuling was now faced with the prospect of operating independently. Moreover, only through genuine combat can your character be forged. Strength is imperative to embrace such training. What do you choose, to continue your studies or to join the Umbu? Though Minato sincerely hoped she would join the Umbu, he felt compelled to extend a degree of courtesy to this prodigy from the Otsutsuki clan. Who knows if the Otsutsuki have sent anyone to monitor us? Yuling pondered for a moment, but did not lift his head to respond. The Umbu. I have never heard of them. However, since they are directly under the Hokage, there should be no issue. Yet, all the members wear masks. It must be a rather cold organization. I wonder if I would come to like it. After careful reflection, he could not reach a conclusion. Lord Hokage, please allow me to remove my mask. At that moment, the squad leader made this request. This was generally considered taboo within the Umbu, yet at that moment, Minato acquiesced. The squad leader's hand slowly reached for his mask, pressing on either side before gently pulling it away. Yuling anxiously fixed his gaze on the squad leader, both eager and apprehensive about the person hidden behind the mask. This gesture was an overture, making it difficult to refuse. The mask was removed. To his astonishment, it was you. Yuling was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this squad leader was none other than Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's elder brother. Shoo, don't tell my little brother, Itachi said, offering a gentle smile and quietly advising Yuling. Naturally, it was better that fewer people were aware of this line of work. Perhaps that was the reason behind their masked faces. Very well, I shall join. Yuling, momentarily stunned, consented to the request. Oh, Itachi, someone has finally broken your record. P.S. only 8. Upon hearing Yuling's agreement, Kakashi began to dance with excitement. It's fine. Having a genius among the younger generation is a good thing. One should not be envious. Right, Captain Kakashi? Itachi continued to smile, though Kakashi appeared somewhat sardonic. Indeed, Itachi had broken Kakashi's record as the youngest to join the Umbu. And whenever Kakashi attempted to impart wisdom to Itachi during his tenure as Umbu captain, Itachi would always bring up that age, which left Kakashi quite exasperated. Haha, even you. Kakashi-senpai, have your moments of humiliation, I see it now. By the way, I am known as Yamato, the Umbu captain. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing this, the Umbu captain chuckled heartily. Oh, Tenzo, how long has it been since you were reprimanded? Kakashi, observing Yamato, casually threatened him. All right. You all take Yuling to tour the Umbu base. Please take good care of him from now on. Seeing the joyful reunion of these three, Minato issued a gentle dismissal. Yes. Yuling, let us go? Kakashi took the lead, guiding Yuling away from the Hokage's office. The Umbu did not seem nearly as cold as they appeared. At least these individuals were not. Perhaps I shall observe further during missions. For now, I can treat it as a change of scenery for my training. Huh. Yuling adjusted his mindset and followed Kakashi toward the Umbu base. Oh, so the Umbu base is nestled within this forest. Yuling mused to himself as he gazed at the woods. He was quite familiar with this place. As a child, he would roam throughout Konoha to build his strength. And this was his favorite spot, where no one would disturb him. Deep within this dense forest, a bunker-like structure lay low against the earth, tranquil, secure, and concealed. The Umbu certainly chose an excellent location. Yuling could not help but commend. Indeed, since its inception, the Umbu of Konoha has remained shrouded in secrecy, with villagers unaware of its existence unless granted permission. The area is surrounded by barriers, ensnaring ordinary individuals or unauthorized shinobi within illusions, all while being detected by the sensory unit. Yamato proudly introduced the Umbu base, renowned for its impenetrability, which he has diligently safeguarded. Captain, what lies within the base? Yuling inquired, her curiosity piqued not merely by its facade or location, but by its inner workings. Surely, Kakashi-sensei has not failed to inform you? She mused, astonished that the former Umbu captain could be so remiss in sharing such information with his own student. Hey, Tenzo, spit it out already. Stop dawdling, Kakashi warned, holding the book Ika Paradise as he strode ahead, without glancing back. That's not even my name, you know? Yamato retorted, but Kakashi remained unyielding. All right. Just tell Yuling already, Tenzo. Very well, Yuling. The Umbu base contains independent training spaces, testing areas, and learning zones. The training space is primarily designated for collective training of Umbu members, typically focusing on physical techniques. The testing area opens periodically to evaluate the members' skills, determining their ranks. The learning space is generally used by those needing to master ninjutsu. The rooms are surrounded by barriers, rendering any ninjutsu ineffective from within. Having endured Kakashi's teasing for years, Yamato finally gained a moment of reprieve, yet a slight retort saw him once more ensnared by Kakashi's playful grip. Captain Yamato is truly humble, Itachi remarked leisurely from the rear, his presence softened by a gentle smile despite the short blade at his side and the iron uniform he wore. Yuling. Once we enter, I shall first take you to receive your uniform, the standard issue kunai, and, most importantly, your mask. Of course, if you prefer not to wield a kunai. Custom ninja tools can be crafted, though that may take a bit longer, Yamato explained, noticing the failed attempts on either side. All right, sounds good. Personally, I am inclined to create a weapon of my own design. I will provide the blueprints to the blacksmith. From a young age, Yuling had admired a weapon that existed solely in her mind, reminiscent of something familiar, and she had meticulously rendered the blueprints from memory. Yet, in all of Konoha, she could find no trace of such a weapon. Oh, you have designed your own weapon? Do share, Kakashi expressed, intrigued, halting his steps to turn back to Yuling. It is a weapon stored within the sleeve, which I have named the sleeve blade. It features a sliding mechanism that allows it to extend and retract freely within the sleeve. Its movement is triggered by a specific gesture of a finger, enabling complete concealment and sudden deployment. Quite remarkable. I never would have expected such ingenuity from you, Itachi remarked, taken aback by Yuling's unique concept. Well, how should I put it? It has been a dream of mine since childhood. Once, I dreamt of this very thing and subsequently designed it myself, though I have yet to find the opportunity to create it. Yuling's words may only be half the truth, yet the essence of the matter is indeed quite similar. Now, we have arrived. Let us proceed inside. Upon entering, Dai immediately spotted the base and took the initiative to lead the way. Ah, long time no see, Kakashi sighed, following him inside. This place could truly be considered a stage for the exuberance of his childhood and youth, couldn't it? Yuling, come with me. Itachi, please escort Kakashi-senpai to the lounge for some rest. Dai guided Yuling to collect their gear while sending Itachi to divert Kakashi, as he felt the need to lower his head in Kakashi's presence. First, let us retrieve your uniform. The standard attire for ordinary members of the Umbu consists of a black cloak, a set of iron armor, and 2 ninja tool pouches. Oh, and this is the forehead protector that Lord Hokage has bestowed upon you. If you do not require a ninja blade, then it will not be provided. With that, Dai presented Yuling with a perfectly fitting complete set of attire, minus the ninja blade, and handed him the forehead protector, a symbol of his new identity as a ninja. The changing room is over there. You should change first. The Umbu has strict regulations. Dai pointed the way before heading off to fetch a mask. Captain Dai, why is this one gray? Yuling noticed the difference and immediately called out to him. You will find out shortly, Dai replied. This is indeed the Umbu base. It feels rather cold and shadowy, just as I imagined. Yet, it retains a semblance of humanity. First, change into your uniform. We must adhere to the rules. Yuling adjusted the forehead protector on his brow and began donning the armor and cloak. Ah, how fitting. I feel quite agile. This truly reflects the Hokage's direct provisions, he remarked as he stepped out of the changing room, reveling in the sensation of the uniform. It seems you quite like it. This is your mask, fashioned as a fox. Your code name is Tianling. I look forward to working with you. Tianling. What a coincidence, he replied. Very well, I look forward to it, Captain Dai. As Yuling slowly donned the mask, he felt an unusual sensation. For this was his first time observing the world through 2 small eye holes, an adjustment he found quite disconcerting. You must not remove your mask here. It will feel uncomfortable at first, but you will gradually acclimatize. Now, let us join Kakashi-senpai, understanding the plight of obstructed vision. Dai reassured Yuling while donning his own mask. Kakashi-senpai. Upon entering the lounge, they were greeted by the sight of 2 masked figures, without a doubt, Itachi and Kakashi. Dai was somewhat surprised that Kakashi carried his Umbu mask even now. Yuling, from now on, Uchiha Itachi will be your squad leader, and you will be one of the 3 captains under his command. I'm a squad leader? Yuling struggled to grasp the reality of being entrusted with such responsibility upon his arrival in the Umbu. Given your thought process and mental maturity, you are quite suited to be a captain. There is no need for modesty. You cannot refuse this appointment. Strive diligently for the stability of Konoha. Very well. Yuling conceded, recognizing that this appointment was indeed non-negotiable. However, he harbored some concerns. After all, those who make it into the Umbu possess a certain level of talent. Being led by a mere child who has just joined might not sit well with the others, would it? Are you worried about your team members? Rest assured, the Umbu is a department that strictly adheres to the directives of superiors. No one would underestimate you due to your qualifications or age. Here, one's strength speaks volumes. Yamato seemed to sense Yuling's apprehensions and took the initiative to reassure him. Well, I shall give it a try, Yuling replied, still somewhat hesitant, yet resolved to make an attempt. If it proved too challenging, he could always request to start from the position of a junior member. Then, go submit your application for custom weapons. I imagine it will take quite a while to prepare such gear for you. By the way, all material costs are covered by the Umbu. With that, Yamato set aside Kakashi and led Yuling out, with Itachi naturally following his captain. Yamato, do you not wish to catch up with me? Kakashi reclined with his legs crossed, arms spread across the couch, watching the anxious Yamato with a smile. Not today, Kakashi-senpai. Please come visit more often, Yamato replied swiftly as he exited, almost fleeing the lounge. Goodbye, sensei, Yuling addressed Kakashi without the same reluctance. Casting a curious glance at Yamato's retreating figure, He poked his masked head through the door and politely bid farewell to his teacher. Be careful during your missions. Those who do not cherish their comrades do not deserve to be ninjas. Kakashi's tone suddenly turned icy as he fixed a serious gaze upon the fox mask. Companions are always more important than missions. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. I will remember that. This was perhaps the most earnest advice Kakashi had ever imparted. A lesson of utmost significance for Yuling. Goodbye, Captain. Itachi too refrained from removing his mask, offering a brief farewell before leaving the lounge. Ah, the umbu. How nostalgic it feels. Kakashi uncrossed his legs and withdrew his hands, pulling out intimate paradise. He slowly rose and made his way toward the exit of the base. I hope he remains unscathed. Upon arrival, Yamato was already leaning against the window where ninja tools were crafted, waiting for Yuling and Itachi. All right, I require 2 tanto. 1 for each hand, Yuling requested of the order clerk inside. What materials do you need? The blades must be made of chakra metal. For the other components, copper or refined iron will suffice. And what is the total length not specified here? The blade should be 30 centimeters, and the guide rail 15 centimeters. Yuling was acutely aware of these specifications. For some reason, these numerical details seemed etched in his mind. Upon thought, he could retrieve the precise information. He could even provide more intricate data, such as the blade's thickness of 0.3 centimeters and a curve length of the edge measuring 17.5 centimeters, and so forth. Very well. Such a device will require at least 3 days. For a pair, approximately 1 week. Please return to collect your order at that time. The clerk noted as he filled in the details for the ninja tools. Your code name and identity? Yuling, squad leader. Yuling nearly uttered this reflexively. Were it not for the influence of the mask, he might have forgotten that he was still in the umbu. Understood, this will be recorded. Just provide the code when picking up. Thank you. I have commenced the creation of the ninja tools I require. Thus there is no need for me to linger in the umbu wasting time. Captain Yamato, when shall I receive a mission? There is no rush. Let us discuss it once your ninja tools are complete. You may now engage in free training. Of course, the training space of the umbu is open around the clock, and you can proceed there immediately. Assemble at the testing center of the base tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. You will need to meet your teammates. Be prepared. Is it a battle? Understood, Captain Yamato. I shall begin my training now. Farewell. Upon comprehending Yamato's intentions, Yuling offered slight bows to Itachi and Yamato before departing. This child possesses remarkable insight and has a plan for his actions. It is no wonder he is destined to become a genius. Yamato quietly removed his mask, observing Yuling as he walked towards the learning space, murmuring to himself, "Is genius not innate?" Itachi, slightly intrigued by this remark, casually inquired. Genius is not solely the result of innate talent. It equally requires the diligence to harness that talent. Lord 4th Hokage, Senior Kakashi, you, and now Yuling. All embody both qualities. Is that so? Within the learning space, Yuling gazed at the rows of bookshelves, momentarily overwhelmed. Here, he could undoubtedly satiate his desire to diligently study ninja techniques. So, where shall I begin? As the saying goes, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. Yuling was well aware of this principle. Thus he refrained from diving headfirst into the piles of scrolls, examining and learning each one individually. With so many ninja techniques, most are unnecessary. Only those that are suitable for oneself are truly beneficial. Therefore, I shall first seek out enhancement techniques that can accelerate my abilities. This time, Yuling did not confine his search for enhancement attributes to the wind. Instead, he broadened it to encompass all attributes. After all, these attributes all possess techniques that can expedite progress, such as earth release, heavy rock and lightning release, body shield. Acceleration can be considered a form of physical enhancement. I have found it. As he navigated through the sea of books, following a series of diverse labels, Yuling finally discovered the type of ninja techniques he required. These must all be at least B rank, as physical enhancements inherently place a burden on the body. Without a B rank chakra level, it would likely be unsustainable. Upon reflection, this reasoning seems quite sound. Wind release is quite sparse, and there are no acceleration techniques. Could it be that the wind attribute's form is too challenging to master? Lightning release appears to inflict considerable harm on the body, and Konoha lacks suitable locations for prolonged practice of such techniques. Water release has a too limited area of application, rendering it impractical in everyday situations. As for earth release, that one is better left alone. It feels rather peculiar in usage. As Yuling conversed with himself while flipping through the pages, he gradually eliminated 4 chakra attributes, leaving only fire release. Fire release, blazing foot? This should be feasible. Chun-in. And hi. Observing the analysis, Yuling rose, ready to attempt this technique immediately. Fire release, blazing foot. Success. Flames ignited beneath his feet. Why are these flames so small? Oh, it appears to be an A-rank ninjutsu. Yuling, however, overlooked the A-rank designation at the top of the ninjutsu scroll. Given his current chakra levels, it is evident that he cannot fully execute this technique. Is it already midnight? Engrossed in studying the ninjutsu, Yuling was completely oblivious to the passage of time. When he finally glanced at the clock, it was already the witching hour. It seems I shall spend the night here. There is a battle tomorrow. I sincerely hope to emerge victorious. With that thought, Yuling meticulously returned each scroll he had perused to its rightful place, then took a few steps back, leaning against the wall behind him, and gradually squatted down, preparing to pass the remaining hours of the night in this corner. At 7:45, Yuling was jolted awake. Typically, he rises at 6 for morning training, but it seems that his fascination with the ninjutsu caused him to lose track of time, resulting in oversleeping. Oh no, I am not in the best state. What will I do for the upcoming battle? Feeling the pressure of time, Yuling grew anxious. Lightning release. He quickly formed hand seals, initiating the flow of chakra within his body, and then, with a swift motion, slapped his face with his lightning-infused hand. Smack. Exhaling. He felt more alert, paying no heed to the mark left on his face. He removed the gray robe draped over him and donned his fox mask before striding directly towards the testing space. Tianling, you are indeed the first to arrive. Captain Day stood upright in the center of the testing area, recognizing the slightly shorter figure in the gray robe approaching him as the youngest member. Yuling, good morning. Captain Day. Hearing such a greeting, Yuling recognized Day, though he felt somewhat uneasy with the mask, both in terms of vision and voice. Ah, Captain Day. Wait. I'm not the first. A female umbu bounded into the testing area, her lively voice capturing Yuling's attention. Yuelu, this is your new squad leader. Day introduced Yuling to the umbu named Yuelu. Is this the newcomer? He seems quite young. Yuelu did not dismiss the diminutive newcomer. Yet a hint of skepticism lingered. Indeed, he has broken the record for the youngest umbu. He is currently 8 years old, codenamed Tianling. Please take good care of him. Yuling interjected politely, while Yuelu stood momentarily stunned. 8 years old? Captain, do not jest with me. Can someone so young truly lead our squad? The age of the newcomer was certainly striking for Yuelu. Regardless of meritocracy within the umbu, the age gap astonished her. After all, Yuelu had been in the umbu for 5 years and was now 22. Good morning, Captain Day. At that moment, a chorus of greetings echoed from the entrance. I said it first. A man wearing a red wolf mask exclaimed aggressively towards another donning a blue wolf mask. All right. The man in the blue wolf mask waved dismissively. You two have arrived, Ming Ri and Ming Yu. Yuelu turned and recognized the pair of brothers. As the gathering commenced, I shall now speak. You are to form a quartet, with Tianling, though a newcomer, appointed as the leader. Today, you will engage in a 3 versus 1 challenge. Take a moment to familiarize yourselves with one another. With this announcement, Yamato departed nonchalantly. A 3-on-1 scenario? This is rather unexpected. Yuling had anticipated a rotational battle. Yet the thought of facing 3 opponents simultaneously was daunting. Although he bore the title of genius, confronting 3 seasoned adults, each at least a chunin, at the tender age of 8 promised to be an arduous struggle. Very well, it seems I shall not be the captain after all. I am known as Mingri. Proficient in swordsmanship, a chunin at the age of 20. The male umbu, adorned with a red wolf mask, introduced himself first. I am Mingyue, also skilled in sword techniques. A chunin of the same age. Thus spoke the umbu with a blue wolf mask. And I am Yuehu, specializing in illusion techniques, a chunin age 22. Alright. I am Tianling, adept in ninjutsu, freshly graduated from the ninja academy as a genin at the age of 8. Yuling did not shy away from revealing his personal details to his teammates. I look forward to your guidance. 8 years old. Captain Yamato, are you jesting? Why am I not the leader? Upon hearing this age, Mingri immediately interjected, unwilling to be led by a child. Mingri, quiet down. You will soon witness his prowess in battle. Mingyue, who appeared to be Mingri's twin, exhibited a calm demeanor, promptly restraining him. Are you all prepared? Captain, let us commence. Despite his reluctance, Yuehu understood the rules of engagement. The Umbu's appointments are not easily made nor swiftly altered. Bracing himself, he slowly rose and addressed Yuling. All right, let us begin. Upon seeing Yuehu ready, Yuling sprang into action, executing a backflip to create a 30-meter distance. All right, if you cannot defeat us, I shall never concede. Mingri boldly declared as he prepared for combat. Mingri, remain composed. Do not forsake our synergy. Very well, we cannot afford to lose. With that, Yuling signaled for the match to commence. TCH, Mingri was the first to advance, gripping the standard Umbu short blade in his right hand, his arm hanging naturally, while his left arm extended straight. To his left, Mingyue had unexpectedly caught up, also holding an Umbu short blade with his left hand, his right arm straightened. Could it be that these two possess a combination technique? It is no wonder they were paired together. Yuling discerned their coordinated assault and began to contemplate a means of countering it. I must retain some reserve. The chakra of 3 individuals would surely deplete me. However, as he pondered, the brothers had already traversed the 30 meters. Their extended arms remained still, while their blade-wielding hands descended in unison. With the path to either side obstructed, Yuling identified the gap between them and prepared for his next breakthrough. Success! From a distance, Yuehu's lips curled into a slight smile as he gradually brought his hands together, commencing the formation of seals. Yuling sensed the commotion. Could it be that these 3 individuals were participants in this offensive? Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, he plunged headlong into the embrace of the illusionary barrier set by the moon rabbit. Ha, so easily deceived. Let us take care of you, his adversary exclaimed. Brother. Fire release, blazing flames. Upon witnessing Yuling's momentary pause, Ming-Ri called out to Ming-Yu to execute their combined technique. Suddenly, flames erupted from their corresponding palms, as if drawn together by an invisible force, intertwining in a spectacular display. Fire release, blazing flames. The brothers declared in unison, and the fiery tendril surged toward Yuling. Indeed, it is a combined ninjutsu, Yuling mused, astonished to still possess his consciousness, albeit somewhat bewildered. However, recognizing his ability to move, he decided to evade the impending attack. With a graceful somersault, he leaped over the brothers and returned to his original position. What? The moon rabbit gasped, her mouth agape and her eyes wide beneath her mask. She had distinctly felt the intrusion into her illusionary barrier, activating it promptly. How could it have been ineffective? Moon rabbit, what are you doing? Ming-Ri shouted in frustration at witnessing their combined ninjutsu being evaded. The moon rabbit, genuinely perplexed, had encountered those who could foresee and evade illusions, but never one who could dispel them autonomously. Once again, Yuling astounded this member of the Umbu with his remarkable abilities. Ming-Ri, get out of the way. At that moment, Ming-Ri had his back turned to Yuling, and Yuling would not squander such a splendid opportunity. He swiftly hurled a shuriken aimed directly at Ming-Ri's back. Hearing the warning, Ming-Ri spun around and cleaved the shuriken from the air. You dare to ambush me, he bellowed, furious at nearly being felled by a mere child. He and his brother were renowned swordsmanship prodigies within their clan, their bond enhancing their combined ninjutsu and swordplay beyond that of their peers. Yet now, they found themselves puzzled by the tactics and prowess of this child, unable to maintain their pride. I distinctly sensed an illusion just now. Why did it suddenly dissipate? Yuling was lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to Ming-Ri's outburst. I will personally take you down. Ming-Ri charged once more at Yuling, who remained unfazed. Oh dear. Ming-Yu sighed, exasperated by her brother's impulsive nature, as he seemed to act without a plan. Yet she could not stand idly by while her brother took risks, so she followed suit. Here we go again. Fire clone. Yuling felt he lacked sufficient distance to prepare further, so he unleashed his unique clone technique, this time choosing fire. Perhaps he was eager to experiment with a new technique he was struggling to master. Clones mean nothing. I will sever you just the same. Ming-Ri, unperturbed, raised his blade and charged at Yuling. Yet, at that moment, Yuling directed his fire clone to flee in the opposite direction, while his true self braced with a shuriken, absorbing the force of the strike. Is running all you can do? As dawn approached, Ming-Ri caught sight of the escaping clone and decisively abandoned Yuling, pursuing what he believed to be the true body. Brother, eliminate the main body directly. Sigh. Very well. Upon hearing this, Ming-Yu also disregarded Yuling and chased after the fiery clone. Yes, this will suffice. Fire release, blazing foot. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yuling commanded the fire clone to unleash the A-rank ninjutsu, Fire Release, Blazing Foot, engaging in a fierce battle with the two brothers at an astonishing speed. Let us first deal with the illusionist. Subsequently, the true body erupted with maximum speed. Charging unarmed towards U2, visibly anxious, realized that in close combat, her abilities could only be compared to those of an average genin. And the Yuling before her was far from ordinary. Nevertheless, she drew her kunai, preparing to confront the challenge. Haha, while your speed in ninjutsu is commendable, your attacks remain woefully feeble. In the presence of us brothers, your taijutsu is utterly insignificant, with both Ming-Ri and Ming-Yu completely overpowering Yuling. Ming-Ri continued to boast. Suddenly, the clone extinguished the flames beneath its feet, coming to an abrupt halt. Not fleeing, surrender. A scream echoed from afar. It was Yutu's anguished cry. She could not withstand Yuling's onslaught, and was struck forcefully by his electrically charged water whip. What? Ming-Ri did not anticipate such a turn of events. A mere clone had inflicted harm upon Yutu. Yet, you cannot escape. Yuling spoke in a low voice. Heavenly Flow, first form, needle in the gap. As he spoke, chakra manifested in his hands, striking at the unguarded points of his opponents. The flames of his fists growing ever more concentrated. Ming-Yu was somewhat astonished that chakra could be wielded in such a manner. He had never witnessed ninjutsu capable of unleashing chakra without hand seals, aside from the Hyuga clan. Ah, brother, quickly evade. Ming-Ri could no longer endure. Being on the defensive was his greatest aversion. He executed a backflip, escaping Yuling's attack range. Fire Release, Half Moon Slash. Fire chakra enveloped the surface of his short sword, and with a powerful swing, he unleashed a fiery sword wave towards Yuling. However, Yuling chose to charge directly into the sword wave. Are you mad? Yet. The next moment, Ming-Ri was left dumbfounded. The Yuling struck by the sword wave simply vanished. This is the clone. Ming-Ri suddenly realized something and turned to look back. At that moment, Yuling delivered a swift chop with his hand to Yutu's neck, rendering her unconscious. How despicable! Upon seeing Yutu incapacitated, Ming-Ri became furious and recklessly charged at Yuling once more. Ming-Yu followed suit. However, this time, they were out of luck. Fire Release, Black Smoke Explosion. Yuling crossed his arms, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he observed the frantically desperate yet helpless brothers through his mask, calmly triggering this contingency ninjutsu. Boom, boom. Following a series of explosions, a signature black smoke billowed upwards. When the smoke cleared, the two brothers lay on the ground, temporarily incapacitated. Damn it! Even without the strength to turn the tide, Ming-Ri remained defiant, muttering about revenge. Meanwhile, Ming-Yu lay quietly on the ground, silent. All right, the test has concluded. Tianling is indeed qualified to be your captain, isn't he? At this moment, Yahiro emerged from the control room, addressing the two brothers sprawled on the ground, along with the already unconscious Yutu's. Upon hearing this, Asuka turned his head away, falling silent. Yes, Mingwei responded after a brief pause. Very well, I hope you all can obediently follow Tianling's commands. According to the intelligence I have gathered, he has yet to reveal his true strength. So, if you wish to cause any more trouble, you should be cautious. Yahiro's voice gradually lowered, with the latter part clearly directed at Asuka. Indeed, the abilities Yuling had just displayed were merely the tip of the iceberg. He had not even shown a single lethal technique. Your first mission will commence in a week, with the group codename being Tianlong. 7 days. Then strive to strengthen yourselves as much as possible. As Yuling exited the dark base, he pondered on his way home. Missions from the dark department always required leaving the village, and without formidable strength, no one would be able to rescue you. So what areas can be improved? Yet, he could not think of any methods to enhance his combat power in such a short time. However, as he was about to take charge of the ninja tools, he recalled the matter of infusing chakra. I still know nothing about using chakra-infused ninja tools. It surely cannot be as simple as merely transferring chakra into the tools. Yuling quickly discerned the surface of chakra-infused tools. Indeed, it was far more complex than simply inputting chakra. The shape, intensity, and attributes of chakra were all matters to consider for Yuling. It seems I must return to the Dark Department for further study. The Dark Department's repository of information is second only to the Hokage's exclusive library. For Yuling, it is undoubtedly the most suitable place to learn. He certainly could acquire valuable knowledge there. With that thought, Yuling donned his mask once more, turned, and made his way back to the dark department. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, Yuling single-handedly defeated the trio of Mingyue, Asuka, and Yu2, who possessed exceptional teamwork. Oh, he is surprisingly formidable. Did he sustain any injuries? Not at all. Aside from casting a single fire clone technique, he did not employ any other powerful jutsu. Indeed, intellect is of paramount importance. I couldn't find any ninja tools. Perhaps I should investigate chakra usage over there. Yuling searched thoroughly around the bookshelf, but found no scrolls regarding the use of ninja tools. It is true that such items have a limited audience. Yet there should be at least a few. Chakra usage is similar to what Kakashi-sensei taught, proving rather unhelpful. Chakra attachment? Just as Yuling was on the verge of giving up, he spotted a scroll, standing solitary at the edge of the bookshelf. Its design somewhat incongruous with the other dark department scrolls. This should be of use. Let me take a look and understand it. Yuling paid no mind to the differences, for he had only been in the dark department for 2 days and thus lacked sensitivity towards the items used there. Upon seeing this scroll, he began to study it directly. Fortunately, the young master did not suspect anything. Otherwise, my efforts would have been in vain. A man in a white robe was hanging upside down on the rooftop, observing Yuling as he picked up the scroll before vanishing from sight. Is someone there? Yuling suddenly lifted his gaze, only to behold an empty ceiling. Regardless, he decided to continue his studies. Was this the effect of different chakra attributes? The water attribute was supple, proving futile against chakra-infused metals. Earth release, with its rigidity, was equally ineffectual. Then, what of the wind attribute? Would it enhance penetration? The lightning and fire attributes both possessed destructive power. Perhaps he should endeavor to learn all three. He had heard of wind and lightning sword techniques. As for fire, that could wait for another time. Gradually, he perused an entire scroll dedicated to chakra attachment, gaining a modicum of understanding regarding the use of chakra tools. Yuling produced his kunai, channeling his wind attribute chakra into it, gradually increasing the amount. Bang! The kunai snapped unexpectedly. Indeed, specialized ninja tools were necessary. Ordinary metal simply would not suffice. With that thought, Yuling returned the scroll to its rightful place and rose to depart. Hopefully, this would aid the young master. Yuefei reappeared on the ceiling, observing Yuling's retreating figure. Which attribute is most suitable for those enhancement ninjutsu? He pondered. The fire attribute ninjutsu he had previously learned for acceleration could still be employed, albeit with some modifications, as his current speed remained insufficient. What about the addition to the hidden blade? That was somewhat troublesome. The moment Yuling stepped out of the umbu, he removed his mask. Though he kept his gray cloak draped over his shoulders, as it did not attract attention like exposed armor would. Oh, Yuling, it's Naruto. You're not training again, are you? It's just the beginning of the break. Why not enjoy yourself? Upon spotting Yuling deep within the thicket, Naruto naturally assumed he was secretly practicing. Ah, Naruto. Yes, I came here seeking inspiration for new techniques, Yuling replied. While this statement was not entirely truthful, it was not a complete fabrication either. He was indeed there to study new techniques. Oh, what technique are you looking to develop this time? Naruto inquired, intrigued, eager to learn and practice as well. I'm contemplating what attribute ninjutsu to apply to my ninja blade. Ninja blade? Yuling, you're going to use ninja tools? You must use the lightning attribute. My father is lightning attribute, and he says that infusing the power of thunder into ninja tools greatly amplifies their might. Besides, Kakashi-sensei also wields lightning attribute chakra. It's truly impressive. Upon hearing something he was familiar with, Naruto eagerly shared all he knew, animatedly gesturing, oblivious to the reactions of others. Lightning attribute, you say? A splendid idea. I shall give it a try. Encouraged by Naruto's enthusiasm, Yuling felt a spark of motivation. The simple technique of applying lightning attribute to a blade had forged many renowned ninjas, particularly in the Hidden Cloud Village. Every skilled swordsman wielded it in conjunction with lightning attribute, greatly enhancing their combat prowess. What shall we name it? This was merely a straightforward application of chakra, surely. It didn't require a name. Naming techniques had always been a source of distress for Yuling. He found it exceedingly difficult and deemed it unnecessary. However, after Kakashi's previous guidance, he now spent additional time contemplating a fitting name each time he developed or refined a ninjutsu. It must be distinct, memorable, concise, and aligned with characteristics. Regardless, I shall wait until I have honed my skills to address it. There are no results. Yuling surrendered and began to gradually condense lightning chakra in the palm of his hand, attempting to extend it throughout his arm. If he could achieve instant coverage, the technique would be deemed complete. However, this sensation is indeed tumultuous. Once the lightning chakra is released, even the caster suffers from its repercussions, experiencing a continuous and irritating pain. How painfully vexing. Is it truly so difficult to control lightning chakra? No wonder so few practitioners utilize lightning release to stimulate their bodies for training. While the effects are remarkable, the harm is considerable. Zing. Crack. After a fierce oscillation, the lightning dissipated. Still, it was ineffective. Is it possible that the skin does not conduct chakra as well as anticipated? I shall try again slowly. Perhaps if I master it now, I will be able to wield my sword with proficiency when the time comes. 7 days. Let me strive to strengthen myself even further. As Yuling exited the Umbu base and made his way home, these thoughts lingered in his mind. Umbu missions often require leaving the village without formidable strength. No one can come to your aid. Yet, in what aspects can I enhance my abilities? Although eager to grow stronger, he found himself at a loss, unable to conceive any methods or areas for immediate improvement in his combat prowess. However, as he was soon to assume responsibility for ninja tools, he contemplated the infusion of chakra and the concept of chakra coverage. Regarding the use of chakra-infused tools, I realize I possess little knowledge. Logically, it should not merely involve transmitting chakra into the tools. After a moment of reflection, Yuling discerned the surface intricacies of chakra-infused tools. Indeed, it is far more complex than simply inputting chakra. There are considerations of chakra's shape, strength, and, for Yuling, even its elemental attributes. It seems I must return to the Umbu for further exploration. The Umbu possesses a repository of knowledge on all ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, second only to the Hokage's exclusive library, albeit lacking some formidable forbidden techniques. For Yuling, the Umbu is undoubtedly the most suitable place. He is certain to learn something valuable. With this in mind, Yuling donned his mask once more and retraced his steps back to the Umbu. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage inquired, "So, Yuling single-handedly defeated the well-coordinated trio of Mingwe, Mingri, and Moonrabbit? Oh, remarkable. Was he unharmed?" "Not at all. And aside from a single fire clone, he did not employ any other powerful techniques. Indeed, intelligence is of utmost importance. I could not locate any ninja tools. Perhaps I should try the chakra usage over there." Yuling searched thoroughly around the bookshelf, but found no scrolls regarding the use of ninja tools. While it is true that such items are less commonly sought after, it is still hard to believe there are none at all. The chakra application was similar to what Kakashi-sensei had taught, proving of little utility. Chakra adhesion? Just as Yuling was on the verge of giving up, he spotted a solitary scroll standing out among the others on the shelf, its design notably dissimilar to the typical Umbu scrolls. This should be useful. I shall first examine it to gain understanding. Yuling paid little heed to the distinctions, as he had only been in the Umbu for 2 days and thus lacked the sensitivity to the tools employed there. Upon seeing the scroll, he promptly began to study it. Fortunately, the young master harbored no suspicions, otherwise it would have rendered his efforts futile. A man clad in white robes hung upside down from the rooftop, observing as Yuling grasped the scroll before vanishing from sight. Is someone there?" Yuling suddenly lifted his head, only to find the rooftop devoid of any presence. Regardless, he decided to continue his studies. Is this the effect of different chakra attributes? The water attribute is supple but of no use for chakra-infused metal. The earth release, being rigid, is equally ineffective. Then, the wind attribute, does it enhance penetration? And the lightning and fire attributes, are they solely destructive forces? These 3 should be worth attempting to learn. I have heard of the wind and thunderblade technique. As for fire, I shall explore it later. After thoroughly perusing an entire volume concerning chakra attachment, he gleaned some understanding of the use of chakra tools. Yuling produced his kunai, channeled his wind attribute chakra into it, and gradually increased the amount. Bang! The kunai snapped unexpectedly. Indeed, specialized ninja tools are imperative. Ordinary metal simply will not suffice. With that thought, Yuling returned the scroll to its original place and rose to depart. I hope this proves beneficial for the young master. Fei Yuyi reappeared on the ceiling, watching Yuling's retreating figure and pondering, which attribute is most suitable for those enhancement ninjutsu? The fire attribute ninjutsu for acceleration that I learned previously could be adapted, but it requires refinement. as my current speed remains insufficient. What about that which is attached to the sleeve blade? It seems troublesome. The moment Yuling exited the umbu, he removed his mask, though he retained the gray cloak to avoid drawing attention like someone displaying armor would. Hey, Yuling. It's Naruto. Yuling, you're not off training again. Are you? We just got a break. Shouldn't you be enjoying yourself? Naruto spotted Yuling deep within the dense forest and naturally assumed he was secretly honing his skills. Oh, it's Naruto. Yes. I came here seeking inspiration for new techniques. Although this statement was not entirely true, it was not entirely false either. Yuling indeed sought to learn new skills. Oh, what technique are you planning to develop this time? Naruto inquired with great curiosity, eager to learn and practice alongside him. I'm considering what chakra attribute to add to my ninja blade. A ninja blade? You're going to use ninja tools? Let me tell you. It must be the lightning attribute. My father is of the lightning attribute. And I've heard him say that infusing the power of thunder into ninja tools yields tremendous strength. Besides, isn't Kakashi-sensei also adept with lightning chakra? They are all incredibly formidable. Upon hearing something he was familiar with, Naruto excitedly shared all he knew with Yuling, animatedly gesturing, oblivious to the reactions of others. The lightning attribute, huh? That's a splendid idea. I shall give it a try. Encouraged by Naruto's praise, Yuling felt a surge of enthusiasm. Infusing the blade with the lightning attribute, a simple technique, had accomplished great feats for numerous renowned ninjas, particularly in the Hidden Cloud Village. Every proficient swordsman invariably paired their skills with the lightning attribute, significantly amplifying their combat prowess. What is it called? This is merely the straightforward application of chakra. Naming it seems unnecessary, does it not? The issue of nomenclature has long been a source of anxiety for Yuling. It proves to be quite a challenge for him, as he has always deemed it superfluous. However, after Kakashi's guidance on that occasion, he now spends an excessive amount of time contemplating an appropriate name whenever he develops or refines a ninjutsu. It must be unique, memorable, concise, and characteristic. Never mind, he thought. He would address it later once he had mastered the technique. With no progress made, Yuling gave up and began to slowly concentrate lightning-attributed chakra in the palm of his hand, attempting to extend it throughout his entire arm. If he could achieve instantaneous coverage, then the technique would be deemed complete. However, the sensation was indeed quite tumultuous. Once the lightning chakra was unleashed, even the wielder would suffer its adverse effects, resulting in continuous, stimulating pain. It hurt immensely. Was it truly impossible to control lightning chakra effectively? No wonder few utilized lightning release to stimulate the body for training. It was effective, yet the repercussions were severe. Sizzle. Crack. After a violent surge, the lightning dissipated. Still no success. Could it be that the skin's conductivity for chakra was not as proficient as he presumed? He resolved to try again slowly. Perhaps if he could master it now, he would be able to wield the concealed swords adeptly when the time came. Tianling, squad leader, come collect your pair of concealed swords. Yuling stated expressionlessly while standing at the window. I found them. They were prepared yesterday. Here you go. Guard Konoha well. The attendant inside had changed, and it was evident that this individual was a particularly devoted ordinary ninja of Konoha. Got them. Will you be able to use them? Yuhi appeared beside Yuling in a flash. Captain Yuhi. Yes, I should be able to manage. Although I'm not entirely accustomed to them, I believe I will eventually grow proficient. Yuling was not surprised. After all, it was his first mission, and it was only natural for the captain to check in. Tianling, your team members have yet to arrive. This mission should be quite manageable for you. However, do not let your guard down. As a member of the umbu, one must remain vigilant against threats that lurk in the shadows. By the way, ensure you establish a good rapport with your team. Tomorrow's task is one that others find challenging, Yuhi advised Yuling earnestly. A prodigious talent must not falter on their first mission. Caution is the key to enduring success. Understood. I shall head to the rendezvous point now. Farewell. Yuling committed these words to memory before turning to leave. He needed to be the first to arrive and cultivate the image of a commendable leader. This mission, after all, was merely to eliminate bandits. Even a standard chunin or lower could accomplish it. With that thought, he traversed the umbu's designated passage and awaited at the gates of Konoha. Good morning, Captain Tianling. As expected, Tsukihime arrived first, greeting Yuling, who was leaning against a tree while examining the mission scroll. Initially, her attitude towards him was indifferent, harboring some doubts due to his youth, yet she held no contempt or resentment. However, The next arrival bore a significant amount of animosity. "Good morning, Captain Tianling." "Good morning, Tianling." This time, the two did not speak in unison. Rather, one took the initiative to voice his thoughts while the other remained reluctant. "Everyone's here. Do we all understand the mission?" Yuling inquired as he noticed the group was assembled. This was a task that a captain ought to undertake. "Humph. I certainly do not need a mere child to instruct me. Just make sure you comprehend it yourself." Ming-Ri could not help but mock Yuling. Despite the inquiry being merely a formality. "Ming-Ri, do not be disrespectful." "Humph. Since we are all aware, let us set off." Yuling remained unfazed by Ming-Ri's retort. For his focus lay solely on his own strength and the sudden voice that had emerged from within him, a voice that had manifested after he submitted the blueprint for the sleeve sort of few days prior. It bore no specific content, cause, or conclusion. Reluctantly, Ming-Ri had no choice but to follow Yuling. Within the umbu, the captain's word is law. After sprinting a few paces, the four leapt onto a tree by the roadside, adjusting their direction to head straight toward the valley where the mountain bandits were stationed. "Let us see if this young one can keep up with me." With this thought, blue chakra suddenly enveloped Ming-Ri's feet, propelling him forward to match Yuling's side. After which he released the chakra from his soles. "Tianling, we must hasten, otherwise, we might miss the bandit slaughter," he exclaimed, quickening his pace purely through physical prowess. Leaving Yuling behind. Yuling, however, did not rush to catch up. Instead, he calmly turned to glance back, asking in an unruffled tone, "Can you endure the acceleration? Perhaps you too might struggle with excessive speed." But she was acutely aware that this pertained to Captain Tianling's reputation and did not wish to inadvertently bolster Ming-Ri's arrogance. "Yes, it's manageable." As soon as she spoke, Yu-Tu propelled herself forward, concerned that she might tire and fail to keep pace with the three of them. "All right." Upon witnessing this, Ming-Yu also began to accelerate without a moment's hesitation. Then let us arrive early and make adjustments." Yuling too pushed off, overtaking the slightly earlier starting Ming-Yu with a single leap, and then surpassed Yu-Tu with another. Truly worthy of being our captain. Such a small stature, yet such commendable physical ability. However, Ming-Ri ahead had already pulled significantly ahead. Yu-Tu watched as Tianling streaked past, feeling a mix of surprise and concern. It should take about half a minute to catch up. This speed is sustainable for quite some time. I need not worry about stamina." Yuling calculated the distance to Ming-Ri and the time required, proceeding at a steady pace, his eyes beneath the mask fixed ahead, where Ming-Ri's figure was nowhere to be seen. Half a minute later, the gap between Yuling and Yu-Tu had widened to 100 meters, while the swift Ming-Ri was already 10 meters ahead of him. With a sudden motion, Yuling planted his foot on the side of a branch, using the recoil to leap backward and land gracefully in the underbrush. The three teammates, witnessing this, instinctively mirrored his actions. However, due to excessive consumption, Ming-Ri inadvertently stepped into the void, descending gracefully in an arc-alas. The captain's halted words hinted at imminent danger ahead. His heart, ablaze with anxiety, lodged in his throat as he helplessly watched Ming-Ri plummet. Water release, water whip. Yuling, prone on the ground, swiftly formed hand seals and immediately amplified the chakra for his jutsu, extending the water whip to an unprecedented 10 meters. With a powerful thrust, he swung it upward, ensnaring Ming-Ri's ankle just as he was about to soar past him, and yanked him back to safety. "Phew, saved. Huh, it's that brat," Ming-Ri mused secretly, though his lips remained unrelenting. "Why did you suddenly stop? Don't think that saving me once means." Yuling, noting his incessant chatter, silenced him with the water whip still in place. Enemies ahead, he whispered to his comrades. "Prepare for an ambush, Ming-Ri." The rapid series of events had momentarily drowned out Tianling's orders. "Ming-Ri?" Yu-Tu gently tapped his shoulder, offering a reminder. "All right, let's go, brother." Once he gathered his wits, a hint of contrition flickered across his masked face, though alas, it remained unseen. "Let's finish this quickly. Fire release, fire flames." As Ming-Wi leapt to the left side of the path, the distance between them narrowed to 5 meters, and he initiated the combined jutsu they had previously employed against Yuling. A fiery chain connected their palms, slicing through all it touched, hurtling toward the bandit outpost ahead. "Brother, there's someone ahead." Ming-Ri, ever attentive to his sibling, couldn't help but offer a warning, despite knowing Ming-Wi was already aware. "Right, move a bit closer to me. Let's quietly take out a few." Ming-Wi scanned the surroundings and nodded, guiding Mingri slightly in his direction. Their jutsu's range confined them to the space between them, making a direct confrontation unwise. Mingri leapt diagonally, swiftly traversing the open road. The fire chain crackled as it followed the rhythm of his movements, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. He then darted into the underbrush, rejoining Mingyue as they advanced side by side. "Boss, did you hear something?" "Something? What noise could there be in this desolate forest? Have you lost your mind, or are you just lonely? Keep your eyes on the road. If there's no one, there's nothing to worry about. Stop babbling. I still need to sleep. Just guard the area properly." On the ground, a bandit lounging in a recliner dismissed the anxious shouts from the lookout, cursing without a care, while the lookout fell silent in an instant. However, it wasn't because the lookout had suddenly learned to behave. Swish! A faint sound of slicing air echoed. Mingyue, catching the shout, resolved to eliminate this threat. He deftly launched a shuriken, striking the guard's carotid artery with deadly precision, silently ushering him out of this world. "Brother, well done." As Mingri observed her brother's adept skills with shurikens, she joyfully leaped in excitement, momentarily forgetting the peril of nearly being discovered. It was time to concentrate on their mission, resolving it swiftly would mitigate danger. However, Mingyue's expression remained grave. The security at this entrance was alarmingly lax, a far cry from what one would expect of a bandit group that had dominated this territory for years. Could it be that this entrance was a ruse? Although she muttered to herself, Mingri overheard her words. "What do you mean by that, brother? Can a door even be fake? If that were to spread, how could this mountain bandit maintain a foothold?" Without delving deeper into contemplation, Mingri blurted out her thoughts without a second thought. "No, that is not right. A cunning hare has 3 burrows. This cannot be a crucial location. I fear that should we breach it, we may attract significant trouble," Mingyue patiently elucidated. "Weren't we supposed to eliminate them entirely? Whether they come at us in groups or one by one matters not. As long as it's a door, we can charge through it. These mere mountain bandits pose no threat to us, the Umbu of Konoha." Mingri was reluctant to halt. She was eager to prove herself superior to Yuling. Arriving at the bandit hideout, she was unwilling to pause. "Mingri, do not act recklessly. This will certainly not be so straightforward." Fortunately, they had ceased their advance. Otherwise, Yuling would not have been able to catch up. From a distance, Yuling gently closed his eyes, directing a shadow clone to join the 2 siblings. It appeared to be a more tranquil water clone. "Captain Tianling, I sense a deception at play." Mingyue expressed her concerns upon noticing the clone's arrival. Seeing her brother's seriousness, Mingri refrained from further mischief. "Indeed, I share that sentiment. The guards here are excessively negligent. Let us first send my water clone to reconnoiter." A deep voice emanated from the clone, which promptly moved closer to the grand entrance. The water clone crawled cautiously through the underbrush, inching toward the guard resting on a lounge chair. Why the delay? Must such a petty thief be so vigilant? I could do a better job as captain. Mingri turned her head away, muttering quietly, though Mingyue sensed her discontent even through the mask. "What did you just say?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." After 2 minutes, Yuling had reached the entrance, standing upright and concealed in the shadow of a pillar, observing the movements within. Although he could not directly perceive the situation through his clone, his inexplicable intuition suggested that the interior of the door was indeed vacant. As the clone turned to face the entrance, it swiftly executed a water whip technique, dragging the reclining bandit away with astonishing speed, then rolled into the nearby shadows, taking the bandit along with it. What remained was soon obscured from view. Seizing this opportunity, Yuling surged forward with Uetu, joining Mingri and Mingyue at the forefront. "Now we await the information my clone can gather. We shall formulate our next plan upon receiving the intel." Yuling crouched down, addressing his 3 teammates. "Understood." Uetu and Mingyue replied softly. In the distance, within the bandit hideout, a thick fog began to rise at its center. "Intel has arrived. It seems these bandits have ventured out to pillage. Let us find a place to lie in wait." As she spoke, Yuling conjured a wind clone, employing a transformation technique to assume the guise of the individual previously stationed at the lookout. This maneuver was intended to lure the bandits, allowing her team to execute a decisive strike. "I shall send the clone into the heart of the bandit group, while you 2 should best position herself atop a distant tree to cast an illusionary barrier. Ming-Ri and Ming-Yu will lie in ambush within the underbrush, poised to unleash a combination of ninjutsu at a moment's notice, while I will provide cover to thwart any fleeing bandits. Prepare yourselves, it should not take long." "Ah, help! Flee, flee!" Is it upon us already? Although I mentioned it wouldn't take long, this seems rather too swift. Ming Ri expressed astonishment. Tianling had merely just recounted their circumstances, yet the cries for help arrived with alarming promptness. They had scarcely had time to set their ambush. Help! What manner of monster is this? They appear to be acting strangely. Mingyu, having heard the cries, felt a pang of confusion. Run! Ah! Uft! It seems someone is pursuing them. You two also caught the anguished wails, easily identifiable in their desperation. Damn! Uft! Are they being slaughtered? No matter how indifferent Ming Ri might be, the unfolding scene was impossible to overlook. Shall we not intervene? Wait, let us strike only after they have departed. Yuling preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, focusing on completing their designated task without meddling in others' affairs. However, as the group neared Yuling's line of sight, they suddenly halted, and the sounds of bandit slaughter ceased, the wails diminishing significantly. What is happening? Never mind that for now. Let us proceed. At Yuling's command, she leapt onto a branch, swiftly maneuvering around to the bandits' rear, while the wind clone boldly penetrated the ranks of the bandits. At this juncture, disguise was unnecessary. The wind clone manifested in its original form. How can there be another? The bandits were thrown into chaos, gazing at the masked figure before them, their recently quelled fear surging anew. Fear not. It appears to be merely a child. Come, let us take him down together. The leader, a one-eyed bandit named GC, bellowed in a frenzied rage. They had already suffered significant losses today. It seemed unlikely they could continue in this line of work, driving him to irrationality. Humph. The wind clone emitted a slight snort, causing the surrounding bandits, who were poised to strike, to tremble in fear. Don't be cowards, you ineffectual wretches. Attack. The leader, seeing his subordinates inexplicably hesitate, was consumed by anger. He raised his axe high and charged at the wind clone. Release. Observing that most of the bandits had encircled the clone, Yuling chose to dispel the clone, unleashing the ninjutsu contained within. Wind release. Eye of the storm. Ming Ri and Mingyu swiftly eliminate. Bang. The youth surrounded by the bandits suddenly vanished. Before they could react, a whirlwind erupted in their midst, engulfing them all. Tianling is formidable indeed. Let us proceed, Ming Ri. Mingyu, upon receiving the command, rallied Ming Ri to execute their combined ninjutsu for a rapid strike. However, on the opposite side of the road, Ming Ri gazed intently at the storm, mouth agape. He marveled at this newfound skill. Ming Ri pondered that should this technique be employed in their upcoming battle, both he and his elder brother would surely face defeat. Ming Ri, we must go, Mingwe called out, prompting Ming Ri to finally respond. He closed his mouth, rubbed his eyes, and raced alongside his brother toward the tempest. Fire release, fire flame jutsu. With precision, a line of fire sliced through the storm, slowly severing the bodies of the bandits within, leaving them scorched. What is this? Help! Yet, amidst the chaos, one fortunate soul was inexplicably yanked out, soaring briefly before crashing to the ground. As he attempted to flee, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Who are you? He stammered, terrified of turning to face a more horrific sight. Who I am is of no consequence. Merely inform me of who was pursuing you, and I shall release you, Yuling replied coldly. He held no sympathy for these bandits, who valued their own lives over those of others. Release? That is certainly not an option. I'll talk. Thank you, noble hero, for saving my life. Just now, a group of strange individuals in white coats fell from the sky and suddenly took out several of my brothers. We sought revenge, but those who charged in were all slain. I recall they looked peculiar, and the white coats seemed reminiscent of centuries past. Their eyes were different too. I can't remember clearly. Very well, prepare for your demise. With a subtle movement of his thumb, the hidden blade was drawn for the first time, and with a swift slice, Yuling extinguished the bandit's life. It's done, he murmured softly, although he felt a twinge of resistance towards killing. The fact that this was a notorious criminal made it bearable. As the storm gradually subsided, the mangled corpses within became visible. Mission accomplished. Let us return to the village, Yuling stated, briefly inspecting the scene before feeling a wave of nausea, turning away from the bodies to issue orders. Understood. This time, there was no disharmonious voice to be heard. In the bandit stronghold above, a middle-aged man draped in a white robe, his eyes resembling a kaleidoscope of Sharingan, inquired, "Are you certain that wretched child was present?" "Indeed, without a doubt. That foul scent belongs to him," a younger man with a triple Tomo Sharingan responded. "Quite right. They departed just moments ago." Behind them, a figure with Byakugan, having observed the ground for a moment, turned to inform the elder. "TCH, what a nuisance. Let us return," the elder said. As Yuling leapt through the dense forest, he suddenly glanced skyward, taking in the scene before hastily resuming his journey. "Tianling, just how powerful are you? That wind release was surely of A rank, wasn't it? Your chakra reserves are astonishing," Mingri remarked, no longer dismissing Yuling. The display of strength he had just witnessed was beyond their comprehension. Yet, he had not perceived the application of any ninjutsu. "That technique was not mine. It was merely the vanishing effect of my shadow clone," Yuling replied calmly. "Do not try to deceive me. A shadow clone's disappearance merely reverts it to its original form. The water clone transforms into water, the earth clone into earth, and the wind clone into tomorrow." Unable to continue, he realized this was indeed feasible. "I am the bloodline net, having independently developed the 5 elemental clones, each accompanied by super A-level ninjutsu. In battle against you, I utilized the fire clone. Just now, it was the wind clone, and previously, it was the water clone that lay in ambush." Tomorrow stumbled, nearly falling onto a tree branch. "You are the bloodline net? Why didn't you inform us? You never asked. So both of you knew?" Tomorrow felt a sense of unjust defeat, turning back to question his brother and Moon Rabbit. Are you convinced now?" Moon Rabbit looked at him with a smile, and though her expression was hidden, Tomorrow could sense her emotions. This was clearly a mockery of his ignorance, but he had no choice but to acknowledge it. The bloodline net, a truly rare bloodline. What a genius. Captain Tianling. Tomorrow discreetly addressed the captain, ambiguously indicating his submission, and then fell silent. Indeed, the Umbu prioritized strength above all else. There was no need for Yuling to say anything. Once one's strength was demonstrated, it naturally commanded respect. Before long, the 4 would arrive at Konoha. "Let us disperse. You will be notified of any missions. I will submit the report." With that, he leaped onto the rooftop, heading towards the Hokage's office. After all, the mysterious individual that appeared midway had piqued his interest, prompting him to report directly to the Hokage. "Hey, Captain, why are you leaving so quickly? Finished filming and not treating us to a meal?" Tomorrow muttered to himself, following Mingyue through the door, casually removing his mask. "Phew, the captain is impressively strong. I misjudged him this time," he remarked in a self-deprecating manner. "Have you learned your lesson?" Mingyue asked coldly without turning back. "TCH, I don't care. I want to acknowledge anyone who can't defeat me." Meanwhile, Yuling found the 4th Hokage. "Oh, Tianling, how did your first mission go?" As Yuling did not remove his mask, Minato could only address him by his codename. Although this mission was relatively simple for a ninja, Minato still offered his greetings. It was successfully completed. However, there were some unforeseen complications. Yuling calmly recounted. "Before we ambushed the bandits, a group, said to be clad in white robes from hundreds of years ago and possessing peculiar eyes, attacked them first." Upon hearing this, Minato recalled the Otsutsuki clan that appeared 8 years prior. However, many kinds of peculiar eyes? This characteristic had not appeared in the historical accounts of the Otsutsuki back then. Minato remembered that the Otsutsuki named Ugetsu only possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Where did these many kinds come from? "Tianling, are you certain they saw many kinds?" This is no laughing matter. Minato felt compelled to confirm once more. "Yes, indeed. This intelligence is credible. Moreover, we sensed their presence. They must have sensed us in return. They completely vanished before we could act, leaving no trace. They have not reappeared since. The sudden disappearance. Could it be that someone is secretly plotting something? The only beings capable of vanishing like that are the Otsutsuki or the mysterious figures responsible for the Nine-Tails rampage. However, we have no intelligence on either the black-clad figures or the Otsutsuki." Watergate turned around, extending his right hand to lean against the glass, while his left hand pressed gently against his forehead, massaging it lightly, his eyes tightly shut. Thud, thud. "Come in," Watergate spoke wearily. In the current ninja world, the number of hidden powerful figures was truly overwhelming, and Watergate felt a tinge of anxiety. Although the Otsutsuki had once saved them, it was merely a chance occurrence. Whether they were friend or foe remained uncertain. It could only be said that Yuling was a remarkably valuable ninja in this village. 4th Hokage-sama. "Oh, Yushinling, you are here as well," came the voice of Yamato, who entered, still wearing his mask and holding a scroll. Yamato, do you have news?" Watergate inquired. Having previously assigned Yamato a covert mission, indicating that it had been accomplished. "Yes. In a corner of the ninja world, a ninja village has been established. Named Sound Ninja Village. The founders and members are not very clear, but it is known that there are very few ninjas. Its location is deep within the land of rice, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. As Yamato spoke, he placed the scroll on Watergate's desk. "Thank you for your hard work," Watergate said, reaching for the scroll to gather intelligence. Suddenly, Yuling lunged forward, pinning Watergate's hand down. Then pivoted and kicked off the corner of the desk, leaping back with a powerful punch aimed at Yamato's mask. Bang! The mask shattered. Both Watergate and Yamato were momentarily taken aback. Yuling did not cease his offensive. After landing, he swiftly leaped again, flicking his thumb to unsheath his hidden blade. While Yamato had yet to regain his footing, the first form of Tianling flow, needle in a haystack. Yuling thrust his left arm directly at Yamato, who was still on the ground, but Yamato managed to roll away just in time. Yuling pursued relentlessly, his right arm spinning in a sweeping motion. Finishing technique, horizontal whip. This time, the attack's range was broader, and as Yamato lay on the ground, he gazed up at the descending blade with a horrified grin, exclaiming somewhat maniacally, "What a good child indeed." He relinquished his resistance, and the blade sliced precisely across Yamato's neck. To everyone's astonishment, there was no bloodshed. Bang! Yamato vanished instantly, or rather, it was a transformation technique that had made a clone disappear. Watergate and Yuling remained bewildered. Watergate's long-standing collaboration with Yamato had fostered an unconditional trust, and he naturally harbored no doubts. Indeed, Yamato would never betray Watergate. So, was this a warning from Sound Ninja Village? The reliability of the information was significantly diminished. Yamato must have been captured as well. How did you sense it? Watergate regained his composure, calming his mind, yet his thoughts first turned to that question. It was true that even if anyone else had been present, they should not have been able to discern such a trap at a glance. I sensed his malice. Although it was not very obvious, it suddenly intensified as you made contact with the scroll. Yuling was unsure of his own explanation, but such a vague response would not raise Watergate's suspicions. Very well, that is quite a unique ability. I've heard from Kakashi that you seem to possess some perceptive capabilities. At this moment, Watergate recalled a matter that Kakashi had previously mentioned. However, he had been captivated by Yuling's prowess at the time and had not paid heed to what seemed like a somewhat trivial sensory ability. Now, as the topic arose, he remembered. I am not entirely certain. I can merely sense the chakra levels and reactions of everyone nearby. Everyone? If that's the case, wouldn't it be of no use to you if there were an ambush? Watergate expressed his astonishment. To perceive the chakra of all surrounding individuals was reminiscent of the Byakugan's capabilities, and it appeared to require no chakra expenditure, suggesting it was an innate ability. Indeed. That is correct, Yuling replied candidly. Well, let us not dwell on this. I need to immediately assemble a rescue team for Dea. Are you willing to participate? Watergate abruptly shifted the conversation, as if recalling an urgent matter. Yes, I should be able to lead my team, Yuling replied without hesitation. The Umbu captain cannot be lost. It would be a disgrace for Konoha if we were to lose the Umbu captain after just one infiltration. Yuling understood this well, and thus agreed to Watergate's request. All right, please proceed to gather your teammates. Watergate remarked, who is responsible for the sudden emergence of the Sound Village. This adds another question that needs to be clarified. Our manpower is somewhat lacking. Otsutsuki, the man in black, and the Sound Village. This is all too chaotic. Could it be that the ninja world is on the brink of significant upheaval? Farewell, Hokage-sama, Yuling said before exiting the Hokage's office, leaving Watergate alone to whirl and spiral in turmoil. Shadow clone technique. Upon exiting, Yuling immediately performed the shadow clone technique. Two clones landing and racing towards his teammates' homes while he leapt onto the rooftops, heading towards his own residence. You two, urgent assembly at the Konoha gate. Bang. Mingyu. Ming-ri, urgent assembly at the Konoha gate. Bang. After relaying the message, the clones dissipated. Once he confirmed that his teammates had received the information, Yuling quickened his pace. Grandfather? Upon entering, he found the third Hokage tidying up the house. Ah, little Yuling has returned. Was the mission successful? The third Hokage approached leisurely, pipe in mouth, wearing a benevolent expression. Yes, the mission was completed. However, there is now an urgent task, which may take a while. I cannot disclose the details at this moment. I just need to gather some supplies before departing. Yuling retrieved his white cloak and draped it over himself. Is it urgent? Then please take care of yourself. Life is the most precious. Hearing that it was an urgent task, The third Hokage's brow furrowed slightly, and he removed his pipe, placing his hands behind his back. Good luck. Yes, goodbye, grandfather. With that, Yuling exited once more, stepping onto the rooftop and sprinting towards the gate, his white cloak billowing behind him. Watergate. What mission has Yuling taken on? As soon as Yuling left, the third Hokage picked up his staff and hurried towards the Hokage's office without pause. Upon entering, he found dozens of Konoha's elite shinobi gathered. Is this all in response to that urgent task? Lord Third, the Umbu captain, is suspected to have been captured. As Watergate observed the arrival of the third Hokage, a furrow formed upon his brow, and in a low voice, he uttered, "How could this happen to Yamato?" The third, taken aback, questioned the capabilities of those who could capture him. As the captain of the Umbu, Yamato's strength was indispensable, especially considering he was one of the only 2 users of wood release in the entire ninja world. Why? The third Hokage found this incomprehensible and unconsciously removed his pipe. Inquiring further, I had assigned him to personally monitor the newly established ninja village. He gathered intelligence, yet he has not returned. Had it not been for Yuling's presence, I too might have been assassinated. Watergate's smile faded. The gravity of the situation now threatened the reputation of Konoha Village. The village's very livelihood would be impacted by this incident. If even their Umbu captain could be captured, who would dare to entrust missions to them? All Jonin present. Heed my command. Depart immediately. The target is the land of rice, the Sound Ninja Village. Our objective is to rescue Yamato and support Yuling. Watergate. Why did you initially send Yuling directly? A child leading a team is fraught with danger. The third Hokage expressed his deep concern for Yuling, who felt like a son to him, having grown up together. At merely 8 years of age, he was thrust into the forefront of battle. How could a parent not worry? Third Hokage, have faith. Our main forces are also en route, are they not? Moreover, trust in Yuling. He is the strongest among the younger generation and will undoubtedly evolve into an even more exceptional ninja than we are. There is no way he would fall here. It is merely a newly formed small ninja village, Watergate reassured him. That may be true, but if even Yamato, even a fierce dragon cannot overcome the local snakes, Watergate interjected. Do not fret. Yuling's temperament is even more meticulous than Yamato's. A smile returned to Watergate's face as he narrowed his eyes at the third Hokage. Let us hope so, the third murmured, taking a deep drag from his pipe to steady himself, his gaze drifting as he mused aloud. The roots, underground. Toanzo, there is news. The Umbu captain has been captured. What? Yamato? What transpired? Indeed. Reliable sources indicate that Umbu Captain Yamato was discovered while on a mission in the land of rice and has not returned to Konoha. It is presumed he has been captured. I have long insisted that Yamato should have been under my command. As the Umbu captain, he could have realized his fullest potential in my hands. Toanzo, our reconnaissance team sent to the land of rice has also been neutralized. A message from the carrier Hawk has arrived. Our men must be involved with the issues surrounding that Sound Ninja Village. How many did Watergate dispatch? 16 Jonin, 3 Chunin, and 1 Genin. The Genin? That would be Yuling? Indeed. Humph. This opportunity shall be my ascent to the position of Hokage. Go. Send 2 teams to scout the Sound Ninja Village, and dispatch another team to eliminate Yuling. Understood. Captain, how far are we from the Sound Ninja Village? We have been running through the treetops for a full hour and remain within the borders of the Land of Fire. As tomorrow seemed dull, I thought to engage in conversation, hoping to amend my previous underestimation. We are an hour and a half from exiting the Land of Fire, and it will take an additional 2 hours to reach the heart of the Land of Rice. The day is waning. We shall camp within the confines of the Land of Fire tonight. Understood, Captain. The next day, Mingri obediently fell to the back of the line, advancing side by side with his elder brother. Mingri, you are quite well behaved, you two suddenly remarked in a teasing tone, startling Mingri and causing him to stumble back a step, a faint warmth emanating from beneath his mask. It appeared that Mingri's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mingri, catch up. Mingwei glanced back, aware of Mingri's feelings but choosing not to articulate them directly, instead gently urging him forward. Among the elite shinobi dispatched for this mission, there were several seasoned experts: the formidable taijutsu master Might Guy, the Jinjutsu prodigy Yugao, the firestyle and chakra blade specialist Asuma Sarutobi, and Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of Minato. Their pace was marginally swifter than Yuling's team, yet they still did not manage to catch up with Yuling's group by the time night fell. Let us set up camp here. I will take the first watch. Asuma, I will call for you later. Ignite your passion, my friends. Sleep well. Guy exclaimed as he landed, vociferously addressing his teammates. Following his words, he stretched out his arms, giving a thumbs up that revealed a bright smile, before leaping back into the trees. All right, thank you, Guy, Asuma replied, gesturing for Yugao to lie down at the edge of the team. It was said that those capable bear more burdens. As a seasoned jonin, it was only natural for him to look after the younger members. Good night, everyone. Kushina, indifferent to her surroundings, cuddled up against a tree and fell asleep. Like Minato, she harbored unwavering trust in her companions. However, in the shadows, for pairs of eyes were intently watching them. The one keeping watch is the one who cannot perform ninjutsu. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We shall proceed to fulfill our mission, said a man cloaked in black robes, adorned with a green weasel mask. Understood. The target lies 8,000 meters ahead. Shall we strike now or wait until morning? Now. They should be at their most vulnerable, came the reply. Then, let us depart. With a command. For shadowy figures darted into the treetops, leaping away from the watchful jonin. Yash, let us unleash our youth beneath the night sky. Guy stood atop a tree, pummeling the trunk with his fists. Captain Tianling, allow me to take the night watch. You must ensure you get ample rest. After acknowledging Yuling's leadership, Mingri's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Yet Yuling remained unchanged, polite and succinct in his response. Then I entrust this to you for the latter half of the night. No worries, let me take over the second half. Your strength surpasses ours, and we need you during the day. We are accustomed to keeping watch at night. Before Yuling could volunteer for the task, Mingwe swiftly claimed it first. Very well, then I shall rest for now. Good night. With no need to assist further, Yuling lay down beside the tree and closed his eyes. I have never seen Mingri so considerate before. In the past, I would have been the one to take the night watch. Yu Tu chuckled as he looked at Mingri, revealing a truth. You're talking nonsense. I have always been proactive. He was reluctant to let the little brat beneath him know that his diligence was a result of his newfound respect for him. Keep watch well, and refrain from causing mischief. Understood. Swish. Tap tap. Tomorrow sensed an unfriendly aura and immediately glanced around, yet in the pitch darkness, nothing was visible. Whoosh. Crack. The sound was significantly louder this time. Following the noise, Tomorrow beheld a figure clad in white robes. Yuling, who had been resting beneath the tree, had awoken unbeknownst to him and had deflected the shuriken aimed at him. Captain, you are awake. What caused your sudden awakening? Tomorrow inquired, astonished by the phenomenon. Logically, Tianling should have been soundly asleep. Well, my perceptive abilities detected a strong malevolence. Quickly, wake up Mingwe and Yuetu. We are about to engage in battle. Yuling replied without turning, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy before them, calmly adopting the Tianling stance. Understood. Tomorrow ceased his levity and promptly leaped down, stepping on both of his teammates to rouse them with a forceful jolt. Wake up. We are about to fight. Years of training had honed Mingwe and Yuetu's perception. With a single kick, they sprang to their feet, Mingwe even drawing her ninja blade instinctively. Who are you? Yuling inched backward, his eyes fixed on the mask of the man before him, his tone betraying a hint of tension. Here to kill you, the man in black replied emotionlessly. Who sent you? Seeing the man willing to answer, Yuling seized the opportunity to press further. A dying man need not know, the man replied, his voice as devoid of emotion as a cold corpse. There was no vigilance against the night, no thirst for battle, nor excitement for bloodshed. Very well, let us see. Yuling, realizing he could extract no further information, wasted no time in dropping to the ground to join his comrades. The enemy was a squad. Their average strength that of high-ranking ninjas, a formidable challenge. Their strategy centered on evasion and delay. Yuling, backed by his team, shared his observations with them. All high-ranking ninjas? This is indeed daunting, Yuetu said, biting her lip, visibly anxious. Though she had witnessed life and death scenarios before, the individuals before them left her bewildered. Their masks did not belong to any of the 5 great ninja villages, yet their attire was strikingly uniform. What organization could they possibly represent? Start running, Yuetu instructed. Establishing a barrier. Tomorrow and Mingwe, protect her well. This time, Yuling issued a clear command, driven by the rationale behind his decision. Currently, their quartet stood back to back, forming a square, while the enemy, in contrast, was all converging towards them. Such evident targeting warranted his previous directive. Tianling, I believe this is unwise. Mingwe hesitated to move. Let us go. You've all noticed, haven't you? They are targeting me. Yuling's voice grew increasingly cold, a trace of youthfulness dissipating with each word. It seemed he had made a significant decision, his aura shifting abruptly. The cold wind of the forest at midnight was no trifling matter, yet the 8 individuals present paid it no heed. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Quite astute. Then let your lives end here. The leader, adorned with a skunk mask, was the first to speak, swiftly followed by his 3 companions who encircled Yuling. Indeed, it was solely Yuling they targeted. The 3 behind him were swiftly incapacitated by a kick to the neck from the masked man. Will you take action yourself? Or shall we assist you in your demise? After neutralizing the threat posed by the trio, the skunk-masked figure approached within a meter of Yuling, extending a hand that cradled a dagger, a blade intended for self-destruction. Maintaining the stance of the Tianling flow, Yuling reacted to the enemy's proximity with a decisive palm thrust. The first form of the Tianling flow, needle in the gap. A dull thud echoed as his palm met another hand. The man before him had sensed Yuling's motion and swiftly countered, bracing his palm against Yuling's. I had presumed children lacked fortitude. It seems I must eliminate you. Trouble brewed. He appeared to be serious now. Chakra surged through him, and he initiated a technique of earth manipulation. Sure enough, moments later, the man forcefully pressed both hands against the ground. Earth-style, earthquake core. A low growl reverberated as a square plate began to plummet into the depths below. Is such an A-rank ninjutsu really necessary from the outset? Yuling mused, surprised that his opponent did not first test his mettle. It seemed he had been underestimated once more. Wind clone, water clone, fire clone. After a brief contemplation, Yuling resolved to engage with 3 clones. Very well, let us strike first. Combat demands rhythm. Seizing the enemy's tempo can turn the tide of battle in one's favor. However, if one is perpetually led by the enemy, doom is inevitable. Fire style, blazing foot. The fire clone initiated the ninjutsu, leaping effortlessly from the pit and ensnaring the nearest female ninja. Wind style, violent air palm. The original Yuling executed the technique, dispatching the wind and water clones into the fray. Now it is time for me to take action. With that, Yuling burrowed into the earth. Above ground, the 4 cloaked ninjas gazed in astonishment as Yuling erupted from the soil. This child possesses some merit. He has not surrendered. Let us proceed to eliminate him. The captain commanded, prompting his 3 comrades to draw their weapons, standard short blades. Short blades, you say? This could prove interesting, Yuling noted, continuing his stealth underground. Fortunately, there were no sensory-type ninjas to thwart his ambush. The wind clone engaged a burly man, skillfully entangling him with agility, while the water clone found itself up against a more nimble adversary, clearly struggling. At that moment, the captain swung his blade high towards the water clone. Seizing the opportunity as the captain leaned forward, Yuling burst forth from the ground. Earth-style, decapitation technique. He succeeded. Yuling leapt from the earth, burying the captain beneath the surface, and swiftly kicked away the ninja entangled with the water clone before propelling himself towards the burly man. The first form of the Tianling flow, lateral whip. Upon the onset of battle, he unleashed his most formidable technique, delivering a powerful strike to the back of the burly man's knee, forcing him to kneel. Seizing the opportunity, the wind clone swiftly followed up with a vicious kick to the man's head, toppling him over. Meanwhile, the fire clone commenced with an overwhelming assault, progressively driving the female ninja back without hesitation. This child. All right, everyone focus. The captain, emerging from the earth with only his head visible, bellowed, and the 4 regrouped. Now, it was a straightforward 4 against 4. It was truly shameful for 4 adults to bully a single child. Yuling observed as the opponents rose one by one, the captain climbing out of the ground, initiating a verbal onslaught. To achieve their objectives, they would resort to any means necessary. The female ninja confronted Yuling, her voice surprisingly calm, yet chilling. These individuals resembled puppets. No need for idle chatter. We shall resolve this before dawn. The captain slowly raised his hands, forming a seal to issue commands. Yes, the other 3 responded in unison, dispersing from the captain's side, leaping to surround Yuling and his clones from all directions. A true 4-on-1, it seemed. In that case, I must create a commotion. Perhaps assistance will arrive. Realizing escape was impossible, Yuling decided to buy time for reinforcements. Water release, great water wave. The captain chose to strike first, once his teammates were in position. He summoned a torrent infused with chakra that surged toward Yuling. Water release. Then I shall counter with Earth Release. However, if they employ Lightning Release, it could spell trouble. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. Yuling recalled the principles of Chakra's elemental interactions. Although he could not fully withstand the onslaught with his own chakra, the Earth's dominance over water would grant him precious time. Time was of the essence in this confrontation, to allow the other teammates to execute their combined jutsu. The three clones had already emerged from the water, each targeting an opponent. However, under Yuling's guidance, their objective shifted. The fire clone, the swiftest, faced the agile male ninja. The wind clone, capable of repelling foes, engaged the female ninja, while the water clone, possessing control abilities, aimed to restrain the burly man. Yet, being mere clones, they could only maintain this for a limited duration. Thus, Yuling resolved to expedite his actions. With that thought, he leaped from the rocky wall into the water, simultaneously forming seals with his hands. Coming down, this is my territory. The captain charged toward Yuling, but not on the water's surface. He was beneath it. Is this an application of ninjutsu? Intriguing. Yuling, observing the enemy vanish underwater, felt his curiosity piqued. Eager to witness his current stance. Lightning Release, Lightning Strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuling activated the ninjutsu he had prepared earlier. His palm plunged into the water, recklessly unleashing a torrent of lightning-infused chakra. Such a level 1T reached me. There's no need to approach. Water Release, Water Shuriken. Beneath the surface, observing the encroaching torrent of lightning, the captain meticulously assessed the damage of the assault and his own defenses. Unperturbed, he formed a series of hand signs, preparing to unleash his next jutsu. A barrage of water-formed shurikens erupted from below, targeting Yuling, who crouched atop the water's surface. Something approaches, and at considerable speed. Sensing the concentrated chakra fluctuations hurtling toward him, Yuling executed a swift backflip, vacating his position without hesitation. Just as he had departed, the shurikens burst forth from the water, piercing through the splashes stirred by his movement. It appeared they had not harmed him. Was it due to insufficient power or range? Yuling paid no heed to the threat posed by his adversary, instead contemplating the flaws in his own techniques. Let us first test with a clone. Earth Clone. After a brief moment of reflection, Yuling summoned an Earth Clone upon the tumultuous surface of the water. Earth Release, Heavy Rock Technique. Wind Release, Gale Palm. With a single leg supporting him, he leapt into the air, directing his most proficient wind jutsu towards the position of his Earth Clone below. Meanwhile, the clone sprang from its spot, executing a 180-degree turn to face the water's surface and employing the Heavy Rock Technique. This seems intended to penetrate the water layer with weight. He dares to descend. I shall not hold back. Water Release, Rapid Current Erosion Technique. The underwater ninja observed Yuling plunging into the depths, gaining newfound confidence. After all, the underwater realm was akin to his home turf. And how could one not entertain a guest in their own domain? He promptly unleashed his unique water jutsu. The turbulent currents battered the Earth Clone from all directions. Yet, it appeared that the captain's anticipated deviation in direction was absent. Generally, one's posture and orientation in water should easily shift due to the current. What kind of weight does this child possess? He mused, watching Yuling approach with unwavering composure. However, how much impact could he truly generate underwater? If he could withstand the onslaught, victory would be within reach. Water Release, Water Mirror. As Yuling drew closer, he activated a defensive jutsu. Raising his hands, a thin vortex emerged, capable of enveloping Yuling entirely. He continues to underestimate me. He shall remain here today. With the acceleration from Yuling's wind jutsu, combined with the Earth Clone's heavy rock technique, even an A-rank defensive jutsu might struggle to hold. Moreover, based on Yuling's observations, the chakra sustaining that water mirror was at best a B-rank technique. It could hardly withstand a projectile of such magnitude. The water clone seems to be faltering against that burly man. I must provide support. Yuling glanced at the nearby skirmishes, spotting the beleaguered water clone. Regardless, it was merely a clone, and with its limited control, it could not hope to contain the muscular foe. Earth Release, Rock Falling. Before Yuling could intervene, the burly man launched another strike. The water clone, having just been knocked back by a punch, lacked the capacity to evade this ensuing assault. Earth Release, Heavy Rock Fall. Yuling soared into the air, executing a heavy rock technique at the moment he approached the airborne boulder. His small fist astonishingly shattered the massive stone. Little brat. Your physique is impressive, yet compared to me, you are merely fragile. The burly man plunged his hands into the earth, summoning another giant rock that leaped into his grasp, which he promptly hurled towards Yuling. Yuling was not foolish enough to withstand such a formidable ninjutsu head-on. He swiftly performed a forward roll, evading the descending boulder and accelerating to circle behind the muscular giant. With a subtle flick of his left thumb, he unleashed his concealed sword. At that moment, his water clone landed and dashed toward the burly man once more. Water release, water whip. The clone cast the jutsu from a distance, the elongated water whip wrapping around the giant's neck, though its effect was barely significant. This maneuver drew the giant's attention. Grasping the water whip with both hands, he yanked the water clone towards him, as if it were his own technique, swiftly turning the tide of battle. However, the true threat lurked behind, eyes fixed on him with a gleaming sword in hand, reflecting an eerie light under the moon. Heavenly flow, first form, seamless strike. With a whoosh, Yuling propelled himself forward, the sword poised to pierce the giant's back, his feet propelling him with great speed. The arrow released. Bang! The water clone was predictably obliterated by a single punch from the giant, leading to an immediate deployment of the mist concealment technique. With a thrust, Yuling reached the giant, the sword unobstructed as it plunged into the giant's spine. Adjusting midair, he curled his legs and sprang off again, withdrawing the sword with a decisive motion. Thud! The 18th vertebra of the giant was severed, damaging his central nervous system. Unable to support his massive frame, he collapsed to his knees. Cough, cough, little brat, you've truly made me suffer. Come, grant me release. The giant's voice was tinged with despair, his gaze fixed ahead at his two comrades still embroiled in battle. Addressing Yuling very well, Yuling replied, glancing at the grievous wound he had inflicted on the giant's back. A pang of compassion stirred within him. After all, he was merely a child, and at the heart of humanity lies goodness. Yuling, no exception, conceded to the request. With his right hand, he unsheathed the sword and slowly approached the giant. Yet the corner of the giant's mouth curled into a slight smile, showing no sign of pain. Suddenly, Yuling surged forward. The leisurely pace transformed into a rapid burst of speed in an instant. Swish! The giant's head was severed cleanly, his eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. Thus, without hesitation, he was dispatched. However, beneath Yuling's feet, a soil-based trap materialized. Heaving a sigh, he narrowly avoided falling into it. The tactics of these foes were becoming increasingly intriguing, employing such deceit. A sense of trepidation washed over Yuling. He had almost succumbed to the giant's ruse. Such mistakes, if made once, offer no chance for correction. This very tactic further fueled his suspicions regarding their organization. Ninjas place immense value on integrity, never trifling with the sanctity of life. 3 remain. Alas, the chakra of the fire clone has dwindled. After vanquishing the formidable foe before him, Yuling exhaled a sigh of relief, only to behold the fire clone entangled with another male ninja, its chakra entirely expended after a prolonged application of the blazing foot technique. Was the diminishing flame beneath its feet a ruse of feigned weakness, or a consequence of chakra depletion? It was difficult to ascertain. Thus, the battle must persist. The male ninja scrutinized the fire clone with unwavering focus, leaving no detail unexamined as he meticulously assessed its combat prowess and chakra reserves. For a mere clone, the chakra level was rather substantial. Indeed, a testament to the genius that even Lord Danzo would not willingly relinquish, even in death. These seasoned ninjas were well aware of a clone's typical capabilities and chakra quantities. Even for a jonin, the quality of a clone would generally align with such parameters. However, Yuling's clone was uniquely composed of a singular chakra attribute, refined and amalgamated, thus conserving energy while boasting an impressive reserve. Nonetheless, the reality of its depletion could not be ignored. Wind release, wind cutter. Yuling sprinted from a distance, forming hand seals to unleash the wind technique beneath the fire clone's feet. In an instant, the wind fueled the flames, intensifying the blaze at the clone's base. Seizing the opportunity, the fire clone launched itself into the air, propelled by the compressed air of the wind release. The combination of wind and fire proved visually striking. Perhaps it was a technique worth trying in the future. Water release, water whip. While the enemy's attention was captivated by the descending clone, Yuling remained undeterred. He executed his most frequently employed controlling ninjutsu, aiming for the enemy's ankle. The bloodstained web was indeed troublesome. It was prudent to first address the clone. Water release, water dragon bullet. The ninja leveraged the water domain summoned by his captain to unleash a B-rank water technique, intending to repel the clone and eliminate an additional threat. However, the A-rank technique, Blazing Foot, did not expend its chakra frivolously. The fire clone continued its aerial maneuvering. Although the wind's influence was gradually dissipating, the flames beneath its feet, albeit exhausting, allowed it to narrowly evade the oncoming water dragon bullet. Could it still evade? Water release, water shuriken. The dragon head, which had just grazed past the fire clone, abruptly lost its chakra sustenance, transforming into droplets of water. In the next moment, it reformed into a multitude of needles, deftly redirecting in midair to target the fire clone, cascading downward. There was no escaping this time. Let us see if it can be subdued. Lightning release, lightning strike. As the male ninja concentrated on controlling the water droplets, a water whip stealthily ensnared his feet. Seizing the moment, Yuling tugged sharply, channeling lightning through the whip. In a sudden turn of events, his feet were bound together, and without warning, he was yanked to the ground. Fortunately, the clone had been dispatched. The fire clone, now riddled with attacks, swiftly dissipated. Meanwhile, several hidden talismans appeared on the ground, one of which lay directly in the path of the man being drawn towards Yuling. Squeak! The lightning surge first followed the current to reach the male ninja, seeping through his garments and gradually numbing him. I can't move. Have I been paralyzed, Lord Danzo? I apologize for disappointing you. Boom. The ninja inevitably crushed the talisman beneath him, triggering an uncontrollable explosion of black smoke from the fire release. Oh, there was a talisman there. I hadn't even noticed. I initially intended to extract some information. Quite fortunate to have severed two of them. However, with this, the remaining two will no longer underestimate us. I can no longer conceal anything, thought Yuling as he observed the ninja who had been blasted away. As anticipated, the previously entangled wind clone was instantly dispersed in the following moment. Little brat, it was our oversight to underestimate you. But we will not afford you another opportunity to develop. The female ninja sheathed her short blade, assumed a horse stance, slightly leaning forward, her eyes gleaming with a cold light through the hollow of her mask. Behind her, the storm howled. Bang! The ground seemed to crack open, as if a chasm had formed, with the previously created deluge rushing in one direction at high speed. Indeed, it was a chasm, likely the work of the Earth clone. This implies that it must have been taken out by that captain. Little brat, you must die. Water release, water shuriken. The opposing captain struck first, swiftly unleashing a water ninjutsu. Lightning release, surge increase. The female ninja followed suit. After a brief sequence of hand seals, she extended a finger, directing it at the rapidly approaching water shuriken. In an instant, a thread of lightning, the thickness of a thumb, entwined itself around the shuriken, and its speed surged explosively, approaching 10 meters in a heartbeat. It seems that lightning release truly enhances speed significantly. Then, wind clone. Wind release, wind wall. Upon the appearance of the clone, it raised both hands, unleashing a torrent of wind chakra from its palms, conjuring an invisible wall to perfectly block the oncoming assault of the water shuriken. Yet, astonishingly, the shuriken continued to advance. Humph! The penetrating power of this lightning attribute is not something you can defend against. The female ninja augmented her chakra, causing the lightning surge to intensify, blue electricity crackling around the water shuriken. Once again, it exploded forth. The shuriken flickered behind the wind wall, continuing its straight flight towards Yuling. Penetration? However, wind attributes possess the strongest cutting power. Wind release, wind cutter. Yuling, still conserving chakra, refrained from acting himself, allowing the wind clone to once more unleash a ninjutsu. Streams of high-speed air surged towards the water shuriken, with each gust of wind that passed. A fragment of the lightning flow diminished. In mere seconds, the entire lightning surge was extinguished. The female ninja, observing her lightning release being forcibly nullified, felt a flicker of irritation, yet her demeanor remained impassive. This method resembles my raging stream erosion somewhat. Then let us compete in chakra. The opponent is merely a child. Regardless, their chakra cannot surpass that of us two jonin. Let us suppress them with our ninjutsu. The captain analyzed the conditions of both sides and prepared to unleash a full-force assault, aiming for an immediate kill. Water release, water surge. As he raced towards Yuling, he formed hand seals, and unleashed a powerful jet of water aimed directly at him. Yet, Yuling chose not to confront this assault head-on. Instead, he turned and fled, making his way towards the hidden leaf village. The two Jonin could easily suppress me with their chakra. From this moment on, I cannot afford to linger even for a second. If I stop, I may be bombarded by a torrential onslaught of ninjutsu. Yuling had sensed the immense chakra contained within the water stream emitted by the ninja, a feat achievable only by his own water clone at full capacity. This realization solidified Yuling's thoughts. He had managed to eliminate two of them while they were nearly defenseless, but now it was time for them to reveal their true strength. How much longer do you intend to play this charade? He has already crossed the illusionary barrier. Hurry, pursue him. The captain shouted behind him, a call that Yuling overheard. Play? An illusionary barrier? No wonder the colors felt off just now. Even at night, there shouldn't be a purplish-red hue. I was careless. I didn't eliminate a single one of them. Yuling felt fortunate that he had decided to flee. Had he remained within that barrier, he might have been ambushed without even realizing it. Water release, water body acceleration. The male ninja leaped from the tree, employing ninjutsu to soften his body and gain a slight boost in speed, soaring several dozen meters in one bound. The burly man followed suit, his heavy footsteps pounding the ground, using the powerful recoil to propel himself forward. Their speed was surprisingly swift. Let us test the delaying effect of the clones. Water clone, wind clone. Yuling suddenly halted before a large tree, leaving behind two clones while his true self leapt to the treetops, concealing himself within the dense foliage. Hopefully, this will serve to confuse them. The water clone remained grounded beneath the tree, while the wind clone dashed toward the leaf village. In mere seconds, the four arrived at the massive tree. Not fleeing. No, there's the real one. The captain pointed high, sending a chill down Yuling's spine, although he was actually indicating the wind clone speeding away in the distance. You three pursue him. I will deal with the clone, the burly man volunteered, acknowledging that he was the slowest and thus ill-suited for a chase. However, he was perfectly suited to serve as a shield. Is that acceptable? After all, this burly man cannot catch up to me, Yuling mused quietly. His original plan was for the four to swiftly eliminate the water clone before pursuing the wind clone. The water clone's mist concealment technique would provide him an excellent opportunity to escape, while the wind clone could distract them for an extended period. However, now he could only rely on the wind clone to delay the three, which was an outcome he could accept. Move out, with the captain's command. Three of them leaped onto the branches, bounding away from Yuling. Perhaps I should consider eliminating this burly man? Watching the trio depart and confirming that there were no similar barriers or ambushes in the vicinity, Yuling's strategy evolved further. Indeed, diminishing a future threat was a sound idea. Meanwhile, the water clone had engaged in combat with the burly man, skillfully using its control abilities to slightly restrain him. With a huff, I realized I had been deceived before, and this time I would not grant you another opportunity. As I spoke, I unsheathed my hidden blade and let my body descend, pressing closely against the tree trunk. To my surprise, Yuling also harbored some resentment. With a loud crash, the water clone's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the robust man. After a failed attempt at control, he was sent flying by a powerful punch from the giant. Now is the moment. Lightning release, thunder arm. The chakra of lightning rapidly enveloped the blade on the back of my hand, and I propelled myself off the tree trunk, soaring diagonally towards the giant. In midair, I hurled a barrage of shurikens, arcing towards him from the opposite side. A faint sound of slicing air reached the giant's ears, prompting him to turn around. Spotting the cluster of shurikens, were they thrown when the clone was sent flying, or was there another presence here? The giant became alert. He was alone, and could not afford to take any risks. Otherwise, the failure of the mission would be solely his responsibility. Rather than deflecting the shurikens, he merely took a step back, unwittingly falling into Yuling's trap. This should suffice. Lightning release, thunder arm. The currents of lightning coiling around my arms surged, and my descent accelerated dramatically. The thick stream of lightning crackled ominously as it pierced through the layers of air, targeting the back of the giant's head. Who is that? The giant heard the sound of the lightning stream and rolled sideways with his battle instincts, narrowly evading disaster. In the next moment, I crashed down where the giant had just stood, creating a spiderweb of cracks that spread outwards, revealing a deep pit exposed to the air. Is this Yuling's clone, or his true self? The giant pondered briefly and confirmed it to be the latter, worrying about the three individuals on the other side. You tricked me before. I shall not grant you another chance. The water clone rejoined the fray, wielding water whips alongside Yuling lightning release. Thunder arm. This technique was one Yuling had conceived recently, utilizing lightning chakra to amplify his entire arm, and this was its inaugural use. He had not anticipated its immediate success, combining both impact and penetration. Though pleasantly surprised, Yuling meticulously adjusted the technique, as the enhancement was intended for the hidden blade, emphasizing its penetrative capability. This iteration of the Thunder Arm was finer, sharper, and more concentrated. Lightning release counters my Earth release defense, then I shall control the distance. Earth release, rockfall. The giant slammed his hands down onto the ground, causing a massive boulder to plummet from above, aimed directly at Yuling. This will not hinder me. With that, Yuling glanced up and leaped away from the falling rock's trajectory. The water clone was equally unscathed, thrusting its water whip into the ground and pulling forcefully, propelling itself like a slingshot. With the enhancement of lightning release, Yuling significantly reduced air resistance, and the penetrative power granted by the lightning chakra proved immensely effective in the sharpest of strikes. Such speed. Earth release, Yellow Springs Marsh. Maintaining a crouched stance, the giant switched hand seals and promptly unleashed his next ninjutsu. A vast outpouring of chakra caused the ground to swell violently, its hue deepening with intensity. With chakra reduced to half, I must endeavor to contain it until the return of the three. Beneath Yuling's feet, the once solid earth transformed into a quagmire, catching him unawares as he inadvertently stepped into its depths. On the opposite side, the water clone found itself even more helpless, ensnared within the muddy trap. Its form suspended in midair, devoid of a place to land. Clone, pull me out. Yuling, sensing his predicament, relinquished his struggle, ceased his movements, and slowly closed his eyes, issuing a command to the clone. Responding to the directive, the clone targeted Yuling's position on the ground, dissolving the previous water whip and swiftly conjuring two new ones, expertly ensnaring Yuling's arms. With a forceful pull, leveraging the centrifugal momentum, it managed to extricate Yuling while succumbing to the mire itself. Thank you for your efforts. Suspended in the air, Yuling did not rush to mount an offense. After dismissing the clone's command, he opened his eyes. At that moment, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, yet the chakra of the burly man remained distinctly visible. Found you. This time, it shall be a decisive strike. With that, Yuling began his descent. Earth style, earth flow wall. Creating a foothold below, Yuling landed securely. Phew. I made it just in time. Wind clone. Fire clone. Two more clones materialized beside him as he faced the muscular adversary, his eyes gradually closing. Fire clone, blazing feet. Wind clone, wind cutter. A fleeting thought ignited within him, prompting the two clones to commence their hand signs. Fire release, blazing feet. Wind release, wind cutter. The deep voices resonated in unison, with one igniting in fierce flames, while the other gathered a miniature tempest in its hands. The fire clone leapt into the air, its body tilting forward, legs elevated, aligning its burning feet with the storm held by the wind clone. Earth style, heavy rock technique. Gently, Yuling placed his right hand upon the fire clone, and in the following moment, the wind clone accurately positioned its hands against the fire clone's feet. This should render him either incapacitated or annihilated, right? At such speed, combined with this weight, the burly man will hardly have time to react. To ensure precision, let us add another strike. Lightning release, Kirin arm. Next, Yuling once more closed his eyes. Wind, grant me your might. Just like the earlier fire clone, he soared high, adjusting midair until his body was parallel to the ground, a fierce storm brewing behind him. Wind release, wind cutter. Whoosh, squeal, bang. With resistance eliminated and an extraordinary wind attribute enhancement, Yuling shattered the sound barrier. A mass of compressed air enveloped him like a mist, encircling him entirely. Soon, he caught up with the fire clone, matching its pace. The noise of the sound barrier was deafening. Upon hearing the colossal din behind him, the burly man immediately turned. Earth style, rock fist. He had begun to surmise Yuling's intent, his fist cloaked in a thick layer of rock, poised to strike at the source of the sound. It's here. Bang. The robust man gazed at the shadow hurtling towards him and unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, it was merely a shadow clone, albeit one endowed with the weight of heavy rock. With a resounding crack, he realized his grave miscalculation. The tremendous weight led to an inevitable fracture. At that moment, Yuling, slicing through the air, arrived on the scene. The first form of Tianling flow, seamless insertion, his left arm extended. The lightning-infused blade of his sleeve sword pierced through the robust man's right arm, which was still poised to strike. The blade cleaved through, severing the arm cleanly in two. Yuling deftly pivoted, supporting himself on the man's shoulder, executing a graceful 270-degree flip, landing behind him with the blade poised against his neck. The robust man was rendered incapable of further combat, not only due to the grave injury to his dominant arm, but also the excessive blood loss and depletion of chakra that left him utterly drained. The fire clone that had been struck down, along with the distant wind clone, now encircled him. "Speak, to whom do you belong?" Capturing an enemy without interrogation would be a pity, Yuling inquired directly. "We shall never divulge that," gasped the robust man, struggling for breath, yet still exhibiting a spirit of defiance even in his dying moments. Despite his previous tactics being deemed dishonorable among ninjas, Yuling's sleeve sword pressed slightly into the man's neck, the lingering currents of lightning coursing through him, paralyzing his carotid artery. "You will surely perish. For symbol seal." Suddenly, the robust man bit through his own tongue, drawing nearer to Yuling. A four-symbol talisman began to manifest, dispersing ink as it splashed upon the surrounding objects, including Yuling and his two clones. "This is bad. Retreat." Yuling sensed the chakra within the ink and swiftly withdrew, distancing himself from the seal's range. However, the two clones were not so fortunate. The robust man's body erupted violently, and all objects within the seal's vicinity, now splattered with ink, were ensnared. The two clones vanished without even the chance to unleash their jutsu. Such a formidable seal. What organization possesses this power? Do those three individuals also wield such seals? Yuling pondered, yet he prioritized the immediate over the abstract. Such inquiries could wait until after the mission. Currently, rescuing Captain Dea was of utmost importance. This body yielded no useful information, a regrettable loss. He resolved to investigate further at a later time and dash towards the previous battlefield, seeking to reunite with his comrades. In the distance, the wind clone fled. Why does it seem he exhibits no signs of fatigue? Shuilang thought, surging forward to intercept him. Observing that Yuling showed no signs of slowing, the captain grew anxious. If he continued running, he would soon reach the encampment of those elite ninjas. He instructed another male ninja, Shuilang, to cut him off. "Water release, water flow acceleration," Shuilang murmured, his body becoming fluid and agile once more. With a single step, air flowed past him without hindering his speed or balance. Before long, Shuilang, leaping through the trees, caught up to Yuling, who was racing along the ground. "It's time for you to halt," he declared, unleashing water release, water surge wave. The water wolf leaped forward, once again closing the distance, and unleashed a ninjutsu that struck the ground before Yuling, forcing him to halt. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The wind clone, observing the descending water wolf, unhesitatingly released a barrage of small, high-speed wind clusters to thwart the water wolf's next offensive move. I've caught up." The female ninja and the captain arrived, watching as the water wolf deftly jumped and evaded the vacuum sphere. "You've escaped for long enough. Now you shall perish here." The captain charged directly towards Yuling without a moment's hesitation. Water release, water shuriken. Wind release, wind cutter. The captain unleashed his signature jutsu once more, while the wind clone summoned powerful gusts to defend against the attack. Water release, water blade. The water wolf rolled sideways and landed securely on a nearby tree, launching a high-pressure stream of water from an unprotected angle, targeting Yuling with a lethal assault. The water blade took the form of a slender, elongated jet of water, capable of forcibly slicing through entities, posing a significant threat to the wind clone. Lightning release, earth walk. The female ninja, positioned directly behind, also initiated her attack. With a thunderous crack, the frontal wind cutter was shattered, and a water shuriken hurtled toward them. Beneath, surging waves of lightning approached, while a stream of water bore down on his head from the side. Wind release, wind barrier. The voice grew louder, yet deeper. He did not weave hand signs. Rather, an immense amount of wind chakra radiated from his body, creating a vacuum-like environment that was forcefully pressed out by such dense chakra. Boom. The water shuriken was the first to make contact with the invisible barrier, instantly dissipating upon impact. Zzz. The lightning halted outside the barrier. Wind naturally counters lightning, and combined with such a vast amount of chakra, it was effortlessly blocked. Swoosh. The water blade soon arrived, slicing against that barrier yet remaining completely intact. Under the protection of the wind wall, not a single droplet penetrated. With such a formidable surge of chakra, this young lad could not possibly sustain it for long. Once he falters, he shall be swiftly subdued. The captain, believing that a mere child could not maintain such chakra output for an extended period, continued to unleash his ninjutsu, compelling Yuling to sustain the wind barrier. However, 5 minutes passed. Water release, water shuriken, water release, water blade, lightning release, earth walk. The captain noted that the water wolf seemed to be struggling. The relentless pressure of the ongoing jutsu, coupled with the prior use of water acceleration, must have significantly drained its chakra. Why does he possess such an immense reservoir of chakra? There's a flaw. Suddenly, the captain noticed a splash of water breaching the barrier, indicating a vulnerability in Yuling's defenses. Water release, water torrent. The captain abruptly switched tactics, transforming the scattered impacts into a sustained barrage. Boom. The frontal attack shattered through first, forcibly displacing the wind clone from its position, fortuitously avoiding the most lethal water blade. Water wolf, finish him. After repelling Yuling, the captain rushed forward. Once the wind barrier was dispelled, the ground's lightning finally had its chance to strike, successfully paralyzing Yuling. Yes, water release, water blade. As the final move, the water wolf executed its role once more. With a leap from the tree, I aimed at the fallen Yuling on the ground, forming a seal once more and unleashing a torrent of high-pressure water that sliced through his body. This time, there was no miss. The water blade accurately penetrated Yuling, cleaving him in two. Let us proceed, sever the head, and return to the base with haste. The surroundings are perilous. As he spoke, the captain drew a short blade from his back, kneeling beside Yuling and swiftly executing a clean stroke that removed the head from its body. A sudden gust of wind began to swirl around the three, growing more intense and rapid by the moment. Was this merely a clone? How peculiar his doppelganger was. Danger loomed by the earth spirits. We must dash out quickly. The captain, recalling the potential threat posed by Yuling's true form, grew concerned for his fallen comrade. However, it was already too late. The vortex of wind release had fully formed, and escape was no longer an option. The three found themselves at the very center of the storm, surrounded by a tempest that spun at high velocity, gradually depleting their chakra. Utilizing ninjutsu against such a storm was futile and could even ignite peril. It appeared that the mission had failed. The voice of the water wolf conveyed a sense of despondency and exhaustion. Much of their chakra had been spent, while the target had long since evaded capture. This is the memory of the wind clone. All three are ensnared. This outcome is rather favorable. It seems I can continue my mission with ease. Yuling leaped through the forest, suddenly pausing. He had just received the memories from the wind clone. Now, he was several kilometers away from its location, and with the wind release vortex capable of lasting 10 minutes, there was no need to worry about their pursuit. Nearby the storm, standing upon a tree, Guy observed the scene, yet felt no sense of impending danger. Oh, is the forest of fire country this spirited? The winds are relentless even in the dead of night. With a yawn and a stretch, Mike Guy mused to himself. Well then, I shall retire for the night. Hey, Asuma Saratobi, it's time for a change. He called softly down to the ground. Asuma stirred in response, gently setting down the red-haired girl he had been cradling. Rubbing his eyes awake before leaping up to the tree, Guy wasted no time, settling down on a branch and promptly beginning to snore with great enthusiasm. It seemed that tranquility reigned for the night. Guy, even your snoring is filled with exuberance. All right, I too shall guard this peace. Where's the captain? It was the first to awaken. Despite having been knocked out by a strike and having collided with a tree, he suffered little harm. Shortly thereafter, he regained consciousness. Hey, brother, wake up. The first to rush over to shake his brother awake received no reply. What about Tianling? The moon rabbit was stirred from slumber by the anxious voice of the first, groggily opening his eyes to see the equally bewildered first. The mask still adorned his face, yet could not conceal the profound anxiety beneath. It appears Mingwe fell rather awkwardly. Do we have any bandages? Let us tend to his wounds. Once he awakens, we shall seek out the captain. The moon rabbit approached the two brothers, glancing at the injury on Mingwe's arm, expressing his disappointment. In contrast to Yu and Ming Ri, who fell onto level ground, Ming Yu's descent was harshly met with a jagged stone, resulting in abrasions on his arm and a fierce impact on his back. When one loses consciousness, the body is seldom protected. Ming-Ri hurriedly rummaged through the ninja tool pouch behind him, retrieving a roll of gauze and a small bottle of alcohol, diligently tending to his brother's wounds. Ming-Ri, I've never seen you so flustered, Yu2 remarked, standing guard while observing Ming-Ri's frantic efforts. Despite his urgency, it was evident that Ming-Ri, even when anxious, usually maintained composure. After all, 2 years in the Umbu had instilled a sense of orderliness in him. Yet now, with his beloved brother in peril, all the rules and regulations of the Umbu were cast aside. This was the first time Yu2 witnessed such a side of Ming-Ri. Are you all right? Ming-Yu's eyes fluttered open, revealing Ming-Ri, who had been kneeling for several minutes. Ming-Yu, you're awake, Yu2 said, relieved to see Ming-Ri gradually regaining his composure. The tension that had gripped her body, born from vigilance, finally dissipated. Can you move? The captain is missing. He must have drawn the enemy away. Let us search for him. Yes, I can move, Ming-Yu replied, his voice faint as he struggled to rise with the support of a tree. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by a dense fog that suddenly arose in the northern distance. Ming-Yu's mouth fell open, and he remained speechless upon witnessing the fog. Following his gaze, Ming-Ri understood his brother's thoughts. That must be Captain Tianling's mist concealment technique. With a shadow clone in that position, his real body should be in that direction. Let us proceed, brother. With one hand supporting Ming-Yu, Ming-Ri half-dragged, half-carried him toward the fog. Be cautious. Let's head into the woods. The main road may still harbor ambushes, Yu2 called from above, having leaped onto a branch. I will scout the situation for you. Thank you for your assistance, Ming-Yu whispered, still far from recovery. Oh, you're both awake. A figure, Yuling, stood quietly on a branch directly ahead of you Tuesday, Captain Tianling. It's a relief to see you unharmed. What of the enemy? Yu2 stammered, overwhelmed. The captain had previously mentioned that all their foes were elite shinobi. The sight of their leader returning unscathed after luring the enemies away was a tremendous morale boost for the team. Indeed, let us move swiftly. The mission continues. We must reach the border before dawn and rest at the guard post. The pursuers are not far behind. I took down one and diverted 3 others. We have little time, Yuling urged. Time was indeed of the essence. The storm in the distance was beginning to quiet. Understood, Ming-Yu began, hesitating. His nature suggested he wished to express gratitude, yet he found himself unable to voice it, the words lodged in his throat. Yu2 forged ahead, with Ming-Ri and Ming-Yu in the middle, while Yuling took up the rear. Wind clone. Yuling arranged their formation, placing Yu2, who was still relatively fit, at the forefront, while he himself, the strongest combatant, remained at the back to protect them, leaving a clone behind to delay any pursuers. Yes. The trio spoke in unison, leaping onto the branches and bounding through the jungle, distancing themselves once more from the leaves of the trees. Let us report first, one suggested. Indeed, the mission to eliminate Yuling has failed. Tushar is deceased. The 3 ninjas, ensnared within the eye of the storm and having attempted various ninjutsu without success, resigned themselves to sitting down and resting. The team leader, a seasoned ninja, even began drafting the mission report. As the tempest subsided, he summoned a messenger hawk, binding the freshly pinned report to its ankle, dispatching it to his commander. Captain Tianling, dawn is approaching. Should we take a brief respite? Ming-Ri, who had been supporting Ming-Hua, felt the strain of several hours of relentless jumping, his shoulders aching and his neck protesting. We should reach the border in approximately half an hour. Let us rest there. The forest remains perilous. Allow me to assist Ming-Hua now. Yuling observed Ming-Ri's condition and willingly took on the task. However, at merely 8 years of age, Yuling, despite his mature mindset, possessed the physique of a child, standing at a modest height of 1.20 meters. He found it challenging to support Ming-Hua, a robust young ninja towering at over 1.70 meters, clearly beyond what a child of his stature could bear. Allow me, Yuehu, having inadvertently noticed the situation, stepped in to alleviate the awkwardness. Thank you, Yuling replied. Wind clone, leaving a clone in his place. The quartet resumed their journey towards the border. As dawn broke, let us rouse everyone. Honkai, Juxanai, it's time to awaken the others. Asuma leapt down from the tree, calling each of the Jonin to rise and prepare to continue their mission. What is the cause of the destruction over there? Upon awakening and surveying the surroundings, the perceptive Hong noticed damage in the southern forest, trees toppled haphazardly, and a small clearing visible. In the distance, a thick mist hung in the air. Oh, That must be the tempest of fervor that ravaged the forest last night, Kai exclaimed, recalling the storm he had witnessed. He performed a handstand, using his fingers to walk towards Hong, emphasizing his words. That direction leads to the land of rice. Could it be that Juxinai is thinking of the Umbu team, the Tianlong squad, which departed before us? We must hurry and pursue them. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the location where the storm had manifested. What is happening? The other Jonin remained bewildered, entirely unaware of Juxinai's intentions. While Asuma and the others began to piece together the situation, they had heard of the prodigious talent, Yuling, who graduated from the Ninja Academy 4 years early and promptly joined the Umbu. Moreover, he had developed clones imbued with ninjutsu, 2 of which pertained to storms and mist. Given the direction towards the land of rice, it was highly probable that this was the work of Yuling, codenamed Tianling within the Umbu. We must move swiftly. They cannot be captured again. Asuma, cigarette clenched between his teeth and a frown upon his lips, spoke gravely. The first to arrive at the scene. Juxinai stood amidst the remnants of the previous night's battle, awaiting the arrival of the other ninjas. The doppelganger is indeed performing ninjutsu here. There are no bloodstains in the vicinity, indicating that there have been no issues thus far. Juxinai, perhaps I should pursue ahead. Here, I possess the swiftest speed. Kai will be the first to arrive. Indeed, his physical prowess surpasses that of anyone else here, and his unparalleled speed is unmatched. Furthermore, he wields forbidden techniques. Be cautious, Juxinai advised after a moment of contemplation, conceding to his request. After all, Kai's combat strength is exceptional, and when utilizing forbidden techniques, he can rival even shadow-level ninjas. All right, let us ignite our youth. The third gate of the 8 gates, open. A pale green chakra, no, merely evaporated sweat, surrounded Kai. This was his forbidden technique, and as of now, it posed no threat to his body. With a resounding thud, Kai propelled himself forward, soaring dozens of meters. This was a velocity difficult to perceive with the naked eye. Within mere moments, as the pursuing ninjas reached Juxinai's location, Kai had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the members of Root continued to trail Yuling. Is this still a doppelganger? The trio arrived at the spot where they had first spotted Yuling, the ground marred with bloodstains. Just as they prepared to pass swiftly, a wall of wind suddenly materialized before them. Another wind wall. The water wolf felt a surge of irritation. After exhausting so much chakra to eliminate one, another identical opponent had appeared. Must they resort to the same method once more, expending time and chakra to defeat this apparent clone? Now that daylight had broken, the pursuing Jonin team could catch up at any moment. A protracted battle was no longer an option. Just then, a green figure charged forward without pause. Oh, it's Tianling. Kai recognized the slender form immediately and executed a swift maneuver on the branch, landing beside Yuling. Fortunately, his guess was not amiss this time. You are from Root. Kai's initial excitement faded, his expression turning solemn, brows furrowed as his voice deepened. Root? Yuling inquired, puzzled by Kai's words. Having never heard that name before. Indeed, Root, the 2nd Division of Konoha's Umbu, led by a high-ranking official from Konoha, tasked with handling various shadowy affairs. What brings you here? Kai held no favorable impression of this division. Being as forthright as he was, he could not abide those who lurked in the shadows, engaging in underhanded tactics. The 3 Root members standing before Yuling only fueled his disdain, gnashing his teeth in anger towards that old man. Their captain felt a wave of trepidation. How could he not recognize the man clad in a deep green bodysuit before him? The legendary Might Guy, renowned as Konoha's taijutsu fanatic, possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary jonin, a force that the 3 of them could not hope to contend with. Furthermore, he was a peer from the same class in the Ninja Academy. Thus, he refrained from divulging his mission. Although the members of this clandestine organization known as Root are entirely ignorant of the subtleties of human relationships, their leader, Danzo, possesses a keen awareness of his notorious reputation. It is indeed disheartening to witness Danzo resorting to unscrupulous means in his quest to ascend to the position of Hokage. Such behavior is a lamentable squandering of youth. Might Guy could no longer contain his indignation and erupted into a furious shout, the green steam enveloping him thickening with intensity. Wait, senior, who are you? Although Yuling was intrigued by the motives of this organization called Root, at that moment, his curiosity was piqued more by the fervently impassioned man beside him. Guy recognized him, yet he remained an enigma to Guy. After all, Kakashi would boast about his exceptional student to his friends, but would hardly flaunt his friends to his students. Oh, I see. I am Might Guy, the elite jonin of Konohagakure. I am Kakashi's lifelong rival and friend. Guy suddenly realized, gesturing animatedly as he introduced himself, his mask lifted. Senior Guy, your mission is to rescue Captain Yamato, is it not? Leave this to me. The Heaven Dragon Squad is ahead. I am but a shadow clone, the Wind Clone said leisurely, forming hand seals simultaneously. You are merely a clone? You had me worried for nothing. Then let me pursue with fervor. Guy laughed heartily, leaping from his spot, his right hand reaching skyward, grasping a branch above to execute a pull-up, swinging outwards and soaring over the towering trees. His green figure darted swiftly through the forest. Huff. Well, it seems the mission has been a complete failure. We must retreat, the captain stated calmly, turning to leave. However, the two team members were reluctant to concede. After arduously honing their strength to the level of Jonin and joining Root, they found themselves unable to subdue even a mere freshly graduated youth. Water release, Water Blade. Lightning release, Lightning Strike. The two launched their attacks in unison. However, the clone they anticipated to shield against their assault stood still, merely observing as the torrents of water and bolts of lightning surged toward it. You two have defied orders. The captain's voice grew colder, his gaze fixating on the two who had acted impulsively. In the next moment, chaos erupted. You are as predictable as ever. Wind release, Eye of the Storm. The trio found themselves ensnared once more within the tempest. You may return and reflect on your actions. The captain appeared stern, yet concern shadowed his demeanor. With Guy already having advanced, how far behind could the main force be? Even if others lacked Guy's speed, this storm was capable of ensnaring them for 10 minutes. A duration ample for reinforcements to arrive. In such a scenario, the most favorable outcome for the three would be to be captured and returned to Konohagakure for interrogation. Leading the charge was Kushina, sensing a formidable chakra fluctuation emanating from the south. Another storm. Everyone hurry. It seems there has been a battle up ahead. A whirlwind erupted not far ahead, catching the attention of all. What a colossal amount of chakra. Who could be engaged in such a fierce battle? I haven't heard of any wind ninjas in Konohagakure wielding such power. The ninjas trailing behind were astounded. Aside from the battlefield of the Great Ninja War, they had never witnessed such a grand display of wind release. Indeed, even Jinchūriki and Nai had not anticipated that the child who had recently graduated would possess such formidable ninjutsu, and she found herself questioning whether this was truly Yuling. Accelerate. With a commanding shout, red chakra began to emanate from her body. Although the Nine Tails had been released and subsequently sealed within her son's body, remnants of its power still lingered within her. The sealing space remained intact, still infused with the essence of the Nine Tails. With a speed rivaling the body flicker technique, Jinchūriki and Nai shot forward, heading straight into the tempest, traversing the forest with unyielding determination. Jinchūriki and Nai is acting recklessly, said Asuma, observing her retreating figure. He too summoned blue chakra, glancing back at Hong. With a shared nod, they followed her lead. Shadows darted through the forest, leaping in a straight line. An air of tension enveloped the ninjas, silence prevailing among them. Whoosh! As the red chakra gradually receded, Jinchūriki and Nai came to a halt. Is this Yuling's ninjutsu? She gazed at the vast clearing before her, an area left desolate by the ravaging storm. Even with her extensive knowledge, she felt a jolt of astonishment. A child should not possess such an immense chakra. Even the Otsutsuki would find it remarkable. The storm continued to howl, uprooting trees around her, swirling them into the air before letting them crash down. There seems to be something within. Shadows flickered within the storm, partially revealed amidst the swirling sand-laden winds. Jinchūriki and Nai closed her eyes, employing her sensory abilities to probe the storm's interior. Yuling did not appear to be present. The storm exhibited remarkable chakra and persistence even without its original controller. There are indeed 3 individuals inside, she noted, sensing an eerie, unfamiliar chakra. Could they be non-Konoha ninjas? After considerable effort, she finally distinguished the chakra of the storm from that of the figures standing within. Jinchūriki and Nai, how is the Umbu team faring? Asuma landed shortly after, taken aback by the scene before him, and grew concerned for Yuling's team. Such an attack, by all accounts, would leave a child who unleashed such ninjutsu utterly depleted, incapacitated. If this were the work of an enemy, the situation would be dire. I cannot sense Yuling's chakra. Jinchūriki and Nai replied candidly. There are 3 individuals within the storm, but I cannot ascertain their identities. Furthermore, Kai is not in the vicinity. If Kai is absent, then Yuling must still be advancing ahead, Asuma reasoned, feeling somewhat reassured. Let us wait here until the storm subsides and inquire about the individuals inside. Regardless of the circumstances, it was likely that Yuling was safe for the time being, and they would gather intelligence from this location. As the storm's ferocity gradually diminished, the Jonin began to assemble. 15 elite ninjas formed a precise circle around the tempest. It seems there are people outside, the captain remarked, suddenly opening his eyes as if sensing the gaze from the outside world. Indeed, there was a ring of shadows surrounding them. As the water wolf sensed a presence nearby, he discerned some indistinct figures standing outside the storm. Though their forms were somewhat askew, they remained recognizable. Those must be the elite Jonin of Konohagakure. It was imperative to transform. Stealth was essential to avoid imminent danger. The captain, regaining his composure, removed his mask, revealing a face marred by scars and a disheveled beard. He swiftly performed a transformation jutsu, assuming the guise of a slightly stooped old man, trembling as he grasped a cane. Noticing this, the female ninja also removed her mask and transformed into an elderly woman whose appearance matched that of the captain. Then I shall take on the guise of a youth, declared the ninja known as Water Wolf. With a resounding pop, he morphed into a young boy, resembling the grandson of the elderly couple, supporting the old man as the storm subsided, revealing the figures within. Just ordinary mountain dwellers? Kusanai remarked with surprise, having clearly sensed chakra moments ago. Had she merely misconstrued the storm's chakra? What brings you here? Oh dear, Ninja-sama. We ventured out to gather bamboo shoots, and were unexpectedly caught in a fierce wind. Thus trapped here, the elderly woman exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Kusanai's hand in gratitude. You must be the ones who saved us. Please, allow me to treat you to some tea. Beside them, Asuma wore a bemused expression. Asuma, what troubles you? Kurenai inquired, her curiosity piqued. This is just too coincidental. Asuma chuckled heartily at Kurenai's question. Look at that boy. Doesn't he seem familiar? He does look somewhat recognizable. Is he from our village? Kurenai pondered aloud, scrutinizing Water Wolf closely. She recalled a child resembling him, although her memory was not entirely clear. Suddenly, Water Wolf felt an unfriendly gaze and shivered involuntarily. Ha! Do you remember Konohamaru's little friend? This is none other than the young lad Udon. Asuma revealed the mystery with a laugh. In swift succession, he produced his weapon, the Fujitsu, infusing it with his wind chakra. Your illusion is rather unfortunate. I must compel you to reveal the truth, he declared, invoking the chakra blade. Chakra blade, Kiku Ichi. With the cutting prowess of the wind release, Asuma's speed rivaled that of Might Guy when he opened the second gate, traversing the short distance in a mere breath. Oh no, I hadn't anticipated that, Water Wolf thought, but before he could react, the Fujitsu had already grazed his throat, pausing just shy of a fatal cut. With a resounding thud, all 3 were affected by Asuma's wind-based attack, revealing their true forms. 3 ninjas emerged, albeit unfamiliar to the onlookers. Clatter. The captain of the trio, startled by the commotion, lost grip on his mask, which bore the distinctive green-striped weasel design, crashing to the ground. While the other ninjas present might not comprehend the significance of the mask, seasoned Jonin Kusanai, Asuma, and Kurenai understood all too well the organization. Or rather, the individual it represented. Like Kai, these 3 individuals were also flourishing leaves of Konoha under the sun, equally disapproving of the roots of Konoha that lay hidden beneath the ground. You are members of Danzo, aren't you? Kusana, suppressing her temper, clenched her fists tightly, her voice barely escaping through her gritted teeth. Indeed, facing the revelation of their truth, these 3 were not the type to cower in fear. They spoke candidly. What is your mission? Asuma, unlike Kusana, maintained his composure, calmly inquiring of the trio, his weapon still in hand. No comment. The root organization adheres to rules and regulations far more stringent than those of Konoha Zumbu. Any member who divulges any information is destined to meet a grim fate. This is no jest. However, Asuma and his companions were oblivious to this fact. I suggest you divulge it yourself. Otherwise, none of you will emerge unscathed, Asuma urged, attempting to extract some intelligence. Just kill us. We have lost all hope and worth in living. We cannot disclose any information. After a brief silence, the female ninja broke the stillness, speaking voluntarily. Congo ceiling. Suddenly, Kuzuna closed her eyes, bowed her head, and unleashed a torrent of violent chakra. 3 golden chains erupting from her being and swiftly ensnaring the 3 root members nearby. The sharp tips of the chains aimed menacingly at their throats, causing them to instinctively recoil. Despite the erosion of human nature, such reflexes are inescapable. You had better divulge your mission and Danzo's intentions. Kuzuna opened her eyes once more, now blood-red and tinged with hysteria. She was unprepared for Danzo to target a mere child who had just graduated. Perhaps it was precisely because this child was not a villager that Kuzuna felt an increased concern for him. After all, she too had been an outsider in her youth, experiencing the village's ostracism. Although it had not directly affected Eugen's life, she could still sense a faint echo of his solitude. He could feel the difference. So could she. We truly cannot speak. Mizukami struggled momentarily, finally managing to utter the words. You must speak, or I shall pierce you 3. She threatened, brandishing the chains before them with a menacing clatter. The trio fell silent. Frustrated, though Kuzuna was anxious, she could do little more than inadvertently bite her lip, causing her chakra to leak even more noticeably. It seems you have no intention of releasing us. The captain's words trailed off as he turned with difficulty to glance at his teammates. After exchanging confirming nods, they each bit their tongues. Ink spilled forth, staining Kuzuna's chakra chains and Asuma's weapon alike. Upon sensing the chakra within the ink, Kuzuna hastily retracted her chains. Observing this, Asuma immediately released his hold on the root member and swiftly distanced himself from them. Bang! The air was forcefully cleaved apart. This seemingly innocuous ink had managed to compress the air with a palpable threat. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina discerned that this was indeed a form of sealing technique. Quick, evade. This is a sealing jutsu. She relinquished her control over the chakra chains, which promptly fell to the ground, dissipating into ordinary chakra. The ink that adorned them followed suit, cascading onto the earth. The 4 symbols sealing triangle. The trio, each struggling with their half-tongue, shouted in unison with great effort. Whoosh! In an instant, the 3 vanished, along with all objects tainted by the ink. Huh. Where have they gone? Kushina pondered, perplexed. Typically, sealing techniques require a vessel or host to serve as the container for the seal. However, the abrupt disappearance of these 3 left her with an unsettling sense of confusion. The unknown invariably breeds fear. Moreover, as a ninja well-versed in sealing techniques, the emergence of such an illogical seal before her heightened her anxiety more than it would for anyone else. Could Danzo have left no trace of his enemies? Quite in line with his character, Kushina mused. The foes have vanished. Let us continue our pursuit. I have concerns regarding Guy alone, Asuma remarked, eager to chase after the now absent adversaries. Whether it was Team Dragon or Guy, their individual combat prowess was insufficient. Capturing a formidable figure like Yamato was beyond the capabilities of either of them alone. All right then, everyone, let us commence our journey. We must reach the heart of the land of rice by nightfall and strive to rendezvous with Team Dragon in the depths of Konoha at the root base. Danzo gently covered his right eye, sighing softly. Another 3 have been lost, he lamented. My lord, which 3 are you referring to? Inquired a middle-aged man adorned with a green fox mask, kneeling before Danzo, visibly anxious. Since last night, I have sensed the loss of 4 of my controlled 4-symbol seals. Investigate the situation of the team tasked with eliminating Team Dragon, Danzo instructed. Understood. Arriving at the border, Akira, leading the charge, was the first to glimpse the destination. Yet, he lacked the energy to exuberantly proclaim this news as he usually would. Captain Tianling, you rabbit relayed the information to Yuling at the rear. Yes. Upon reaching the sentry, report the ambush we encountered, and then rest well. We shall set off again at dusk. After all, we are in stealth mode, and the night aids our movements. One day's time. Mingyue, is that feasible? Yuling pondered briefly, recalling Mingyue's physical state, and inquired further. Yes, I am fine. A little disinfection will suffice. Though Mingyue felt pain, as a member of the Umbu, she understood the importance of the mission, especially one of such a rescue nature. Thus, she endured and pressed on with the task at hand. Huh. The first clone has disappeared. Was it Might Guy, the elite jonin of Konoha? There was still a large contingent behind. The 3 were ensnared. Good. The immediate crisis is averted. Let us proceed, Yuling thought, feeling a surge of heat in her head as the farthest clone vanished, its memories returning to her. Captain Tianling, did you just mention Might Guy? The following day, Mingri caught wind of a name and inquired with Yuling. Yes, indeed. However, I have not heard of him before. Yet I sense his formidable strength. Yuling briefly conveyed his clone's perception of this ninja. He presumed his teammates were also unfamiliar with this Kai. Indeed, it's Brother Kai? He is exceptionally powerful, capable of unleashing strength rivaling that of the 5 Kages in an instant, although he may not utilize ninjutsu. His taijutsu is undoubtedly unparalleled in the ninja world. Upon confirming this, Mingri resumed his exuberant antics, leaping and calling out from the branches ahead. Indeed, during their time at the Ninja Academy, both Mingri and Mingyue had heard tales of this might guy. Kai was 2 years their senior and was merely known as a notorious underachiever during his time at the academy. It was even thought he would not graduate due to his lack of ninjutsu skills. However, after graduation, his fortunes transformed entirely. With his exceptional abilities, he was among the first in his cohort to be promoted to Chunin. His martial prowess and speed left even the 3rd Hokage in awe, and the Hyuga clan, renowned as the nemesis of taijutsu, could not contend with him. Subsequently, he rose to Jonin alongside the prodigious Kakashi of the Hatake clan. This legendary figure in the eyes of mortals served as a beacon for the two brothers. Listening to Mingri's jubilant musings, Mingyue gradually straightened his posture, his previously grim expression softening. That Kai seems rather unreliable, Yuling mused silently, managing a wry smile. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, as evidenced by the 4 peculiar ninjas, who, despite possessing Jonin-level chakra, displayed rather questionable prowess in its application. Swish, crack, a cacophony of sounds erupted, all within a heartbeat. Yuling merely glimpsed a green figure dart past him, and then it was gone. In truth, the rushing Kai had simply intended to halt. However, be it his robust physique, the inertia from his speed, or the weights strapped across his body, he was destined to collide with several trees upon halting abruptly. The green steam that enveloped him was unmistakably Kai. Yet, it was difficult to believe in the reliability of such a character. As Yuling rifled through his memories, based on the information relayed by the Wind Clone, he concluded this indeed was the man. Remarkably swift, it seemed his taijutsu must be extraordinarily potent. Wow! The proud azure beast of Konoha. Senior Kai? Mingri exclaimed, bounding above Kai, who had crashed into the ground below. Perched on the branch, he dramatically cupped his hands around his mask and shouted downwards. Huh, someone recognizes me. Oh, that must be a young lad wishing to bask in the vibrancy of youth alongside me. All right, let me exuberantly emerge. Kai, upon hearing someone mention his title, instantly surged with enthusiasm, supporting himself with his hands and executing a handstand push-up, his head emerging as he spun a full 720 degrees before landing gracefully. I am the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy? Hey, young one, your clone is quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Kai, Yuling replied, somewhat unaccustomed to such exuberance, having encountered teachers and captains who were typically more reserved. Such an exuberant personality can only be likened to Naruto. I shall commence executing missions alongside you. The main force will arrive shortly. Proceed according to your plan. Consider me a part-time bodyguard. Off we go. Kai leaped onto a branch, gazing at the Tenkai team, raising his iconic thumb with a radiant smile, and exclaimed with vigor, well then, let us set out. Yuling felt a twinge of discomfort, but steadied himself and led the team forward once more. Senior Kai, your enthusiasm remains as fervent as ever. Mingyue rested on the shoulder of the moon rabbit, casting an envious glance at Kai's retreating figure. We are members of the Konoha Umbu. This is Jonin Might Guy. Under the direct orders of the 4th Hokage, we are to undertake a mission in the land of rice. Additionally, due to an unexpected ambush, we have sustained injuries and request to rest here until nightfall. Yuling spotted the nearby sentry post, promptly breaking away from the group to approach the station ninja, swiftly articulating their purpose and intent. After all, he sensed that Mingyue's vitality was somewhat diminished, and her chakra response was gradually waning. The significance of a single team member within a 4-person squad is self-evident. Moreover, the majority of Mingyue's combat prowess relies on the synergy between the two of them. Each is indispensable. Yes, we have received the communication from the 4th Hokage and are aware of your whereabouts. Please come inside. Ensure you recuperate properly. Your physical condition greatly influences the success of the mission. Young man, I see you're still quite youthful. You must not have participated in many missions, right? Always retain the energy to endure a great battle. The station ninja had indeed received a message from the Flying Eagle about a day prior, and was somewhat informed about this squad. Although merely a chunin, his wealth of experience in missions could impart valuable knowledge to Yuling. He prided himself as a minor expert in undertaking missions, thus began to speak at length. "You're safe now. Recover with all your might, young man." Kai ascended to the top of the sentry post, giving a thumbs up and flashing his bright smile downward. Yet outside, no one remained. "Senior, please inform Lord Hokage that we were ambushed by a dark squad known as Route Midway, and thanks to Kai's support, we survived. One of our members is injured." Tenkai reporting. Upon entering the building, Yuling prioritized the care of his teammates, anxiously contemplating how to report this unforeseen incident to the Hokage. "Captain Tenkai, it's not that you shouldn't have listened to Yuling's description, but you truly couldn't help but correct him." However, upon seeing Yuling shake his head vigorously like a rattle, he immediately ceased speaking. "There is no need for others to comprehend my strength. Perhaps it is this title of genius that has attracted peril. Mingwe Moonrabbit. Do not speak of my abilities to anyone in the future." Yuling discerned the underlying issue. A genius, if perceived as an unattainable power, naturally becomes a target for elimination. The potential of a developed genius is immeasurable. If one cannot possess it, then one must extinguish the genius in others while still in its infancy. Otherwise, it may become unremovable later. Clearly, he had guessed half of the truth. However, if Danzo's mind were so simple, he would not be known as Shimura Danzo. Understood. The three individuals listened attentively, nodding in understanding, while Mingri grasped the underlying intention. Although he was reluctant to allow Tianling's abilities to go unrecognized, he understood that life took precedence over reputation. Thus, Mingwe decided to seize the opportunity to rest well, for once they entered the land of Tianshi, such a secure environment would no longer be available. The four dispersed to prepare for rest. After Mingri assisted Mingwe with her wounds, he retreated to a corner to refine his chakra. Yuling stepped outside, leaping onto the rooftop to stand beside Kai. Hearing the praise for Kai's formidable taijutsu skills, he felt compelled to seek his guidance. "Hey, Yuling, aren't you going to rest? What an enthusiastic young man you are," Kai exclaimed, turning to face Yuling as he heard the footsteps. Senior Kai, I wish to learn some techniques in taijutsu. Since childhood, I have developed a unique style, but currently, I have only one technique at my disposal, and I have yet to conceive others." Aware that time was limited, Yuling got straight to the point. However, addressing Kai as senior felt somewhat peculiar to him. "A young man who enjoys taijutsu. But aren't you more adept at ninjutsu?" Kai was elated to encounter a ninja eager to learn taijutsu, as it meant his own skills could be passed on. Yet, he also considered Yuling's proficiency in ninjutsu, which was exceptional and did not necessarily require strong taijutsu as support. Indeed, compared to ninjutsu, the application of taijutsu is far more flexible and varied. Moreover, possessing taijutsu alleviates the threat of close combat. The ultimate effectiveness lies in the combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu, Yuling articulated after a moment of contemplation. It was indeed true that only through the integration of both could one achieve the peak of their potential. That is a brilliant insight, one not held by many. By the way, you mentioned you created your own style. Allow me to test it. Lacking a strong theoretical foundation, Kai would not spend time slowly explaining. Instead, he believed that true knowledge comes from practice, and one would discern strengths and weaknesses through hands-on experience. Very well. An opportunity to engage in combat with a master of taijutsu is one I shall not decline. Without hesitation, Yuling accepted, eager to test his abilities despite his current physical condition. "All right, let us begin, young man." With that, Kai stood tall, his left hand resting behind his back, while his right arm was raised before him. Meanwhile, Yuling positioned his right hand behind him and extended his left hand horizontally in front. "Senior, I am about to strike. It is customary to announce an attack, otherwise, it would breach the etiquette of Konoha." "Excellent. I await your move." Tianling Flow, first form, needle in the gap. Yuling sprang into action. With a powerful push from his feet, he propelled himself forward in a horizontal leap, raising his heels, sending dust swirling behind him. "Hey, young man, impressive speed. It seems you have been training diligently," Kai noted, observing the trajectory of Yuling's muscular movements, which clearly indicated signs of rigorous training. "Indeed, I have practiced taijutsu since the age of 3, but I have only engaged in basic kicking and straight punches. Currently, my only technique is the straight punch." Upon hearing Kai's assessment, Yuling briefly recounted his circumstances. However, Despite the simplicity of the straight punch, its power should not be underestimated. After all, it was this very technique that enabled him to pass the entrance examination. Oh, a mere straight punch. How intriguing. The force of impact. Kai's interest peaked upon learning it was a straight punch. Although he was a master of physical techniques, most of his damage was delivered through the most forceful of punches, the straight punch. Assuming a horse stance, Kai drew his left hand from behind, resting it by his waist. Followed suit by his right hand. Yuling was ready. Suddenly, his left arm shot out, delivering a punch aimed at Kai's face. Oh, such speed. An impressive technique, young one. Without hesitation, Kai met Yuling's left punch with his right fist. Bang. Naturally, Yuling was unable to withstand Kai's straight punch, executing a roll in midair as he retreated. Wow. Such power. Senior Kai, I shall give it my all. With that declaration, Yuling's aura subtly shifted as he grounded his legs, lowering his center of gravity. He launched another attack. This time, Yuling's speed escalated further. Oh, you still have energy left? Not bad, kid. As Kai observed Yuling's renewed onslaught, a faint smile graced his lips. The earlier carefree demeanor now entirely vanished. Kai had become serious. This truly was a prodigy, endowed with extraordinary talent and the ability to explore other realms. All right then, young one, allow me to instruct you on the application of the straight punch. Slap. Yuling struck Kai, yet he remained unmoved. Here it comes. Straight punch. Kai roared, launching his right fist at high speed. The first technique of Tianling flow, finding the gaps. The physical technique activated. While still airborne, Yuling abruptly retracted his hand and quickly countered with a heavy punch directed at Kai's fist. Oh, you can change tactics. Not a bad school of thought, huh? Kai, impressed that Yuling could evade his attack, began to appreciate his skills more. Now straight punch combo. For the first time, Kai took the initiative. His speed, even without employing the 8 gates of Duanjia, was sufficient to surpass Yuling's. Yuling, momentarily taken aback by the blunt name, soon found himself confronted by a fist the size of a bun. Kid, losing focus in close combat is a grave error. As Kai closed in on Yuling, he delivered a punch aimed at his abdomen, a prime target for retaliation. Finding the gaps, Yuling regained his focus, nervously throwing a punch. Fortunately, he barely managed to block Kai's attack. However, having just withstood this barrage, another punch was already on its way. Bang, bang, bang. Finding the gaps. Straight punch combo. Bang. The two engaged in a flurry of fists, creating a haze of phantom punches as they clashed repeatedly from various angles. Kai's fists rained down in rapid succession, while Yuling struggled to defend himself with his left fist. 1 minute bang. 2 minutes bang. Kid, why aren't you using your right hand? Kai, having struck for so long, noticed that even as Yuling was on the verge of being pushed back, he had yet to employ his right fist. This perplexed him. In close combat, one would typically utilize every part of their body. Holding back against a formidable opponent was not a common practice. Gradually, Yuling's punching speed began to decline, each encounter with Kai forcing him to retreat more than a step. Senior, this is where it ends. Finishing move, horizontal whip. After throwing a few punches and sensing the limits of his left arm, Yuling momentarily stepped back, formed a bow stance, turned his body, and swiftly drew forth his right arm. Oh, is that not a straight punch? Kai observed the trajectory of Yuling's right arm, raising his left arm to shield his cheek while grasping it with his right to brace against the incoming horizontal strike. Smack. Boom. As a right-handed fighter, Yuling's right arm naturally harbored more power than his left. The weighty blow collided with Kai's already somewhat exhausted arm, forcefully pushing him back several steps. Well, young one, your series of attacks is truly impressive. The damage is substantial, and your left arm is quite agile. You must realize, you have withstood my assaults for 5 minutes. These are the fists of my youthful vigor, Kai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Before him stood a child who, with considerable effort, managed to block his onslaught using only one arm. At such a young age, possessing this level of martial skill and physical strength was something few could aspire to attain. Indeed, your first technique has great potential for further development. Simply employing a straight punch, harnessing the entirety of your body as a conduit, much like your finishing move, is the hallmark of the strongest martial arts. Give it a try. Let your youth flourish here at the border. Does a finishing move necessitate the use of one's entire body? Yuling pondered this notion, realizing that employing such power would indeed yield greater strength. However, the sole critical flaw remained, the speed of his punches. Using only his arms could result in a tenfold explosive speed in comparison to using his entire body. Speed, you see. Young lad. Punching speed is cultivated gradually, Kai confidently proclaimed. However, if one sacrifices potential power for mere speed, it becomes a futile endeavor. Moreover, engaging the whole body can enhance endurance, ensuring that the arms still possess the stamina to endure longer. But, senior, wouldn't greater speed allow for more effective control over an opponent? Yuling queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it was commonly understood that in martial arts, speed was paramount. With sufficient swiftness, one could easily overpower an adversary, even lacking in raw strength. True. But let me ask you this. In the time it takes to throw one right punch, how many times can you strike with your left? While Kai did not refute this perspective, he posed a seemingly unrelated question. Let me think. Typically, around 5 punches, and at my limit, 10. Yuling calculated briefly and reached a conclusion. Oh, hey, enthusiastic guard over there. I shall borrow one of your wooden posts, Kai called out. His eyes fixed on a nearby wooden post as he raised his hands and hurried towards it, shouting towards the guard inside the building who could not hear him. Senior Kai, come over and give it a try. Stand over here. Throw 10 punches with your left hand, as swiftly as you can. Kai leaped onto the wooden post. Beckoning to Yuling, all right then. Yuling stood resolutely before the wooden post, adopting a bow stance. With a measured grace, his right hand drifted behind him while his left hand ascended. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled forcefully. The moment had come. Yuling unleashed his punch. In this state of martial focus, once his fist was in motion, there would be no ease in halting its momentum. To forcibly arrest such energy would be detrimental to one's health. Bang, bang, bang. In the span of a second, 10 punches were executed with astonishing speed. This was the pinnacle of Yuling's current striking velocity. However, Kai, stationed by the wooden post, felt merely a slight vibration and nothing more. Impressive speed. Come to my side and unleash your finishing move, the horizontal whip. Just as Kai struggled to recall the name, Yuling had already traversed to the opposite side, assuming his stance once more, and delivered a lateral strike upon the wooden post. This time, the post shuddered, and cracks began to emerge on its surface. Yes, indeed. I trust you recognize the disparity in power between these two moves. Now, let us attempt to maximize your punching frequency within a second, but this time, incorporate your body movements to gauge the outcome. Include body movements? Very well. Yuling endeavored anew. Grounding himself in a bow stance, gradually employing his calves to engage his upper body, allowing his weight to propel his arm back, before launching a sudden attack. Boom. The innate power of a straight punch proved unparalleled. Coupled with the added weight behind it, this punch eclipsed the force of the finishing move, the horizontal whip. Crack. A small fragment broke away from the wooden post, and its side was now marred with fissures. Yuling, do you perceive this contrast? In the face of absolute strength, speed is merely an embellishment. The paramount factor remains strength. Observing this, Kai leapt down from the post, patted Yuling's shoulder, and then bounded onto the rooftop to admire the view alone. Such formidable strength. Then, let us modify the first technique. My legs appear to have a role to play. Yuling gazed at the fractured wooden post, and then at his own fist, contemplating deeply. After a brief moment, he delivered another powerful blow to the post. Tianling flow. First style, infiltrate the gap. Bang, bang, bang. The punches cascaded relentlessly. Following this, his infiltrate the gap technique transformed entirely into a double-handed assault. As the lethality of the finishing move had not surpassed that of the unrefined technique, it was rendered unnecessary. His fist struck the wooden post from various angles. While he circled it with purposeful intent, each blow imagined an adversary before him, evading and countering in tandem. His upper body swayed as his fists danced, harmonizing rhythmically while channeling the force to generate greater momentum. Although his punching speed had diminished compared to the outset, the incorporation of both fists and body movements resulted in an increased volume of strikes over an extended duration. This marked his inaugural application of such a skill. Huff, huff. I'm beginning to tire. I must conserve energy for the finishing move, the horizontal whip. Without the support of his right arm, he instead grounded himself with one hand, launching into the air, his right leg arcing gracefully towards the wooden post. The strength and range of the legs surpassed that of the arms, and the energy involved is beyond his own reckoning. With a resounding crack, the wooden post was severed in half. The unrelenting, all-encompassing punches, combined with that concentrated strike, proved too much for the post, which splintered and fell to the ground nearby. Oh, the lad has made considerable progress. Come here, take a moment to rest. Your recent punching technique has shown notable improvement. Your control over your body is quite exquisite. However, remember to engage your waist first. From what I observed, it seems as though your shoulders are bearing the weight. Moreover, that final strike was likely improvised, wasn't it? As a means of releasing force, it was indeed effective. However, relying on both hands for support may weaken your power point. An attack with an unstable base is easily exploited by an opponent for a counterattack. I recommend using your legs for support. This way, you can freely manage your height. Kai's insight is truly remarkable. He discerned Yuling's intentions, methods, and flaws with just one observation. The power point indeed commences from the shoulders. Next time, try utilizing your waist. Using your legs for support should significantly aid in maintaining control over height and balance. Thank you, Senior Kai. After considering Kai's somewhat stern observations, Yuling acknowledged their validity and felt an increased admiration for Kai's martial prowess, sincerely addressing him as senior. All right, we shall practice diligently when the opportunity arises. Exhausting yourself is not conducive to our mission. Go rest. A refreshing 5-hour sleep is in order, for we shall embark once more. Yes, Senior. Asuma, how far are we from the border? A somewhat impatient voice of Jinchūriki echoed through the forest. Not far now. We should arrive before nightfall. Asuma replied after glancing at the map and confirming the terrain. Excellent. Everyone, quicken your pace. We have 2 hours until dark, and we must reach our destination within 1 hour. Let us go. The exuberant voice gradually faded as Jinchūriki donned the cloak of the tailed beast, snapping branches with swift strides as he sped away. Hey, all right, our captain is flying solo. Let us catch up. Asuma observed Jinchūriki's hasty departure and called out experimentally. Seeing no response, he lit a cigarette, glanced back at his teammates, and, with chakra enhancing his steps, pursued after him. Ah, these seniors. Cough, cough, they still possess such vitality. Remarked a pale-faced ninja with dark circles under his eyes and 3 strands of hair falling over his forehead, his voice somewhat faltering. All right, Jifeng. Let us focus on completing the mission. Stay spirited. This task is crucial, soothed a purple-haired female ninja leaning against him. Both bore swords on their backs. Being elite jonin skilled in blade techniques, there's no time for your sweet nothings now. Let us go. The main force is ahead, and you two are lagging behind. Snapped a ninja wearing black goggles, casting a disapproving glance at them before chasing after Asuma. Understood. The pair replied in unison. The man who had spoken was their squad leader, and they knew they must not disobey. Guy, we will arrive in an hour. Kushinai said with a gentle smile at a small brown turtle. How is the infiltration team in the Sound Ninja village? Report. No updates have been received yet. The corpse retrieval team has returned, and the bodies of the 4 fallen ninjas are in the mortuary. There is a report on site, but the handwriting is quite illegible. Only the name Yuling can be discerned. In the underground of Konoha, at the base of Route, Danzo leaned on his cane, standing before 2 of his umbu kneeling in submission. Yuling must be eliminated at all costs, regardless of his strength. Contact that organization. Offer any price for Yuling's head. Additionally, at the underground bounty center, place a bounty on Konoha's lower ninja Yuling, with a reward of 10,000. This was the true nature of Danzo, unyielding until his goal was achieved. There are no methods too extreme for him. Only limitations exist in your imagination. Meiwa, how is your injury? After obediently going to bed, Yuling awoke 2.5 hours later, only to find that dusk had descended. He then sought out Meiwa. The bruising will take some time to heal, but the visible wounds are no longer an issue. I can depart at any moment, Meiwa said, sensing that the captain would soon be ready to set off. Captain Tianling, are we leaving? Mirai, whose health had been steady, was growing increasingly anxious. Hey, you're awake. Great, Kai exclaimed as he heard Yuling's voice. He leaped into the room, biting his finger to draw blood, forming a hand seal and pressing it onto the table beside him. With a bang, a puff of white smoke erupted, revealing a small turtle calmly perched on the table. They will be here soon. All right, let us wait here a little longer. Get ready, lads. We're about to embrace our youth together. Senior Kai, what is this? Mirai asked, his eyes shining as he leaned over the table, captivated by the small turtle. He had never known that Kai could utilize chakra, let alone perform such impressive ninjutsu. Ah, This is the most powerful summoning technique, the summoning jutsu. It allows one to use their blood as a coordinate to instantaneously transport objects. How about that? Isn't it vibrant with youthful energy? Kai proudly held the little turtle, showcasing it with confidence. He had endured considerable hardship learning this jutsu, and now that he had mastered it, he was eager to flaunt his achievement. This is a turtle, right? Yuling said, somewhat speechless, his brows raised in surprise while still fixated on the small creature. Indeed, this is a turtle. No, it's called a ninja turtle. It is a sentient summoning beast. So, Yuling, do you want to sign a contract? This could be a valuable asset in battle. Kai continued to revel in his display, oblivious to Yuling's peculiar expression, spinning and leaping with unabashed enthusiasm. Bang! Kai, what are you doing fooling around instead of keeping watch? A bloodied Kusanai suddenly appeared behind Kai, delivering a punch to his head. Ouch! That hurts. Who dares to sneak up? Ah, Captain, hello? As Kai gracefully crouched down, cradling his head in a moment of despair, he slowly recognized that it was none other than his captain, Jinchūriki. Just as he was about to unleash his youthful exuberance, it was forcefully suppressed by her presence. Oh, Captain, how did you arrive so swiftly? What about the other members? We will reach within a quarter of an hour. Prepare yourselves. We are about to depart. Her authoritative tone, surprisingly more commanding than that of the Hokage, resonated with the team. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianlong team promptly stood and gathered around Jinchūriki. What a child she is, Jinchūriki mused, observing Yuling up close. Such a slender frame, so young, yet tasked with such formidable responsibilities. A sense of inadequacy washed over her, mingled with concern for his future, prompting a resigned sigh to escape her lips. Tianling, upon entering the land of rice, my team will operate alongside your Tianlong team, while the other three groups will work in unison. Although this arrangement diminishes the likelihood of a successful infiltration, considering the unknown adversary we face, a stronger combat capability is imperative. Do you concur with this personnel allocation? In this mission, Jinchūriki and Yuling stood on equal footing as captains of their respective teams. Naturally, she acknowledged Yuling, for she would not seek input from just anyone. Very well, I agree with your plan. Although Yuling felt somewhat perplexed as to why Jinchūriki sought his opinion, given his status as merely a genin, the leader of an Umbu team at best, he felt it unnecessary for the esteemed lady of Konoha to solicit his counsel. Nevertheless, having been asked, he could only respond, all right, I will replenish my chakra. We shall depart as soon as the others arrive. Whoa, Kai? Who hit you? Asuma, seemingly riding on clouds, arrived at the border first, his feet buoyed by chakra. Upon landing, the prominent red bump on Kai's head caught everyone's attention, even startling Asuma, who dropped the cigarette he had been smoking for over 20 years. Ah ha ha. It's nothing at all. I merely bumped my head while reveling in my youth. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Asuma's voice and feeling the weight of his unfriendly gaze, Kai quickly attempted to defend himself. Oh, is there truly another in the ninja world capable of striking you to such a state? Asuma, unconvinced by Kai's feeble excuse, bluntly called him out. Ah, well. My youthful exuberance simply overflowed. Kai scratched his head, continuing to banter with Asuma. All right. I shall meditate on my chakra now. Following the captain has utterly exhausted me. With that, Asuma disregarded Kai, settling down in a corner to rest. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the other members of the team began to arrive. This reconnaissance mission primarily dispatched swift combat type or scout type ninjas, ensuring that even the slower members would not lag behind. Captain Jinchūriki? Kai softly called out to the arriving ninjas, cautious not to raise his voice. If Jinchūriki were to channel her training energy, her first instinct would likely be to strike him. Is the captain deep in meditation? Asuma noticed something unusual and, observing Kai's reaction, refrained from making any loud noise, instead murmuring to himself, what is wrong with the captain? She seems off. Outside the watchtower, Jifeng stood, watching Jinchūriki, who was deep in meditation, puzzled. Jinchūriki sat upright, hands forming the sign of the serpent, her elbows resting squarely on her thighs, back straight. Suddenly, with a thud, Jinchūriki tilted to the left, her upper body folding as she rested her head on her legs. Is your captain asleep? Yuling, who had just stood up, was drawn by the commotion and turned to look, unable to suppress the truth. Oh, I see. Then let her continue to sleep, Kai remarked, now hesitant to disturb Jinchūriki. It is important to note that while the practice of chakra is merely an illusion, the irritability upon waking is very real, and Juxanai was certainly affected by it. The captain is merely asleep. Let us rest as well. Jifeng seated himself on the ground, beginning to refine his chakra. Ah, what a disaster. How did I fall asleep? How is it already the middle of the night? After an hour or two, Juxanai suddenly awoke, springing up from the ground and frantically rushing outside, only to be greeted by a sky full of stars. Captain Juxanai, you are awake. Yuling called out, leaping down from the roof. Huh. Yes, everyone. Embarrassment washed over Juxanai as she realized her slumber had been exposed. A captain sleeping during a mission? It seemed only a ninja like Juxanai could manage such a feat. Everyone is fine. We are all resting and refining chakra in the watchtower. I will gather them for assembly. Seeing Juxanai awake, Yuling prepared to call the team to set off. No, I will do it myself. You all gather as well. Everyone, let us move out. I cannot let you waste any more of your time for me. Juxanai nervously poked her head into the watchtower, shouting loudly before swiftly retreating. The team members exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. The captain's ability to both fall asleep and awaken was astonishingly rapid. All right, listen closely. Xianjin team, Hebi team, and Hongdo team, you will form one group. Aim to act in unison. My team will move alongside the Tianlong team. Upon entering the land of rice, remain vigilant of your surroundings. This time, in addition to rescuing the Umbu captain, we must also gather intelligence. Let us go. Juxanai turned her back to the group, her vibrant red hair flowing gracefully, undulating with her movements. Is this truly the moment to set off? The ninja named Xianjian watched Juxanai's figure pass the watchtower, chewing on his senbon, and decided to follow her. Have we reached the border? Why is she running so fast alone? Asuma leisurely lit a cigarette, beckoning to Hong, who also leaped over the border. Tianlong team, move out. Yuling commanded, and the four donned their masks, swiftly following Juxanai. Hey, Xianjian, let us move to the side a bit. Don't enter from the same spot. Yeah, Shadow Snake Hand. Red Bean observed his half of the team as Shirinui Jinkin dashed out, and without a hint of mercy, unleashed the serpent he held, ensnaring Jinkan with its coils. What? Hey, this is far too violent. Jinkan exclaimed, bemused. Merely for running in the wrong direction, he was met with the embrace of a large, tawny-patterned snake. All right, let us set off as well. Red Bean, with a vivacious spirit that rivaled that of Kusinai, boldly surged ahead in another direction, crossing the border and advancing into the heart of the land of rice. Sigh, neither side can find peace. Huh? What did you say, Jinkin? Ah, nothing. Let us hurry. Ah, to be able to act alongside Senior Kai is truly a stroke of fortune. Senior Kai, could you teach me that summoning technique for turtles? Although it seemed of little practical use, it was undeniably impressive when executed by Senior Kai. Upon seeing that she was grouped with Might Guy, Akira instantly forgot her position within the Heavenly Dragon Squad and rushed to Kai's side, inquiring about the summoning of the little turtle. Hey, you're quite the enthusiastic lad. Who are you? Kai, unable to recall the person before him owing to his natural face blindness, was utterly baffled, especially with the addition of a mask. I'm called Akira. My codename is also Akira. Akira, pay attention to your position. Yuling, bringing up the rear, could naturally see Akira's deviation and promptly corrected him. All right, fine. Yes, Captain. Senior Kai, once the mission is complete, you must teach me. Akira remained fixated on learning the seemingly cool ninjutsu. Perhaps this was the allure of idolization. All right, complete the mission well, and I shall sign a contract with you. Kai readily agreed, for indeed, no one in the village seemed keen to take on his turtle contract. Had it not been for the inability of other summoning beasts to complement his attack style, he would not have opted for such a weak and sluggish creature. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of despair regarding his inexplicably peculiar summoning beast. Now, with someone eager to claim it, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? A summoning beast contract? I'm not too familiar with that. Once this mission concludes, I shall investigate it thoroughly within the Umbu. Heavenly Dragon Squad, be mindful of your chakra and the surrounding environment. We are no longer in the land of fire. We must prevent being captured again. Is anyone nearby? No chakra signatures detected. Wait, multiple powerful chakra signatures are approaching rapidly. Oh, let us conceal ourselves and let them pass first. Understood. Ninja art, phantom technique. Puff. Why do I feel like someone was watching us from that direction? Kusanai sprinted through the trees, followed by 7 fellow ninjas. Just then, a sudden tremor echoed within her. Her long-trained muscle memory caused her to shudder. Yet, when she glanced towards the direction that had sparked her intuition, there was naught but emptiness. Oh, there's no one there. Even though we are in the land of rice, this is merely the periphery. Kai, unfazed, continued forward, turning back to Kusanai with a smile and giving a thumbs up. However, Yuling's perception surpasses that of Jinchūriki, being both more potent and precise. Naturally, she observed the enigmatic figure concealed behind the colossal boulder to her left. Had they vanished suddenly due to some form of ninjutsu? I have heard whispers of a technique from Konoha known as the doppelganger technique, which indeed allows one to obscure their presence. Yet, it is curious that not even a trace of chakra could be felt. Could this merely be an illusion? Yuling cast a discreet glance, yet discerned no clues. That stone remains simply a stone. It appears they have evaded detection. The gaze of that Umbu boy is quite discerning. A man adorned with a green mask rose from the ground, his form gradually becoming distinct. Could that boy be the target of another team? Another ninja, similarly masked and playing with a handful of shuriken, expressed his skepticism with calm inquiry. If we consider it a red wolf mask, devoid of a short blade, and a diminutive stature, it does bear resemblance. Could it be that another team? Well, this isn't our concern. Lord Danzo will manage it. For now, we must gather intelligence before them, to earn merit for Lord Danzo. Let us proceed. A man with a broad face and chestnut hair detached himself from the tree trunk and, upon landing, immediately leaped onto a branch. Yes, Captain. What ninjutsu was that? Just now. It has manifested again. Yuling found herself greatly intrigued by this unfamiliar ninjutsu, even as they distanced themselves from the location. Her mind remained occupied with pondering its principles, or rather, its methods of application. Indeed, a technique capable of instant concealment is invaluable in any conflict. However, just moments ago, the chakra response reemerged. At this distance, even Jinchūriki would fail to perceive it, yet Yuling distinctly sensed their movements. Oh, they are heading in the same direction as us. Are they deliberately keeping their distance? Could it be that their destination is the legendary Sound Ninja Village? If so, their identities. Yuling observed as the 4 chakra signatures first deviated significantly from their path, then redirected, rapidly advancing towards the heart of the land of rice. Such peculiar behavior clearly indicates an awareness of Yuling's team's route and current actions. Hence, only the higher echelons of Konoha could possess such intelligence. And those endowed with such perceptive abilities are certainly not weak. Within Konoha, only a handful of elders and the Hokage are capable of controlling intelligence of this caliber. And among those elders, only Shimura Danzo, the founder of Root, can command formidable ninjas. Root again? Why has this organization appeared so frequently before my eyes? Is it possible that even if I shroud myself in secrecy, such intelligence cannot be evaded? Then I must hasten my path to strength. A chilling realization unfolds. My abilities and movements are thoroughly analyzed by an unseen adversary. In the realm of ninja combat, a significant aspect hinges upon the battle of intelligence. Possessing information greatly enhances the likelihood of mission success. Captain, just now, I sense someone watching us. Oh, impossible. We are the guardians cloaked in darkness. There exists no being darker than us. I sense it not as a mere stealth. Rather, it is a brazen and domineering presence. Could it be that they have detected us? No, I merely harbor some doubts. Let us refrain from idle chatter and focus on action. We must remain concealed. So let us speak no more of trivialities. Oh, they dare to parallel our movements? It seems they remain oblivious to our counter-surveillance. Very well. Let us prepare for an encounter ahead. Yuling cast a sidelong glance at several chakra signatures located thousands of meters to the left, pondering to himself. He chose not to share his thoughts with anyone, as he found it difficult to articulate the strange yet immensely powerful perception he possessed. Yuling, what troubles you? You too, positioned ahead of him, was the first to sense his subtle unease, akin to a famished wolf captivated by the sight of a delicate rabbit. Nothing. Let us continue on our path, remaining vigilant, Yuling replied evasively, choosing silence thereafter. All right, you two accepted without further questioning, obediently resuming her pace. Thankfully, there was no suspicion cast upon him. This truly is beyond explanation. Stop, there are people ahead. Jinchūriki suddenly halted, forcefully pushing off a branch with his feet. reversing the momentum of his body in an instant. Oh, just as Kai was about to raise a ruckus, Jinchūriki delivered a decisive blow from above, effectively silencing him. Should we halt? Those chakra signatures are not ceasing. They are surging forward. Could they be attempting to gain intel ahead of us? Yet, what lies before us are merely ordinary people devoid of chakra. Nevertheless, within enemy territory, caution is indeed warranted. A lesson learned. Wait, have those individuals' chakra signatures vanished? Is it a limitation of my range, or have they been swiftly dispatched? Yuling lingered at the rear of the group, gradually slowing his pace until he finally came to rest on the furthest branch, gazing thoughtfully in the direction where the chakra disturbances had previously existed. We are no longer in the land of fire. Every action must be measured. We cannot predict where the enemy may appear. We must remain vigilant at all times to achieve flawless concealment. Kai, Jinchūriki patiently addressed the younger members of the Tianlong team, as well as Kai, who remained oblivious to the tactical discourse. Yet, Kai was lost in his own world, gingerly touching the bump on his head, entirely unaware of Jinchūriki's words. Hey, I'm here. Kai snapped back to reality, pressing his head against a tree, anxiously observing Jinchūriki. Did you understand? Jinchūriki suddenly donned a charming smile as he regarded Kai. Yes, I understand. Kai's skin prickled with anxiety, and he nodded fervently, inching backward. Then what have you grasped? Jinchūriki maintained his smile, slowly closing the distance to Kai. I understand I must listen to the captain. Bang. Next time. Pay proper attention. We are within enemy territory. We must exercise utmost caution. Jinchūriki delivered a light punch before resuming his lecture. Yes, Captain. Kai stood at attention, hand resting on his head, gazing ahead. Alas, no one is perfect. Well, they have passed. Let us depart. After glancing back, Jinchūriki sensed that the ordinary individuals had moved on, and once again propelled himself forward. Xianjian, it seems someone is ahead. A ninja clad in black sunglasses raised both hands, with crows encircling him, absorbing the messages carried by the birds. Halt. Hongdo? Upon hearing the voice, Xianjian immediately ceased his movement. To ensure the accuracy of the information, he inquired further of Hongdo. Oh, the serpent technique. Hongdo placed his hands on the ground, and a brown-patterned snake slithered from his sleeve, swiftly dispersing into the surroundings. Before long, they all returned. There appears to be a powerful chakra nearby, a sensation of chakra that felt familiar yet elusive. Wait, he is coming. Hongdo sensed the chakra returned by the small snakes, that sense of déjà vu, yet he couldn't quite place where he had encountered it before. All units. Prepare for battle. Spread out in teams. Surround the approaching entity. Xianjian leaped onto a nearby tree, directing his team to encircle the position they had just occupied. Hibisho, head on, I'll flank from the side. As Hongdo spoke, he too ascended to a tree opposite Xianjian. The two teams lay in ambush, with only Hibisho's squad remaining at the forefront. Qingyi, set up an illusion. Lei Tong, prepare for a surprise attack. Xianjian commanded his comrades, making a simple arrangement of the battlefield. On the other side, Hongdo was doing the same. I will use the snakes to restrain him. You all take the opportunity to subdue him swiftly. This opponent possesses formidable chakra. Even Hongdo, at this moment, was serious, releasing the snakes from his hands, drawing kunai, and beginning to form seals. Oh, we are indeed the strongest frontline assault team. Let us prevail, utilizing our Konoha blade techniques to vanquish this formidable foe. Hibisho's voice, devoid of emotion, emerged from beneath his sunglasses as he held kunai, adopting a stance. How fortuitous to encounter an opponent so soon. Our luck is truly poor. Mizuki, provide cover. Yuling and I will restrain them. We must seize this opportunity. We believe in your capabilities. Ahem. The swift wind struggled to deliver such a lengthy statement, drawing forth his long blade, shielding the white-haired ninja named Mizuki behind him, ever ready to strike. The swift wind Yuling observed the moonlit swift wind and silently unsheathed her blade. Deception technique. With that, the swift wind executed his signature ninjutsu, vanishing without a trace before everyone's eyes. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Yuling, witnessing her partner's resolve, employed her Konoha-style sword technique as well. All right, let us resolve this quickly. Boom. In the forest, near the source of the powerful chakra, a tremendous roar erupted, uprooting several trees, which were hurled into the air before crashing down violently. What on earth is this? Could it merely be a powerful summoning beast? Hibisho adjusted his glasses, observing the airborne trees, a mix of shock and skepticism clouding his judgment of the enemy. Logically, based on the findings of the two ninjas, it was supposed to be a formidable ninja. It's a humanoid. Could it be that it is a summoning beast of the primates? Heibei is the most knowledgeable ninja in this team, making several hypotheses with just a distant glance. Is Heibei merely a summoning beast? Hongdo hung a snake from a tree, gracefully descending and landing steadily beside Heibei. Well, I am not entirely certain. That figure bears a slight resemblance to a summoning beast. Heibei adjusted his glasses, his lips forming a serious line as he focused intently ahead, unfazed by Hongdo's presence beside him. Just a slight resemblance. Well then, everyone, prepare for battle. With a flick of his right hand, the snake hanging from the tree tightened, yanking Hongdo back up from the ground. Hey, are you all ready? Stop dawdling. Prepare your ninjutsu. As Hongdo leapt back onto the tree, he noticed his teammates frozen in place, all having abandoned their ninja tools. Did you hear that? Hurry up and get ready. Even a summoning beast should not be underestimated. No, Captain. Look at that thing running towards us. One ninja, wielding a long knife, glanced at Hongdo with a hint of fear in his voice. Over there, can you see it? Ah, what is that? Following the blade's edge, Hongdo turned to the direction where trees were being uprooted one after another, and he too was left in stunned silence, just like his teammates. Heibei, is that the summoning beast you mentioned? What on earth is that? Heibei had never encountered such a bizarre creature, raising both hands to cover his face, exclaiming in a state of utter dismay. This creature, more than any other, emanated an aura of malevolence, resembling a vessel steeped in darkness. Everyone, prepare to engage. Unleash your abilities and do your utmost to subdue this monster. Hongdo disregarded any strategic plans or ambushes, standing boldly in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by coils of snakes. Ninjutsu, summon snakes. The serpents entwined around Hongdo surged forth recklessly, charging towards the monstrous entity not far ahead. Aoi, move your position forward. Rido, go ahead and protect Hongdo. You, come with me to restrain it. Xianjian, witnessing such a creature for the first time, felt astonished. Yet his calm demeanor surpassed that of any other ninja present. He swiftly altered the prearranged plan and leaped from the treetops, the sunbond firmly gripped in his hand. Understood. As members of Xianjian's team, accustomed to their captain's style, they wasted no time and began preparing for their respective tasks. Jifeng, Shiyuan, you two head to the front line. I will provide ninjutsu support. Heibei commanded his team, leaping forward to land beside Hongdo. Shiyuan, be cautious. The invisible Jifeng whispered softly in Shiyuan's ear. And then a gust of wind swept through, stirring a swirl of fallen leaves before settling beside Xianjian. Jifeng, Xianjian confirmed. Though this diversion technique is a formidable weapon against foes, it can equally be turned against us. Indeed. Here it comes. Ahahaha. Fresh humans. How long has it been since anyone came here? Blood. A creature, cloaked in shades of gray and black, with irregular bones protruding from its body, claw-like hands, bent legs, sharp fangs, and glowing golden eyes, suddenly halted before the elite shinobi. What could this entity be? It appears to emanate an immense chakra, and intriguingly, it is of a singular nature. You Tianling, do you sense anything? Taken aback, Yuling murmured to himself, inadvertently attracting the attention of Jiao Xine Nai. Indeed, a formidable malevolence. No, it is the intent to kill. It lies at a considerable distance, yet the chakra is vast and singular in nature. Wait, such oppressive chakra can only be pure Yin chakra. How could this be? Nevertheless, it poses no immediate threat to us. Captain, let us continue our journey. Very well. Please remain vigilant. Let us proceed. Before the enemy drew near, Akadam, who was situated towards the back, let out a harrowing scream as mysterious droplets resembling talismans began to crawl from his body. Akadam, what is happening to you? This phenomenon, inexplicable even to Ebisu, rendered him utterly speechless. How could I be so ignorant? I am utterly powerless in this world. Ebisu instinctively crouched down, his hands moving to cover his face, slowly enveloping his entire head as a darker aura erupted from within him. What? Captain Akadam? Captain Ebisu? The other team members, bewildered, could only watch as the two captains fell to the ground in agony, unable to extend a helping hand. Please, do not frighten me. Both captains, rest aside for a moment. My position is precarious. Mizuki grasped their arms and performed a roll, propelling them away from the battlefield. In midair, as they distanced themselves from the creature, Akadam gradually regained his composure, and the fainting sensation dissipated. Captain Akadam, Ebisu, Aoi, positioned at the back of the team, caught sight of the two captains descending towards him, their bodies manipulated by a swarm of crows, gently lowering them to the ground. This chakra feels strangely familiar. Could it be another creation of that scoundrel? Akadam grasped his shoulder, pulling Aoi's sleeve, stifling the pain emanating from the talismans, and stood, determined to utilize his serpent-manipulating abilities to assist his comrades. This individual possesses an undeniably potent chakra. Hey, be cautious. The ninjas in the front line furrowed their brows. Even those who were not sensory ninjas felt the overwhelming chakra bearing down upon them, each experiencing the adverse effects of this negative energy. Captain, why does this evoke such ire within me? A ninja beside Su Jian, wielding a long sword, suddenly manifested blue chakra, as if being forcibly drawn from within by the creature. His emotions, too, were affected, plunging him into a state of frenzy and loss of control. What has happened to you? Su Jian observed the chakra spilling forth, his anxiety mounting. Chakra can indeed be utilized externally, but only under conditions of conscious control. Now, it feels as though the chakra is being tugged by another's hand. Effortlessly coaxed out, Xianjian took a step back, gradually distancing himself from the ninja. The group remained vigilant, enhancing their control over their own chakra. This is a long-range ninja. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than chakra began to surge from Xuanjian's body, spreading from his limbs to his heart. The captain pondered, This seems targeted. It hasn't he noticed me, so I am safe. Well then, let me deal with you, monster. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Yueguang Jifeng charged towards the creature, blades in hand, slicing through the air with explosive sounds. Oh ha ha ha, the blood of little insects. Blood, let me revel in tormenting you lowly beings. The monster howled to the heavens, its gray-brown form morphing into a sharper, more aggressive shape. Perfect, this distance is sufficient. Konoha-style gale slash. Yueguang Jifeng swung his blades down fiercely onto the creature's back. A sharp clashing sound rang out, reminiscent of two pieces of fine iron striking each other. Devoid of any extraneous noise, the blade was violently repelled, and Jifeng, suspended in midair, lacked the strength to adjust his form, hurtling backward instead. Jifeng. Xiang disregarded the unfolding battle and dashed towards the direction where Jifeng had been flung. Oh ha ha ha. A mere insect dares to ambush me. Let me indulge in your blood. The monster crouched slowly, then suddenly leaped, multiple hollow tubes sprouting from its hind legs, bursting forth with a tremendous surge of chakra, propelling the creature into the air. Oh ha ha ha. Let me savor the agony etched on your faces. Blood, blood. The monster swung its arms back, and hollow tubes erupted from them as well, executing another chakra explosion, transforming direction mid-air to charge towards the mid-range attacking ninja concealed in the forest. TCH. Is it truly that powerful? Lei Tong, hold it back for me. Shui Mu and I will handle it. Aoyan stepped forward from the rear, taking position alongside Shui Mu. Without hesitation, Lei Tong launched a sudden side attack. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Small fireballs danced around the monster under Lei Tong's command, hovering above and below, yet hesitating to strike. Meanwhile, Shui Mu retrieved his massive shuriken, with Aoyan directing crows to encircle the fireballs. Insects, struggle with all your might. Why haven't these little fireballs attacked yet? I can hardly wait. The monster muttered to itself, then abruptly turned to face Lei Tong, who was focused on controlling the fireballs. Oh no, my chakra is being drawn out. Lei Tong began to falter, chakra gradually being siphoned from his body, becoming visible at the surface. Lei Tong. Aoyan, noticing his longtime comrade's unusual behavior, called out anxiously, snapping the dazed Lei Tong back to reality. Lei Tong. In conjunction with my ninjutsu, we have already lost far too many comrades before we even began to mount an effective resistance. We must seize this opportunity. Aoyama observed the two captains at the rear who were yet to regain their composure, the two ninjas drawn forward by the chakra, and the recently flung Shifeng beside him. Cough cough. Xian, I am still capable. Let us join forces shortly. Shifeng had collided with a massive boulder, leaving him slightly dizzy as he took a moment to recognize the voice and visage of his partner, Azuki Xian. Shifeng, are your senses intact? I noticed you struggled to focus and your hearing seemed impaired. Xian had been at Shifeng's side for 5 minutes since his fall. During this interval, Shifeng had fixated on her, his lips moving silently as he attempted to speak, yet unable to articulate his thoughts. Only now could he faintly utter his partner's name. A tear glistened at the corner of Xian's eye. Even as ninjas, they are still emotive beings. I'm fine. It was just a spinal injury. Cough, cough. You go assist them with that monster. I will be with you shortly. Shifeng slowly enunciated his words, fully aware that his condition was life-threatening. Yet his concern remained with his mission and companions. Shifeng, prioritize your own safety. Xian leaned in, giving him a brief embrace before resolutely wiping her face and drawing the long blade from her back, ascending the boulder behind Shifeng and launching herself towards the beast. Ahaha, another tender little sister has arrived. Allow me to savor you alone. The creature, sensing movement, immediately crouched low, turning to face Xian as she approached with her strike. You foul beast, from the Leaf Village, I unleashed the dance of the crescent moon. Without hesitation, Xian executed her most formidable sword technique. Drawing upon the traditional swordsmanship of the Leaf Village, she employed ordinary clones to feign attacks from 3 different directions, while the true damage could only be inflicted by her real self. Ho ho, little sister, it seems you are unwilling to accept the judgment of death. You excite me even more. The creature's grin widened as it observed the 3 clones, its fangs slowly parting. Piston Fist 0. The creature extended its right hand, which began to swell, hollow tubes forming around its arm from various angles. Ahaha. Even with clones, you cannot escape. Spill your blood. In an instant, one of the clone's blades struck the beast, but the creature reacted swiftly. The tubes at its feet erupted with potent chakra, propelling its body forcefully past the 2 clones ahead, undeterred as it launched a direct assault on Xian at the rear. Giggling, here I come. The monster, having passed through its illusion, accelerated in midair. Piston Fist 0. Boom. The pores on its arm erupted simultaneously, launching its entire body forward. One arm led, with the body trailing behind. The uncoordinated explosion of force struck Xian with a suddenness that left her defenseless. Ah, hey. Cough, cough, Xian. The tempestuous wind leaned against a colossal rock, gazing at the fallen Yuling, a profound sense of helplessness welling up within. Alas, such an adversary seems insurmountable. Bang! Another dent appeared on the same massive boulder. Yuling, like him, was swiftly rendered unconscious. Ah ha ha ha, you fragile vessels. Your blood shall soon be mine. The creature, having just sent Yuling flying, surveyed the remaining few ninjas with a boisterous roar. This is dire. There are hardly any ninjas left. So, this time only Mizuki and Yawashi remain. Even Akado is incapacitated. A sense of dread enveloped Aoi. While her prowess lay predominantly in illusion techniques and some melee capability, it was utterly futile before such a monster. Aoi-senpai, with just the 3 of us, we cannot defeat this creature. Perhaps we should flee instead. Mizuki, noticing Aoi's anxiety and hesitation, promptly voiced her thoughts. Indeed, failure in this mission would necessitate preserving our strength. Only by safeguarding the ninjas can we effectively report back and retain our capabilities. Attempting to rescue our comrades in the face of such an enemy is perilous. Illusion, Crow-S Forest. Aoi initiated her attack, summoning crows from their hiding places to encircle the beast. Oh, is this the illusion technique? It can even unveil my childhood. The creature slowly stood upright amidst the swarm of crows, murmuring to itself. Now is our chance. Let us gather our comrades swiftly. I have a way for us to escape. Hurry, Mizuki Yawashi. Be quick. All right, senpai. But this might not be very effective. Mizuki reluctantly followed Aoi as they dashed towards their teammates. This is a massacre. Ah ha ha ha. You will perish. The creature suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter within the flock of crows, which scattered in all directions, the illusion instantly torn apart. How could this be? Aoi was well aware of the power of her illusion, which typically could not be so easily dispelled. Ah ha ha. You think such illusions can ensnare me? Your chakra is nothing but your blood. Your blood excites me. Ah ha ha ha. The creature again crouched down, fixating on Mizuki and Aoi, who were struggling to transport their other comrades. Senpai, we must flee. There is no way to save anyone now. Mizuki persisted, preparing to escape, brandishing a massive shuriken, and turned to run. Mizuki, go ahead. You must deliver the message to the Hokage. Aoi halted abruptly after running a distance with Mizuki, sorrowfully calling out this declaration. Aoi-senpai. Mizuki was taken aback. They had already covered several hundred meters and should have a chance to escape. Aoi's decision astonished him. 3 individuals should not be able to escape, right? I will hold him off a bit longer. You take this opportunity to flee. Boom. Ahaha. You think you can escape? My prey is destined to be caught. Aha. The bloodthirsty monster has already caught up, and the trees continue to be ruthlessly ravaged. Soaring into the air only to crash down again. Shuemu run. Vashi resolutely turned around, facing the direction from which the monster was charging. Hands forming seals as he closed his eyes. Xinjian, Leitong, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Once that monster is a distance away, our chakra will normalize. Then, let us prepare. We shall not only use it, but we shall use our own. Are you certain? Our chakra, it's fine. This space is already saturated with an abundance of chakra. Under these circumstances, it should be feasible. You mean we will harness the monster's chakra? Precisely. You two find a position and include our teammates. Shuemu has already returned. Huh. Is this considered a retreat at the last moment? Let us not dwell on that now. It's time to begin. The monster is very close to me. You should escape as soon as you complete your technique. Vashi, stop the chatter. Aoyue is still with me. There's no time left. Let us get started. All right. Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. Aoyue stood firm. Xianjian positioned atop a massive rock behind the gusting winds, and Lei Tong, supporting his long blade, moved into the thicket on the other side of the path. The 3 of them simultaneously unleashed a torrent of chakra, which surged swiftly towards them from the surrounding air. Uft. Lei Tong's chakra had been violently drawn, and his body was beginning to succumb. He spat out a mouthful of blood. 3 beams of light erupted from the trio, piercing into the sky. Oh, my prey is putting up a desperate fight. The scent of blood, ahaha. The monster gazed at the 3 beams of light, a hint of confusion crossing its face. Yet in the next moment, it caught the whiff of blood from their original position. Flying Thunder God technique. The technique is complete. The 3 beams of light converged. And in an instant, all the ninjas in the vicinity were transported, gathering the scattered members of their team and bringing them to the border of the land of fire. Aoyue, we, Xinjian, let us go. Where to? Aoyue alone? What do you mean where? What else can we do but rescue Aoyue? What are you thinking, Captain? Let us move. All right, let us go. Huh. Why can't I sense my prey anymore? What have you done, you scoundrel? Ha ha. Then I shall simply have to kill you. The monster paused, suddenly realizing it could no longer detect the presence of those ninjas, leaving it in a state of panic. The first thought that crossed its mind was that its senses had been obscured, which significantly affected its abilities. Jinjutsu, illusionary crow kill. Aoyue, facing the approaching monster once more, suppressed her fear and unleashed a damaging illusion. Another illusion, you rascal. I will tear you apart. Piston punch amplification. The monster's arms suddenly shrank, the tubes retracting into its body in an instant, while its legs remained unchanged, simultaneously unleashing chakra and charging directly at Vashi, who stood before Aoyue. Xianjian, Leitong. From now on, the guardians of the hidden leaf will rely on you. Farewell. Hey, Vashi, let us employ the Shunshin no Jutsu. Vashi, Jinkan, Tachiyawashi. Why is it that just as Aoi was preparing to confront the monstrous entity before him with his own body, his allies appeared silently by his side? Well then, let us commence our original team. Together, we shall face this creature. Jinkan placed a reassuring hand on Aoi's shoulder, gently patting him as he drew forth his stock of shuriken, poised and ready. Ah, it seems we are indeed to engage. Very well, let us proceed. Likewise, Raitu gripped his long blade tightly, stepping forward to shield Aoi. Greetings. Let us ensure this monster pays back in full. Aoi leapt backward, creating distance, his hands weaving seals as a flock of crows took flight once more. Remember our tactics? It is time to begin. Jinkan was the first to act, maneuvering around the creature's flank to unleash his ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Leaf Village Sword technique. Willow. Raitu charged directly at the monster, wielding his blade with grace, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Ahaha, just the 3 of you? Such a meager offering of blood is insufficient. I shall tear you apart. The monster, provoked by Raida's boldness, raised its fists to intercept his approach. Truly underestimating Jinjutsu, are we? Jinjutsu, scatter of 1,000 crows. Raitu, I leave it to you. Aoi commanded his loyal crows from the rear, circling the creature to obscure its vision. Ahaha, such delightful little birds. Indeed, This paltry blood is insufficient. I require the essence of humans. The monster swatted several crows from the air, its hands stained with crimson, licking the blood with a maniacal laugh. Humph. Our coordination is inescapable. Black blade, great sword. Raito streamlined his movements, omitting any action that could hinder his speed, and thrust his long blade into the swarm of crows. Ahaha. Uft. The poison blade pierced through the crows, finding its mark in the creature's chest. Ha, success. Hey, Raito, come back. Tachi Iwashi suddenly sensed something amiss and hastily hurled a kunai at the monster. Vashi, what are you doing? Ahaha. What do you mean, success? Who has succeeded? So close to me. How can I not tear you apart? Piston punch, pressure blast. What is this? It has no effect at all. Raito, hurry up and come out. Fire style, great fireball technique. Jinken had just reached the monster's right side, perfectly positioned to unleash this ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Tachi Iwashi, seizing the opportunity, executed his own fire technique. Very well, I shall assist as well. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Aoi, an adept in fire techniques, followed in his comrade's footsteps, casting his most proficient fire ninjutsu. My allies have initiated their assault. I must quickly retreat. Leaf Village Flow, Chaotic Slash. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the monster, Raito drew his katana, executing a graceful spin in midair as he began to form hand seals. Fire Release, Dragon Flame. Compared to the C-rank fire jutsu of others, this technique was undeniably a standard B-rank ninjutsu. In terms of combat prowess, Raito was indeed the strongest among the team. Ahaha, you pathetic amateurs. You are only worthy of offering your blood to me. The monster enlarged its hands to shield its face, yet its ferocious eyes remained fixed on Raito, who was still suspended in the air. Raito quickly reorganized the formation. We need to dispose of it swiftly. Zuanqian dashed out from his position, returning to join Shinya and Vashi. All right. Raito plunged his katana into the ground, halting his momentum, and in mere seconds, he had reached his teammates just before the flames dissipated. So what shall we do now? Shinya, standing at the back, raised her hands slowly and nervously inquired of the three in front. We three will seize the opportunity to teleport it away. Shinya, we will need your cover. Zuanqian said as he moved to the center, returning his 1,000 books to his mouth and freeing his hands. Are we still using the Flying Thunder God technique? Yes, indeed. Raito sheathed his katana, spreading his hands in preparation as he shifted to Zuanqian's left. On the other side, the nimble Vashi also moved slightly to the right. The triangle was once again forming. Are you ready? I shall commence. Shinya slowly raised one hand, pointing towards the sky. All right, let us go. Zuanqian took the lead, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Let us begin. Illusion technique, scatter of the 1,000 crows. Here it comes, Vashi. Raito tilted his head and plunged into the swarm of crows, aligning himself with Zuanqian as they approached the monster from the side. Ahaha, what do you intend to do? Just a bunch of adorable little crows. You won't deter me from tearing you apart. Ahaha. Piston Fist Zero. The monster, noticing the trio approaching from 3 directions amid the multitude of crows, crouched down once more, its hands transforming into a formidable mass. Captain, be careful. Vashi, hold it off. Raito called out as he leaped forward, landing to the right of the monster, shouting to Vashi, who was still soaring through the air. All right. Fire Release, Great Fireball. Vashi rapidly formed hand seals in midair, and upon landing, unleashed a continuous line of fire, one end in his hand and the other directed at the monster. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Raito also made his move, sending a small fireball under his control, piercing through the illusion of the crows and striking directly before the monster, halting its advance towards Zuanqian. Ahaha, you bothersome little insect. Since you wish to perish so badly, allow me to dispose of you now, you scoundrel. In a mere 3 punches, the monster swatted away the fireball that had approached it, showing no concern for the fire line tethered to it. This is bad, Zuanqian. Vashi, now is your chance, it's coming for us. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. I had not anticipated that such a seemingly innocuous attack would cause this resilient creature to abruptly shift its focus. However, it is precisely this loss of rationality that renders it more manageable. The creature's chakra began to leak profusely as it darted forward, leaving behind a long trail of blue energy, pure chakra, unmistakably. My chakra Is it slipping beyond my control again? The chakra within me, too, was drawn out gradually, surfacing slowly before dissipating into the air, vanishing without a trace. Xianjian, we must hasten. Vashi, positioned directly opposite, could clearly see the distorted expression on my face, which mirrored my previous state of exhaustion, causing a sense of urgency to arise in him. Our intended ability required a true triadic synergy, each element indispensable. Vashi, let us momentarily borrow some of my chakra as a conduit. In but an instant, we shall. Ah. A cry of agony escaped my lips as the creature unleashed a powerful strike before me. It's over, Vashi, hurry. Xianjian swiftly drew forth a sunbon. The faint sound of its passage slicing through the air reached the creature's ears. In a heartbeat, it traversed the 10-meter gap and embedded itself into the creature's arm. The arm lacked the robust defenses of its fist, and thus, that slender sunbon effortlessly halted the creature's movement. That brief pause was sufficient for me to escape. Stay still, don't move. Gather your chakra quickly. This is our only chance. Though Xuanjian's strategy seemed somewhat implausible, it was undoubtedly the most effective tactic. Taking advantage of the creature's impaired mobility to launch an offensive was indeed the best course of action. Yet, how could the creature's attack truly be stymied by a mere sunbon? You insignificant humans. It bellowed. Yaya. Curse mark, multi-linked cannon. In an instant, numerous apertures erupted across its body, and in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of chakra gushed forth, propelling it skyward and forcefully repelling the three of us in the process. Boom, boom. With 3 resounding impacts, we all tumbled to the ground, appearing as if we had suffered grave internal injuries. Has this creature diminished in size? From a distance, Qingye, communicating with his raven companion, noted this evident change. The creature, once towering over 2 meters, now seemed to have shrunk to about their height, appearing to measure no more than 1.70 meters. Could it be that a significant depletion of chakra leads to a reduction in size? Why is it gradually inflating again? As Qingye pondered this, the creature's form began to swell as if filled with air. What on earth is happening? Not being a sensory ninja, Qingye could not perceive the fluctuations of chakra in the atmosphere. Ahahaha, now it's just you left. Let us see how you fare against my raven. Curse mark, earthquake flame. The creature's arm thickened once more, descending forcefully toward the ground before it. Boom. A great chasm emerged first, followed by an unending series of fissures. Even the crows in the sky seemed to be startled once more, scattering in disarray. Ah, the illusionary crows are slain. Qingye persistently attempted to raise an arm, summoning his crows. Yet this time, the crows fled, soulless, leaving but one that perched steadily upon his fingertip. Ha ha ha. Your crows have abandoned you. I shall tear you apart. Cursed seal axe strike. His feet sank into the earth, and then he leaned forward, suddenly erupting with force, raising a colossal fist to smash down upon Qingye. Qingye, Captain, we must hurry. This rhythm has once again been dictated by the monster. Captain, this Qingye Vashi. Rush over there. Leitong, throw your knife. Xianjian struggled to rise, tears shimmering in his eyes, exerting every ounce of strength to hurl the last 3 shuriken. His throat erupted in a desperate roar as his companions began to struggle, helplessly watching their distant comrade. Time seemed to freeze. Earth release, earth flow wall. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Water release, water chaos waves. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Lightning release, earth walk. A deep voice resonated one after another from beneath the mask, and in an instant, a solid earthen wall rose before Qingye. Then, a dragon head formed of flames emerged from behind the wall, striking directly at the monstrous foe beneath. A surging wave of water transformed the terrain, the parched ground morphing into muddy soil, drastically slowing the creature's pace. 2 small whirlwinds spun, expertly maneuvered, encircling the monster from behind and striking its knees with greater speed, bringing it crashing to the ground. The lightning, conducted through the water, ensnared the creature without a trace left. At this juncture, Qingye barely escaped peril. What was that? Stunned by the series of ninjutsu, the 3 beside him expressed astonishment. It appeared as if a complete team had emerged. Captain, did those individuals summon reinforcements after returning? Taiawashi supported himself, straining one eye to observe the smoke and flames swirling around the battlefield, inquiring of Xianjian. I'm not sure. The border is quite far from here. I am not well versed in the border guards, but the speed is indeed remarkable. It would take at least half an hour to reach here from the border. making such timely arrival impossible. Then, is this merely a passing team on a mission? Lei Tong listened, remaining reclined on the ground, gazing at the sky, speculating. Indeed, only Qingye could perceive the figures before him. Tianling. Precisely, before Qingye stood Tianling, or rather, the manifestations of Tianling. Half an hour earlier, Captain Jixanai, the dark chakra over there feels increasingly volatile. Moreover, it sporadically erupts. Just after we halted, Yuling suddenly interjected this remark. In his perception, the entire forest had been enveloped by that uncontrollable chakra, and that powerful chakra entity was leaping about. Can you be certain? Then go investigate. Take your team along. Jixanai also began to feel concerned. Just moments ago, she had also sensed the immense chakra, and due to the residual chakra from the nine tails within her, she could feel a palpable malevolence. It's all right. My team will continue the mission. Are you going alone? Kushina interrupted Yuling, her concern evident as she found it hard to trust a child to undertake such risks. No, I am merely sending my shadow clones. They are stronger than I am. Shadow clone technique. While continuing to run, Yuling calmly shook her head and summoned 5 clones. These 5 represented the elemental natures of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, forming a complete set that ran alongside her for a while. Oh, I see. Then go ahead. Keep me updated on any developments. Kushina sighed in relief, feeling reassured that Yuling would not have to take on the task herself. However, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Her perceptive abilities allowed her to clearly observe the equally ferocious chakra within those clones. Was it merely 5 elemental attributes? How unique and fierce. All right, go. Whoosh. Then, the entry of the 5 clones ensued. Tianling, why are you here? Alway was puzzled, wondering why the team leader Tianling had come alone to provide support. Where were his teammates? Yamashiro Aoi, we are the shadow clones of Tianling. He sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation and sent us to assess the situation. The earth clone closest to Aoi spoke in a deep voice, unambiguously revealing their purpose. So you didn't come specifically to rescue us, huh? Well, thanks anyway. Even Aoi, with his typically reserved demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly at the bluntness and coolness of the clone. Aoi who came. How are you? Jinkan, standing at a distance, closed his eyes and quietly inquired through a special method within their team. It's a shadow clone of the Umbu team leader, Tianling. By the way, I'm uninjured. Aoi briefly reported before opening his eyes again. Although he had heard that Tianling was formidable, he couldn't bear to hand such a creature over to a child. A clone of Tianling? Righto, Vashi, can you still move? Jinkan was the first to lean against a tree and gradually rise to his feet. Let me try, not quite yet. Captain, you all go ahead. I can still use ninjutsu in this state. Rido exerted all his strength, managing only to lean against a fallen tree trunk, struggling to maintain a sitting position and gasping for breath. What about Vashi? Captain, I can't either. Vashi was also seated, blood incessantly flowing from his abdomen. Why is there another person here? Why does this one have no scent, not a trace of human odor at all? What on earth is this creature? There's blood behind. The monster's pores erupted simultaneously, breaking free from Rido's control, and it rambled thoughtlessly in the air. What a perfect opportunity. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, wind cutter. As Qingye seized the fleeting moment when movement in the air was rendered impossible, he intended to unleash his illusionary arts, only to be preempted by a nearby Umbu. The combination of wind and fire attributes, a common yet effective ninjutsu, saw a colossal fire dragon surge towards the airborne creature, enveloping it entirely. Such a meager flame cannot harm me. You shall perish, he exclaimed, executing the cursed seal, exploding shatter strike. As the monster descended, its arm underwent a subtle transformation, and upon re-emerging from the mist, it charged forth with renewed vigor. You dare to injure me, you scoundrel. You must die. With an explosive burst of chakra from his feet, he instantaneously appeared beside Tianling's lightning clone and delivered a powerful strike. One down. He laughed. Earth release, heavy rock technique. Earth release, stone dance. The earth clone sprang forth from behind the previous earthen wall, augmenting its weight as it landed, sending a shower of debris into the air. It then unleashed a flurry of punches, hurling rocks from various angles toward the creature, now within striking distance. You are quite bothersome. I shall eliminate you, he declared, activating the cursed seal, Multi-Lotus Barrage. Once more, a series of air vents appeared across his body. And in the next instant, deep blue chakra erupted forth. Boom! The stones that had previously been airborne were instantly obliterated, cascading down like confetti. The 5 clones barely managed to retreat from the explosion moments before. Oh ho! The little mouse can really scurry. He taunted, activating the cursed seal, axe slice shatter strike. In a formidable twist, he descended, his massive fist poised before him. This time, the other clones dispersed, while the Earth clone remained steadfast. Earth release, heavy rock technique. Earth release, rock fist technique. The clone's body sank, compressing the ground into a deep pit as it stood resolutely at the center. Raising its fist and rotating its upper body, a solid mass of earth coalesced around its knuckles, and with a mighty swing, it unleashed a direct punch that matched the creature's might. This was a punch reinforced through physical training, the first technique of the Tianling style, the needle in the gap. Bang! Ha ha ha! What an unexpected surge of power! How exhilarating! He reveled, as the airborne creature met the punch head-on, a scenario it had not anticipated, causing its form to momentarily halt before erupting with renewed ferocity. The fist descended once more, the first technique of the Tianling style, needle in the gap. The Earth clone coldly recited the incantation, its right hand no longer behind its back, while the left arm remained horizontally positioned before it, the right hand concealed at its waist. In that instant, it too unleashed a strike. Bang! Oh ho! Quite impressive. The creature responded. The cursed seal, earthquake flame. Ha ha ha. This time it was blocked, causing the creature to fall. Seizing the momentum, the monster's hand transformed again, its heavy fist expanding over a larger area before it struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a pit nearly the same size as that beneath the Earth clone. And even deeper, debris flew uncontrollably into the air. Earth release, stone dance. The Earth clone seized this opportunity, delivering precise punches that struck the airborne stones, propelling them at high speed towards the monstrous foe. Wind release, wind cutter. Fire release, phoenix fire. The clones, being manifestations of the same individual, exhibited an impeccable synergy. Recognizing this moment, the deployment of combined ninjutsu was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Thus, the fire and wind clones sprang into action, executing the combined technique, meteoric fall. All 3 clones simultaneously intoned the name, and stones imbued with flames relentlessly soared towards the creature. Ah, is that all you've got? This is getting interesting. Ha! I will annihilate you. The monster's expression shifted slightly. It sensed a surge of composure within its aura, followed by an explosive release of chakra. Cursed seal, multi-lotus cannon. This time, bolstered by the attributes of wind and fire, the stones did not shatter upon impact. Instead, they gradually decelerated, scattering harmlessly to the ground before reaching the creature. Captain, it seems we cannot be of much assistance, said Raitong, lowering his hands from their seal. Although they were unaware of the capabilities of this clone of Tianling, and lacked knowledge of Yuling's background, it was evident from the scene before them that this battle was beyond their intervention. Yes, Raitong Vashi, let us maintain a safe distance. Only by avoiding collateral damage can these clones unleash their full potential. I sense this is not their true strength. Xuanqian pondered, feeling a twinge of concern. Is this what genius looks like? The disparity is truly vast. Qingye, fall back. If possible, regroup with us, Xuanqian commanded, gradually rising to his feet, leaning against a tree to catch his breath, and slowly distancing himself from the battlefield. Understood, Captain. I will be there shortly. Tianling Qingye refrained from elaborating, as he had surmised the captain's intent, and dashed towards the 3 injured teammates. Departing, everyone, it's begun. The wind clone, having just completed its ninjutsu, allowed its hands to lower, glancing at the retreating Xuanqian and his companions, and solemnly reported to the other clones. There was no response, naturally. As they were but a singular entity, their communication required no words. Ah, what a thrilling adversary you are. Alas, I shall tear you apart. The monster extended its left hand forward, elongating it before lunging towards the nearest Earth clone. I'll start with you. You infuriate me the most. Earth release, Earth flow wall. The Earth clone, witnessing the imminent attack directed at itself, swiftly formed hand seals and crouched down to initiate its defense. The other clones, positioned further back, were not idle. They executed their respective ninjutsu in locations distanced from the Earth clone. Water release, water chaos wave. Lightning release, Earth walk. the water and lightning clones. Situated relatively close to one another, preemptively engaged the creature, manipulating the ground beneath it. The dampened surface significantly hindered the monster's momentum, while the entwined currents of lightning, though unable to inflict direct harm, still imparted a primitive paralysis effect. Is that all you've got? A mere splash of water? The monster, undeterred, brought its fist crashing down, shattering the earth flow wall into fragments. However, the earth clone that was originally present had vanished without a trace. The art of decapitation through earth escape. Beneath a small pond crackling with lightning, a hand emerged, firmly grasping the ankle of the creature. The upper half of the monster was ensconced in a peculiar substance, while its lower half remained unprotected, forcibly dragged into the ground, leaving only its upper body exposed. What audacity! I shall ensure your demise. The creature's upper body began to transform once more, but the combined assault of the clones had already commenced. Earth escape, heavy rock technique. Water escape, water prison technique. Lightning escape, earth walk. Combined ninjutsu, lightning prison technique. The underground earth clone maintained its grip on the ankle, releasing the heavy rock within the creature's body to restrain its movements, while the water and lightning clones seized the opportunity to deploy control-type ninjutsu, encasing the monster in a prison. The captain of the team is truly remarkable. Although Lightning typically spoke little, he became more loquacious in battle. Yet, now that the fight had concluded, he should have remained silent. Nevertheless, witnessing such a masterful and precise combination, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, it is understandable. After all, this is a singular individual. Xianjian smiled as he encouraged Lightning, glancing back at the clones engaged in solitary combat, only to be met with a shocking scene. What is happening, Captain? He inquired, following the sound of Xuanjian's hesitance. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique. Wind escape, vacuum sphere. Combined ninjutsu, Phoenix dance sphere. The combination of wind and fire attributes yields explosive power, yet remains difficult to control. However, just like before, each fireball was expertly suspended in the air under the guidance of the fire clone. Miniature whirlwinds accurately collided with the airborne fireballs, as if they had been aimed at them from the moment they erupted forth. These enhanced fireballs sped toward the creature trapped within the confines of the ninjutsu prison, swirling rapidly around the lightning prison, maintaining a flawless form without any sign of chakra leakage. The mastery over such ethereal wind chakra, notoriously challenging to condense, alongside the volatile fire chakra, which demands considerable effort to sustain, was astonishing. This child could achieve such a feat merely with his clones. Xianjian was rendered speechless, muttering to himself. The surprises this child presented were overwhelming. These clones had subdued a creature that had proven insurmountable even for 3 entire Jonin teams, all without sustaining any injuries. What? Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Impossible. I shall tear you apart, you scoundrel. Ah, curse mark, multi-lotus. Chakra surged forth, colliding with the lightning and water clones controlling the lightning prison. Earth escape, rock seal. The earth clone, having fulfilled its task, emerged from the ground and witnessed the faltering lightning and water clones. It promptly placed a hand atop the lightning prison, channeling its chakra to create a new layer of confinement. This rock seal, which Yuling mastered at a tender age, now displays a power unparalleled by any other ninjutsu. It envelopes the somewhat unstable lightning prison, creating a robust support structure. However, it is evident that this is not the culmination of the encounter. The fireballs, or rather the wind-fire spheres, are spinning with increasing velocity, and what were once aligned in a row have now dispersed, encircling 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower, each with 3 fireballs rotating around them. Inside the rock seal, tranquility is deceptive. The water prison has also begun to stir, moving in a direction contrary to the external fireballs. Above, mingled with currents of lightning, it spins around the monstrous entity within. Yet, the layer of rock remains stationary, steadfast in its fundamental form. The fireballs gradually adhere to the surface of the rock seal, merging into 3 distinct rings of fire, which, under the influence of centrifugal force and wind attributes, unite into a conspicuous outer fireball. What is this? How can it be so resilient? Let me out. I will annihilate you. The creature within mutters to itself, its gaze growing colder, the once palpable intent to kill now chilled, as if seeking vengeance. Its lips curling into a peculiar smirk, while its fists lash out uncontrollably against the earthen walls surrounding it. At this moment, the farthest fire clone and wind clone approached the prison, positioning themselves at the gaps beside the other 3 clones. These 5 entities faced the sphere, arranged from the north, representing wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Suddenly, in the same millisecond, they moved. The 5 clones extended their hands, pressing against the outermost fireball. Pale blue chakra materializing in their palms and slowly transmitting towards the prison. What is their intention with such a formation? Jian pondered, believing their positions were adequate. This distance should shield them from the backlash of an attack and still allow for support if necessary. He halted, glancing back at the 5 clones, who were similarly engaged in a fierce struggle. Is that monster captured? If only this child possessed sealing techniques, it would be straightforward to resolve. Lei Tong leaned against a tree, his tone languid and tinged with resignation. To him, it seemed the creature was only bound by the layer of earth, while the lightning prison remained unseen, and the fireballs appeared merely decorative. What? My raven informs me that the sphere possesses immense chakra, and it is increasing. Qingyi first closed his eyes, raising a single hand to summon a raven. Upon receiving this information, he opened his eyes once more. Increasing chakra? Could that creature still? Wasi tightened his grip on the kunai, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on the sphere. It should not be. For my ravens are no longer frightened. Previously, they would scatter at the mere presence of that creature's chakra. Qingyi adjusted his sunglasses, analyzing calmly. Indeed, even if it is a monster, chakra is not infinite, and now, being cut off from the outside world has severed its chakra supply, naturally resulting in diminished reserves. Is that what you mean by those clones? Xianjian discerned Qingyi's implication and casually inquired. Yes, it seems so. Those clones appear to be preparing something, collectively channeling chakra. Meanwhile, on the side of Yuling's clones, 5 figures persist in their previous actions, the outer fireballs condensing at a visibly rapid pace. The characteristic white light of wind chakra slowly manifesting. The clones, in unison, silently recited a countdown, their hands suddenly erupting with chakra. Following this initial surge, the chakra input was promptly halted, and the 5 clones retracted 1 arm each. The outer rotation came to a standstill, while the inner rotation was forcibly ceased. With the loss of pressure, the prison succumbed to the external atmospheric force, contracting significantly in size. Commence. The moment had arrived. 5 elements, chaotic fragmentation. The 5 voices intoned in a deep resonance, and in that fleeting instant, the sphere confining the monster shrank, transforming into a form barely large enough to cradle an infant. Crack. Ahaha. Today I've truly encountered a bastard. I will surely kill you. The monster, feeling the constriction in its bones, hastily attempted to utilize its abilities to withstand the continuously shrinking sphere. However, its chakra proved insufficient for such an endeavor. Within mere moments, its entire body became immobilized. Boom. At this reduced size, the 5 elemental chakras intermingled, colliding with one another, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The sphere, along with its contents, vanished entirely. The monster within was not merely eradicated, but had completely disappeared. This little brat is surprisingly formidable. We have consistently underestimated him, Vashi remarked, sheathing his kunai while admiring the distant clones. Unbeknownst to him, the true strength of these 5 clones was far from being fully displayed. They had yet to witness their utmost capabilities. Indeed, this child has managed to resolve the situation so effortlessly, Qingye mused, retracting his crows and sitting cross-legged on the ground. A hint of a smile gracing his features. Surviving such a life-and-death ordeal would surely elate anyone. Perhaps not everyone, but certainly not them. As for the clones, that remained uncertain. Before them lay a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, seemingly exhausted and unconscious. Beside him stood a rather attractive young boy clad in a white kimono, adorned with a central floral pattern. The clones, possessing Yuling's perceptive abilities, sensed no hostility from this boy, yet his chakra indicated considerable strength, suggesting that his techniques were anything but ordinary. Pray tell, who are you? The wind clone inquired, devoid of any honorifics, posing the question directly. Fortunately, the young boy reciprocated with an equally straightforward, albeit cold, response. I am Junmaru. And you? In accordance with the original's intentions, the clones were meant to fabricate a response. The wind clone complied. We are the Umbu Snake Squad of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Is there a matter concerning the people of Konoha here? A palpable aura of menace radiated from Kimimaro, and his 5 shadow clones immediately sensed it, taking precautions accordingly. Although their movements were subtle, Kimimaro perceived everything with clarity. Classified mission, no comment. This was in adherence to Konoha's internal regulations. Regardless of the ninja, the details of their missions must remain undisclosed to unrelated parties. Is that so? However, you shall not proceed any further. Kimimaro turned his head, uttering this phrase before preparing to leave. Why? The wind clone inquired, unwilling to let slip the opportunity to grasp valuable intelligence. Personal secret, no comment. Stopping momentarily, Kimimaro seized the man lying on the ground, slightly turning to cast a sharp, yet weary glance at the 5 clones before departing. You may not advance further. Earth, you should report back. The wind clone said nothing, merely casting a glance at Earth, who understood his current mission. After leaving 2 unfathomable pits in place, he vanished. On the other side of the forest, Captain Jushinai. I can no longer sense that formidable chakra. It has gradually diminished just now. Upon reaching a hill, Yuling frowned as she reported to Jushinai. Oh, has it been defeated? Or has it dissipated on its own? Jushinai closed her eyes, extending her sensory abilities as she casually inquired. However, on the mental map in her mind, the powerful chakra had also vanished. My clone has reported back. That entity is referred to as a monster, possessing an exceptionally potent yin chakra. After being confined by the 5 clones, its whereabouts are now unknown. Yuling relayed the information received from the Earth clone, articulating each word carefully. Unknown whereabouts? Was it not imprisoned? Jushinai expressed her confusion. If Yuling had indeed confined someone, that individual should not have escaped unless they were extraordinarily powerful. Was it possible that the clone's abilities were insufficient? Indeed, my clone's confinement abilities are divided into 2 phases. The first phase, termed sealing, forcibly controls the enemy's movements through ninjutsu, typically utilizing earth as a foundation, with fire and wind for protection, and lightning and water for control. The second phase employs the forces of nature to cause the chakra within and without to spiral in opposing directions. In the moment of abrupt cessation, these chakras, due to uncontrollable friction, will experience a drastic contraction of pressure, leading to a tremendous explosion. It seems that after the explosion, it has become a case of being neither seen nor heard. Yuling elaborated on her ninjutsu, seemingly oblivious to her teammates who gaped at her in astonishment. An 8-year-old child, clearly exhibiting a superior understanding and application of energy in this world compared to her Jonin companions. Despite possessing the bloodline limit, she had managed to develop her ninjutsu without brute force, relying instead on the essence of the world around her. Is that so? Jushinai turned away, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Captain Tenkai, just how much strength did you reserve during our battle? Tomorrow was startled. Such a combination of ninjutsu, even if presented with bloodstained nets, would have been beyond his imagination. He found himself questioning the prowess exhibited by Tianling during their internal battle. At that time, I was not versed in these techniques. They were born from recent inspiration, and today marked my inaugural attempt. It could be deemed a success, I suppose. Yuling rested his chin on his hand, his gaze drifting upward as he calmly reflected on his recent training. To have created such a ninjutsu so recently is remarkably close to perfection. However, the creature Asmo wore a wry smile as he fixated on Yuling's mask and inquired, My clone is still in pursuit. It shouldn't stray too far. Oh, your clone is quite enthusiastic as well. We must not lag behind. With renewed vigor, Kai exclaimed, launching himself toward the forest. My guy? Diamond Lock. Suddenly, the slack-jawed Jushinai snapped her mouth shut, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupting within her. A golden chain shot forth from her back, firmly clasping Kai's ankle, which still dangled in midair. Captain Jushinai? Captain, I have acrophobia. If this continues, I want to be able to exert my youthful vigor. Kai's voice echoed from halfway up the mountainside, his distorted tone and sheer volume betraying his terrible fear of heights. Then don't run around. Come back. Jushinai frowned, yanking the chain forcefully, pulling Kai back with a jolt. Yes. Phew. Kai leaned against his knee, gasping for breath, too frightened to look up as he stood at the precipice, trying to regain his composure. Let us delve deeper. There was no chakra sensed in the vicinity. The once closed eyes of Yuling opened, and he quietly spoke to Jushinai before instinctively following her lead, not wishing to be treated as special like Kai. The chakra water clone halted, as did the other clones simultaneously. Has it appeared again? It seems so, though it's not as chaotic as before. Have we weakened it? Be cautious and follow closely. Wait, what about those 4 individuals? I will relay the message, please hold on. Those 4 individuals referred to were naturally Xuanyan's squad. They trailed behind at a distance, uneasy about the clones, completely oblivious to the fact that they were merely a burden to the clones. Nor did they realize that the clones were already aware of Xuanyan and his companion's presence. Wind release, passage. Captain Xuanyan, please return to the border outpost. Report on the battlefield situation and request additional stealth teams. Thank you. The wind clone utilized wind chakra to create a one-way conduit over a distance of several hundred meters, successfully transmitting the information. Those outside this passage could not perceive any sound. Oh, I see. That makes sense. We are no longer considered combat effective. Let us return to the border. As they traversed through the forest, Xuanyan abruptly halted, momentarily lost in thought, before beginning to speak to himself. Xuanyan, have you fallen under a Jinjutsu? Xingya walked at the forefront of the group, completely unaware of the circumstances surrounding Xuanyan. Observing his somewhat vacant expression, she arrived at a rather ordinary conclusion. Can't you all hear it? Hear what? Are you imagining things? Vashi, did you hear anything? Lei Tong cast a curious glance at Vashi, seeking clarification. Not at all. Captain, what is the matter? All right. Just a moment ago, a clone ahead relayed a message to me, instructing us to return to the border to request reinforcements and report intelligence. Our presence on the battlefield is of no assistance to them. Therefore, distancing ourselves from the combat is the most beneficial action we can take. Xuanyan explained to his bewildered teammates. Really? But we didn't hear anything. The 3 expressed their skepticism, pressing for more. Perhaps it wasn't a sound, but rather information transmitted directly to our minds. Trust me, it is genuine information. Xuanyan, noticing their lingering doubt, became agitated, inadvertently aggravating his injury. All right. Let us head back then. It is indeed perilous here. Securing reinforcements would be optimal. Xingye decided to trust her captain. After all, they had fought alongside each other numerous times. Okay, let us go. The other 2 shared the same sentiment, choosing to place their faith in their leader. Let us move. Hurry up. A sense of urgency enveloped them. I can feel it. 2 individuals are engaged in battle. Indeed, it's that monster-esque chakra. The boys' clones sprinted silently. Yet within their minds, they could perceive each other's thoughts and feelings. The 4 clones simultaneously spotted the monster not far away, along with the boy they had encountered previously. Captain, it has appeared again. Yuling sensed it too. That distinctive chakra was unmistakable. Indeed. You keep an eye on it and inform me of any developments. Juxanai also observed and confirmed the presence of that violent chakra. Understood. However, Captain, it has vanished again. In less than half a minute, the chakra, which had seemed somewhat weakened, suddenly disappeared. What? What is going on? Did your clone eliminate it? Juxanai looked at Yuling in disbelief, astonished by the speed of the battle. The clone seemed indistinguishable from the original. I'm not sure yet. We'll wait for feedback. Junmaru, why did you encounter this monster? He is not a monster. Why did you engage it in combat? I am his shackles. Shackles? Who are you? The wind clone appeared surprised, unclear about the meaning of these so-called shackles, and had never heard of the boy's connection to the monster. His name is Zhongwu. I am his shackles, his cage. He needs me. The white-clad boy gazed unwaveringly at the utterly monstrous figure before him, speaking with calm resolve. Zhongwu. He has a name. So he is a person? Precisely. More succinct than the clones, Junmaru seemed oblivious to the presence of the 4 clones beside him. Corpse bone pulse, iron wire flower dance. What a curious sight it is. As the monstrous avatars stand motionless, gazing at the seemingly ordinary boy before them, with an expression of utter tranquility. He clasped his hands behind his back and forcefully extracted his own spine, casually tossing it aside to ensnare the creature in front of him. Not a hint of pain escaped him. Perhaps he had long since grown accustomed to such agony. The same question echoed in the minds of the avatars. What manner of ability is this? In Yuling's understanding of this world, such a bizarre combat style was utterly foreign. Junmaru, hurry and control me. I must destroy you. The creature writhed, its black substance coursing over its form as if vying for dominion over the body. It was caught in a stalemate, one side displaying a semblance of a normal human, albeit tinged with madness, while the other side was a complete manifestation of the earlier monster, its angular features extending from inexplicable positions to cloak its surface. Gather. The dance of the bone and corpse. Bones, stained with crimson, erupted from various parts of the body. The boy named Junmaru remained unperturbed, advancing toward the creature ensnared by his spine, adorned with a grim array of white bones. "Zhongwu, it is all right. Come back," he murmured softly, almost as if chanting, the bone spikes precisely embedding themselves into Zhongwu's form. "Ugh, Junmaru, I cannot. I must tear you apart." The creature's emotions, along with its chakra, remained tumultuous. The scent of blood emanating from Junmaru, coupled with its own pain, intensified its bloodthirstiness, the urge to kill growing ever more potent. "Zhongwu, calm yourself. I am Junmaru." The boy in white did not advance further. He merely leaned beside the now frenzied and nearly uncontrollable Zhongwu, continuing to soothe him in hushed tones. "Junmaru, do you require our assistance?" One of the wind avatars cautiously inquired. Despite Junmaru's claim of being this monster's prison, having just battled it, they were acutely aware of its perilous nature. "No need. I just stated that you should not proceed any further, did I not?" Junmaru, hearing this somewhat presumptuous goodwill, released his grip on Zhongwu, standing upright with his back turned to the four avatars, his calm voice betraying an undercurrent of chilling intent. "Apologies, but we have a mission." The four, undeterred by any adversary, understood that as avatars, they were merely trading their lives for information. Regardless of how they spoke or acted, it would bear no consequence. "Then I shall be compelled to eliminate you here." It appeared that they were all members of the Umbu, albeit quite youthful. "Do you possess confidence in facing me and Zhongwu?" Junmaru relinquished the spine binding Zhongwu and grasped the long bone tightly, letting it hang quietly by his side. "Ahahaha, I have returned. This time, I shall surely slay you." The creature, increasingly losing its grip on reason, felt the black substance on Zhongwu's body extend further, sharp spikes emerging from the opposite side. The earlier monster reappeared before Yuling's avatar. Indeed, it is astonishing how it can manifest thus. This warrants a report. Captain Jusanai, that peculiar chakra has emerged once again, just after taking a few steps. That extraordinary chakra surged forth, casting a vast shadow in the recesses of Yuling's mind. What is happening? I must eliminate that scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Jusanai hastily activated her perception, discovering the chakra once more dissipating into the air, and her anger flared. They had inexplicably halted numerous times due to this monster. This mission's rhythm had been completely disrupted. "Captain, allow my team to handle it. You continue with the mission. Captain Yamato cannot afford any further delays. You possess greater strength to confront more troublesome foes," Yuling proposed. Indeed, this was the most prudent decision at present. Allowing Jusanai's formidable combat prowess to be squandered on a rather peculiar creature would be a waste. Thus, he volunteered for the task. "You? Very well. Your clone is over there as well. Then go ahead." Jusanai reluctantly acquiesced, suppressing her irritation at the audacity of a prodigious child. Subsequently, she landed an inexplicable punch on Might Guy's head. "Guy? You fool. Why is the captain so spirited? I haven't done anything yet." Today, Guy appeared rather disheveled. And even for someone as robust as him, it was somewhat unjust, as he held his head and spun in place. "Well then, Captain, farewell." Yuling, with no time to dawdle, swiftly pivoted in another direction. "Tomorrow's moon rabbit, let us depart." "Yes, Captain." The three of them could now recite this in unison. Their previously discordant voices had vanished. Corpse bone dance of the willow. Kinjiro drew a small arm bone from his hand, wielding it like a blade to subdue the clone before him. Opposing Kinjiro were the fire clone and the wind clone. Compared to hand-to-hand combat, these two clones were relatively weaker. Their long-range ninjutsu proved futile in this scenario. Every time they attempted to form seals, Kinjiro would rush in to disrupt them, leading to their current disadvantage. Meanwhile, the lightning clone and water clone managed to hold their ground. Although they could not contend with Ju's strength, their control abilities allowed them to maintain a stalemate. Curse mark explosion strike. Lightning release. Water chaos wave. They remained locked in this deadlock. Considering they were merely two clones, the situation was relatively acceptable. Nevertheless, the 10 minutes they stalled provided ample time for the Tianlong team to arrive. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. The wind surged as Yuling landed, forcefully pushing back Kinjiro, who had nearly decimated the wind clone with a single strike. The man in white is Kinjiro, while the monster over there is Ju. Kinjiro employs bones as weapons and is a nemesis in physical combat. Ju can alter his bodily structure, and selectively enhance certain parts. Both are formidable adversaries. Yuling executed a backflip, retreating to the side of the fire clone, while meticulously relaying information to the original body. Bones and an enigmatic substance. Tomorrow's bright moon, you shall confront that monster. No, Chongwu. Moon Rabbit, you shall assist me in dealing with Junmaru. Yuling swiftly organized his thoughts and boldly advanced towards Junmaru, who had just been repelled. Clone switch. A simple command echoed in his mind, prompting an immediate response from the clones behind him. In the previous moment, the water clone, which had been tirelessly restraining Chongwu, abruptly retracted its flowing whip of water, while the lightning clone withdrew its hands, ceasing to unleash the torrent of lightning. Similarly, the fire and wind clones simultaneously halted their assaults, pivoting to rush towards Chongwu. Earth clone. Indeed, to engage in battle, they must unite their forces. As he ran, his eyes gently closed as he summoned the Earth clone. The current scene appeared more balanced, with the combination of earth, wind, and fire aligning against Chongwu, augmented by the fire release techniques of the brothers, Tomorrow and Bright Moon. There should be no significant disparity. Naturally, the main body of Yuling was unparalleled. His abilities surpassed any of his clones, supplemented by Moon Rabbit's illusions. This was more than sufficient to contend with Junmaru, who was solely adept in physical techniques. Chongwu let go. Junmaru, observing the arriving reinforcements, helplessly rose, dusting himself off and removing his upper garments, addressing the grinning and murderous Chongwu with a defiant remark. Each word drifted through the air, barely reaching Chongwu's ears. Oh, I shall kill you. Chongwu momentarily froze, his expression solidifying, yet he swiftly resumed, showcasing his terror. Cursed seal axe shatter. His arms hung down as a silent transformation manifested on his body, his fists enlarging as he forcefully struck at the ninja before him. Hey, brother. This opponent seems a bit beyond our capabilities, Tomorrow remarked, drawing a short blade with one hand, pointing it at Chongwu while speaking in a trembling voice to Bright Moon. Do not fear. There are 3 clones here. We shall be fine. Bright Moon observed the movements of the 3 clones, analyzing their actions while calculating the opportune moment to strike. These 3 clones, and they were 2 entirely unfamiliar groups. The presence of the opponent could disrupt their formation during combat. Bright Moon refrained from engaging to prevent such disarray. Brother? Speak up. Tomorrow, however, could not contain his impatience. Anxiously watching the approaching fist, feeling somewhat helpless. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, rock fist technique. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Fire release, phoenix fire. The 3 clones bypassed the 2 brothers, and, after the earth clone erected a wall, effortlessly unleashed minor ninjutsu from behind the cover. Such expenditure was indeed most appropriate. It appeared advantageous on that side. As for this side, water, lightning, you know what to do. With a mental reminder, Yuling shifted his steps, arriving beside Junmaru. Moon Rabbit seized the opportunity. This was the imperative he needed to express. Oh, understood. I will be there shortly. Illusionary technique, illusionary tree kill. First form of the heavenly flow, needle insertion. Upon closing in the first instant, Yuling's left fist surged forward to strike. Dance of the corpse bone pine. Junmaru stood still, gently raising his right hand to confront Yuling's direct punch. I recall that this technique previously caused bone spikes to erupt from his body. Yet now there is no transformation. Indeed, compared to the dazzling display moments ago, there is an unsettling stillness that piques Yuling's interest. The fist struck down. Crack. It halted silently before Junmaru's fist, unable to advance further. A circle of bone spikes emerged around Junmaru's fist, firmly gripping Yuling's approaching punch. My corpse bone pulse allows me to mobilize bones from anywhere in my body. Thus, I am the nemesis of physical techniques. Junmaru's expression grew serious, a hint of furrow appearing between his brows. I see. Earth release, rock fist technique. Yuling's fist suddenly expanded, yet it remained ensnared. The hardness of the bone far surpassed that of the earthen blocks, easily piercing through them and continuing to restrain Yuling. If this doesn't work, then let us persist. The first form of heavenly flow, needle in the gap. Yuling swung his right fist, while 2 clones sprang into action. Water release, water whip. The water clone executed its most proficient close combat ninjutsu, first lashing out to entwine Junmaru's body, while Yuling seized this moment to deliver a punch aimed at Junmaru's face. Now, illusion of the abyss. The Moon Rabbit, observing the offensive from Yuling and the water clone, sensed that the enemy's defenses against illusion techniques would be relatively low and directly cast an illusion that exposed the deepest fears of the heart. Yet is that all? Corpse Bone Pulse, Dance of the Pine. This time, a bone spike suddenly erupted from the area ensnared by the water whip, catching the water clone off guard, which could only watch as the water whip entwined around the bone spike. Subsequently, under Junmaru's control, the spike detached, allowing him to effortlessly break free from this restraint. Closing his eyes as he turned, evading all incoming attacks while grasping Yuling's left hand. How could this be possible? Hidden Arrow, Release. The captured thumb of the left hand flicked, and the hidden arrow shot forth, piercing directly into the center of Junmaru's palm. 10-finger piercing. In a moment of improvisation, Junmaru glanced at the escaping Yuling, unfazed by the trickle of purplish-red blood flowing from his hand. His 5 fingers spread wide, the surrounding bone spikes receding, and then, the tip of his thumb launched forward, targeting Yuling, who was still airborne. He can attack from a distance as well. Earth Release, Rock Barrier. Yuling, unable to perform aerial maneuvers alone, managed to utilize his adept Earth Release technique to create a wall of earth, blocking 5 bone projectiles. A technique that can be executed in the air. However, this form is nothing more than a living target. Corpse Bone Pulse, Dance of the Iron Flower. Another spine emerged, accompanied by a greater amount of blood than the previous one. On the stark white bone, speckles of red marred its surface. With a flick of his wrist, just as he had ensnared Tomo, Junmaru directed this spine toward the airborne earth wall. Behind the wall, Yuling, still analyzing the earlier finger strikes, remained unaware of this unfolding scene. At this moment, Junmaru exhibited neither murderous intent nor hostility. The thrown weapons carried no chakra. He could be considered the most troublesome opponent Yuling had ever encountered. Water Release, Water Whip. As the essence of water sensed imminent harm approaching its true form, it swiftly employed a jutsu that ensnared the threatening spinal column, effectively halting its advance. However, the force emanating from the spine caused the water clone to tremble momentarily, rendering it unable to maintain control over its form, allowing Junmaru to seize the opportunity and close in. Dance of the Bone Pulse, he declared, drawing forth a bone blade from his shoulder, stained with blood. Oh no, the water clone thought, realizing it could not evade this attack. Silently, it drew closer, taking refuge behind its companion. From Junmaru's perspective, he could only see the water clone ahead. The bone blade extended forward, menacingly pointing at the water clone, dashing ahead as excess bones retracted. These projectiles exhibited formidable penetrating power and appeared to have minimal cooldown. It seemed that enduring the assault before retaliating was the only viable strategy. Truly, it was an impressive bloodline limit. Yet, Yuling sensed something amiss. The aerial position was the most vulnerable for an attack. Although he had recently faced an assault, it was merely a test, failing to exhibit true prowess. The vision of the moon rabbit behind was obstructed by Yuling's rock barrier, leaving uncertainty about the unfolding events. Presently, Yuling hesitated to dismantle the rock seal recklessly. I apologize, but I must deal with you first, Junmaru declared, approaching with a merciless slash. However, it was not aimed at the water clone. The lightning clone, concealed behind the water clone, awaited this precise moment. With a single push, it sent the already unstable water clone hurtling away, positioning itself to confront the bone blade. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for your comrade? Junmaru, lacking sensory perception, remained oblivious to the fact that these were mere clones. As the blade descended, no blood erupted. A deep, resonant voice echoed, seemingly from the very fabric of the universe, articulating, Lightning Release, Heavenly Thunder Seal. Subsequently, tendrils of lightning surged around Junmaru's feet, lifted by the atmospheric pull, ensnaring him. Oh, so the clones are merely shadows of the true form. Junmaru finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. After all this time battling, he had not been contending with a real opponent. If the genuine article were to arrive, there were still 8 foes before him, each donning a mask, rendering it impossible to discern between man and clone. Yuling felt a surge of chakra and memories returning. Indeed, the moment called for the power of the lightning clone to turn the tide. The water clone's diversion had proven futile. Thus, it was time to mount a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, on the other front, Asuka and Mingwe struggled to hold their ground against the formidable Zhongwu, despite the enhancements from wind attributes and fiery support. They were still at a disadvantage, and it was evident that this creature's strength was seemingly limitless. Ahaha, I smell blood. Is it from the two of you? Zhongwu mused aloud, his hands hanging limply at his sides, legs slightly bent as if poised to unleash a sudden burst of energy. Asuka, be cautious, Minghua warned. What happened to your arm? She gasped, noticing the wounds on Asuka's limb as she instinctively stepped back. Just now, I was grazed by his chakra. How ferocious, my brother. This truly is formidable. Tomorrow, the hand wielding the blade was raised, the palm resting against his forehead, expressing a hint of exasperation. It is worth noting that they had previously utilized their combined ninjutsu to severely wound that creature named Chongwu, yet it had swiftly recovered to its original state. Even a relentless onslaught failed to inflict significant damage. Currently, both brothers had experienced some depletion of chakra, and against such a heavyweight adversary, the toll on their stamina was immense. Can you still hold on? Minghua, unlike Mingri, spoke fewer words. Her concerned gaze hidden beneath her mask fixated on the bright red wound, her voice softened with worry. Mingri glanced at the fire clone beside him and the wind clone behind him, hesitating momentarily. Wind, enhance our speed. Fire, bolster our assault. Thank you, brother. I can do it. The hand that had been pressed to his forehead fell naturally to his side, his wrist flickering as he twirled the short blade. His feet firmly planted as he nodded towards Mingri. Indeed, the fire and wind clones replied in unison, raising their hands to form seals, poised to support the two brothers ahead. Tomorrow, let us do it once more. All right. Fire style, flame burn. With a mighty roar, a line of fire surged forth between their hands, sealing off the area. Mingri took the lead, sprinting forward to create distance. Fire style, fireball. The fire clone cupped its hands by its mouth, inflating its chest, and forcefully exhaled, launching a fireball that collided with the fiery line in midair, instantly igniting a larger explosion of sparks, burning unabated. The air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh as black smoke spiraled upward, the heat radiating around the fiery barrier. Ah, this is somewhat perilous, you two rascals. Axe slash, exploding fist. A pale blue chakra enveloped Chongwu's form, a faint dark hue coiling around his arm, his face twisted into an increasingly sinister smile of pain. With a single punch thrown through the air, the gathered chakra propelled forward, aimed directly at Mingri. The speed was nearly impossible to evade, compounded by Mingri's own momentum, making a swift directional change nearly unfeasible. Wind style, gale force. The wind clones sprang into action. A gentle breeze swept towards Mingri, accelerating at the last moment, surpassing the speed of the chakra fist and nudging him aside. The previously grazed wound was once again painfully scraped, leaving the entire arm raw and bleeding, the air thick with the stench of char and blood. Chongwu reveled in the thrill. Minghua gritted her teeth. Having withheld her instinct to turn back just moments ago when danger loomed over Mingri, prioritizing her brother's safety as she sprinted forward, aided by the wind clone's timely support, she closed in on Chongwu. Ahahaha. Blood, blood, blood. He reverted to his primal monstrous state, bouncing erratically in place, bellowing loudly, oblivious to the threat behind him. Konoha's flowing fire slash. Without hesitation, Minghua seized this rare opportunity, unleashing her most powerful attack, cleaving down upon Chongwu's entire right arm from behind. Success. Fire style, fireball. Wind style, vacuum sphere. As the shadow clone observed the situation, it withdrew its gaze from tomorrow and seized the moment to unleash a ninjutsu. The synergy among the clones once again demonstrated the advantage of their shared cognition, with the wind clone promptly executing a wind release, resulting in a simple yet effective combination technique. That really hurts, you bastard, Chongwu exclaimed, clutching his shoulder as he turned to face Minghua, softly uttering his words before releasing his grip. He stood there, confronting Minghua. What? Isn't this considered a severe injury? Minghua's pupils constricted. Enduring such a blow should have been excruciating, yet sensing the impending danger, he hastily retreated from Chongwu's attack range. You bastard. I will personally slay you. You think you can severely injure me? Killing me would be easier than that. You must die. Chakra began to coalesce around Chongwu's severed arm, appearing strangely gentle, in stark contrast to the brutality he embodied. It resembled the liberating chakra from the outside world, visibly regenerating the recently severed limb at an astonishing pace. Is it truly possible for it to function this way? Tomorrow was momentarily taken aback. In his understanding, such a creature had never existed. The most peculiar and fitting candidate for the title of monster in his eyes was none other than his captain. Yet, Such abilities could indeed be deemed monstrous. Stay away. Tomorrow. Mingyue felt a tinge of powerlessness. Upon hearing Chongwu's taunts, he lost the urge to strike first. Such a scenario was rare within the Umbu. However, the recent reality was that even his most potent attack had been effortlessly countered by that monster, restoring itself as if nothing had transpired. Thus, this adversary was clearly beyond his capacity to handle. Yuling, we cannot manage this here. Requesting reinforcements. The wind clone at the rear unhesitatingly sent out the call for help. The distance between the two battlefields was now sufficient for direct information transmission, eliminating the need for the previous method of relaying memories through dispelling clones. Can't the new long-range assault formation handle it? It seemed that a methodical approach was necessary. Water clone technique. You go support the wind clone. Just as Yuling was about to form the seals, a calm voice resonated in his mind, capturing his attention. Upon receiving the information, he promptly released a clone, preparing to control and restrain Chongwu just enough to allow him to deal with the comparatively minor threat before him. Chongwu, do not go too far. Junmaru's eyes were as tranquil as water as he glanced at the nearly frenzied Chongwu, a hint of concern creeping in. The two had been companions since childhood. One wished to remain hidden from the world, while the other was willing to be his cage. Together, they grew up as outcasts in their respective villages, eventually serving that man. Loyalty was one aspect, but the bond between them was another. If necessary, Junmaru would choose Chongwu over the mission. Although that man's expectations held significance, they paled in comparison to the life of his friend. Chongwu, I regret that I must resolve this now. My friend cannot succumb to complete madness. All right. This played right into Yuling's hands. Swift resolution was his current objective. Curse seal, first form. The pain that Junmaru had just managed to suppress now manifested fully upon his visage. From his chest, dark lines began to spread, encasing his entire body in a web of runes. What was this transformation? Such a phenomenon brought forth an overwhelming surge of chakra, mingled with a savage bloodlust. Could it be that this was merely speculation? Yet, the similarity of the chakra invited a plethora of conjectures, leading directly to Yuling. Indeed, this was the outcome of that esteemed individual's research. I shall unveil to you the power that exists between heaven and earth. With arms outstretched, Junmaru allowed the runes to shift freely. The flow of chakra quickened, replenishing what had just been expended. What on earth was this? Puzzled, he realized he had to confront the immediate threat before him, and then provide support to Mingri and Mingyue. Regardless of your abilities, I shall overcome you. Oh, then let me put that to the test. Corpse bone pulse, willow dance. Moving with greater agility, he leaped across the uneven terrain, adorned with bony spikes. Inching ever closer to Yuling, the first form of the heavenly flow sword technique, threading the needle. Upon sensing the peculiar talisman bestowing enhancements to Junmaru's speed, Yuling decisively abandoned the notion of long-range ninjutsu. The possibility of his techniques being interrupted was one concern, but the depletion of chakra was another. In his earlier observations, he had not perceived any significant loss of chakra from Junmaru, and prolonged usage of ninjutsu could leave him utterly drained. The talismans on his opponent could provide an extended supply of chakra. Considering these factors, physical combat emerged as the most suitable approach. I believe I mentioned that I am the bane of taijutsu, did I not? Junmaru did not harbor any disdain for the relatively diminutive figure before him. Yet he could not resist inquiring. This mission was assigned by that man. Otherwise, he would not have engaged these individuals. His innate goodness did not equate to a profound reverence for that man. However, my taijutsu is anything but ordinary. Anticipating his position, he threw a straight punch, his waist twisting to generate power. A forceful strike, accompanied by a gust of wind, surged towards Junmaru, targeting him directly. Bone spikes. His palm barely grazed Yuling's cheek, missing him entirely, yet the threat of his attacks loomed large. In an instant, a bone spike erupted from his elbow, aimed at Yuling's temple, charging forth. Threading the needle, Yuling quickly altered his strategy, withdrawing his right arm as a backup and launching a hidden shuriken to intercept the bone spike before him. Oh, you can change your moves? I underestimated you. However, for the sake of that esteemed individual, I shall not falter. Corpse bone pulse, Polonia dance. His body began to rotate slowly, balancing on one leg as he leapt away from Yuling, preparing to mount another assault. The bone blades spun chaotically, creating a relentless barrage of attacks. Even before making contact, Yuling could discern the troublesome nature of this assault pattern. Alas, I possess only 2 hands. What shall I do? A glance back at you two revealed that she was of little assistance here. Thus, he had to devise a solution independently. The first form of the heavenly flow technique. Though it may seem somewhat forced, I can only give it a try. The celestial flow is a martial arts style, a form of boxing, and against the sharpness of bone, it is evidently quite a challenge. However, with the presence of the hidden blade, I now possess the audacity to engage in combat. Should I still rely on martial arts? Against me, your martial prowess holds no chance of victory. As I continue to rotate, the runes spread across the bone blade. The sound of slicing air incessantly ringing in my ears. Very well, allow me to showcase the martial art style that I have innovated. My legs stand apart, arms outstretched with the hidden blade. My left arm leads while my right rests at my waist, gazing intently at the seemingly erratic Junmaru. If one were to claim there was no method to the madness, I too could be considered a prime example of such. The strikes of my fists rely solely on intuitive judgment and instinctive direction, devoid of any discernible pattern. My fist speed, however, remains something I have yet to fully master in conjunction with rapid bodily movement. Yet, what if my strength could disrupt his rhythm? I recall what Kai once said, strength is the essence of martial arts. Only by inflicting harm upon the opponent does speed become a mere gesture before the might of raw power. Can my strength truly suffice? With the hidden blade, the potency of the celestial flow hinges not merely on strength, but rather on its penetrating and lethal capabilities. This thought induces a trace of self-doubt within me. Nevertheless, where there is a mountain, there is a way. If no path exists, I shall carve one. My momentum shifts, but I am determined to prevail. All for that esteemed individual. Junmaru's gaze turns icy, and his speed escalates further. Bang! In our first clash, the edge of the hidden blade met the bone spines, causing them to ricochet, leaving both combatants in a stalemate. Impressive strength, but I am capable of more. More bone blades emerged, standing erect across from me, projecting an aura of formidable power. Has his strength remained undiminished, or is it merely the concentrated force that possesses such intensity? I ponder the need for additional enhancements. Perhaps a boosting ninjutsu? Alas, I currently lack the proficiency to employ any such techniques. In this encounter, although I sustained no injuries, the recoil did not inflict significant damage. Yet, I distinctly felt the overwhelming strength of Junmaru. The dance of the corpse bone willow. I unsheath a bone blade, gripping it with one hand, sensing a faint reaction of chakra emanating from it. This will surely pose a greater challenge, I think, my brow furrowing slightly. The confidence I once held beneath my mask has dissipated, replaced by an all-encompassing tension. I can only attempt once more. Resuming my initial stance, I silently concentrate my chakra. Does the captain have a strategy? This adversary seems formidable. I should seize the opportunity to lend assistance. Suki Usagi feels somewhat useless on this battlefield. Watching her captain struggle to gain the upper hand, anxiety creeping in. Typically, there are no opponents capable of extending the battle for so long against Yuling. Hence she remains unaware of his stamina in protracted fights. Her current concerns are evidently not unfounded. Lightning release. This must come to an end. Prolonging this encounter could yield dire consequences. Junmaru raises a hand. The bone blade aimed directly at Yuling. Thunderous fury. Accept your defeat. Captain, you shall blade. Crack. Deep blue chakra envelopes the hidden blade, shimmering without distinction, akin to ordinary, attribute-less chakra. Do you intend to enhance its sharpness through the attachment of chakra? Before my bones. Even chakra-infused metal holds no significance. This is not merely chakra. It appears equally restrained, with the chakra steadily adhering to the surface of the sleeve sword. The first technique of the Tianling flow, threading the needle. Bang! The weapons in the hands of the two once again clashed. Yet, unlike the previous crisp sound, it resembled the scenario where one side was effortlessly severed. I mentioned that even chakra-infused metal is of no avail, did I not? Junmaru's bone blade shattered. To be precise, it disintegrated into dust. What sort of ability allows such power merely by augmenting with chakra? He could not discern the peculiarities of the sleeve sword on Yuling's wrist, leaving him both curious and skeptical. I reiterated, this is far from ordinary chakra. Captain Tsukihime appeared momentarily dazed. She too failed to perceive any distinction in the chakra enveloping the sleeve sword. Her astonishment was no less than Junmaru's. Intriguing. It seems I must exert myself fully. Your unexpected prowess commands my admiration. However, your mission contradicts the demands of that esteemed individual, thus I must eliminate you. the last scion of the Taikuri clan, Junmaru Taikuri. The talismans adorning him stirred once more, black lines gradually intertwining to form a substantial area of darker skin. And what of the backup Yuling? Even as a member of the Umbu, upon hearing the name declared and the spirit of duel ignited, Yuling could not resist being swept up by such fervor. Steadying himself, he placed his hands calmly and articulated his true name with composure. Codename, Tianling. Both individuals sprang into action simultaneously. On one side stood Yuling, his hands entwined with deep blue chakra. Opposite him was Junmaru, now unrecognizable, his form cloaked in a dark, mysterious substance, resembling a deep reddish brown. His body was now adorned with sharp angles, and the chakra's response became more intense and volatile. He had transformed into a monster. This was proving to be somewhat troublesome for Yuling, whose footing faltered as he beheld this transformation, anxiety creeping in. This is the power of that esteemed individual. Ha! This is the cursed seal of the earth. It is beyond your capability to contend with. Surrender. I can easily dispatch you now. Influenced by the uncontrollable chakra, Junmaru's previously composed and aloof demeanor was utterly dismantled, morphing into a frenzied state akin to that of Shugo, undeniably powerful. Thus, I must take a risk. The chakra surged towards his feet as Yuling maintained his initial stance, the faint blue chakra on his arms flickering, accompanied by sporadic whispers of the air being sliced. I shall eliminate you. Junmaru suddenly lunged forward, his hands drawn back as he gripped the bone blade. His back sprouted bone spines, a temporary manifestation of his chakra-esque transformation. Second stage of the curse seal. Dance of the Willow, Dance of the Camellia. These two techniques could now be unleashed simultaneously. The bone blades in his hands danced with freedom, while the spines across his body spun chaotically, following the rhythm of his movements. Strength would be of little use for the moment. I must rely on speed to maintain my advantage. As events unfold, witnessing the swift approach of Junmaru, Yuling no longer believes she can rely on her own strength to forcibly repel him. Instead, she resorts to her original method, simply raising her arms. The first form of Tianling flow. The bone blade unleashes an illusion. This illusion is steadfastly countered by another illusion conjured by a sleeve sword. Bang! In a fleeting clash, both parties part ways instantly. Then, they rush towards each other unrelentingly. At such speed, the captain, Moon Rabbit, finds it impossible to aim. Observing the intertwined figures brings a sense of helplessness and tension. How intriguing that it can still be blocked. Ahaha, I did not misjudge you, Yuling. Before the words could fully escape, Yuling chose to take the initiative. With one hand outstretched, she pointed directly at Junmaru's head. How audacious. Ha! Such a pitiful struggle for survival. Cursed seal, Dance of the Willow. With a swift turn, Yuling's sword passed his shoulder, her sleeve sword crackling with lightning, leaving behind scattered bone fragments. Yuling remained aloft, positioned above Junmaru. Perish. Sharp bones protruded from his shoulder and, without hesitation, pierced Yuling's abdomen. Fire release, blazing foot. From a distance, Yuling's cold voice echoed once more, and the one struck in midair burst into white-eyed oblivion. Shadow clone, such a tiresome trick. With a swing of the bone blade, he dispersed the surrounding white eyes, turning to face the rapidly approaching Yuling. Now, Yuling, with her feet ignited by flames, increased her speed once more, leaving behind scorched footprints with each step, the lightning from the sleeve, swords showing no signs of waning. Humph! Dance of the Camellia. Devoid of any emotion, she raised her two bone blades like a true swordsman, standing firm. I shall not be outmatched in hand-to-hand combat. Next, I shall exploit every opening. Once again, Yuling initiated the assault, thrusting forward with one hand, then using that momentum to pivot her lower body in midair, leaving knife marks on either side of Junmaru's body in an instant. This is a blade infused with lightning. The brief paralysis rendered Junmaru unable to respond, forced to watch as Yuling's sword overhead, executing a seamless second strike. However, wielding bones as weapons, Junmaru's bone density is beyond reproach. Even with the weight and force behind the strike, it could not sever Junmaru's arm. It merely grazed the flesh, directly exposing the stark, white bone beneath. With a cold chuckle and a slight smirk, Junmaru suddenly moved. Both blades struck vertically towards Yuling's unguarded back. Bang! Yuling realized she had no time to turn around. She countered with a swift block and used the force to complete a turn, evading Junmaru's attack range. Another horizontal slash followed. Utilizing the length of her weapon, she struck from afar. Just as Yuling had finished blocking, the recoil in her arm had yet to dissipate, leaving her helplessly watching as Junmaru's bone blade approached. Fire release, blazing explosion. The chakra she controlled beneath her feet suddenly erupted, akin to a miscalculated control, sending Yuling flying. The ground lay charred. The grass beneath Junmaru's feet still ablaze. Was it intentional? It appears that, even now, he remains unscathed. Standing still, oblivious to the flames licking at the hem of his long robe, Junmaru squinted, fixated on the recently launched Yuling, fiddling with the bone knife in his hand. You cannot escape from my 10-fingered projectiles. His previously flushed cheeks cooled, his lips drooping downwards, and with both hands raised, fingers splayed, he discarded 2 bone knives. Aiming at Yuling, alas, there was no time for contemplation in midair. The speed of the 10 bony projectiles was astonishing, producing only the faintest sound of slicing air. Among all ninja tools, aside from the thousand-hand technique, this skeletal projectile was smaller and quieter than any other weapon. Had it not been for Yuling's innate perceptive abilities, he would have overlooked such subtle disturbances. Bending slightly in the air, he narrowly evaded the 10 fingers, yet still felt a graze that spun his body around. Fortunately, he landed flawlessly, still facing Junmaru. Is it futile? The dance of the bone and flesh. Realizing he had inflicted no substantial damage, Junmaru grew impatient. It was rather embarrassing to be delayed by a mere child, especially in light of that esteemed figure's research. He extracted his own spine, still dripping with flesh, relinquished the 2 bone knives on the ground, and after a couple of deliberate steps, surged forward towards Yuling with sudden speed. My ninjutsu is quite troublesome indeed. I suppose I must give it a try. Chakra leaked forth, a vibrant spectacle enveloping Yuling's form. However, within moments, only 2 colors remained, a vivid crimson and a deep azure. Experienced ninjas would recognize these as pure fire and lightning chakra. The other 3 colors were retracted into Yuling's body due to the absence of suitable jutsu. The chakra was indeed formidable. But, will you be quick enough? Upon witnessing the anomaly, Junmaru decisively halted, flinging his spine from a distance in an attempt to ensnare Yuling. So soon, here comes the thunder release, Thunderblade. In an instant, the lightning chakra seemed to find its home, coalescing at the surface of his hidden blade, reflecting sunlight and slicing through the air. Electric currents scorching the atmosphere. With a gentle flick, the hidden blade shot forth, striking the approaching spine and shattering the point of contact, interrupting this sequence of attacks. How could I allow you such ease? Ha! Suddenly, a bone knife materialized before Yuling, slicing down from behind. Is your focus wavering? Distracted, are we? Then, fire release, blazing foot. Following closely, the crimson chakra found its vessel, transforming from energy to substance. Raging flames ignited beneath his feet, compressing the air and unleashing a powerful repulsive force, enabling Yuling to evade the assault. Observing this, Junmaru instinctively sought to pursue. Each leap presented a rare opportunity. However, this battle was not a solitary skirmish. When one could engage the group, there was no need for one-on-one combat. Taking advantage of the distance that had opened between the two, a water clone seized the moment to strike. Water release, water flow whip. Taking advantage of Junmaru's momentary distraction, the water flow whip deftly ensnared his ankle, delaying his pursuit. Yuling immediately sensed the fluctuations in his chakra and decisively infused a significant amount of chakra into his sleeve sword, raising it high overhead before executing a somersault and delivering a downward strike. Lightning release, double thunder strike. 2 bolts of lightning descended, landing at Junmaru's feet. Due to the conductivity of the water flow whip, the lightning was irresistibly drawn towards him, surging up his body. A dying rat struggling in vain. You are merely courting your own demise. He let out a sound of discomfort upon first contact with the electricity, but then, as if unfazed, he lifted his head to regard Yuling, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His limbs bent at peculiar angles, and as his skin tore, exposed bone emerged, still growing and barbed. Can he still move? That last expenditure of chakra was rather substantial. Lightning clone technique. With his assistance, things should improve considerably. Watching Junmaru land steadily and resume normal movement, Yuling felt the depletion of his lightning chakra and promptly employed the lightning clone, hoping it would allow him to unleash more powerful lightning techniques in a more efficient manner. The previous strike had been an impromptu tactic, and he had yet to grasp the intuitive understanding of chakra consumption. Now, The reality was starkly clear, albeit at a hefty cost. The captain must have a plan, otherwise. Facing such an opponent, Moon Rabbit felt a twinge of anxiety. She had rarely seen her captain in such a strained state. The recent perils had caused her to break out in a sweat for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the situation is improving. However, my side remains precarious. Yuling's concerns were primarily for his comrades. Even as his own circumstances appeared grim, he took a moment to observe the battle between Asahi and Tsukuyomi. Under the control of the water clone, Asahi and Tsukuyomi efficiently inflicted injuries upon Shugo, also leveraging the fire clone's assistance to deal effective damage, and even utilizing the wind clone for evasive maneuvers. The situation was decidedly favorable. As long as they had chakra, the duo would remain out of danger. As for Junmaru, he was still growing stronger, while Yuling seemed to be running out of options. Your vital signs have weakened. How utterly dull. Mere clones pose no threat to me. Bone pulse, 10-finger piercing. With a mere lift of his hand, he aimed at the recently landed lightning clone. 10 fingers shot forth, and new ones sprouted instantaneously, redirecting their aim at Yuling's original body. Lightning release, lightning strike. The chakra of the lightning clone was solid lightning chakra, effortlessly mobilized without the need for hand seals. A total of 10 streams of lightning shot forth steadily from his fingertips, striking down the outstretched fingers in midair. Oh, no need for hand seals. Delaying time? Then I shall simply eliminate the original body. The longer this drags on, the more displeased that esteemed individual will become. With a sweep of his hands, a new bone blade sprouted from his palms, his body leaning slightly forward to reveal a ribcage brimming with bones. Crouching low, he accelerated. Who is that esteemed individual you keep mentioning? Who commands such reverence from a formidable being like you? To Yuling, the figure before him, Junmaru, undeniably represented a formidable adversary. Few could match him in combat, let alone suppress him. However, it was evident that Junmaru's experience surpassed his own, rendering such an assessment laughable. Ha, strong one. We are but mere ants in the grand scheme. That esteemed individual is the true powerhouse, and you are unworthy to even know his name. You shall perish by my hand, in the name of that great one, the dance of the corpse bone. Here he comes again, Lei. As the bone blade rushed towards him, Yuling commanded his sidekick, and although Lei's clone could not arrive in time, it had sufficient moments to unleash ninjutsu. Lightning release, thunder strike. It need not be overwhelmingly powerful. A clever strike at Junmaru's joints with the flow of lightning would suffice. Is that merely a tickle? The flesh singed, revealing the stark, white bones beneath, stained with blood, yet unable to obscure their solidity. The power of the corpse bone, is it? Wind release, vacuum wave. The main body quickly formed seals, conjuring a small whirlwind to strike at Junmaru's joints. Yet, he remained unfazed, moving with peculiar grace. Each bone in his body was under exquisite control, stabilizing his form. With each tilt, several bones would pierce into the ground, drawing his upper body back to equilibrium. Water release, water whip. Lightning release, thunder strike. Wind release, vacuum wave. Dance of the corpse bone, pine. The trio's relentless assault was continuously thwarted by Junmaru's elusive bones, deflecting or evading the high-speed ninjutsu while launching effective counterattacks. This is indeed challenging. My chakra is dwindling. Captain, I cannot keep up with this pace. You Rabbit anxiously observed the trio being besieged by a single opponent, feeling tense yet powerless. Do you still wish to resist? Let me see how long you can endure. Once again accelerating, Junmaru disregarded everyone else, charging directly towards Yuling. The bone blade swung, accompanied by a gust of force, aimed directly at him. A perfect opportunity. Yuling knew that standing still would not allow him to effortlessly block the strength of that strike, so he opted for speed. His hidden blade incessantly struck the side of the bone knife, creating a flurry of blade shadows that forcibly deflected the bone weapon. Not a bad approach, but it must be exhausting. Embrace your demise. Calmly, he slashed downward with relentless strikes, forcibly suppressing Yuling's movements. Yet, unexpectedly, a mouthful of blood erupted from Yuling, halting him abruptly. Seizing the moment, Yuling fled from the now sunken area, regrouping with his two clones. Am I reaching my limit? My body, no. For the sake of that esteemed one, I cannot fall. I must accelerate. The bone spikes grew denser, and the bone blade was retracted into his body. Then, he summoned a spinal column from his back. Why did I suddenly spit blood? I sensed no disturbance in my chakra. Just moments ago, I was on the offensive. If this continues, I may not endure. Regardless, this is an opportunity that must be seized. Lei. Fire release. Blazing foot. He gently beckoned to Lei's clone while gathering chakra at his feet. Yes, lightning release. Thunderblade. As the lightning clone approached, both hands pressed against the hilt of Yuling's concealed blade. The intensified currents of electricity hissed ominously, dancing upon the blade and reflecting an eerie, chilling light. With arms hanging limply, the electric flow invigorated his muscles, while the chakra beneath his feet instantly took form, flames surrounding him like a burning halo. It appeared that you would falter first, thus I shall resolve this without mercy. Although the reasons eluded me, the opponent's weakness was unmistakable. No matter how much one attempts to conceal it, the sudden spurt of blood that had just erupted conveyed far too much. Consequently, Yuling regained a modicum of confidence, standing tall to face Junmaru, who wielded a whip. Blind confidence, unfounded judgment. You must perish. I shall expend my very life in service to that esteemed individual. Dance of the Bone Flower. The whip lashed out, ensnaring Yuling's calf before he could react. Seizing the opportunity, I raised my right hand and struck down upon that vertebra. Yet even with the amplified electric current, I could not overcome it. With the current chakra supporting me, it was impossible for you to shatter my bindings. Release. With a flick of my arm, I yanked upward, hoisting Yuling off the ground and pulling him towards me. Water release. Water chaos waves. The water clone launched an initial assault at Junmaru's feet, employing the strategy of attacking the enemy's source of salvation. Clearly the most suitable method to employ. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Several slender currents of electricity struck out from the air, aimed to hinder Junmaru's movements. However, these efforts proved trivial against Junmaru in his current state. Without even utilizing ninjutsu, merely manipulating the length of his bones, he first drove them into the ground to maintain his form, then extended them to shield himself, effectively nullifying the lightning clone's offensive. And Yuling was now in position. The bone spikes behind him multiplied and elongated. The vertebra he had been gripping suddenly vanished, replaced by 4 thicker, longer, and sharper bone spikes that jutted out, poised to impale Yuling, who was propelled forward by inertia. Captain. Illusion technique. Naruto's vision. Even knowing it would be futile, Suki Usagi still made her move, darting off at an angle before targeting the peripheral vision of Junmaru's eyes, infusing her chakra to execute her most adept illusion technique. Junmaru paid no heed. He was entirely unperturbed by such tactics. The raging chakra coursing through him rendered the feeble chakra of the illusion nearly incapable of intrusion, thus endowing him with a semblance of resistance against illusions. He dispelled the bindings upon himself. Could the next strike possibly harm him? Given the overwhelming circumstances, charging in recklessly was not an option. Earth release. Heavy stone technique. Absorbing the lightning chakra from the concealed blade, I immediately utilized the earth chakra, the most abundant within me at that moment. My body suddenly sank, halting my advance as I plummeted from the air, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Without hesitation, I dispelled the enhancement of the ninjutsu, creating distance once more from Junmaru. The web of blood was indeed a nuisance. My voice was rendered hoarse, and my entire right arm began to turn white. What ninjutsu is this? It is clearly exposed bone. Not only that, but the layer of bone continued to thicken and elongate, until the upright Kuminari's bone spurs could barely touch the ground, at which point the transformation finally halted. My apologies for the prolonged delay. This is my most formidable spear, and I must annihilate you. You shall become an obstacle to that esteemed individual. With a semblance of calm, Kuminari lifted his entire right arm, his body leaning forward as he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, charging directly at Yuling. All the bone spurs on his body had retracted, and every ounce of his strength coalesced into what he proclaimed to be the strongest spear. The strongest spear, indeed. It seems I possess no ninjutsu capable of countering such an assault. Thus, will the technique of exploiting openings prove effective? It appears quite challenging. Earth release. Shattering stones. A heavy fist struck down, slightly altering the terrain, and the debris suspended in the air became Yuling's temporary means of defense. Tianling style. First technique. Exploiting openings. With the sleeve blade retracted, Yuling relied solely on his fists, exerting tremendous effort to knock down the scattered stones, directing them towards the swiftly advancing Kuminari on the ground. Is this all you have to impede my advance? I cannot cease my actions until the wishes of that esteemed individual are fulfilled. Maintaining the forward posture of his right arm, Kuminari manifested a new bone blade with his left arm, shattering the incoming stones, and propelled himself towards Yuling, unaffected by the turmoil around him. Is this still insufficient to halt my progress? Wind release, wind cutter. A substantial amount of wind chakra was unleashed, compressing the air from above and releasing it in an explosive wave, sending all objects within range flying away, except for Kuminari, of course. Here we are. Both parties harboring resolute gazes, one with a fierce offensive, the other exuding mysterious confidence. The strongest spear of the Shikatsumiyaku. Tianling style, second technique, phantom steps. As if vanishing entirely, Yuling disappeared from Kuminari's sight, yet the sensation of impact remained palpably real. What is this? Tianling style, second technique, finishing move, tremor. One leg unleashed with utmost vigor, striking fiercely against Kuminari's defensively vulnerable abdomen, forcefully pushing him back. Cough. Another spurt of blood. Success. How perilous. Yuling exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a swell of pride for his quick thinking moments ago. The seemingly abrupt emergence of the Tianling style's second technique was a maneuver for evasion, capable of enhancing speed and reflexes in the instant of receiving damage, allowing for counterattacks or dodges. In terms of effectiveness, it proved to be a commendable ability. As for Kuminari suspended in midair, he was not faring well. The prior surge of blood had already weakened his vitality, and now, with a jolt to his dantian, his body struggled to endure, his right arm reverting to its original state. Such a peculiar and troublesome ninjutsu. It is imperative to keep him here. Yuling, why are you fighting so desperately? Observing Kuminari, who was barely managing to rise, Yuling sensed the flaws in his physique and refrained from hastily striking, casually inquiring instead. It is none of your concern, for that man. I would do anything. At the mention of that man, Kuminari's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he mustered the strength to stand tall, pride evident in his demeanor. Who is that man? Why do you idolize him so? Yuling did not have the experience of following or idolizing anyone, and felt somewhat bewildered by Junmaru's behavior, unable to comprehend his actions. That is the greatest man in the world. He saved me. He is destined to be the first in the ninja realm to attain immortality. Excitement surged through him, his entire being manifesting bone spikes, trembling with each heavy breath. So, who is he? Such valuable information must not be overlooked. He, Lord Orochimaru, the true savior. Upon mentioning Orochimaru, all other thoughts were cast aside, leaving only profound reverence and admiration in his heart. Yuling had never heard of Orochimaru as merely a captain of an Anbu squad. He was not privy to past confidential missions. It was only natural not to know much about such a seasoned ninja. Was he not a student of the third Hokage? He had heard of the name long ago, associated with a rebellion against the Moon Rabbit as a youthful member. That name had stirred quite a commotion in her early years. You do not even know Lord Orochimaru. What a disgrace. Such disrespect towards Lord Orochimaru. How can you call yourself the greatest in the ninja realm and not recognize him? With a stutter, Junmaru clenched his teeth tightly, grinding his jaw. His fists balled up, and the bone spikes continued to grow. So who is this Orochimaru? I really haven't heard. Yuling, still scratching his head in deep thought, suddenly sensed a surge of chakra. His train of thought abruptly interrupted, fixing his gaze on Junmaru. A brown tail sprouted behind him. Is this his complete form? He had already reached a state comparable to the imposing Toru over there. The chakra was even more turbulent, its flow within him approaching the rapid pace of Yuling's own chakra. This signified that ninjutsu could be unleashed without hand seals. In battle, even the slightest fraction of time could yield a considerable advantage. Fire clone, wind clone, earth clone. In Yuling's view, at this moment, only through relentless effort, exhausting all abilities to struggle, could he hope to survive in such a dire situation. His chakra reserves were already quite low. Facing an opponent with abundant chakra, seemingly able to replenish it at will, prolonging the battle while calculating chakra levels would be the most perilous course of action. Clone techniques are mere trifles. Disrespecting Lord Orochimaru. You have forfeited any reason for me to spare your life. For the sake of Lord Orochimaru, Junmaru's body vanished underground. Where did he go? My perception has completely failed. I cannot sense his presence at all. Surrounded by 5 clones, Yuling forcibly suppressed his inner dread, gradually searching the depths below. Aside from the normally floating chakra in the world, there was nothing else. You can perish now, corpse bone dance. Chakra surged into the ground. As if his dantian were a bottomless pit, endlessly demanding and releasing chakra, his bone spikes gradually penetrating the earth. Below ground, Junmaru meticulously arranged the scene, oblivious to the looming threat above. What powerful ninjutsu could wield such formidable chakra? Disperse. As soon as Yuling sensed the unsettling fluctuations in chakra, he commanded his shadow clone to vacate the premises. After a series of agile leaps, the clone encircled the very spot where he had been standing. Suddenly, a robust skeletal structure erupted from the earth, as if it had sprouted directly from the ground, piercing the heavens and towering into the clouds. Fortunately, he managed to evade it. Then, without warning, a tempest arose. This familiar chakra unmistakably belonged to Yuling's wind clone. The wind release technique he employed was none other than the formidable Eye of the Storm. The wind clone? Ah, the memories returned. The relentless bone spikes surged from beneath. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. This time, it was the lightning release, heavenly thunder seal. Bang! The fire release, black smoke explosion followed suit. Along with the water release, hidden mist technique. Alas, the tide had turned. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed, rendering the situation increasingly unpredictable. He was indeed formidable. The moon rabbit seemed unscathed. Truth be told, he had exhausted most of his ninjutsu. Perhaps the earth release, lodging technique might prove useful. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the incessant eruption of bone spikes from the ground, maneuvering alongside his earth clone, deftly weaving through the skeletal forest, striving to evade the sudden onslaughts. Yet, this endeavor was evidently futile. Before long, Yuling's body bore numerous scars. Tiny droplets of crimson cascaded down like a crimson thread, slowly staining the outer layer of his white robe. Die. This would be my final dance of death. Coughing, he declared, "You shall perish here." Beneath the earth, Kimiharu, spitting with fervor, strained his ruptured vocal cords, forcing out a roar of defiance as he unleashed his chakra recklessly. For the sake of that esteemed individual, Orochimaru, Kimiharu was willing to sacrifice everything. What was life, after all? Orochimaru-sama, I apologize for not being able to serve as your test subject. This morbid adoration and unwavering loyalty had forged such a powerful being. I offer you my final dance. Blending into the thickest bone spike nearby, Kimiharu's chakra vanished once more into the depths, fully merging with other substances, racing wildly underground, relentlessly tracking the erratically fleeing Yuling and his earth clone above. Could it really be him moving? Yuling dared not confirm. After such a prolonged battle, if Kimiharu possessed the ability to navigate swiftly beneath the surface, he would have employed it long ago. Why wait until now? The strongest spear. The bone spikes rotated, each one reabsorbed into Kimiharu's form, coating his right arm and facilitating his unimpeded emergence from the earth or descent into it. First, he needed to clear a safe zone. Earth release, shattering stones. As he commanded his earth clone, Yuling turned away, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the surrounding bone spikes, sending shards of bone and debris spiraling into the air. Earth Dragon's piercing strike. Kimiharu emerged, not from below, but from the primal bone spike nearby, thrusting his upper body forth, wielding what he proclaimed to be the strongest spear, aimed squarely at the unsuspecting Yuling. The spinning spear pierced through effortlessly, living up to its moniker. Blood erupted as a gaping wound suddenly appeared on Yuling's shoulder. The earth had been breached. The voice was faint, accompanied by a fleeting pain and a persistent flow of blood. The depletion of vital energy rendered him quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he adhered to his original plan, successfully providing his earth clone with an opportunity for retaliation. A singularly attributed ninjutsu can yield effects in specific domains, proving to be more potent than the original self. Earth release, rock fist technique. Earth release, heavy rock technique. With these two ninjutsu activated without hand seals, Junmaru, undeterred by the force of the strongest spear, collided head-on with the formidable earthen fist that awaited him. To think that such a maneuver could dispatch Junmaru was a gross underestimation of his strength. Naturally, it also belied an underestimation of Yuling's intellect. Success was achieved. Unsurprisingly, that strongest spear, spinning uncontrollably, penetrated the fist bolstered by the two earth ninjutsu, forcefully embedding itself into the arm. Boom. Earth release, great ravine. This was precisely the moment awaited. Two bottomless chasms suddenly erupted right beneath Junmaru's feet. In this state, the entire lower half of his body was rendered weightless. His feet could find no purchase, nor could they connect with one another, making it impossible to leverage any force to break free. The bones encasing his arm impeded movement, eliminating any chance of using his arms to escape peril. Will I fall here, Lord Orochimaru? I fear I shall disappoint you. Junmaru struggled, twisting his body and manipulating the bone spurs to alter his form, yet the inescapable truth of his captivity remained unchanged. Have you lost? Will you make your companions cease their efforts? Cough cough, I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. Junmaru's earlier fervor gradually subsided, his form reverting to a mere humanoid figure cloaked in black strips, his tail withdrawn. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he glanced at the still battling, seemingly lost in selflessness, Jew, feeling a sense of helplessness and resignation. In my life, then, with a serene countenance, having faced death before, Junmaru felt a sense of liberation rather than anxiety as he confronted it once more. To serve Lord Orochimaru with utmost dedication was his honor. To perish on the battlefield for him was his privilege. Yet, it was indeed regrettable to have failed in his mission. Could your companion be persuaded to halt? Yuling's concern was evidently for his comrades facing imminent danger. While the situation here stabilized, the battle over there raged on intensely. I'm sorry, I am powerless. But please, in my life, this could well be considered Junmaru's request. To perish at the hands of an acknowledged enemy was a desire harbored by every ninja. Of course, survival would be preferable. Is it truly impossible? Just moments ago, you effortlessly controlled his emotions, completely suppressing him. Yuling disregarded Junmaru's plea. After all, with the roles reversed and the advantage on his side, why would he prioritize the enemy's needs? He has remained in this state for too long. I can do nothing more. The only option is to forcibly subdue him. Cough cough. The color of his blood deepened. Very well, your body seems gravely compromised. I shall return shortly. Do not perish. With that, Yuling, dragging his injured right shoulder, approached Ju. Leaving the moon hair behind should suffice for the similarly injured and temporarily depleted Junmaru. Yuling, the enemy's mercy is a ninja's disgrace. Only the trust of Lord Orochimaru matters. All right, Kimaru, take your rest. The captain has spared your life, and you must still possess some value. Do not expect me to resolve your predicament. Rabbit approached, having overheard this soliloquy, and offered a helpless explanation. Are you all right? Cough cough. Blood continued to pour forth, yet for the time being, death eluded him. His body was ensnared, and under watchful eyes, even the desire for solitude and death seemed improbable. Nevertheless, despite the bleakness of his situation, Kimaru persisted in his attempts to break free, writhing as his tongue became lodged between his teeth. Hey, be still. This one do. The illusion technique, Naraka's art, was invoked as Rabbit sensed an unusual disturbance and a strange aura. Turning, he beheld the scene of Kimaru striving for self-destruction, and without hesitation, he cast the illusion. You're forcing my hand. This is quite unnecessary. Rabbit had witnessed the youth's prowess firsthand, and seeing him in such a defeated state evoked a twinge of regret. Yet, a mission is a mission. This boy had obstructed them and clearly possessed knowledge of this region and its hidden village. Moreover, the mention of Lord Orochimaru piqued interest, and he could not be allowed to perish easily. Rabbit, keep an eye on him. The voice of the five Yuling echoed from afar, deep and devoid of anger. The original did not turn back, struggling to take each step forward, blood streaming from his shoulder. These 5 clones represented his last gamble against the formidable Togu. Alongside the existing fire, wind, and subsequently summoned water clones, a total of 8 clones gathered, with the injured brothers Asahi and Akatsuki standing behind, along with the gravely wounded Yuling. Captain, how is it that Asahi has far more mission experience than Yuling, yet has witnessed numerous injuries? Yet here stands a formidable warrior in my heart, a child who remains steadfast despite visible wounds, bringing forth a renewed sense of astonishment. I'm fine. First, let us deal with Togu. His chakra is an advantage, but his combat style cannot compare to that of the boy I just faced. My clones should be sufficient. Protect yourselves. With that, Yuling surprisingly seated himself, retrieving bandages and herbs, calmly leaning against a tree to tend to his wounds. Not the captain? This person is incredibly strong. We fought for so long and couldn't he even scratch him. Asahi, alarmed, reacted to the captain's injured state and current strategy, frantically brandishing his sword as he leaned on his brother, stammering. Asahi, calm down. Akatsuki, though uncertain, chose to trust the captain. Since Yuling had taken on the role of leader, his decisions had never faltered, and he was unlikely to err now. Indeed, based on the memories relayed by my clones, my 5 clones can decisively defeat this monster. Even if he has grown stronger, so have my clones. Moreover, with the experience gained from our previous battle, I can now better exploit his weaknesses. After all, he is devoid of rationality, merely a source of chakra, lacking a systematic combat strategy, which will not change. At most, it is merely a somewhat troublesome target. Cough. Yuling set down the tools in his hands, forcing a smile as he looked up to explain to the 2 brothers. I see, so the earlier remarks by Ming Ri were left unspoken. The damage inflicted by those 3 clones on this creature was almost negligible, even less significant than the harm caused by the 2 of you. He pondered. It seems these clones are not adept at providing support. However, their coordinated attacks are commendable. Let us observe for now. Hearing this hesitation, Yuling muttered to himself, support, you say? Ming Yu understood. Those 3 clones had not engaged in direct attacks. They were merely providing cover for the actions of the 2 brothers, or perhaps facilitating enhancements. Without the boost in speed, they would have undoubtedly sustained considerable injuries. Brother? What do you mean? Ming Ri, unable to grasp the seemingly introspective words, inquired of his sibling, still bewildered. Nothing really. Let us just watch this battle unfold. Have a bit of faith in our captain, Ming Yu replied, refraining from further explanation, for facts speak louder than words. All right. Though anxious, Ming Ri closed his mouth, suppressing his doubts, and sat beside Yuling, observing the monster and the 8 clones. Blood. I can smell it. It is the scent of blood. Eliminate them all. Cheng Wu stood still, shaking his head as he inhaled deeply, sensing the blood-scented prey resting beneath a nearby tree. Lightning release. Lightning strike. A bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertips, striking Cheng Wu's chest in an instant, leaving a shallow mark. Ah, it hurts, you bastard. No scent of blood. But you shall die nonetheless. Curse seal. Exploding fracture. A gust of wind erupted from his fist as chakras surged, propelling his entire body forward, targeting the lightning clone that was rushing towards him. Everyone prepare. Despite his confidence in dealing with these clones, Yuling felt a slight tightening in his chest as he faced such a creature for the first time. The 8 clones simultaneously adopted the initial stance of the Tianling flow, confronting the maniacally laughing Cheng Wu. Ha ha ha. Prepare to die, you little brat. With a powerful fist descending, the chakra surged from his elbow for a second time, increasing the speed of his punch. Tianling flow, second form, phantom shift. The lightning clone vanished, and the 7 other clones followed suit. Cheng Wu attacked from above, leaving ample space below. With the enhancement from this martial arts technique, a simple action of bending, crouching, and sliding was effortless for these clones. The ground cracked open, creating a large pit, while all the clones remained unscathed, encircling Cheng Wu in the midst of his attack. Cunning, you bastard. Just stand there and await your demise. I will eliminate you one by one. Curse seal, earthquake flame. He raised his arms high, the previously dense black substance retracting into his body, transforming back into ordinary piston fists, which he struck down towards the ground simultaneously under the force of gravity. Ahead, directly opposite the location of the lightning clone, another large pit formed, extending outward with powerful gusts of air erupting from beneath, targeting the lightning clone from a distance. Swish. With increased speed, the lightning clone transformed into a shadow, retreating from the ground that was continuously spewing steam. Mouse, mouse. Ah, how do you intend to escape? With a leap into the air, Zhongwu erupted in maniacal laughter, striking himself as his gaze fixated on the fleeing lightning clones, utterly disregarding anyone else. The opportunity was ripe. Indeed, let us take action. Thus, I shall commence. The thoughts of the 5 individuals raced at lightning speed, receiving and transmitting information. Everything was accomplished within mere milliseconds. Each raised their hands in a series of intricate seals, aiming at a singular direction. According to Yuling's perception, there were 2 fire clones, 2 wind clones, and 1 earth clone. It appeared that yet another combination of ninjutsu was at hand. With the earth style, rocks danced chaotically. The fire style unleashed a grand fireball technique. The wind style executed a slicing gust. A rather foundational combination of ninjutsu was thus completed, honed to perfection through repeated collaboration and experimentation. Simultaneously, the 2 additional clones were not mere decorations. The grand fireball technique and the slicing gust were unleashed. The duo positioned themselves opposite the trajectory of the combined ninjutsu, perfectly encircling Zhongwu in the center. Both techniques reached their predetermined positions almost simultaneously. The combined ninjutsu, meteor shower, was chanted in unison as they observed the first falling rocks, interspersed with embers, followed closely by the oncoming torrent of flames. At that moment, an explosion resounded, echoing the synchronized exclamation. This was an enhanced three-part combination ninjutsu, and its name had naturally undergone slight modifications. Is this some identical cursed thing? Are you jesting with me, boy? Speak plainly if you seek your own demise. Do not flaunt identical ninjutsu before me. Surprisingly effective, the cascading rocks obscured vision and slightly hindered movement. The ensuing fiery tempest awaited. Zhongwu, dismissive of the ninjutsu he had encountered, did not expend his chakra adequately for defense, resulting in damage that matched the full force of the technique. First came the flames from the front. With a casual wave, Zhongwu sought to disperse the solidified chakra with his own. Yet, the flames, augmented by wind chakra, surged forth with speed and power beyond the capacity of a mere gesture. The flames enveloped him before his arm could fully rise. Meanwhile, another assault was closing in from behind, a fresh wave of flames crashing down upon him. The unequal properties of ninjutsu and chakra clashed in the air, igniting a violent explosion that forcibly engulfed Zhongwu, who stood at the center. As the smoke cleared, Zhongwu appeared unchanged, his skin retaining its dark hue. Thud! He collapsed inexplicably. You have lost, declared the lightning clone, employing the heavenly flow technique to swiftly approach Zhongwu, a kunai poised at his neck. TCH, you bastard. I will kill you. Zhongwu retorted. The lightning clone, devoid of any semblance of humanity, unleashed the earth walk technique upon Zhongwu's back. The potent current of lightning entwined him at close range, effectively dispersing the dense, shadowy chakra that enveloped him. The black substance gradually faded, transforming into smaller black runes that crawled across his skin, migrating toward the nape of his neck. Much like the runes and seals upon Junmaru, each sigil bore a distinct shape, gradually retracting into a wound on his body. The malevolence emanating from Shouwu dissipated, leaving him tranquil upon the ground, motionless and silent. Captain Asuka stood in astonishment, gazing at the nearly unscathed clones, her perception of Yuling reshaping once more in her mind. What is it, Asuka? Yuling inquired, observing the battle's conclusion as the suspended stone fell into his belly. He approached the prostrate Shouwu, contemplating the course of action regarding the two individuals. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to inquire what we should do with these two. Should we eliminate them outright? Given the current circumstances, Yuling realized that their Heavenly Dragon Squad's mission was one of rescue and reconnaissance, making it unnecessary to grant such formidable captives a chance for survival. To do so would be to invite disaster, akin to letting a wolf into one's home. Yet, on the other hand, they represented an excellent source of intelligence. To annihilate them would be a regrettable loss. Well, I haven't made up my mind yet. For now, let us secure them and devise a plan later. Yuling abruptly became aware of a discordant voice within himself, realizing Asuka was speaking, which led to the somewhat awkward exchange that followed. Captain, are you all right? You seem utterly drained, Asuka remarked, noticing something was amiss, her gaze penetrating even through the mask, drawing her attention. Hey, Asuka, you certainly have the audacity to say that. As an older brother, it is my duty to look after my younger sibling, she retorted, disapproving of the somewhat impolite words she had just heard. I was merely stating the truth, she murmured softly, blushing slightly as she turned her head away, realizing the inappropriateness of her earlier comment. That still doesn't excuse such rudeness, Asuka, she admonished. All right, dear brother, I shall be more mindful next time. It was an oversight, she conceded. Let us not dwell on it. It's best to remain cautious. I understand. However, Yuling remained silent, his expression devoid of vitality beneath the mask. Captain, Asuka's concern grew as Yuling continued to withhold speech. Yuling, his back turned to the two, rested his chin on one hand while the other was placed on his hip. 8 clones surrounded him, all fixated on the still unconscious Shouwu. Earth release, rock barrier, Yuling declared, his hands moving with fluid grace, conjuring an illusion that materialized into a jutsu. The ground subtly shifted as 2 semicircular earthen blocks emerged from either side, precisely enveloping Shouwu and securing him tightly, leaving only his head exposed. His expression was serene and peaceful, as though the monstrous events that had just transpired were entirely unrelated to him, leaving no trace behind. Junmaru remained ensnared in the illusion. Given his current physical condition, as long as Suki did not dispel the Jinjutsu, he would remain unconscious. Before long, Showu was the first to open his eyes, gazing up at the sky in silence. Asuka was the first to notice and approached him, thinking that since the captain had not provided a method of resolution, speaking to him should pose no issue. Hey Showu, what exactly is your situation? It was a peculiar question, yet to Showu, it felt entirely normal. From a young age, an individual, subjected to skepticism from peers in the village, was scorned for an inexplicable power that had befallen him. He endured numerous such inquiries. His mutated eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the heavens, responding with an impassive demeanor. Your style is quite different from earlier. Could it be that you are one of those individuals who coexist within a single body? This phenomenon, known as dissociative identity disorder, evoked a chuckle from Mingwei, who couldn't help but offer a correction. Indeed. It is dissociative identity disorder. Are you not? The response remained devoid of any emotion. You're awake now. Upon hearing a slight commotion, Yuling emerged from the shadows, crouching to observe Chongwu. What has become of the other person? This was Chongwu's true concern. Junmaru, his prison. The most binding of ties. Him, Junmaru has yet to awaken. Well then, let us discuss your situation. Yuling approached with directness, unwilling to squander time on such a rescue mission. What do you wish for me to say? His voice dipped lower, forced from the depths of his throat. Everything you know. I will not divulge that. Whose subordinate are you? That, I shall not reveal. With unwavering gaze, Chongwu exhibited no reaction to the masked figures nearby. So, is it indeed Lord Orochimaru, as Junmaru mentioned? Did Junmaru tell you? Yes, indeed. Given the inquiry, feigning ignorance seemed the wisest course. I merely need to verify your testimonies. Should there be discrepancies, I shall take his life. With a flick of his left thumb, a hidden blade sprang forth, poised against Chongwu's carotid artery. His right hand reached behind him, flipping his wrist, accurately embedding a kunai beside Junmaru in the distance. You will not kill him. With an unknown confidence, Chongwu turned his head, fixating intently upon the mask, a chill radiating from his being. You may attempt to do so. If one speaks the truth, there shall be no issue. This hardly resembled a child. He appeared ruthless and decisive, leaving Mingwei astonished at Yuling's method of extracting information through such coercive tactics. Believing the captain would have permitted Tsukihime to employ Jinjutsu instead. Brother, the captain is quite ruthless. Shoo, do not disturb him. Is it not a source of guilt to make a child do such things? It simply hadn't crossed my mind. Furthermore, it is best to allow the captain to take charge. Then let us watch in silence. Oh, very well. Now, speak of the Sound Ninja Village. There is little to say. Junmaru stated that the Sound Ninja Village is indeed a creation of Lord Orochimaru. He relocated here with his loyal subordinates to establish a ninja village, nurturing ninjas and continuing his experiments. Before Yuling could elaborate further, Chongwu's resolve faltered under the weight of concern for Junmaru, yet he spoke each word with a stoic expression. Is it truly Orochimaru? Then, is there? A few days ago, we captured a Konoha Umbu ninja. Lord Orochimaru mentioned that he seems to be acquainted with that Umbu. Acquainted? Captain Yamato and Orochimaru were already familiar with one another. Yuling, still youthful, remained oblivious to certain historical intricacies of the village's ninjas. If Kakashi were here, he would undoubtedly be aware of those secrets. However, that is not what Kimimaro has conveyed. Cunning and treacherous, yet lacking confidence while maintaining a serious demeanor. The individual you mentioned is one of Orochimaru's early experimental subjects, and indeed the only one to have succeeded. Experimental subject? So what is Orochimaru's true identity? Do you know? Mingwei and Mingri? Not entirely sure. By the time we became Jonin, he had already left the village. Information about him has been consistently suppressed by the higher-ups, leaving us devoid of intelligence. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, once a prodigy, was passionate about ninjutsu, but was later expelled from the village for reasons unknown and subsequently vanished from public view. There are rumors that he had kidnapped humans for experiments. You too, with her extensive experience, has certainly heard whispers of these tales. The legendary 3 ninjas were once at the pinnacle of Konoha's might, known to all and admired by many. Everyone strove to emulate them, you two included. However, her understanding of Orochimaru, the most enigmatic among the 3, is limited to street gossip and fragmented accounts from the upper echelons. Is he truly powerful? I've never heard of him among the legendary 3. Yuling still couldn't recall anything about this person or his name, remaining utterly bewildered. Lord Orochimaru is indeed very powerful. And what has become of that ninja? I do not know. However, Kimimaro stated that Lord Orochimaru merely imprisoned him without doing anything else. Kimimaro remains unconscious, unwittingly manipulated within the illusion. Take us there. Impossible. Whoosh. Another kunai shot out, wedged perfectly between Kimimaro's arm and body, leaving slight cuts on both sides. You seek death. That menacing aura resurfaced, albeit faint, gently lingering around Chonwu. By the way, I believe I can assist you in controlling this mutation. Yuling suddenly shifted the conversation, discarding the request to lead them. Everyone present was taken aback. Captain Tianling, how can you handle such a situation? Mingri blurted out, unable to grasp the captain's intentions. Mingri, how many times must I remind you to think before you speak? Although Mingyue did not understand the captain's reasoning, she knew better than to undermine his authority and reprimanded Mingri once more. Humph, you cannot cure me. Only Lord Orochimaru has the power to suppress my condition. Is this why you chose to follow Orochimaru? Yuling sensed a breakthrough and relentlessly pursued the inquiry. And what of it? You know nothing of my symptoms. Excessive yin chakra, disturbed negative emotions, explosive reactions influenced by the environment, and the forced emergence of a dual personality, correct? How do you know this? All of these theories are accurate, precisely mirroring Orochimaru's deductions. Orochimaru reached these conclusions through experiments and analysis, yet the young boy before Chonwu, seemingly having done nothing, has already arrived at these insights. After battling you twice, I have gained some understanding of your chakra and combat style. Moreover, your dual personality is glaringly apparent. What does it matter that you are aware of these things? I will still erupt with fury and eliminate you all. In areas saturated with yin chakra, Zhongwu becomes uncontrollably berserk. The murderous intent surges, something entirely beyond his control. How can you know without attempting it? I can confidently assert that I will solve your predicament. As for the methods employed by Orochimaru, I neither know nor care to know. Yet, your inevitable outburst serves as proof of his incompetence. Is he truly incompetent? Zhongwu has spent 3 years under Orochimaru's tutelage, having his chakra and physical tissues extracted for research from the very beginning. Presently, his own berserk episodes remain unmitigated. Instead, his chakra has merely been transferred to others. Unlike Junmaru, who idolizes Orochimaru, Zhongwu reluctantly joined Orochimaru's village solely due to Junmaru's recommendation for his confinement. Why do you wish to assist me? One must always guard against others. Having witnessed the sufferings of humanity since childhood, Zhongwu inherently understands this truth. Even when faced with a child, the sheer intensity of his strength demands vigilance. For the sake of your information, the more apparent and targeted the objective, the easier it is to gain trust. This resembles a method taught by the Umbu, akin to the duality of red and white masks. Such feigned candor can be a more effective means of extracting valuable intelligence. Good, the malevolence has been somewhat restrained. As long as he does not completely lose control, Zhongwu retains the ability to freely manage this formidable chakra. After all, having coexisted with such peculiar and volatile chakra for over a decade, he has come to understand its characteristics to some extent, managing to exert a degree of control, provided he does not succumb to rage. Thus, I shall commence. Yuling slowly seated himself, placing his hands upon the earth that restrained Zhongwu's movements, deliberately avoiding direct contact with him, for engaging directly with such chakra poses certain risks. With a soft murmur, he refrained from providing an immediate answer, turning his head away and closing his eyes. Chakra input. Yuling summoned all of his chakra, compressing and expelling it, repeatedly refining and condensing as if extracting something. Gradually, a faintly glowing yellow chakra sphere began to take form within him. Are you prepared? Now you must receive the chakra. As he spoke, the chakra sphere detached from Yuling's body, gently descending upon Zhongwu. Accepting a gift from an adversary was an experience Zhongwu had never encountered before. Yet, he found himself yielding to the circumstances. The surface sensation conveyed a warm heat, emanating pure yang chakra, the exact opposite of the excessive yin chakra residing within Zhongwu. Do you intend to balance my chakra? Zhongwu began to grasp this intention. Having traversed the ninja world for many years, he knew that lacking sufficient knowledge and strength would lead to demise. As for yang chakra, he had trained specifically in it. However, he found himself incapable of accomplishing this task. His intrinsic attribute was yin, Thus, any refined chakra he produced would naturally be yin as well. No matter how much he refined it, it would merely augment the quantity of yin chakra within him. Although combat prowess continues to escalate, the emotional turmoil, akin to a disintegration of personality, becomes increasingly pronounced and difficult to manage. In this moment, Yuling's approach is indeed something he has long coveted. Achieving a true equilibrium of chakra within him is nothing short of ideal. Quietude. This is the chakra that you inherently cannot accept. Embrace it fully. It is warm, a stark contrast to the naturally chilly sensation that resides within. There exists a hint of repulsion as the potent dark attribute chakra within him continuously emanates, pushing away the foreign light attribute chakra. At the surface, the two types of chakra collide fiercely. One seeks to penetrate, under Yuling's deliberate guidance, while the internal dark attribute is unwittingly released by Chongwu. It yearns to withdraw, yet remains beyond control. Chongwu, can you not manipulate such chakra? Yuling pondered, somewhat exasperated. His chakra quantity is inherently less than Chongwu's. Dividing it into 7 portions means that even extracting the light attribute chakra in full would yield a trivial amount compared to Chongwu's complete and continually expanding dark attribute chakra. Without Chongwu's control, this chakra sphere simply cannot be assimilated. I cannot accomplish this. It is not a manifestation of my own power. Were I able to control it, I would not so easily succumb to rage, nor would I require your chakra. The acceptance of an enemy's boon remains a challenging reality, and a hint of disdain surfaced within him. You would do well to attempt it. Yuling was not inclined to prolong the moment. Hastening towards Captain Yamato was of utmost importance. Very well. The hope of life cannot be relinquished lightly. Recognizing this, Chongwu ceased his resistance. However, the immense and uncontrollable chakra accumulated over the years cannot be manipulated easily at a whim. Influenced by the negative dark attribute chakra, Chongwu's mental fortitude has significantly waned, limiting his control over chakra to mere bursts and forms. The intricate regulation of chakra flow within him remains unattainable. Why do you wield light attribute chakra? This curiosity struck Chongwu. Typically, ninjas possess both yin and yang attributes of chakra, yet few utilize such peculiar chakra. Aside from the secret arts of various clans, these two chakras are seldom unleashed except as enhancements to damage or range in other elemental jutsu. Yet, this child before him can extract pure light attribute chakra with bare hands. A truly unprecedented feat. I am Bloodstained Weaver. The battle just now cannot be considered Chongwu's conscious effort. He recalls nothing of Yuling's dazzling 5-element jutsu. Only the marks left by chakra damage allow him to vaguely recollect certain details. I see. Thus, I have little hope of overcoming you. Surely, you possess numerous methods to subdue me. He resigned himself to his fate, exhaling a breath of relief, tilting his gaze skyward as the vigilance in his eyes softened. Though capable of gathering it, this is Yuling's inaugural experience with such a chakra attribute, even though it is merely a matter of gathering and releasing. The challenges posed by the shape and the input objects have rendered this process stagnant. The fluorescent yellow chakra sphere hovers above the clumps of earth, trembling as both sides exert pressure upon it, resulting in a stalemate. The boundary between the cold and the warm is a subtly fractured space. Indeed, the fissure manifesting in the air, though merely a minor scratch, remains unnoticed by anyone present, including Yuling himself. Yet, a ninja adept in space-time ninjutsu would surely perceive the familiar void lurking behind that crack. In an instant, the fissure vanished, again unnoticed by anyone. The chakra sphere continued to quiver, akin to an orphan. Zhongwu, if this is futile, I shall have to resort to other methods. Relaxing his body, Yuling prepared to channel chakra once more. This approach seemed truly ineffective, particularly for someone like Zhongwu, who struggled immensely with chakra control. Convincing him to restrain his chakra was akin to scaling the heavens. Should he manipulate chakra? His negative emotions began to seep out. Impatience creeping in due to prolonged failures, and the still unconscious Junma Lu not far away, testing his patience. The uncontrolled shadow chakra intensified his desire to abandon this endeavor and to eliminate these detestable humans around him. Enough, quiet down. Yuling, weary of the prospect of suppressing the rampaging Zhongwu again, struck the side of Zhongwu's neck with a swift hand chop, rendering him unconscious. As for the slowly emerging talismans, they crawled back into hiding. With the host now unconscious, there was no longer an entity to vie for control. A jolt from his hand dispersed the impurities in the air, as a gentle chakra adhered to the earth, permeating through and settling upon Zhong Wu's exposed skin. The uncontrolled chakra spilled forth, enveloping Zhong Wu completely, suppressing the faintly visible black chakra, gradually sinking downwards. Before long, the pale yellow chakra dissipated, and the energy at Zhong Wu's surface scattered, leaving only a trace of solar warmth within, as if marking a trail and planting a unique seed. However, Zhong Wu remained unresponsive. Yuling had no intention of awakening him directly. At the very least, the shadow chakra needed to calm before the solar chakra could blend in properly. Ming Yu, you two keep watch here. He instructed his clone to maintain vigilance in the surrounding area, aligning 8 individuals in 8 directions: fire, wind, and earth positioned adjacent to one another, while water and lightning occupied the opposite side. Go, with the command given. He glanced back at Ming and Ming Yu before stepping across the clump of earth towards Junma Lu. After such an extended illusion, it was time to unravel it. You two, you may dispel it now. Seeing the corners of Junma Lu's mouth lift, yet his brow furrowed, Yuling understood that he had yet to escape the illusion, still ensnared in either a blissful or terrifying inner world. Indeed, maintaining the illusion, while low in consumption, still required energy. U2's chakra reserves were limited, and now, after nearly half an hour of sustaining it, they were reaching their limit. The voice was soft and gentle, and the spell was unraveled by reversing the order of the incantation. The chakra within Junmaru began to flow normally once more. Why are we still here, watching our feet trapped in place? Junmaru pondered, perplexed. Upon capturing a prisoner of war, should not the first course of action be to relocate, to conceal and evade pursuit? Remaining stationary at this moment seemed utterly bewildering, especially as the sun's position in the sky had altered. Are you willing to betray Lord Orochimaru? This direct question struck at Junmaru's only vulnerable spot. Impossible. The uncertainty in his tone vanished, replaced by an intensified hostility and a hatred akin to that of an age-old grudge. Chogo acquiesced. Though slightly fabricated, it was evident that after prolonged contemplation, Chogo ought to agree. Impossible. Doubt resurfaced. Wait until he awakens, then you may inquire. The decision rests with you. What has happened to him? What have you done? There was an unsettling calmness, akin to watching one's foot crush an ant, tranquil, devoid of turmoil. I treated him, cured an ailment that Orochimaru could not. The name Orochimaru was uttered without honorifics, emphasized deliberately. Impossible. Doubt was cast aside once more. So are you willing? May I request that you simply kill me? Impossible. Why? You are a ninja I hold in high regard. It would be a pity for you to perish. You would be of use to me. Yet, I am of use to Lord Orochimaru. I aspire to become his vessel. What if he deems you useless, fabricated from nothing? However, as a means of provocation, it was most effective. The true nature of Orochimaru remained elusive to Yuling. Yet, from mere fragments of conversation, she gradually painted a picture in her mind of a cunning, ruthless, and formidable ninja. The words just spoken may have been incorrect, yet perhaps they were not entirely false. Who knows? Belief begets existence, while disbelief leads to oblivion. Junmaru's loyalty still prevailed. Impossible. Then why are only the two of you here on reconnaissance? This was a question that piqued Yuling's curiosity, posed with a sense of experimentation. In another's territory, having engaged in a skirmish and lingered without trouble seemed quite peculiar. Others lack our utility. This childish rationale served as a lifeline for him. Then you are exceedingly weak. Is that all there is to a ninja called Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru is very strong. We have brought shame upon him. As if oblivious to Yuling's provocative remarks, Junmaru continued to answer each of her inquiries with reason. A ninja who cannot protect their home dares to claim strength? This was more pointed, as Yuling endeavored to make Junmaru aware of her taunts. Yet it appeared to serve no purpose whatsoever. That is not a reflection of Lord Orochimaru. If you speak of Lord Orochimaru again, I will certainly kill you. Purely due to Orochimaru's trust in him and his devout, almost irrational allegiance to Orochimaru, Junmaru, even now, remains steadfast in supporting him. You lack the discernment of one named Chogo. Regardless, what suits oneself and what can aid oneself is most beneficial, is it not? What has Lord Orochimaru done for you? It remains a matter of speculation. The dilemma surrounding Shou Wu is not easily resolved. Yuling, too, could conceive of this. For a ninja renowned throughout the shinobi world would surely not overlook it. Yet, The fact that no remedy has emerged after such a prolonged period suggests that perhaps this ninja is too selfish to seek a cure. Lord Orochimaru is my role model, my guiding star. I shall forever aspire to follow in his footsteps. With my head bowed, the glimmer of hope for life and the anticipation of serving Lord Orochimaru gradually faded from my eyes. A resolute heart yearning for death shone brightly within. Do you truly wish for death? Yuling found himself at a loss for words, astonished by such unwavering spirit. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, he had no intention of giving up. He could not bear to eliminate such a potent adversary in taijutsu. You too, I must trouble you. With a bitter smile, he turned to instruct you Tuesday. It is still vital to have a capable captain. Understanding the intent, you two formed hand seals. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Junma Lu's eyes. A trace of chakra infiltrated Junma Lu's body, once again disrupting the balance of his chakra. Let us observe the effects for a moment. By the way, if your chakra proves insufficient, I can provide a transfer. Understood, Captain. What is your opinion on the captain's strategy, brother? To be honest, I am somewhat concerned. Indeed, but this does not contravene the directives of Konoha's mission. As long as the boundaries are not crossed, the captain should be fine. I am not referring to the treatment of prisoners, I mean assisting Sho Wu. This is a stabilizing factor for our mission, is it not? That is true. However, I believe it should be acceptable, interpretable as a necessary pretense for gathering intelligence. Mingyu pondered for a moment before finding a rationale to exonerate Yuling. I see. Very well. As long as the captain is unharmed. However, we must still remind him. He has only recently joined the Umbu and may not be familiar with the rules. It is important to guide him. As a ninja, his potential is remarkable, and I would hate to see him mishandled. Indeed, I do not wish to change captains. All right, let us assist the captain diligently. Now, let us keep a close watch on Sho Wu. Understood. How is the infiltrating team faring? Returning to Danzo-sama, the team is currently secure. There are no enemies in the area, and we have yet to receive any news from the Jounin squad of the Land of Fire. However, reports indicate that a large-scale battle has occurred. Tian Ling's team, after annihilating our assassination squad last time, has once again suppressed and captured two of Lord Orochimaru's subordinates, namely Junma Lu and Sho Wu. Is Yuling still in good condition? That fool Orochimaru cannot even manage such a trivial task. Sho Wu and Junma Lu. Aren't they currently considered Orochimaru's most formidable duo? How could they be taken down one by one? According to the traces left at the scene, the infiltrating team reported a sequential defeat. First Junma Lu, followed by Sho Wu. One by one, they faced the situation with unyielding resolve. Why was I not granted a chance? I shall ensure he becomes the strongest pillar supporting Konoha. That obstinate old man, Hisashi. Calm your anger, Danzo-sama. Relay the order to maintain surveillance. Dispatch an additional team to monitor Orochimaru. Who knows if he is up to something? Yes. What illusion did you cast? The technique of misty servants. Observing Junma Lu's demeanor, it appeared somewhat abnormal, nervous yet seemingly indifferent. Yuling's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to inquire of the moon rabbit beside her. The technique of the Shadow Walker? Isn't that peculiar? Why employ such an odd illusion? This technique, of which Yuling had heard, was rather morbid in its nature. Its effects disturbed the target's auditory and visual senses through changes in the air's scent and pressure, immersing them in a vision populated by both familiar and unfamiliar faces, from which it was difficult to escape. Typically, one would need to be moved or assisted by allies to break free. With this technique, however, I need not exert control myself. By infusing the surrounding air with chakra, I could take a respite. Otherwise, I would have to constantly manipulate the chakra's fluctuations. I see. If you're fine, I shall proceed first. I'm still uncertain about the situation with Zhongwu. Please notify me of any developments. Understood, Captain. By the way, if you have a moment, could you teach me some illusion techniques? I seem to possess an immunity to illusions, yet I find them quite intriguing. It would be splendid if I could master them. Very well. Trust in your own talent. The moon rabbit appeared somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Yuling, who possessed formidable combat prowess, would take an interest in a technique with minimal martial application. In the vast expanse of the ninja world, the number of powerful ninjas adept in illusion techniques was few, and none would willingly allocate their training time to such arts, preferring the more tangible benefits of ninjutsu instead. Brother, did he just move? The light of dawn caught a hint of motion, prompting Mingri to query Mingwei, who stood with her back turned. I didn't notice. Let us observe closely. Captain Tianling is approaching. Indeed, but do not let your guard down. Understood. Mingri, has there been any change with Zhongwu? From a distance, before their forms arrived, their voices floated over. None yet. We detected movement a moment ago, but he remains in a state of unconsciousness. His physical condition is unchanged, and no alterations due to Yang-type chakra have been observed. Reporting such matters was Mingyue's forte. With just a few succinct sentences, she conveyed the current status. Mingri found himself lacking in comparison to her abilities. It seems the progress on both sides is rather slow. Our primary mission remains the rescue of Captain Yamato. Perhaps I should send a shadow clone to scout ahead. You should remain with Zhongwu. I will personally manage the clone. You must also ensure the surrounding area is secure. These clones will assist you. Shadow clone technique. A few weeks later, when I first employed the ordinary clone technique, I found my control had improved, although it appeared unchanged. The distribution of the 7 elemental chakras within was pure, with single-element chakras clustering together rather than intertwining as they did within a human body. Yes, but does the captain not require us to scout? Our abilities are more suited for self-preservation and concealment, which seems safer, Mingyue expressed her thoughts. She did not wish for the captain to shoulder all responsibilities, as it would be exhausting and prone to error. Indeed. Yet I believe that Orochimaru will prove to be a formidable adversary. Thus, I cannot allow you to take unnecessary risks. Sending clones would incur less loss. They should already be aware of our movements. If you wish, you may also deploy clones to assist me. Understood, Captain. The two brothers replied in unison, settling into a cross-legged position before Zhongwu and summoned their shadow clones. Let us embark. 3 dark figures darted into the woods, while the members of the Tianling team remained in place, controlling their clones. Do not disperse. The shadow clones alone cannot survive. To gather intelligence, one must serve as bait while I infiltrate. I shall be the bait. My combat capabilities are relatively high, and my brother is more cautious, so he should be able to accompany the captain during the stealth operation. Leave the outside to me. You can trust me. Mingri gave a thumbs up, and the shadow clones suddenly accelerated, surpassing Yuling, running ahead without looking back. By the way, Mingri, do you know where the Sound Ninja village is? What? Oh, I don't know. Mingri responded, still bewildered, continuing to run forward. Then why are you running aimlessly? Mingyue interjected before Yuling could speak, abruptly halting Mingri in his tracks, causing him to stumble and fall from the branch. I don't know. How can you not know? You were running with such vigor a moment ago. I don't know why I was running. You should follow the captain closely and act only upon receiving orders. Remember, this is not the land of fire. Upon noticing his brother's serious demeanor, Mingri instinctively lowered his head, responding quietly with a hint of dejection as he jumped back onto the branch, obediently trailing behind the two. Is everything arranged? Yes. It was a bit perilous earlier, but I managed to secure it. Really? Why would I lie? It's truly secured. Am I so strong that you fear failure? Then I shall trust you for now. It seems there are others nearby. The shadow clone of Yuling halted in front of a large tree. The mist has grown quite dense since we began. Is there an issue? Mingyue sensed the thickening fog and the chakra within it escalating to a perceivable level. Indeed, this mist is not of natural origin. It appears we have 2 individuals to our side, and one is moving toward us at a considerable speed. Captain, should I engage them? Mingri's clone eagerly jumped in front of Yuling. For some unknown reason, he sensed the chakra of the approaching individual and felt an inexplicable allure. Yes, but be cautious with your information. If you cannot contend with them, disengage immediately and relay information to our main bodies. After a moment of consideration, Yuling approved this strategy. It was indeed most suitable for Mingri to confront them directly, serving as a decoy while Yuling and Mingyue continued their infiltration. All right then, I shall proceed. Mingri bent his legs slightly, akin to an arrow drawn taut. Wait, I sense that the stationary ninja is perceptive. If you approach directly, our plan may be compromised. You must remain here, await the individual's arrival, and then detain them. The captain and I will advance further. Mingyue firmly grasped Mingri's arm, calmly assessing the situation, and deftly tossed Mingri behind a tree for better concealment. Okay, I'll handle it from here. Good. Be careful. As Yuling and Mingyu set off, the latter promptly dashed towards the approaching ninja. Mingyu, your brother still hasn't listened, has he? I apologize for the trouble, Captain. It's all right. His heart is in the right place for the mission. This shouldn't hinder our objectives. I hope so. Fortunately, it's just a clone, so we need not worry. Stop talking. The atmosphere around us is becoming tense. Indeed. Will Yuling and the others be all right? It's been quite some time without news. Captain, they've only been gone for a day. The border guards reported that they are safe, didn't they? Such conversations had transpired countless times throughout the day. After Team Tianling went to provide support, Kekkai and Nai felt increasingly uneasy. The ability to sense malice bestowed upon her by the Nine Tails kept her alert in the forest, her mind unable to relax. Indeed, look at Yuling. He is so strong, he surely won't come to harm. Moreover, he inherited my youthful passion. Kai turned to Kekkai and Nai, raising his right hand with a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling smile. Is your youthful passion of any use? Hey Kai, bang. Mike Guy collided headlong into a tree, the previous bruise still fresh. Now accompanied by a new one. Ouch, 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 you fool. Kekkai and Nai leaped past him without a glance. Hey Captain, don't leave me behind. Hurry up. Asuma rushed over, grasping Kai's wrist and using the momentum to hoist him up onto a nearby tree trunk before returning to Hong's side. Hey, don't rush. Captain. Oh, okay. Then let us save the day with our youthful passion. Be quiet. Yes, Captain. Let me show my true capabilities, Ming Ri declared, launching himself towards the incoming figure. For some unknown reason, he could distinctly sense the chakra of that individual, its flow, shape, attributes, and even its reserves. He intended to seize this opportunity to make a remarkable impression, proving his talent and prowess in solo combat. This time, I shall not fail. The blade in his hand glinted coldly, oscillating as it reflected the midday sun. You've taken the bait. The man approaching Ming Ri's shadow clone smirked slightly, fully aware of the advancing presence. The two shadows raced toward each other, weaving through the trees, as gusts of wind sent leaves spiraling down to dance among the gaps in the foliage. Here it comes. Bang. The two shadows collided and swiftly separated. The short blade met a kunai, yet the anticipated metallic clash did not resonate. Oh, you're quite enthusiastic. Come with me. The man, cloaked in the shadows of the trees, spoke in a somewhat flirtatious tone that reached Ming Ri's shadow clone across several trunks. The do not betray. I shall demonstrate my strength. You stay here. With that, he charged again, carving a deep footprint into the branch. Fissures gradually spreading to the junction of the branch and trunk. Naive. Ha with you? I think not. Come with me. The man let out a cold smirk, turning away to depart in the opposite direction. I suggest you do not underestimate me. How could I, with my prideful disposition, swallow such ridicule? With a flick of my wrist, I unleashed a blade of chakra that sliced through the air, aimed at the figure shrouded in shadow. I asked, can't you simply walk with me? The blade's energy cleaved through the man's form, continuing on its trajectory as if it had encountered nothing at all. His body, momentarily divided, seamlessly rejoined after the blade passed, lazily propped against the tree trunk. Who are you? The man felt a twinge of panic. He had never encountered a ninja capable of evading attacks so effortlessly. Other adversaries at least attempted to dodge or counter with jutsu. However, to witness such stillness without harm was a first for him. Don't worry about that. Just follow me. Hurry up. With a light push off the ground, he appeared to float, as if devoid of weight. Are you also one of Orochimaru's subordinates? Gathering intelligence is always advantageous, even if it seems futile to defeat this man. I could still buy some time, relaying information through my shadow clone's memories. You know too much, and yet you wander in here? You've stirred up trouble. You're likely to return with no chance of survival. The man called out nonchalantly, not bothering to look back. So, Orochimaru, what kind of ninja is he? Shouldn't we be allies as comrades of Konoha? Lord Orochimaru was abandoned by you all, he exclaimed with a mocking laugh. But he is indeed formidable, he added. A hint of trepidation in his voice, his body quivering slightly, droplets of sweat trickling down. Such nuances, of course, went unnoticed by me. How could Konoha be anything but a stable and gentle village? This perspective was far removed from my own impressions of Konoha, which I fundamentally disagreed with. Surely, he must have committed heinous acts to warrant this fate. Why do you care so much? Hey, who captured whom here? I haven't even interrogated you yet. So why all the chatter? Don't ask unnecessary questions, just comply and follow me. You'd better not make me knock you out to get you to listen. Doubt, a rare sentiment, surfaced within me as I followed the man, my mind racing with peculiar thoughts and the current predicament. I cannot allow myself to be taken into Orochimaru's base. I must retain my autonomy. If my clones cannot be dismissed, that would be troublesome. My rational mind continually urged this point. The essence of this bait-and-switch tactic lay in preserving my own agency. If my true self were harmed or captured, it would mean a grave loss for my team. What are you pondering? Hurry up and run. I'm parched here. The man complained, darting into the nearby thicket, halting to observe my vacant gaze. Can't you hear me? Hey, don't just run off on your own. Reluctantly, despite the lack of hydration, the man lazily emerged, trailing behind Tomorrow, for such a captive must not be lost. Can you please behave, you rascal? You are my captive, after all. Provoking my superior is quite troublesome. The man observed Tomorrow's ethereal gait, growing somewhat impatient, as signs of his own evaporation began to manifest, vapor swirling around him. Oh, how peculiar. Tomorrow's essence was still grappling with thoughts, having forgotten to sever the connection with his clone, unwittingly leaving it in a dormant state. Upon regaining awareness of the scene's transformation, he hurriedly familiarized himself with the surroundings, noting the terrain before steadily following the man. This turn of events revealed the man's true visage: white hair, shark-like teeth, a pale face, and a frail frame, with a nose that seemed to waver in and out of visibility. Such an unusual appearance altered Tomorrow's impression of this Orochimaru. With subordinates possessing bizarre abilities and even more peculiar physical forms, the esteemed Sannin, Orochimaru, began to resemble a zookeeper in Tomorrow's mind. What did you say? Did you just speak? I clearly heard you. Are you curious about my appearance? The man turned his head, gazing vacantly at Tomorrow, who was incessantly questioning. After a brief exchange, he pivoted, retreating backward. Oh, it's merely curiosity regarding your ninja village, Tomorrow mumbled, lowering his head, unable to meet the man's gaze, offering a somewhat insincere response through numerous hesitations. Ahead, a grand tree loomed, directly behind which the man collided without a hint of caution. Hey, Tomorrow internally cautioned the man, suppressing the urge to shout. Yet, remarkably, the man encircled the tree trunk, transforming into two puddles of water, seamlessly passing through, and coalescing on the other side into human form, much like how he had dealt with Tomorrow's earlier strike. Are you an evolved form of water? What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? The man flitted around Tomorrow, eager to uncover what had just been uttered. I forgot, Tomorrow stammered. Don't play coy with me. Think carefully. Otherwise, I have ways to subdue you. The man smirked, raising his hands to his chest, rubbing them together, with what appeared to be a crystalline liquid slowly trickling from his lips. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing at all. Why are you meddling again? Do you trust me? No, you must continue, for the greater good. One must never allow personal preferences to jeopardize this arduous task of baiting. All right. I'll continue. What was it that you said? The man grew increasingly exasperated, bouncing on the branches, gesturing animatedly at Tomorrow, unfazed by the risk of falling. I said your voice is getting lower, Tomorrow cautiously remarked, focusing on the branches beneath his feet, articulating each word with care. What? You said I'm handsome? Splendid. It seems you possess some discernment. Soon it will arrive. Make sure to prepare adequately. They can be far more formidable than I. When did I ever say that? Oh, you need not explain. I comprehend perfectly. Stay vigilant. If you falter later, do not blame me. The man, without a backward glance, bounced through the forest with an exuberant gait. At some point, a cup of water had inexplicably appeared in his hand. Upon drinking, he was full of life. What an oddity. What? Are you complimenting my handsomeness again? Do refrain from lavishing praise upon me. It makes me quite bashful. I did not flatter you. Mingri, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed loudly in protest. Oh, you deny it even while extolling me. Very well, let it be as it is. Must we not be more candid in our dealings? Are you human? Did you not just praise me? Even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse your guilt. Mingri chose to remain silent, stifling his grievances within, trailing behind the man without uttering a word. Hey, why the sudden silence? Are you embarrassed from all the compliments? Mingri will be fine, Mingyue reassured herself as she followed Yuling through the woods, mentally affirming that no harm would befall him, though her hands instinctively clenched into fists. A subtle air of tension surrounding her. With tension, naturally comes the scent of predators. Anxiety, akin to hormones, attracted unknown or perhaps mutated creatures lurking in the forest. Mingyue, do not be so tense. Just keep your body relaxed. Ease your mind. Yuling sensed a slight disturbance in Mingyue's chakra, which began to swirl chaotically within her, dispersing that anxious energy into the surrounding air, affecting Yuling as well. Yes, Captain Tailing. I was merely worried about Mingri. As a leader, discerning the needs and concerns of one's team is an essential skill. For reasons unknown, Yuling could effortlessly read their innermost thoughts. Indeed, Captain, Yuling interjected once more. Rest assured, Mingri is quite strong. He may appear frivolous at times, but that is due to your presence. With an elder brother's steadiness, he need not emulate your actions. He can be himself and aspire to embody the spirited youth exemplified by Senior Kai. I believe that when he is alone, he must surely display a different side. Simply cheer him on. If all else fails, it is merely a shadow clone. Through their recent companionship, Yuling had discerned nuances about Mingri that were unknown to others. Gradually arriving at the conclusions previously mentioned, the decision to allow him to serve as bait stemmed from such considerations. But I am his brother, Mingyue expressed, still troubled. After the loss of their parents, this bond compelled him to protect his younger sibling even more fiercely. Perhaps it was this very concern that led him to overlook the changes in his brother. In the past, my brother was quite the troublemaker. Now, focus on accomplishing your task. Do not let personal feelings jeopardize this mission, which can be deemed an Ultra S-level assignment. The S-level tasks are the pinnacle of assignments at the Task Distribution Center. An Ultra S-level task is one that can only be issued by the highest authorities of each ninja village, the Kage. This rescue mission was personally initiated by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, rendering it an extraordinary S-rank task. Such an achievement undoubtedly enhances one's resume. Indeed, no ninja would overlook such an opportunity. Yes, Captain. After the mission's success, let us celebrate together. Have a bit of faith in yourself, as well as in tomorrow. You are all elite ninjas, deserving of your place in the ANBU. I'm merely a team member. I cannot compare to a prodigy like you, who steps in as captain. There was a subtle movement nearby. We must stealthily approach. You need to suppress your presence. Otherwise, you risk being discovered. Do not worry about tomorrow. Understood. It is not so simple to quell a nervous aura. The atmosphere only amplifies the pressure, with beads of cold sweat trickling down Mingyue's cheeks, seeping through the gaps of her mask and chin, and slowly dripping onto the ground. Plop. The faint sound dampens the fallen leaves. They are still pursuing us. You run ahead for a while. I will catch up shortly. Understood, Captain. Mingyue's abilities are indeed ill-suited for confronting numerous adversaries, and the myriad of subtle noises around them reveals the number of encircling foes. Just a few wild beasts. Stop 2,000 meters ahead, recalibrate your mindset, and then clear the area. Wait for me. Yes. Without looking back, Mingyue drew her short blade, channeling chakra to her feet, and with a burst, she propelled herself forward. A blade of fiery chakra cleaved a black wolf in half at the center of the path, along with the tree trunk beside it. The embers fell onto its fur, and the damp leaves nearby began to emit smoke, quickly obscuring Mingyue's retreating figure. I gave you a chance. Now go and do your best. Captain, how can one burden this child with such a heavy responsibility? Having served in the ANBU for several years, as a senior, I must assist him next time. Mingyue, wielding her short blade, cleaved through several obstructive beasts, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead, mumbling to herself. It seemed as though she had found a semblance of calm, worrying less about tomorrow. With the captain's assurance, tomorrow will undoubtedly be formidable. There are indeed quite a few beasts. A shadow clone cannot spare the energy to create another. I must rely solely on my strength. Attempting to condense chakra at the surface of my body proved futile. Yuling's plan to leave a clone as a rearguard was thus dashed. The chakra of the shadow clone cannot sustain a single attribute clone. A roar erupted as fearless beasts, like tigers and wolves, stepped forward, intimidating Yuling, who was ensnared in the center. Roar. They even seemed to refrain from attacking. These beasts possess a modicum of intelligence. I cannot afford to delay. I must resolve this quickly, or Mingyue will worry again. With a flick of his thumb, Yuling's sleeve blade shot forth. After rubbing the blades together, he suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with the white tiger before him. Their gazes met. Roar. The white tiger continued to roar, while Yuling remained motionless, fixated on the beast. The look of a predator glimmered in the eyes of this 8-year-old child. It is a gaze of death that can only be attained through the experience of life and death. A palpable sense of tension hung in the air between both parties. Yet, it was Yuling who made the first move, not targeting the formidable white tiger before him, but rather the few black wolves lurking behind. Employing a tactical maneuver of diversion, he propelled himself forward, leaning back and soaring through the air. His sleeve sword swiftly pierced the brows of two black wolves, delivering a lethal blow. The sound of two anguished cries erupted amidst the splatter of blood. The surrounding beasts instinctively took a step back, though they continued to howl defiantly. Urged on by one another, they gradually tightened their encirclement again. Beasts are merely beasts. Fortunately, this large group lacked any semblance of strategy. Otherwise, the situation could have proven quite challenging. Withdrawing the sleeve sword from the brow of the fallen wolf, he flicked it with a deft motion, scattering the blood into the wind, then wiped the blade clean. Roar, thunder release, thunderblade. Chakra began to coalesce, gradually infusing his hand with a faint blue hue that deepened in color. The once soft, filamentous chakra now exhibited a newfound rigidity, surging with defined edges across the back of his hand. The infusion of lightning chakra was complete. This was merely an ordinary shadow clone technique, yet for Yuling, it marked a significant advancement. The only limitation lay in the quantity of chakra. A single clone could not sustain itself in such a state for long. He estimated that within half an hour, the chakra would be fully depleted. Then, let us conclude this swiftly. Yuling had little fear of battle. His graceful form entered the throng of beasts, evading a ferocious attack with a swift pivot. Before any claws could reach him, he deftly slid out of harm's way, landing behind the reckless creatures. A scar upon the back is the shame of a swordsman. His gaze turned steely, and in an instant, the compassion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a profound battle intent. A knight should feel shame for striking from behind. Yet Yuling was a ninja. He dismissed such conventions entirely. The essence of a ninja's mission lies in efficiency, and the ability to defeat the enemy is paramount. This principle he adhered to unwaveringly, employing intellect even in confronting beasts. Having executed a counterattack, he opted for a novel strategy. The beasts appeared to have learned their lesson, refraining from leaping, instead shifting across the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yuling, however, leapt into the air, performing a perfect front flip, once again landing behind the horde. The sword's aura had already surged forth, mingling with the currents of lightning, mercilessly etching a charred mark upon the beasts. The white tiger rolled its eyes back, revealing the whites, struggling a few times before it ceased to breathe. Is this it? Simpler than anticipated. Yet he acknowledged that his ability to control shadow clones required further refinement. The recent maneuver had been somewhat taxing. The shadow clone dispelled the lightning chakra, standing in place with a sigh, while the original Yuling reflected meticulously on the feedback from this encounter. Indeed, shadow clones could not compare to the original. Aside from their immunity to demise, did they possess any merits at all? Well, it's time to set off. Otherwise, Mingwe will start to worry. Being this brother is indeed a challenging role. Without sensing the chakra of others, Yuling's clone soon located Mingwe, who had proceeded ahead. He was hiding behind a massive boulder. In front of it lay an open space, yet there were faint fluctuations of chakra, suggesting a trap set by Mingwe. The surrounding landscape suddenly transformed, just moments ago. It was a lush forest, but a little further ahead, the ground became barren and cracked, leading to an unending ridge of mountains. In front of the team leader stood a peculiar creature, humanoid, yet distinctly different. Thus, I hesitated to advance. Sensing Yuling's arrival, Mingwe promptly reported, providing Yuling with some insights beneficial to their mission. Did you just conduct an investigation? Yuling inquired, curious as Mingwe lacked any sensing abilities. How did you discern the presence of such beings? Well, I inadvertently dashed forward without paying attention. After encountering a few of those solitary creatures, I retreated. I see. Then let us observe from here for a while. Stealth should be approached with patience. Yuling settled down, closed his eyes, and gradually extended his chakra perception, spreading it across the ground like a spider's web, capturing any unusual movements. Mingwe, keep a lookout around me. Yes, Captain. Hey, Shueiwe, why are you so slow? I'm relieved you made it here. I was worried you might botch things up. Hey, you ugly freak, don't talk to me like that. You're nothing but trash with no power. You're asking for trouble. Come at me if you dare. You dumb idiot. Ugly freak. Are these two individuals truly fools? The rather blunt Ariri could no longer bear to watch. As a captive, he now had the freedom to move his hands and feet, observing the two adversaries hurling insults at one another, even resorting to physical confrontation. The red-haired woman landed a punch on Shueiwe's head, and aside from the sound of splashing water, silence ensued. I'm not going to waste my time on you, fool. Like a punch thrown into the void. The woman lowered her fist, fuming, and turned to leave, crashing straight into a wall. What kind of operation is this? Is it a secret base? Ariri sensed something amiss as the woman seemingly vanished into thin air, or rather, passed through the wall. Stop dawdling. Let's follow that ugly freak. The white-haired man shoved Ariri, propelling him through the wall as well. Naturally, Ariri followed suit. That man is named Shueiwa, still in midair. Ariri's thoughts flickered back to the playful banter exchanged between the two, piecing together the information he had gathered. White-haired man, Shueiwa, possesses the ability to nullify physical attacks, along with water release. There is also a red-haired woman with an unknown ability. The base is situated deep in the wilderness, protected by a barrier. Isn't Orochimaru-sama's base quite impressive? Upon entering the barrier, one is greeted by an abundance of wooden structures. It appears to be underground. Surrounding walls were propped up by wooden stakes, and both the ceiling and floor were covered with curved wooden planks. Do speak up. Are you so awestruck by this magnificent architecture? Shueiwa meandered restlessly around Mingri, her footsteps ceaselessly circling. I'm quite well, Mingri managed to utter, slightly taken aback as he pursued Shueiwa's fleeting figure, finally managing to fixate on her presence just long enough to utter these words. Why are you being so dismissive? Are you dissatisfied with Lord Orochimaru? She teased. To be honest, I find him rather unlikable myself. He is quite strange, isn't terrifying really. Suddenly, Shueiwa transformed, climbing onto Mingri's shoulder and whispering cautiously into his ear. Hey, don't scare me like that, Mingri muttered, quickly darting a few steps to catch up with the seemingly normal red-haired woman ahead. Ah, you're rather dull, aren't you? It's been ages since I encountered a living soul. Why won't you play with me? Shueiwa glided along the ground, continuing to hover around Mingri. What do you want, you grotesque creature? Is there something that requires my intervention? Just then, as Shueiwa had not yet activated her transformation, the red-haired woman abruptly turned and delivered a swift punch, her chakra-infused fist striking Shueiwa squarely in the face and sending her crashing into the wooden wall. Brutish fool. Idiot. Mingri grimaced, casting a sympathetic glance at Shueiwa, who was still embedded within the wall, not bothering to turn his head as he walked forward with his back turned. This woman is terrifying, he thought, noticing the swift alteration in her demeanor. The seemingly demure and somewhat endearing woman had instantaneously morphed into a fearsome villainess. What are you looking at? Hurry up and move. The red-haired woman barked as she sensed the man trailing behind her had slowed his pace. Oh yes, I mustn't be struck. If I am hit, my shadow clone will vanish, and then I won't serve my purpose as bait. Fool, you better catch up. Or else Lord Orochimaru. Yes. His form transformed into liquid, flowing away from the hole in the wall and coalescing into a humanoid shape on the ground. However, his face appeared even paler than before, with sunken eyes. It seems this Shueiwa is quite fearful of Orochimaru. Intriguing, he mused. Indeed, the thoughts of these clones were directly relayed to Mingri's original self, situated beside Jumalu. The intelligence gathered was duly preserved. Is this Orochimaru's base? A serpent's lair. It's truly vast. The endless corridors, punctuated by the occasional appearance of similarly styled hidden doors, began to weigh heavily on Mingri's aesthetic sensibilities, leading to an unintended decline in his mental acuity. He remained oblivious to the fact that a man and woman, positioned ahead and behind him respectively, intermittently glanced back at him, whether out of concern or surveillance, or perhaps they had ulterior motives, he could not discern. Mingri was too engrossed in meticulously etching the image of this base into his mind. A significantly expansive underground structure with hidden doors along the way. The depth is unknown, but based on the creatures within the base, it should be approximately 30 meters below ground. Is it truly that deep? Is this person in real estate or mining? Upon receiving such information, his original self could not help but exclaim. It must be noted that in the vast ninja world, subterranean constructions rarely exceed 10 in number. Such a profound underground structure must indeed stand as the deepest record to date. The true purpose of the base is likely beyond mere speculation for tomorrow. Shueiwa, he feels as though he has not yet reached the state he ought to attain. Indeed, what an eyesore. This individual's spirit remains somewhat resilient. Yes, however, under the designs of Lord Orochimaru, he will undoubtedly succumb. Lord Orochimaru, Xianglin, that man. What is it? Are you, a grown man, afraid of him? I, the honorable member of the Hozuki clan. And what of the Hozuki clan? I still. Sigh, can Orochimaru escape from here? Do not even think about it. With your level. Sigh. Beside him, although Tomorrow sensed an unusual tranquility, he felt no vibrations of chakra surrounding his mind. Shui and the red-haired woman ahead employed some unknown method, communicating silently across the void with mere traces of chakra and faint brainwaves. The entire exchange transpired within a minute, and the content of their communication was accessible only to them. No one else could glean it without delving into memories. Why haven't we arrived yet? We've been walking for almost an hour, and everything around looks identical. Boredom and fatigue washed over him, naturally giving rise to negative emotions. We have arrived. If you say we've arrived, then so be it. Shui raised his hands and leaned back, gradually slowing his pace, trembling as he created distance between himself and Tomorrow. We have arrived, come in. The red-haired woman abruptly turned, opening a hidden door beside the road, guiding Tomorrow inside. It was pitch black. Bang. The door closed behind him. Fortunately, I don't have to go in. You're just afraid, you fool. Now is not the time for jokes, Orochimaru. A sudden gust of cool wind swept through, swirling some dust in the cave-like chamber. Candles ignited. One by one, the candles affixed to the walls flickered to life. No presence of others was felt. The cave illuminated, the dim yellow candlelight flickering. A rather abnormal silhouette swayed in the distance, moving in rhythm with the flickering light. Shadows danced upon the ground. A pair of glimmering vertical pupils flashed in the darkness. Yamato, the captain? Suddenly, something grasped Tomorrow's ankle. In a moment of urgency, he leapt and performed a backflip away from the spot. He beheld a somewhat frightening visage. Yet, the distinct nasolabial folds, the straight brown hair, and the uniquely shaped forehead protector unmistakably revealed this person's identity. Yamato, the captain of Konoha. His feet bound, he crawled laboriously across the ground, his mouth sealed, only able to emit muffled whimpers. His upper body was exposed, revealing numerous scars and a patch of skin that did not belong to him, pure white flesh. Captain, what has happened to you? Ah, young one, you must realize your fate now that you have been brought here, correct? A hoarse voice emanated from the shadows, the peculiar vertical pupils beneath the mouth barely moving. And once again, silence enveloped the scene. Fate, indeed, your fate. My quarry, ensnared by my grasp, is left with no avenue of escape. The hoarse voice rose slightly, tinged with excitement. My fate. You shall become my specimen. Specimen? Who are you? Tomorrow felt a surge of anxiety. The pressure exerted by this man was tenfold that of the previous creature, named Heavy. Do you not recognize me? Then why have you come here? I am the greatest scientist of this era, Orochimaru. The man stood, his slitted eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity, and strolled towards Tomorrow. Halting precisely at the juncture of light and shadow, a long tongue lashed out, shamelessly licking his lips, again and again. How disgusting, the youth thought. Ah, young one, it is a privilege for you to be here. You will serve as the stepping stone to my immortality. You will make a significant contribution to the advancement of this ninja world, merely with your frail and battered body. Does that not sound enticing? The tongue continued to trail over his lips, a glint of greed illuminating his eyes as he stared hungrily at Tomorrow's form, his entire being leaning forward, revealing an unusual lower half. That was no pair of human legs. It was the tail of a white serpent, glistening with scales and exuding a chill. What exactly are you? Are you not human? Tomorrow suppressed the nausea and tension welling within, his voice tremulous yet discernible. Hemi, I transcend humanity. I am human. But through my research, I can live far longer. I can certainly become stronger as well. Tomorrow found himself at a loss for words. Such an extraordinary ninja, with behaviors and existence unlike any other. What is this man's background? The records from Konoha ceased after the Third Shinobi World War. What is his true nature? Are you not astonished? Before you stands the fire release, fire flow slash. Tomorrow raised his hand, drawing his blade, his arm trembling as he executed a downward strike. The tension surged through his chakra, erupting into a tangible blaze that shot forth, targeting the unveiled Orochimaru. Ah, the resistance of a little mouse is indeed amusing. To what extent do you belong? Orochimaru steadied his arm, aimed at the incoming fire blade, unfazed by the searing heat and the terrifying form it took. Is he truly that formidable, to not even flinch? Tomorrow maintained a skeptical demeanor, tilting his head to scrutinize Orochimaru, his feet stealthily inching towards Captain Yamato. If he could rescue Yamato, their combat prowess would significantly increase, thus enhancing their chances of victory. Ninjutsu, Serpent binding technique. A small brown snake leapt from the man's sleeve, striking directly at the fire blade, dispersing the concentrated fire chakra back into its ordinary state. My ninjutsu should not be so feeble. Surely, the snake's technique, which I understand intimately, could not be so easily countered. Tomorrow's jaw slackened slightly, his mouth agape as he stared at the scattering flames, momentarily lost in thought. Yet he would not yield so easily. With a swift motion, he raised his blade once more, unleashing another surge of chakra. This time, a more refined fire element chakra enveloped the surface of the sword, and as he swung it, a fiery blade took form once again. Faster and broader, it surged forth, compressing the air as it hurtled towards Orochimaru. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated, rippling outward. As Tomorrow cast a concerned glance at his ninjutsu, Orochimaru remained unfazed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he raised his other hand. Shadow Serpent Hand. 5 slender brown snakes coiled around each other, scaling one another's bodies as they spiraled through the air, rushing towards the fire blade. Yet this time, they did not aim to break through the heart of the chakra. Instead, as they neared the fiery edge, the snakes dispersed, dividing into 5 distinct directions and entirely consuming the flame. What is this? Tomorrow murmured, instinctively taking a step back, only to trip over the uneven roots of the ground and land unceremoniously near the door. The 5 serpents, singed yet relentless, descended from above, their target fixed on the fallen Tomorrow. Is this all the intelligence you have for me? Orochimaru taunted, his voice dripping with anticipation. Let us indulge, shall we? My power. The power of the sage. Emerging from the shadows, he commanded the serpents to coil around Tomorrow without restraint, his gaze fixated on him with the fervor of a predator. His aura subtly shifted, no longer resembling his usual self. Something is crawling within me. Tomorrow felt a warmth spreading across his body, an unknown substance slithering up his cheek and downwards, enveloping his upper body. What is this? This pattern, could it be those monsters? His consciousness began to fade, replaced by an overwhelming void, adrift in a vast ocean of hatred. Is this what they call going berserk? The heat intensified, black patterns continuously manifesting, coalescing into a mass that changed color. A tan hide emerged at the surface, hard and frigid. This clone won't hold out much longer. It will explode, won't it? I should retreat. My original self must remain unharmed. Withdrawing his consciousness, he returned across the vast distance to his own body, carrying with him remnants of chakra and a deep-seated fear. I'm back. This venture yielded considerable gains. As bait, he had managed to infiltrate. Not too shabby. At least he didn't drag anyone down. Oh, and Yuling's clones are still intact. I shall rest well. Tomorrow, hands clasped behind his head, carelessly reclined backwards onto the grass, closing his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, that clone had not vanished. Just a clone. A portion of chakra was siphoned off. Yet the power of the cursed seal remains. How intriguing. Now, let me take control of this clone. Having learned so many ninjutsu, I am finally delving into puppetry. Orochimaru sensed a transformation in the youth before him. The flicker of normalcy that had previously struggled within was abruptly extinguished, and a portion of chakra had dissipated from his dantian. Thus, the possibility that this ninja was merely a shadow clone loomed large. However, due to the curse seal, the clone still possessed an immense reservoir of chakra, allowing its form to be sustained. A commendable pawn indeed. Clean up the little mice nearby, and test your strength. He chuckled. This was Orochimaru's first experiment with such aggressive chakra on the clone. It would serve as a valuable piece of evidence for his trial. Tomorrow, Yamato crawled forward, inching closer to what was no longer Tomorrow. Do not venture out. Tomorrow rose like a living corpse, rigidly turning, and with a single punch shattered the wall, stepping through the threshold. Tomorrow, Yamato understood Orochimaru's intent. It was merely to incite his subordinates into a self-destructive conflict. His knowledge of Yurin's abilities and tactics remained limited, preventing him from feeling secure. Stay here, Tenzo, he instructed. Orochimaru, with a sardonic smile, mused over how his once successful experiment had now become so feeble, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He observed the layers of walls shattered by the force of a human impact, devoid of any regret, extending his neck to lean forward, coldly whispering to Yamato. The wretched creature whimpered, lacking the strength to produce any further sounds. Humph, even with Hashirama's cells, one may not necessarily attain strength. What a waste of my resources. Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully, striding away as his serpentine tail transformed back into human legs. Lord Orochimaru. Mizuki trembled upon seeing the real Orochimaru at the entrance. Water cascading from every part of his form, gradually dissolving into a puddle. Mizuki, you have completed the task admirably. And you, Karui, accompany that child's clone. It shall be intriguing. Only intervene when he cannot resolve matters himself. How eerie. Mizuki continued to shudder, enduring Orochimaru's cold laughter and penetrating gaze. Feeling as if his consciousness were on the verge of being devoured, utterly unable to control his physical state. Mizuki, we must depart, Karui said, glancing at the limp Mizuki. Frustrated and anxious, yet unwilling to reveal her true form before Orochimaru, she gritted her teeth and forced out a word, reaching to tug at Mizuki. Only to grasp a puddle instead. Mizuki, this wretched mass, she lamented, the words barely forming from the murky puddle. Mizuki, am I truly that terrifying? Orochimaru's neck elongated once more, curling close to Mizuki, whispering beside the puddle. No, no. Lord Orochimaru is merciful and kind. Fool. Lord Orochimaru, we must set off now. Otherwise, we may lose track of that cursed clone. Although Xianglin harbored a disdain for Shueisha, a faint bond had nonetheless formed over their prolonged companionship. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she intervened to rescue Shueisha. Thank you, he stammered. Cut it out, you fool. Get up already. Okay. As the water gradually took shape, Shueisha emerged, eagerly darting through the hole created by the clone of Mingri, hastily fleeing from Orochimaru. Farewell, Lord Orochimaru. A chuckle escaped him. Shueisha was indeed amusing, still gripped by fear after all this time. Despite his newfound strength, he observed their retreating figures with a tinge of nostalgia, reminiscent of a mentor. With a flick of his tongue, he turned and retreated into the shadowy recesses of the base. Ah, that old coot Danzo has certainly given me a challenging task. Are you all right, Shueisha? The inquiry was tinged with a hint of exasperation as Xianglin regarded the trembling Shueisha, who was visibly perturbed. I'm fine. A sigh escaped him. The mere sight of Orochimaru still frightened him. Shueisha hugged his arms tightly, eyes fixed ahead, nervously stepping in tandem with Xianglin. Are you still not acting like a man? You possess great strength, you know. You've disgraced the entire Hozuki clan. TCH, you aren't even worthy to discuss my family. Shueisha retorted, his voice rising as he turned to glare at Xianglin, his expression deadly serious. Uffed. Ha ha. Well, you do get fired up when it comes to the Hozuki clan. Truly amusing. Xianglin stifled a laugh behind her hand, having anticipated this reaction from Shueisha. Whenever the topic of his lineage arose, he would become intensely earnest, shifting focus and fiercely defending his identity, regardless of the circumstances. You're a hideous creature. This tactic had been employed countless times, yet it remained effective. Though irritated, Shueisha acknowledged Xianglin's good intentions and fell silent, dutifully following her. You really are stubborn, Xianglin remarked, leaping gracefully onto a branch ahead, leaning against it while concealing herself behind the trunk. What's wrong? Shueisha lacked Xianglin's sensory abilities and was oblivious to the chakra fluctuations she sensed. However, instinctively, he bent low, smoothly positioning himself against the tree. That clone has halted. They must have encountered those two leaf ninjas. I see. Why not follow them then? Shueisha inquired. His curiosity piqued. Freak, a ninja with a cursed seal possesses some degree of sensory ability. We would be detected if we approached, Xianglin retorted, her eyes wide with frustration. Yet, she refrained from raising her voice, opting instead to explain to Shueisha in an irritable tone. Hey, I don't have a cursed seal. How would I know? Neither do I. You're merely foolish. Don't think your sensory abilities can deceive me, you ugly creature. Fool. Ugly creature. Let us not bicker with fools. Ugly creature. Mingri. Mingri? Under Yuling's guidance, Mingyue glanced back and spotted Mingri racing toward them, albeit with some noticeable changes in appearance. Mingyue, his chakra seems abnormal. What? Captain? What is going on? The bright moon merely observed the changes occurring in the surface skin, while the tumultuous chakra was still beyond its perception. I am uncertain, yet I sense that Mirai's chakra has dissipated. Yuling gazed intently at the body of Mirai's clone, noting that the once fervent natural chakra had vanished, leaving only a flickering crimson of chaotic energy. Mirai, you must not falter. Suddenly, Mirai's clone halted, its arms dangling to the ground, legs bent, and torso leaning forward. Mirai, what has happened? Unable to contain himself, Mingyue dashed forth before Yuling could react. He rushed towards Mirai's clone unarmed, without even drawing his dagger. Mirai, surely. My brothers can accomplish their task with ease. Phew, it feels rather effortless to conclude my duties. With a swift motion, a palm struck out horizontally, sending Mingyue flying as it collided with his midsection. Mirai, hey Mingyue, that is no longer Mirai. Come back. But it was too late. The uncontrollable form in the air was overtaken by the clone, which delivered a punch from above, crashing down onto Mingyue. Mirai. Mingyue lacked the resilience of the current false Mirai. The clone crumbled into white mist upon receiving the blow, reverting to its chakra form and dissipating into the air. Ugh! Mirai let out a low growl, pressing her body closer to the ground. Her limbs splayed wide as she gripped the earth with fierce determination. Distinct claw marks marred the surroundings. Mirai had begun to resemble those monstrous entities. The clone proved to be a formidable opponent, and the status of Mirai's true self remained uncertain. With a flick of his thumb, Yuling swiftly unsheathed his concealed sword, positioning it with both hands. The enhanced Tianling style re-emerged, as the clone faced another creature without fear. Mirai, where are you? In the fleeting moment before the clone's disappearance, Mirai's true self awakened, her mind filled with thoughts of the rampaging Mirai. Mirai, where are you? Without even opening her eyes, Mingyue lay on the ground, shouting in desperation. Oh dear brother, what are you shouting about? I am right here. Upon hearing her brother's anxious voice, Mirai, filled with curiosity, rolled over. Mirai, are you all right? Mingyue paused, gazing at the normal ninja before him, doubting his own vision. The disparity between this figure and the clone that had attacked him was stark. How is it that you are unharmed? With two questions posed in quick succession, Mirai appeared somewhat bewildered. Brother, what is the matter? I have been perfectly fine. Is there an issue? Although she had ventured into danger, her true self remained unscathed. Only a clone had been lost. Are you still controlling the clone? Quickly, make it stop. My clone was defeated by it, and now it is attacking Captain Tianling. Mingyue recalled that the captain was still facing a dire predicament. The rampaging clone of Mirai posed a considerable threat even to their captain. The loss of the clone had deprived them of the advantage of utilizing additional clones, and a one-on-one confrontation was a severe disadvantage for Yuling, who lacked formidable means. Tomorrow seldom sees my brother in a state of urgency, yet upon hearing his words, I find myself utterly powerless. My brother, my shadow clone, I had long since dispelled. Before the assault at Orochimaru's base, I had willingly released my clone. Tomorrow crouched down, supporting my brother's shoulder, patiently elucidating. Then who is that person? They bear a striking resemblance to you, akin to the forms of Toru and Kimimaro during their rampages. The captain of the chakra team remarked on the uncanny similarity. Who could that possibly be? With tomorrow's assistance, the still shocked Mingyue sat up, cradling his head in deep contemplation. Yet he could not deduce the identity of that individual. Brother, that person. Shouldn't they have vanished after the clone was dispelled? It's impossible, brother. I am certain I dispelled the clone long ago, Tomorrow stammered. He vividly recalled the moment when he was nearly overtaken by that frenzied chakra. These possible characteristics all pointed towards the clone he had previously summoned. However, theoretically, it was unfeasible. Tomorrow, cease your nonsensical chatter. How could a dispelled clone still exist? But brother, I remember that just a second before dispelling, that chaotic chakra almost seized control of my mind. I am uncertain of what happened to the clone after the chakra's support was removed. It's implausible for a clone to possess independent existence, is it? Even Kakashi-senpai, although it is said that clones have their own consciousness, still require the primary S chakra for control, right? No. Tomorrow, stop wandering into wild thoughts. Let us first ensure the safety of this place. Very well, brother. Mingyue had spoken extensively, a rarity that left Tomorrow astonished. With a heart full of trepidation, he turned towards Toru, glancing back at his brother's condition intermittently. This is exceedingly strange. Mingyue had yet to rise, maintaining his posture with a hand on his forehead. What on earth has my brother encountered? Has the captain not yet returned? Captain Tianling, Tomorrow's shadow clone, remained at a loss. Mingyue clasped his hands atop his head, eyes wide with disbelief, staring intently at a solitary ant before him. Tomorrow, Mingyue, you both have returned. How did the mission fare? Yuling, having heard Mingyue's cry, set aside Kimimaro and approached directly. Yuling, there may have been some unforeseen developments in the mission, but all is well for now. We gathered a bit of intelligence, and the captain is nearing the secret base. I have also transmitted the enemy's information back. Upon hearing Yuling's call, Tomorrow halted. casting a worried glance at his brother before responding adequately. Mingwei remained silent. Mingwei, what of your mission? Tomorrow. What do you mean by that unforeseen development? Is it serious? Yueliang noticed Mingwei lost in his own world, yet the unforeseen development was more captivating. Well, it's not a grave matter, just. My clone seems to have become indissoluble. What do you mean by that? If your clone cannot be dispelled, then what of your clone? Tomorrow. I told you not to speak recklessly. Mingwei suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, glaring through the hollow of his mask, directly exposed to the sunlight. But brother, I said it's impossible. Do not speak further. Mingwei, what on earth is happening? The moon rabbit grew increasingly curious. Noticing that the bright moon seemed somewhat distracted, stirring an inexplicable pang of sympathy within her. It was certainly unexpected. Just moments ago, my clone had been struck back into its chakra form by a doppelganger resembling Tomorrow, in a state of reckless abandon. Such a powerful blow. No. You mentioned a resemblance to Tomorrow, along with that terrifying chakra? The moon rabbit seized upon this crucial detail, retreating cautiously while her trembling hands instinctively shielded her chest. Even the potency of the genjutsu cast upon Junmaru had diminished. Indeed, it was precisely as such. At that moment, I had rushed in only to be caught off guard by a sudden strike. Now, only Captain Tianling remained unscathed. Lacking perception, neither Tomorrow nor the bright moon could detect the two ninjas lurking at a distance. However, that did not mean Yuling was oblivious. The mere kilometers separating them posed no challenge. Identifying chakra signatures was a simple task. Are there two more allies lurking behind? Truly, one must eliminate the roots of the problem, Yuling pondered. Why did this individual seek to eliminate me? Was it merely because I approached their stronghold? His mind raced. Not only seeking to ensure his own safety, but also calculating the identity of the puppet master behind the scenes. Could it really just be Orochimaru? This notion filled Yuling with doubt. He had exchanged blows with that little monster more than a dozen times. Logically, the ambushers should have seized the opportunity to join the fray. Based on his earlier observations of their chakra levels, both individuals belonged to the elite Jounin tier, naturally possessing formidable combat prowess. Speaking of ranks, Yuling was merely a lowly leaf village genin. If Orochimaru's intent was to expel him, those two Jounin would have long intervened, rendering the little monster unnecessary. Whether one was formidable or held a prestigious status was one thing. The crux lay in their ability to resolve the issue at hand. In Yuling's estimation, that little monster was far inferior to a typical Jounin, casting doubt on Orochimaru's true intentions. Does this person genuinely wish to expel me? His subordinates seem hesitant, as though they are not acting on his command. Suddenly, the little monster's cries grew louder, and its limbs sank deeper into the earth. It appears poised to attack. Indeed, the chakra of the shadow clone lacks the fluidity of other clones. It feels rather clunky, with a hint of self-deprecating humor. A wry smile appeared as chakra manifested across the surface of the shadow clone. I suppose I shall make do. Alas, the little monster had already dashed forward, its farthest foot swinging perilously close to Yuling. How swift! Earth release, earth barrier. Before he could react any further, Yuling barely managed to conjure a defensive measure. However, hastily assembled defenses often lacked quality and were swiftly shattered. Nonetheless, it afforded Yuling the precious moment needed to create distance. The flow of chakra quickened, and the visible strange substance on his surface shifted form, channeling chakra throughout his body. Is this preparation for entering that state? It seems all of Orochimaru's subordinates share a singular ability. The cursed seal, Yuling murmured, wiping the blade of his sleeve sword as the chakra of his shadow clone began to coalesce once more. Only techniques of formidable power could breach the defenses of that monstrous entity. Yet this ordinary shadow clone lacked the capacity to instantaneously draw forth chakra. Thus, preparation had to be made in advance. The creature's increasingly chaotic cries echoed around him as it circled Yuling, darting in a circular motion like a beast stalking its prey. Indeed, a savage beast, he thought, with little time left for contemplation. Adopting a defensive stance to counter the imminent assault from the creature, he executed the first technique of the Tianling flow, pinpoint strike. His left hand adeptly withdrew, positioning itself in front of him, while his right hand awkwardly rested at his waist. The transformation appeared complete. A tough, brownish skin enveloped his entire form, erasing any semblance of humanity. Spikes protruded from the back of his elbows, and his fingers morphed into sharp claws. This resembles Zhong Wu's transformation. but is distinctly different from Junmaru's, Yuling reflected. In his memory, Junmaru's metamorphosis seemed more agile and nimble, enhancing control and penetration. Zhongwu, on the other hand, was characterized by his heft, augmenting both defense and explosive power. The creature before him, while not as heavy as Zhongwu, lacked the agility of Junmaru. Is this a consequence of individual differences or a disparity in the techniques applied? Suddenly, a powerful strike came crashing down, without a series of follow-up attacks. It was merely a singular, soaring kick. The combination of gravity and speed, alongside a momentary explosion of chakra, unleashed a force that surpassed human limits. The unexpected blow sent Yuling staggering back 2 steps. There's indeed a gap when compared to Zhongwu, he conceded. Such strength would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by Zhongwu. Yet for a shadow clone with merely 1/10 of the original's battle prowess, it sufficed. The situation was decidedly dire for Yuling. Should this shadow clone be vanquished, the nearby stronghold would be lost. My apologies for the intrusion, he declared. Tianling flow, first technique, pinpoint strike. Anticipating the creature's trajectory, he reached a point within its encirclement before it could react, ready to initiate an offensive and break the stalemate. His fist flew forward at high speed, colliding directly with the creature. Enhanced by the cursed seal, the diminutive monster possessed surprisingly sharp, dynamic vision, catching sight of Yuling's figure. With unwavering resolve, it retaliated with a punch of its own, generating a fierce gust of compressed wind aimed at Yuling's seemingly frail body. A sense of exhilaration surged within him, reminiscent of the thrill before a successful strike. In that fleeting moment, as the creature's fangs glinted from the corner of its mouth, Yuling recognized the onset of his tactical maneuvers. Indeed, devoid of reason, it seemed ready to be led astray by him. The rhythm of the battlefield was now under his command. Tianling flow, second technique, phantom evasion. The frontal assault suddenly shifted, and in the blink of an eye, the entire figure vanished, leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages from its rapid movement. The entity had already positioned itself behind the small creature, brandishing a sleeve sword crackling with strands of lightning, once again assuming the initial stance of the celestial flow for an attack. Ha ha ha. The small creature, oblivious to Yuling's movement, charged forward with unwavering conviction, even augmenting its chakra output just a second before impact, causing its arm's outline to swell dramatically. Boom. The fist swung through the air, striking nothing but empty space. The supersonic punch, however, had shattered the sound barrier. Thankfully, the plan was intact. What I just uttered was not in vain. The rhythm is mine to command. It was too late to consider defense now. Lightning coiled around the sleeve sword, emitting a series of ominous sounds, aiming directly at the creature's most vulnerable spot at the back of its head, mercilessly driving the blade in. It continued to penetrate until only the mechanism for ejecting the sleeve sword remained exposed. That should do the trick. It's gone in so deep, if there's no effect, it would be quite unbelievable. Yuling exhaled softly, observing the situation. Upon noticing that the 2 jonin had yet to arrive, he leapt high into the air, executing a horizontal rotation of 90 degrees, forcefully propelling himself off the small creature's back, while simultaneously withdrawing the embedded sleeve sword. Crimson blood spurted forth. Though Yuling was unaware that this was merely a clone of tomorrow, the emergence of such a substance was unfathomable for a mere replication. Satisfied, he wiped the sleeve sword clean, inhaled deeply, and turned to continue his mission. Not dead yet. A whimper from behind drew Yuling's attention immediately. Enemies cannot be spared. Although he had only recently joined the Umbu, these tenets were already second nature to him. After all, he was a squad leader, and he must lead by example when it comes to rules. In the face of such a scene, the words sprang forth unbidden. Indeed, cannot let it go. Steeling his resolve, he ejected the sleeve sword once more, though he refrained from employing the lightning-enhanced ninjutsu. The chakra within the shadow clone was too scant to sustain its form for long. Taijutsu can also defeat you, right? Now lacking the earlier confidence, he still confidently struck the initial pose, a testament to his readiness for a duel with the small creature. In the distance, atop a grand tree. Hey, ugly. What is happening over there? All I saw was a puff of white smoke, and then nothing at all. Come on, speak up. This is so dull. All you do is watch. Shut up. I'm sensing here. What's with all the noise? If you do that again, I'll personally take you down and deliver your body to Orochimaru for a specimen. Oh dear. All right, stop rambling. What is actually going on over there? Well, That clone was subdued. It was defeated with just a single move. Defeated? No way. How could it be so weak? What is going on, Lord Orochimaru? Did I misjudge earlier? It is impossible. Was it you who did this, Xiangling? I clearly used the cursed liquid reagent. Hey, can you please keep it down? That clone. Hurry up and speak. You be quiet. I'm just about to explain. He is bleeding. What? It's just a bit of blood. Anyone can manage that. You really are foolish. How could a clone bleed? All right. It's haunting. Shueisha leaped onto Xiangling's shoulder, wrapping her limbs tightly around her, rendering her immobile. Like a rogue, Shueisha utilized her water manipulation abilities, entwining herself around Xiangling, her neck stretching out to witness this spectacle. Even if it seemed impossible, she strained to gaze towards the battlefield. You can't see anything, you idiot. You ugly creature. Get off me. Xiangling disdainfully shook her body, attempting to throw Shueisha off. But she clung on like a stubborn piece of gum, showing no signs of letting go, despite confirming that there was no one else around. The two continued to utilize Xiangling's abilities, exchanging information directly through their minds as if in a private space. Ugly creature. Idiot. Seizing the opportunity, Yuling unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike like a torrential downpour upon the small monster, creating gaping wounds that expanded under the relentless assault. The slowly oozing blood had begun to congeal, dark red clots adhering to the surface of the skin, adding a touch of monstrous allure. The small monster's attacks exhibited no strategy, resembling a mindless ninja haphazardly throwing every jutsu at its disposal, recklessly depleting its potentially limitless chakra. Was its endurance akin to that of Chongwu? Even in such a state, it could still strike at Yuling, who was momentarily shaken by the spiritual impact. Yet her feet never faltered. Tianling Flow's first ultimate technique, lateral whip,